Blue Planet year 2044. War rages on, population spirals out of control, and the planet is left scarred beyond recognition. 10 years ago, nations united to launch an unprecedented initiative, a fully immersive holographic MMORPG called Origin, touted as 100% realistic. They declared it humanity's second world. The announcement sent shockwaves everywhere. Corporations, elite families, and military factions all dove in headfirst. Everyone understood one thing. This was no mere game. It was the new battlefield. In this world, everyone starts from zero. Seize the opportunity, and you can gain wealth, power, fame, hell, even romance. And today, Origin goes live to the public. Huaxia, modern-day Shanghai. In a cramped rental apartment, Lin Yi stared eagerly at his gaming equipment, his eyes literally glowing with excitement. It's open. Finally, as someone who had transmigrated to Blue Planet for over 20 years, Lin Yi had nothing going for him, aside from being annoyingly handsome. Real life gave him squat. If reality wouldn't give him a chance, he'd take it in the game. Maybe, just maybe, Origin was his way to turn things around. The moment the thought settled, his consciousness dove into darkness. Ding. Iris binding in progress. 3, 2, 1. Game loading. Instantly, his vision went black, and the world around him spun. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an ancient divine temple. Towering above him were 6 colossal statues, piercing the heavens, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. A sword, a spear, a staff, a dagger, a bow, and a scepter. 6 main classes: warrior, knight, mage, assassin, archer, and cleric. A deep, ancient voice reverberated through the hall. Welcome to the Hall of Creation. Random talent drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations on receiving SSS grade talent. Asterisk child of destiny asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Lin Yi's breath caught. SSS grade. The rarest, most powerful talent tier. Quickly, he brought up his status screen. Child of destiny, unique. Quality, SSS. Effect, you are the chosen one. Events will always unfold to your benefit. The description was brief, but downright domineering. It meant only one thing. He was the protagonist of this story. Lin Yi couldn't help but break into laughter. In the real world, he was just another NPC. But here, he was destiny itself. The ancient voice echoed once more. Please select your class. Knight, Lin Yi decided instantly. Tanky, with solid damage output and control capabilities, perfect for solo progression. Class confirmed. Please name your character. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. Death. Ding. Name successfully registered as Death. Character creation complete. Would you like to enter the world of Origin? Enter. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. The scene blinked away in a flash. The Grand Temple disappeared, replaced by a bustling ancient town. Current location, Origin Continent. Empire of the Blazing Sun, Silver Moon Town. Looking out, the streets were packed with people. Every NPC had a line of players queued in front of them. Around him, flares of light descended endlessly as wave after wave of new players materialized. Before Lin Yi could make a move, a cold, mechanical voice boomed in his mind. Ding. System detected. Host has entered game. Supreme VIP recharge system now activated. A system? His cheat code was here. Lin Yi paused for a split second, then broke into pure exhilaration. A translucent screen materialized before him. First recharge, 99 cents. Receive first recharge gift pack. VIP 1, unlock with $1,000. VIP 2, unlock with $10,000. VIP 3, unlock with $100,000. Limited time gift packs available. VIP exclusive mall now open. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. This layout looks suspiciously like a certain 10-cent product. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Snarking aside, Lin Yi wasted no time opening the first recharge option. A cheat system wouldn't purposely sabotage its protagonist, right? First recharge gift pack. Divine grade hidden class job change scroll ×1. Mythical grade subclass job change scroll ×1. Lin Yi's breathing hitched. Holy crap, I'm about to skyrocket. The game's official release had already spelled it out. Jobs in Origin had 6 tiers. Common, Rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and divine. And divine? It was unique. Only one player per class could ever earn the title. Starting the game with a divine hidden class and a mythical subclass? Asterisk, how could he possibly lose? Asterisk. Recharge time. Lin Yi immediately tapped the button. Ding, 99 cents purchase complete. Ding. Gift pack obtained. First recharge gift pack times 1. Success. The packaged reward appeared in his inventory. The system's legit. Opening the pack, golden radiance burst brightly into the airbox. 2 ancient scrolls now lay neatly in his bag. Divine grade hidden class job change scroll. Level 1. Effect. Used to directly change into the world's sole divine grade hidden class. Mythical grade subclass job change scroll. Level 20. Effect. Once reaching LV 20 and completing the first job advancement, randomly obtain a mythical subclass. The 2 scrolls practically glowed, their value immeasurable. Without hesitation, Lin Yi crushed the divine class scroll in his hands. Ding! Congratulations, player, on advancing to the exclusive top-tier hidden class, Undead Overlord. The next moment, the entire server announcement erupted. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Death for becoming the first player to unlock a hidden class in the entire server. Reward. 1x mysterious golden chest, bound, 1,000 gold coins, and 5,000 prestige. The announcement scrolled across the screen 3 times. Every player in the Huaxia server heard it. The world chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Hidden class unlocked in the first minute of launch. A hidden class at the start of the game, and a golden chest thrown in too? That's insane. Hey, Death, join our Sun and Moon Guild. We'll offer you $1 million annual salary. The Paradise Guild offers $3 million, and we'll make you the team leader. Envy, jealousy, and headhunting offers bombarded all at once. Even though the system didn't reveal the class tier, the words hidden class alone, paired with the mysterious golden chest, already screamed a god tier start. At the very least, during the early stages, the name, Death, was fated to dominate. In Silver Moon Town asterisk. Ding. Server first class advancement reward received. 1x mysterious golden chest, bound, 1,000 gold coins, 5,000 prestige, asterisk asterisk. The rewards came through. Lin Yi glanced at the never-ending stream of friend requests and chuckled softly. I really wanted to stay low-key, but strength just refuses to let me. Rejecting all the friend requests with a single click, he casually hid his ID. Then he found a quiet spot and opened his character stats panel. Death. Level, LV1. Class, Apprentice Undead Overlord. Attack, 10. Defense, 5. HP, 100. MP, 50. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5. Growth, plus 10 to all base stats, plus 30 free attribute points per level up. Talent, Fated Sovereign. Skills, Soul Summoning, Power of the Overlord, Undead Catastrophe. Soul Summoning asterisk use on corpses to convert them into undead minions. Power of the Overlord, passive ignores enemy armor with attacks, reduces undead skill cost by 80% and cooldown by 80%. Immune to undead damage. Undead Catastrophe, passive all minions under your command gain plus 100% to all attributes and plus 100% damage dealt to buildings. These stats. Insane. This wasn't just starting ahead on the track. This was starting right at the finish line. No wonder it's the only exclusive top-tier hidden class. Absolutely broken. Looking at the panel, Lin Yi felt his pulse quicken. For regular classes, leveling only grants +1 to base stats and +3 free points. For Undead Overlord, that's 10 times the growth. One level equals another player's level 10. And this was just the apprentice phase. There were still class advancements. First tier, second tier, third tier, and even god tier transformations later on. The power gap would only widen. As for the skills, even more overpowered. Soul Summoning let him permanently recruit fallen enemies as minions. With enough time, he could amass an undead army in the millions, an apocalyptic force in the making. The passives were equally absurd. Armor penetration meant true damage with every attack. Endgame bosses with defenses in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Might as well be naked. The higher their defense, the greater the benefit, damage scaling tenfold. Even 100-fold wasn't impossible. And then there were the absurd cooldown and cost reductions, along with the insane minion buffs. This class all but broke the game balance. He opened the VIP shop. Rows of dark gold and mythic grade gear stared back at him. Weapons, scrolls, pets, costumes, the store had it all. But the cheapest items required VIP 3. Prices ranged from tens of thousands to millions. Linya's current bank balance couldn't even scratch the surface. Gritting his teeth, he decided to top up $10,000. System notifications came in rapid succession. Congratulations. You have become VIP 1, ***. Perks included 10x experience gain, double all attributes, and double drop rates. It even threw in exclusive scrolls and skill books. Linya glanced at his now drained account balance. Only $200 remained. Yet he felt no regret. 10x experience and doubled stats right from the start? Totally worth it. The thought of what VIP 2 or VIP 3 would bring made his heart race. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For now, being broke meant no more cash to spend. His attention turned back to his inventory. Mysterious golden chest. Quality, gold. Description, contains one random golden tier item, with a very small chance of upgrading to a higher quality. This was the reward from the server-wide announcement. In Origin, equipment and chests were ranked as follows: white iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark, gold, epic, legendary, mythic. Gold wasn't the highest, but it was still incredibly rare. For most players, obtaining a golden tier item wouldn't be possible until reaching level 40 or 50. Without hesitation, Linya opened the chest. The next moment, a radiant golden light shot into the sky. When the glow subsided, a ring inlaid with a sky blue gemstone rested quietly inside. Ding! Congratulations, player, for opening ***. Golden treasure chest X1, critical hit triggered, temporal rewind, dark gold. Linya's eyes lit up. A direct dark gold drop, and it was one of the rarest accessories. In Second World, the equipment slots are divided into weapons, hat, clothes, shoulder pads, gloves, pants, and shoes. Additionally, there are 3 accessory slots: necklace, ring, and ring. The drop rate for accessories is pathetically low, just 1% of other equipment's drop rate. Even if someone were fully equipped with gold gear, it might still be impossible to assemble all 3 accessories. Linya quickly checked the item's stats. Temporal rewind, dark gold. Level 1. Attack, 77. Constitution, 66. Agility, 66. Skill, time rewind. Time rewind. When taking lethal damage, immediately restore 99% of health and mana. 24-hour cooldown, ***. Linya raised an eyebrow. The stats weren't over the top, but the skill? That was absolute madness. It was the equivalent of having an extra life. In crucial moments, it's worth more than epic equipment. And the best part? Usable at level 1. Without hesitation, Linya equipped it. His stats soared instantly. Next, he turned his attention to the other 2 items. Extreme Frost Storm Scroll. Level 1. Effect. Summons an extreme frost storm covering 1,000 yards, dealing 3,333 magic damage per second, reducing speed by 50%, and has a 30% chance to freeze for 1 second. Duration, 5 seconds. Although it's a one-time use item, it's essentially the level 60 ultimate ability of a mage. Even with its damage reduced, it was more than enough to dominate in the early game. Throw that at a respawn point, and the EXP would roll in nonstop. Last item, Weapon Master, passive, level 1. Effect, allows the use of all weapons, attack plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%. Linya took a deep breath. This passive ability? Now that was the real ace. Double the attack and speed, plus the removal of weapon restrictions? It only got more absurd as the game progressed. He didn't hesitate, learning the skill on the spot. Ding! You've learned skill Weapon Master. The passive now appeared in his status panel. Time to level up. After learning his skills, Linya glanced at the line of players queuing in front of the NPC and headed straight toward the wilds. Just beyond the small town was the newbie leveling area. I got the last hit. That chicken respawned over there. Don't steal it. I'll pay 5 coins, Let me finish this chicken off. Chicken, you're too beautiful. Watch me one-shot it with my sword. The area was complete chaos. The monster? Weak little wild chickens. Wild chicken. Level, LV1. HP, 110. Attack, 15. Defense, 9. To be honest, this game was kind of a scam. Even level 1 monsters had higher stats than players. Soloing them was practically suicide. But this was right outside the newbie village. The place was ridiculously crowded. With so many players attacking all at once, the chickens were killed the moment they respawned. Lin Yi glanced at the sea of people and decisively gave up on fighting for spawns, heading toward a higher level area instead. Darkwood Forest, the leveling zone for level 5 to 10 players. Ancient trees blotted out the sky. Dense undergrowth covered the ground. It was dim and oppressive. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Yi spotted a monster encampment. A group of short, ugly humanoid creatures with dark green skin and arms hanging below their knees. Goblins. Low-tier monsters found all across the continent. Fire, frost, chieftains, golden, they came in countless variations. But these? Just the basic kind. Plain and predictable. Their only tactic? Swinging wooden clubs. Lin Yi used a detection skill. Goblin Warrior. Level 5. HP, 270. Attack, 36. Defense, 20. Skill, Smash. He focused on a lone goblin at the edge of the group. You'll do. Gripping his newbie wooden spear, he slowly closed in. As soon as he entered its aggro range, the goblin let out a shriek and charged at him, club raised high. Dry leaves crunched beneath its feet as it ran. Lin Yi calculated the distance, then thrust his spear forward in one sharp motion. Squish. Dash 246. An overwhelming amount of damage pierced through, ignoring the goblin's defense. One strike. The goblin's HP plummeted to almost nothing. At the same time, the goblin swung its club, the attack about to land. A smirk tugged at Lin Yi's lips. He withdrew his spear and immediately countered with another precise thrust. The speed was astonishing, attacking faster than the goblin could react. Asterisk Shing. Asterisk. Dash 246. Before the club could make contact, the spear had already impaled the goblin's chest. Its health bar emptied in an instant. Wide-eyed, the goblin collapsed to the ground, utterly stunned. Even in death, it couldn't believe it hadn't even touched Lin Yi's clothes before being defeated. Ding. You've gained 200 EXP for defeating a goblin beyond your level. Ding. Level up. You're now level 2. All attributes. Asterisk asterisk. Plus 10 points. Plus 30 free attribute points. A beam of white light descended from the sky, enshrouding Lin Yi. Most regular players would have to slay 50 or 60 wild chickens just to reach level 2. Lin Yi? He only killed one goblin. 10 times the experience, paired with over-leveled bonus rewards, sent him skyrocketing. Satisfying. Lin Yi opened up his attribute panel without hesitation. He dumped all 30 points into strength. His attack power surged instantly. Let's test it out. He stepped into the goblin camp's aggro range. The next second, every goblin locked their eyes on him. Shrill screams echoed as a crowd of green-skinned creatures, brandishing clubs, charged toward him. Just what I wanted. Lin Yi raised his spear and charged forth. Whoosh. With a wide sweep of his wooden spear. Boom. Minus 366. A massive damage number floated above the leading goblin warrior's head. It let out a miserable cry and collapsed on the spot. One-shot KO. Ding. Overleveled kill of goblin warrior. You've gained 180 experience points. The leveling gap was narrowing now, so the experience gain wasn't as insane as before. 2 more goblins lunged toward him. Lin Yi swiftly thrust his spear. Swoosh. 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 The spear flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 goblins fell lifeless to the ground. Then, the remaining goblins swarmed all at once. Club strikes. Club strikes. A barrage of attacks rained down on him from every direction. Lin Yi just stood there, smirking. With his agility stat where it was now, dodging these attacks wouldn't be an issue. But he didn't bother to move. Because there was no need to. The goblin warriors couldn't even penetrate his defense. Dodging. Totally unnecessary. Bam. 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 -0. -0. -0. One club after another slammed into Lin Yi, but not even a single hit point was lost. The mechanics of Origin were simple. If the damage caused didn't exceed 1/5 of the target's defense, the system wouldn't even apply chip damage. These goblins, they didn't even come close. Lin Yi countered with one clean spear strike after another. One hit, one kill. Fifth goblin, sixth goblin, seventh goblin. One by one, goblin warriors tumbled to the ground lifelessly. Ding! Overleveled kill of goblin warrior. You've gained 180 experience points. Ding! Overleveled kill of goblin warrior. You've gained 180 experience points. The system notifications flooded his view. Soon enough, the last goblin let out a final scream before falling silent. 11 goblins, wiped out, every single one of them. Lin Yi was now just 20 experience points away from leveling up, but he had already cleared out this area. Shrugging, he began gathering loot instead. Ding! Acquired 35 silver coins. Ding! Acquired 33 silver coins. Ding! Acquired goblin fangs, X13. Ding! Acquired equipment goblin boots, X1. Ding! Acquired equipment goblin gloves, X1. Goblin boots, iron tier. Level requirement, 5. Defense, 7. Agility, 3. Goblin gloves, iron tier. Level requirement, 5. Attack, 7. Strength, 2. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. 4 early game equipment. These 2 items were top tier among 5 level iron tier gear. He glanced at the heap of silver coins scattered on the ground. Most players would be lucky to loot 1 or 2 silver per monster. Lin Yi? He was netting over 30 per goblin. As for the drop rate of gear, not even 1%. Other players could grind 100 monsters and still not see a single piece of equipment. He killed a dozen and got 2 premium items. And let's not forget the epic necklace he crit looted from a chest earlier. This level of luck. Insane. Then again, isn't this just how destined protagonists roll? Even if he tripped, he'd probably fall face first into treasure. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt at peace. He equipped the new gear without hesitation. Afterward, his gaze fell upon the goblin corpses around him. Raise the dead. A ghostly green light glowed in his palm. Arise, fallen ones. The light shot out and enveloped the goblin corpses. Their bodies rapidly decomposed, blood and tissue disintegrating, leaving only skeletons behind. The next moment, a pale white flame ignited within their hollow eye sockets. Ding! Successfully converted goblin warrior into skeleton warrior. One skeleton after another began to rise. System notification, player death, successfully converted goblin warrior. System notification, player death, successfully converted goblin warrior. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones grinding against bones echoed throughout the forest. One by one, the slain goblin warriors climbed back to their feet. Their hollow eye sockets glowed ominously, and in their bony hands, spectral bone swords materialized. 1 skeleton, 2 skeletons, 3 skeletons. In the end, all 12 goblins Lin Yi had killed were resurrected as skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior. Level 5. HP, 600. Attack, 78. Defense, 50. Skill, cleave. Trait, undead physique. Undead physique, immune to bleed, fear, poison, blind, and other negative effects. Not bad, looking sharp. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. After the transformation, his stats had seen an all-around boost, and he also gained a negative effect immunity perk. On top of that, boosted by the Undead Scourge ability, all his attributes were doubled. His combat power skyrocketed instantly. Move forward. With a single command, the skeleton warriors marched in unison, advancing into the depths of the dense forest. Before long, they encountered another goblin camp ahead. A dozen or so goblins were patrolling the area. Charge. Wipe them out. The order was given, and the skeleton warriors sprinted forward, swords in hand. The sound of clattering bones echoed through the forest. Startled, the goblins let out angry roars and raised their weapons. The two sides clashed head-on, engaging in a fierce fight. Swish, swish, swish. -58, -58, -58, -1. Both were level 5. However, with the double attribute bonus, the skeleton warriors completely dominated. Each strike dealt 58 points of damage, leaving the goblins helpless barely managing to deal a single mandatory point of damage in return. The outcome was inevitable. It wasn't long before the first goblin fell. Ding! You've killed a goblin warrior above your level, gaining 180 EXP. Ding! Level up. You are now level 3. All stats plus 10, 30 free attribute points gained. A white light flashed as Lin Yi leveled up once again. As expected, I gain EXP from minions killing monsters too. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The Necromancer class was overwhelmingly powerful. The only drawback was that low-level undead lacked intelligence. They could only follow simple commands, unable to lure enemies or execute tactical maneuvers. Someone had to command them directly. As Lin Yi reflected, the battle neared its conclusion. The goblins fell one after another. Though the skeleton warriors weren't as fast as Lin Yi himself, their monster-clearing efficiency was far superior to ordinary players. Moments later, the camp was cleared. The skeleton warriors remained unscathed. Lin Yi stepped forward and began looting the corpses. Raised dead. A pale green light glowed in Lin Yi's palm. Ding! Player death has successfully converted Goblin Warrior into Skeleton Warrior. One system notification after another rang out. One by one, the fallen goblins rose from the ground, transformed into bone-white skeletons. Onward, Lin Yi led his growing skeleton army deeper into the shadowy forest, sweeping through everything in his path. No survivors were left wherever he marched. If it was a goblin, it was slain. As time passed, the undead army grew larger and larger. It now had over 200 skeleton warriors. Additionally, there were 30 skeleton archers wielding bone longbows, converted from level 6 goblin spear throwers. Skeleton archer. Level 6. HP 588. Attack 99. Defense 45. Skill triple shot. Trait undead physique. At this point, the skeleton army's monster-clearing speed was rivaling Lin Yi's own. With just a single command, the skeletons surged forward. Monsters were overwhelmed instantly, leaving no chance to fight back. Lin Yi didn't even have to lift a finger, while his EXP bar soared. This was truly hands-free leveling. He was now level 4, more than halfway to level 5. Up ahead is the central area of the dense forest. There should be stronger monsters there. Lin Yi murmured as he glanced at his character screen. As his level rose, the EXP gained from killing ordinary goblins had diminished significantly. He wasn't satisfied anymore. Just as he prepared to advance further, he caught sight of a structure up ahead, faintly visible through the trees and illuminated by firelight. A monster encampment. Lin Yi moved in swiftly for a better look. It was a small camp, surrounded by a wooden barricade. Though crude, it buzzed with activity. A large number of goblins roamed within. A rough estimate placed the combined numbers of goblin warriors and spear throwers at over 100. And in the center of the camp, one goblin stood out glaringly. It was taller than a standard goblin, standing almost 5 feet 7 inches. Its hands gripped a hefty iron-spiked club, and it wore a green helmet atop its ugly head. Elite Goblin Chief. Level 6. HP 3000. Attack 138. Defense 66. Skills: Charge, Sand Throw, Spiked Club Smash. Description: a self-proclaimed smart Goblin Chief, wearing a green helmet to safeguard its pitifully tiny brain. Over 100 monsters, plus an elite. Jackpot. Lin Yi licked his lips, his gaze burning with anticipation. This was a goldmine of EXP, loot, and new recruits. Attack. With a single word, the skeleton warriors charged forward. The skeleton archers knocked their arrows and let loose a barrage. Meanwhile, Lin Yi himself stepped forward. Swish! Clutching his spear, Lin Yi barreled into the fray. Behind him, a tidal wave of over 200 skeleton warriors surging forth like a bone-white flood. Whoosh! 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 The bone arrows whizzed through the air, raining down on the goblin camp, instantly taking out several goblin warriors. The camp was thrown into chaos. Skeletal demons. Panic spread among the goblins as chaos erupted. The chief roared in anger, commanding its spear throwers to regroup as the camp desperately scrambled to defend itself. Hold the line and prepare to strike back. Lin Yi observed the situation and smiled instead. Having a commander is even better. It makes killing more worthwhile. Boom. The skeletal army smashed through the wooden walls, charging directly into the goblin tribe. At the rear, the goblin chief was swinging a spiked wolf-tooth club, preparing to charge out. But Lin Yi had already made his move. Boom. His spear came crashing down. Dash 633. One strike shaved off a fifth of the goblin chief's health. Your opponent is me. Skeletal warriors clashed with the goblin tribe. Lin Yi faced the goblin chief. This was the proper way to fight. Damn human. The chief bellowed in rage, throwing sand into the air. Lin Yi sidestepped and countered with a sweeping strike. Dash 633. Its health dropped further. The club came crashing down toward him. This time, Lin Yi didn't dodge. Taking the damage head-on, he unleashed a barrage of spear thrusts. Dash 1. Dash 636. Dash 636. The wolf-tooth club struck his body, but only inflicted 1 point of fixed damage. Lin Yi's health bar barely flinched. The goblin chief, on the other hand, was enraged but helpless. Compared to Lin Yi, the chief was utterly overpowered. Its skilled attacks hadn't even been fully executed when Lin Yi's lightning-fast spear struck twice more. The goblin chief's health plummeted, leaving it with less than a fifth of its total health remaining. The chief panicked. It couldn't understand. This human had insane damage output and unbelievably high defense. In that brief moment of hesitation, flash, Lin Yi's spear pierced through its skull. Dash 633. Its health bar dropped to 0. Asterisk ding. You have slain the goblin chief, elite, gaining 5,000 experience points. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Level up. You've reached level 5. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. Asterisk. The goblin chief let out a final wail before collapsing to the ground. Lin Yi had leveled up again. Meanwhile, the battlefield was filled with screams. Asterisk ding. You've killed a goblin warrior above your level, earning additional experience. Asterisk. The system notifications flashed uncontrollably on the screen. Within seconds, the skeletal army had wiped the area clean. Casualties? None. It was a complete massacre. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Yi chuckled. This round had been highly profitable. Both his equipment and his forces were about to skyrocket. He crouched down to loot the corpses. Asterisk ding. Acquired 8 gold coins. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Acquired 2 goblin chief fangs. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Acquired forest helmet X1. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Acquired silver white spear X1. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Acquired skill book storm spear thrust X1. Asterisk. A grin spread across Lin Yi's face. This talent of his was absolutely ruthless. Others would pray for 1 or 2 black iron tier items from an elite mob, thinking it was already a blessing. He got 4 black iron pieces, 2 bronze pieces, a class-specific weapon, and a skill book, all at once. His luck was off the charts. Forest helmet, bronze. Level requirement, 6. Plus 300 HP, plus 22 defense, plus 10 constitution. Silver white spear, bronze. Level requirement, 6. Plus 41 physical attack, plus 18 strength, plus 10% damage output. The stats were insane. But when Lin Yi glanced at the helmet's design, his face turned dark immediately. Wasn't this the same green hat the goblin chief had been wearing? Nope, not wearing that. Ever. Bronze tier or not. It was heading straight into the corner of his inventory. As for the silver spear, Lin Yi was very satisfied. Its body was gleaming bright, with a sharp chill and intimidating aura. Unfortunately, he still needed 1 more level to equip it. Into the bag it went for now. The 4 black iron gears. Not even worth a glance at this point. He had looted plenty of similar items along the way. Those extra stats weren't going to excite him anymore. Next up was the real deal, the skill book. Storm Spear Thrust. Instantly strike 5 times. Each attack dealing 120% damage. Costs 30 MP, 15-second cooldown. This skill would massively boost attack speed. What would normally take the time of a single spear strike would now result in 5 stabs, guaranteed. It didn't matter how fast his normal attack speed was. This would compress it into a 5-hit combo. And the damage multiplier was even higher. If the goblin chief revived now, Lin Yi was confident he could eliminate it in 1 single move. Perfect. Time to learn it. Asterisk ding. You have learned the skill Storm Spear Thrust. Asterisk. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Yi moved on. Raising the dead. He activated his Summon Undead skill, green ghostly light glowing from his palm. The eerie glow landed on the goblin corpses. Within seconds, flesh decayed and rotted away, leaving behind stark, white bones. One by one, skeletons rose with creaking noises, standing upright. Among them, the goblin chief's skeleton. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, player Death, on successfully resurrecting the goblin chief as a skeleton centurion. Asterisk. Lin Yi inspected it. Compared to the normal skeletons, this one was leagues above. Its bone armor was chillingly solid, with a shield in its left hand and a massive bone blade in its right. Its presence was intimidating. Check stats. Skeleton Centurion Elite. Owner Death. Level 6/15. HP 6,888. Attack 288. Defense 144. Skills Cross Slash, Bone Crushing Strike, Bone Rush. Phone. Description: possesses a certain level of intelligence and can command a large number of low-level skeletons in battle. It seems so. The Centurion, after transformation, retains its leadership ability. Though it can only command several hundred skeletons. It's enough for now. What's more important? Elite monsters have growth potential limits. Level cap, 6/15. That means it can level up to 15. An unexpected bonus. Go. Lead the skeleton army into the forest and hunt. Lin Yi commanded. Yes, master. The skeletal centurion knelt on one knee, its gravelly voice low and hoarse. It then rose, leading the skeleton army in a mighty march out. He wasn't worried in the slightest. In the mid-region of the dark forest were mostly level 6 to 7 monsters. With doubled attributes and numerical superiority, the skeleton army would sweep through the area. Even if they encountered a goblin tribe again, they'd crush it outright. While the skeletons were grinding monsters, Lin Yi also continued his kills. His leveling speed could only accelerate further. No losses, only gains. After the skeleton army set off, Lin Yi pressed on deeper into the dark forest. He was seeking stronger monsters. Meanwhile, around the forest entrance, about 30 players arrived. Men and women alike, all uniformly at level 2. They were members of one of China's top 10 guilds, Starry Sky Guild, and its elite. Leading them was their guild master, Chen Shi. Dressed in basic gear and wielding a black iron greatsword, she carried an imposing presence. After entering the forest, the group started grinding monsters on the outskirts. Yet strangely, their path aligned exactly with Lin Yi's. 3 minutes passed. Not a single monster in sight. 5 minutes passed. Still nothing. Everyone looked utterly baffled. Chen Shi sister, why haven't we seen even one monster here? The black leather-clad assassin, Su Ying, furrowed her brows and asked. Keep searching. Chen Shi replied, a trace of irritation seeping in. Another 3 minutes passed. Still emptiness. If someone else had cleared them out, monsters wouldn't respawn according to the rules for an hour. There'd at least be corpses left behind. Yet there was nothing, no bodies. Not even a single hair. Eerie. Su Ying, stealth ahead and scout. Chen Shi said with a serious tone. Okay. Su Ying activated her stealth ability. Her figure vanished instantly. Her ability triggered, granting her permanent invisibility and a significant boost to movement speed. Swiftly, she progressed deeper within. Before long, she came upon an obliterated monster camp. The wooden walls were toppled, the campfire still smoldered. Yet not a single monster was left. Su Ying's scalp tingled. The whole camp, completely wiped out. Who could have done this? Did the game glitch? And the culprit, Lin Yi, was still moving further in. He felt great. The continuous system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Overlevel kill of Goblin Warrior. Ding. Overlevel kill of Goblin Spearman. The skeleton army was in a frenzy, harvesting monster after monster. 10 minutes later, a deep, guttural panting sound filled the air up ahead. The next second, a shadow darted out from the forest, lunging straight at Lin Yi. He didn't have time to dodge. The attack landed. -1, -1, -1. Damage figures popped up. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A dense string of damage numbers floated above Lin Yi's head. This wave knocked off 8 HP directly. He quickly backed away, eyeing his attacker. 7 or 8 black wolves, each the size of a calf. Their green eyes, icy cold and teeth bared, were now encircling him. A chilling howl sounded. The wolf pack scattered, forming a circle to fully surround him. They seemed ready to attack at any moment. Instead of panicking, Lin Yi felt a spark of excitement. Beast-type monsters. What kind of undead could they be turned into? With that thought, he cast his investigation skill. Gluttonous Black Wolf. Level 8. HP 600. Attack 128. Defense 66. Fast, high attack, and skilled in coordinated assaults. They'd be a nightmare for regular players. But to Lin Yi, they were merely experience points. The pack launched their charge together, claws and fangs aiming to shred him. Perfect, Lin Yi said, raising his spear. He activated a skill, Storm Spear Thrust. The spear lashed out, shadows raining like a storm. -904. -904. -904. Before the black wolves even landed, they were wiped out mid-air, instantly slain. 5 wolves dropped in one go. The remaining 3 leaped at him from behind. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to dodge. -1. -1. -1. Their attacks felt like mere tickles on him. He swung his spear in a wide arc. -753. Another fell. He followed up with 2 quick stabs. -753. -753. The last 2 black wolves collapsed thunderously. Ding. Overlevel kill of Gluttonous Black Wolf. 600 experience awarded. The notification rang relentlessly. The notification chimes. You have defeated the Gluttonous Dark Wolf across levels and earned rewards. With a 10-fold experience boost, the XP bar surged wildly. After looting the wolf's body, Lin Yi raised his hand and cast necromancy. Under his gaze, the black wolf's corpse rapidly decayed into bare bones. Seconds later, the skeleton began to rise. It stood on all fours, with hind legs as thick as hooves and forelimbs armed with lengthy, razor-sharp bone blades. Its fanged maw interlocked menacingly, exuding a chilling aura. Following that, rotting flesh began to grow, clinging to the bones like sticky tar. Finally, a grotesque, crimson-eyed creature stood in place. Its bloodlust was palpable. Ding. Congratulations, player dead, on successfully transforming the gluttonous dark wolf into a ghoul. Asterisk asterisk. Ghoul. Master asterisk dead. Level asterisk 8. HP asterisk 1380. Attack asterisk 248. Defense asterisk 123. Skills asterisk devour, claw strike, frenzy. Talent asterisk undying body. It may be ugly as hell, but strength outweighs appearance. The ghoul's stats far surpass skeletons of a similar level, retaining the speed and attack pace of the original wolf. It could just barely keep up with Lin Yi. With the ghoul tagging along, he proceeded. One man, backed by a horde of undead, resembled a fearsome death hound army on a rampage. With the ghoul, the grind efficiency skyrocketed. Another dark wolf leapt forward. Lin Yi countered with a storm lance thrust, instantly obliterating 5. The rest? Left to the ghoul. -194. -388. -194. -388. In a matter of moments, the wolves were torn to shreds. Ding. You've defeated a gluttonous dark wolf, earning 600 XP. Ding. You've defeated a gluttonous dark wolf, earning 600 XP. He bulldozed his way through the area. Kill. Convert. Repeat. The ghoul squad grew larger and larger. Soon, Lin Yi was trailed by over 400 ghouls. The sheer mass of them was a horrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, with the 10-fold XP boost, his level skyrocketed. He quickly hit level 8, swapping out for a bronze-grade silver lance to bolster his attack power dramatically. ###dead. Level asterisk 8. Class asterisk apprentice undead overlord. Attack asterisk 1290. Defense asterisk 282. HP asterisk 2820. MP asterisk 1500. Attributes asterisk strength 610. Constitution 282. Agility 288. Spirit 150. Talent asterisk destined 1. Skills asterisk necromancy. Dominion's might. Undead scourge. Storm lance thrust. At this point, aside from his HP, every other stat was absurdly higher than a boss of the same level. After wiping out another pack of dark wolves, he converted them all. Ding. Skeleton Warrior -1. Asterisk asterisk. Ding. Skeleton Warrior -1. Asterisk asterisk. A sudden series of alerts pinged. Lin Yi frowned. 3 skeleton warriors were down. What happened? Maintaining a furrowed brow, he paused. Goblins were low in level and granted negligible XP. After hitting level 7, Lin Yi had sent his skeleton army to the gluttonous Dark Wolf's grounds instead. While there was a noticeable level disparity, the overwhelming numbers, comparable stats, and presence of an elite skeleton centurion commander should have been more than enough. Dark Wolves shouldn't have been able to harm them. But as he puzzled it out, more notifications appeared. Ding! You have defeated a forest troll warrior across levels, earning 1000 XP. Ding! You have defeated a forest troll hunter across levels, earning XP, asterisk asterisk. Forest troll? A new type of creature. Judging by the XP gains, they had to be at least level 10. Immediately, Lin Yi activated his Undead Dominion skill to communicate with the skeleton centurion. Closing his eyes for a moment, he reopened them with a hint of excitement. He discovered a level 10 forest troll tribe. Wasting no time, Lin Yi led his ghoul army toward the location. 20 minutes later, the skeleton army came into view. In the distance, within the dense forest, a sprawling tribal settlement appeared faintly visible. Its entrance was littered with bones. Cold winds howled through the trees, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. But Lin Yi remained unfazed. Intimidating? Sure. But nothing was scarier than the skeletal and ghoul minions trailing behind him. In fact, he was slightly excited. This time, he was about to reap huge rewards. Within the troll horde, there were no signs of a boss monster. But Lin Yi did notice 5 elite threats. 4 of them were berserker trolls, nearly 3 meters tall, sporting bulging muscles and dual-wielding giant axes. Their aura was ferocious. The last one, though, was different. It was short and thin, with a hunched posture, holding a wooden staff. Its pack was filled with skull-topped wands and potions. A caster. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed. The berserkers had high health, strong attacks, and deadly skills. But their raw stats weren't too alarming. They were actually inferior to his enhanced skeleton trolls. What really caught his attention, though, was the witch doctor, capable of healing, poisoning, and unleashing area lightning spells. Range skills. What if I turned it into undead? Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. The answer came instantly. Kill them all. With a single command, 80 skeletal trolls charged forward in unison, directly clashing with 1,000 forest trolls. In the very next second, a skeletal battle axe swung wide. As the axe descended, trolls were sent flying in droves. Health bars plummeted. Those who barely survived on low health had no chance to regain their footing before being caught in the whirlwind of axe shadows. A white storm erupted amidst the crowd. The bone axe carved arcs in rapid succession, reaping through the enemy ranks with relentless precision. The assaulting forest trolls were wiped clean in an instant. Battle cries roared deafeningly across the field. 4 elite berserker trolls erupted into a frenzy simultaneously. Their eyes turned blood red, and their aura became erratic. They abandoned all defense, their strength and speed skyrocketing as they charged toward the skeletal trolls like wild, raging beasts. The ground beneath them quaked with their approach. They stepped into the range of the skeletal troll hunters. Lin Yi's smirk deepened. The combat prowess of his skeletal troll warriors far exceeded his expectations. Their assault upon the enemy formation resembled a tiger descending upon its prey. Even the rampaging elite berserker trolls could only barely compete with them. Unreasonably strong. Focus fire, berserker trolls. As the order resounded, the skeletal troll hunters all threw their bone spears simultaneously. The attack speed wasn't high, but the damage output was immense. The bone spears launched. A full force strike. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. The spears tore through the air, piercing with precision into the frenzied, defense-weakened forest berserker trolls engaged in close combat with the skeletal trolls. -888. -888. -888. Damage numbers rose in clusters. The 4 elite berserker trolls were instantly killed in the coordinated assault. Asterisk ding. Killed forest berserker troll, elite. gained 20,000 EXP, *X4. The system notifications rang repeatedly. All units, charge. Lin Yi raised a hand, signaling the advance. Leading the attack was the skeleton centurion, followed by the skeletal troops and ghouls. Lin Yi himself wielded a silver spear, cutting through to the rear of the enemy formation. His objective was clear: the Troll Witch Doctor. At this moment, 80 skeletal troll warriors rampaged across the enemy ranks, sweeping through them like combat gods. The hunters executed precise strikes from a distance, while the skeletal soldiers and ghouls cleaned up the remnants. The battle quickly turned to his favor. Suddenly, a massive eyeball dropped to the ground. A healing ward. A green glow spread outward. Plus 333. Plus 333. A large number of forest trolls began recovering health. The Troll Witch Doctor raised his wooden staff. Chain lightning. Just as the chanting began, a shadow closed the distance in an instant. Lin Yi had arrived. The silver spear swept wide. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Dash 1290. Dash 1290. The 4 troll warriors guarding the witch doctor fell before they could react. But in the next moment, the spell was cast. Die! The witch doctor let out a shrill scream. Lightning crackled and erupted. A lightning serpent shot out from the staff, striking Lin Yi before leaping to the skeletons behind him. Dash 5. Dash 611. Dash 611. Lin Yi was barely scratched. However, 9 skeletal warriors were destroyed on the spot. Lin Yi's expression turned icy. Storm spear thrust. The spear flashed, its speed so blinding it left only afterimages. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk. Dash 1548. Dash 1548. Dash 1548. Dash 1548. Dash 1548. 5 consecutive strikes. In an instant, the Troll Witch Doctor's health bar was emptied. Killed in one shot. The Witch Doctor held on to a paralyzing potion, but it never had the chance to throw it. You? The Troll Witch Doctor's eyes widened, its throat seemingly choked, unable to utter another word. Its face was filled with resentment as its body collapsed lifelessly. Asterisk ding. Killed Forest Troll Witch Doctor, Elite. Gained 20,000 EXP. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Leveled up to level 9. All attributes plus 10. Gained 30 free attribute points. Asterisk. Lin Yi leveled up. He allocated his points swiftly and resumed the extermination. With the witch doctor gone and Lin Yi in action, the forest trolls collapsed in no time. The battle turned entirely one-sided. The undead army only lost a bit over 100 skeleton cannon fodder. While on the trolls' side, 600 to 700 had fallen, and the number continued to climb. Suddenly, asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ground shook violently. This time, a single voice bellowed. It felt as though something colossal was approaching. Vermin. You damned vermin. The furious roar thundered through the air. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed coldly. The boss was here. The Troll King revealed itself. Standing over 5 to 6 meters tall, it was like a small mountain. Its bulging muscles were larger than a human head. Encased in heavy armor, wielding a black iron battle axe taller than 2 people. Its pitch-black eyes glared down at Lin Yi, exuding overwhelming pressure. Human, I'll tear you apart. Lin Yi wasn't interested in exchanging words. Casting Inspect, he observed. Forest Troll King, Bronze Boss. Level, 10. HP, 25,000. Attack, 399. Defense, 366. Skills, Intermediate Berserk, Intermediate Troll Regeneration. Regeneration, War Stomp, Frenzied Slash, Troll Heavy Cleave. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Its attack isn't that high, but this defense, ridiculous. Even a double-stat skeletal troll hunter could barely break through it. As for the other undead, not even close. Add mid-tier troll regeneration into the mix. An undead army wouldn't be able to take it down, unless I convert every single corpse around here. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to loot the gear. So many spoils, too much loss. What a pain. If someone else came to fight, it'd take at least 100 level, 15 players, fully equipped and extremely coordinated, just to have a fighting chance to bring this thing down. And that's after taking out all the mobs around first. Lin Yi, however, looked up, his gaze icy. Too bad, you ran into me. Suddenly, Lin Yi chuckled. His tone shifted as he murmured softly to himself. No matter how powerful a Troll King might be, it didn't faze him. In fact, it only fueled his excitement. The stronger it is, the more terrifying it'll become once I turn it into an undead. As for its high defense, that's the least of my concerns. My attack power is through the roof. Every hit is pure true damage. Defenses mean nothing to me. No matter how thick its defenses are, they're useless in front of me. The very next moment, attack. He stomped down hard, his entire body launching forward like an arrow. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The gap closed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was right in the Troll King's face. The Troll King froze, clearly not expecting him to be this fast. Lin Yi sneered coldly, raising his long spear high before slamming it down. Boom. The tip of the spear pierced precisely into its side. Minus 1,410. A massive chunk of damage popped up. You puny human. How dare you sneak attack me? The Troll King roared, countering with a heavy cleave. Its black iron axe slashed through the air, creating a howling gust, slamming down ferociously. Minus 535. Lin Yi's HP bar dropped significantly after the hit. His expression darkened. 399 attack power, yet it managed to deal over 500 damage. Its skill multipliers were insane. This was the first time he'd suffered such a significant chunk of lost health. Time to take this seriously. After finishing this kill, he'd need to go back and spend more to gear up. The thought flashed through his mind briefly. The massive axe came sweeping again. Lin Yi sidestepped to dodge. Boom. The ground split with a thunderous crash. Storm spear thrust. He maneuvered behind it, spear shadows raining down like a storm. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Minus 1,728. Minus 1,728. Minus 1,728. Minus 1,728. Minus 1,728. All 5 hits landed, with relentless true damage popping up. Even with its regeneration ability, healing each second, it couldn't withstand this kind of onslaught. Its health dropped by a third in no time. Roar! The Troll King erupted into fury. It spun around, unleashing a frenzied slash. The axe struck repeatedly with a booming roar, but its speed was far too slow. Lin Yi weaved effortlessly. Out of the 3 strikes, only 1 grazed him. Minus 214. Another small sliver of his HP went down. He didn't care in the slightest. Finding an opening, his spear thrust forward again. Minus 1,410. Minus 1,410. Both hits landed. The Troll King raised its massive axe, hacking down toward Lin Yi. But this time, it wasn't using a skill. Minus 107. Barely scratched him. Lin Yi seized the opening during its skill cooldown, standing his ground in a ruthless back-and-forth assault. The Troll King's axe came down hard, dealing 396 damage per hit. Meanwhile, minus 1,410, minus 1,410, minus 107, minus 1,410. For every 1 hit it landed, Lin Yi struck back with 2 or 3. It was an absolute win, while Lin Yi's health steadily trickled downward. The Troll King's health was visibly plummeting, dropping further and further with each passing second. Moments later, Troll Heavy Cleave. Its skill came off cooldown, and the massive axe slammed down heavily. But with his high agility, Lin Yi dodged to the side, circling behind it. He glanced up at the towering beast, a sly grin spreading across his face. That height of yours, that's on you. With a flick of his silver spear, he thrust forward hard. Shoo! A direct stab from behind. Pulling out, then repeating. Minus 1,410. Minus 1,410. The damage wasn't over the top, but the humiliation was immeasurable. Roar! The Troll King's eyes burned crimson, entirely consumed by rage. You despicable human. Perish! It activated its ultimate. War Stomp. Its massive foot slammed into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, shockwaves radiating out from its center in all directions. The area of effect was massive, impossible to avoid. Minus 888. Lin Yi was knocked backward, blasted through the air. A few dozen skeletal warriors in the distance were hit by the shockwave too, instantly shattered. Lin Yi hit the ground, his expression calm. His HP was still at half. And as for the Troll King, It only had 20% health left. He raised his spear again, charging forward, giving it no chance to regenerate. Tanking the incoming damage, his spear continued to pierce relentlessly. 15%, 10%, 5%. Each strike took another chunk of its health. After 3 more hits, its HP reached rock bottom. For the final blow, the tip of Lin Ye's spear gleamed with a cold light. Minus 1,410. The health bar emptied out. The troll, the demon king, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending tremors across the earth. Ding! You have killed the forest troll king, bronze boss, gaining 10,000 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up to level 10. All attributes plus 10, and you've gained 30 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the skill, Death Strike. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've acquired the skill, Gate of the Undead. Congratulations, player, you've acquired the skill, Netherrend. Notifications flooded the screen, filling his entire field of vision. A beam of white light descended from the heavens. Fresh from the level up, Lin Ye's level soared yet again. With the upgrades, he unlocked skills exclusive to the Lord of the Undead class. And not just 1, 3 at once. At the same time, server announcement, player, Death, has slain the bronze boss, Forest Troll King, earning the first kill. Rewards, silver accessory X1, gold coins X1, 000, prestige X5, 000. The announcement echoed 3 times across the entire server. At this moment, most players were still outside town clumsily hunting wild chickens. Even elite squads were barely venturing into the gloomy forest, cautiously pulling low-level goblins for EXP. And yet, Death had already secured the first boss kill of this scale. The news landed like a bombshell. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ye's IGN, Death, spread across the server once more, ensuring his name was on everyone's lips. Little did anyone know that surrounding him still were thousands of forest trolls. Starshine Town, Wilderness. Purify all evil. A young girl wielding a golden holy sword stood surrounded by radiant light, like an angel descended from the heavens. Her blade fell, and with a flash of brilliance, the goblin warrior disintegrated into ash. Upon hearing the earlier announcement, her brows furrowed slightly. Again? Him? Death? How irritating. Sunset Town, Wilderness. A shadow darted effortlessly through a crowd of monsters. Goblin warriors and spearmen couldn't even graze her clothes. She moved like a phantom, her silver dagger slashing across throats with deadly precision. Every strike was a kill. In moments, the entire area was littered with corpses. When the announcement rang out, her body suddenly froze. Not from fear, but excitement. A hidden class, a boss first kill. Death, you're the perfect prey. I can't wait to slowly break you down. It'll be so much fun. She licked her lips, her smile wild and unhinged. Blackwind Town, Greenshade Town. Yet again, the IGN Death blared across the server-wide announcements. The first time could have been beginner's luck. But now, with another boss kill, Forest Troll King, bronze level 893, it was irrefutable proof of his skill. Major guilds and top-tier players alike all zeroed in on him as their new target. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was oblivious. At the moment, he was too busy gleefully checking out his upgraded skill set and triumphant rewards. Gate of the Undead opens a teleportation portal between the player and controlled undead units. Perfect for quick assembly or retreat. Cost, 1000 MP per use. Death Strike inflicts 1000% damage and absorbs an equivalent amount of HP. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Netherrend, a devastating AoE strike that leaves behind burning magma for continuous damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The skills were overpowered to say the least. With Gate of the Undead, mobility was no longer a concern. He could come and go as he pleased. Death Strike had insane burst potential. Even with just 1 HP remaining, it could fully heal him with one precise hit. Netherrend covered his AoE attack gap, making mob handling a breeze. And the most vital aspect? These were all Necromancer class abilities. Thanks to his 80% cooldown reduction, Death Strike's real cooldown was just 4 seconds. Netherrend was down to 5 seconds. It essentially meant near constant bombardment. Meanwhile, the system rewards arrived. Phantom's Ring, a level 10 silver grade accessory. Boosts attack and agility, enhancing overall damage output. Comes with the skill Phantom Dash, granting temporary collision immunity and a speed boost, perfect for agile movement. Lin Yi grinned. Now, all that was left in the accessories department was a necklace. He equipped the ring immediately. On the battlefield, notices continued flooding in. The skeletal giants of his undead army swept through the enemy ranks like a storm. In mere 2 minutes, the combat zone was cleared out. The skeletal troops began mopping up the remains. Lin Yi strode towards the fallen bodies of the 5 troll elites and the Troll King. The true loot awaited. Ding. Acquired gold coins X567. Ding. Acquired Troll King's Heart X1. Ding. Acquired Sorcerer's Staff X1. Ding. Acquired Tyrant's Chest Piece X1. Between the elites and the boss, he came away with 4 rare materials, over a dozen bronze items, and 2 silver tier treasures. Not to mention a dungeon map and entry token. It was a jackpot haul. Troll King's Heart, a unique item. Special drop from the first kill, likely required for a hidden quest. For now, he had no idea whom or where to deliver it to, so it went into the inventory for safekeeping. Silver gear in hand. Forest Wanderer Boots. Boosts HP, agility, and movement speed. Tyrant's Chest Piece, ***, increases HP, attack, and constitution. Lin Yi's grin widened as he examined his newfound treasures. Exploded with notifications of people coordinating raids and trading as Lin Yi approached. The plain outside Silvermoon Town was bustling, though not nearly as chaotic as the starting zones he'd passed earlier. Attributes overload, Lin Yi muttered with a grin, already feeling the surge in his stats after equipping his newly earned gear. His combat power had just leaped to another level. Shifting his gaze to the map, he soon locked onto a heavily detailed area of interest. ***, Venomous Swamp Secret Realm, ***, recommended for levels 15 to 25 and designed for 30-player teams. Monsters galore, abundant resources, and exceptional drop rates for both loot and EXP. Best of all, clearing it with an SSS rank for the first time meant becoming the realm's overlord. Anyone else farming resources in the swamp afterward? They'd owe him a cut. This realm is mine. Lin Yi's confident smirk spread across his face. The idea of farming above his level threshold only made the prospect sweeter. After securing and organizing the spoils of his recent battle, Lin Yi gathered all the troll corpses into one massive pile. "Rise," he commanded. With a flash of green radiance bursting from his palm, necromancy activated. Streams of energy surged into the lifeless bodies, and soon the system prompts started to flood his screen. Forest Troll Warrior, successfully converted. Forest Troll King, successfully converted. Troll Shaman, Berserker, successfully converted. The undead army had grown stronger once again. The sight before him was one to send chills down anyone's spine. The troll corpses decomposed rapidly, flesh rotting away to reveal stark white bones. And then, as if synchronized by some invisible force, ghostly blue flames ignited in their eye sockets as each skeleton lumbered to its feet, grasping bone weapons in their enormous hands. Resurrected. Boom. A thunderous crash rang out as thousands of skeletal trolls simultaneously dropped to one knee before Lin Yi. Their synchronized movements exuded absolute loyalty, echoing through the forest with a deafening roar. "Master," they growled, their collective voices reverberating like thunder. The sheer, terrifying presence of the undead horde sent birds and beasts fleeing in every direction. "Now this is what I'm talking about," Lin Yi exclaimed, letting out an audible chuckle of satisfaction as he surveyed his handiwork. Calling a few particularly valuable undead forward, he realized something unusual. The troll shaman, now transformed, still bore remnants of flesh, an anomaly among its skeletal peers. Swathed not in bone armor but a pitch-black robe, it stood out starkly from the rest. Not your average skeleton. ***, Skeletal Troll Champion ***, Elite. Level ***, October 25th. Health * 12,500. Attack * 488. Defense * 248. Skills * Frenzy, Troll Regeneration, Bone Cleave, Berserker's Wrath, Whirlwind Slash. Undead Troll Necromancer Bronze level boss. Level 10/40. Health 35,000. Attack 575. Defense 188. Skills Troll Regeneration, Bone Fortification, Malevolent Frenzy, Death Decay, Cripple. Skeletal Troll Warlord Bronze level boss. Level 10/40. Health 50,000. Attack 798. Defense 732. Skills Frenzy, Troll Regeneration, Bone Stomp, Whirlwind Slash, Frenzied Multi-Slash, Bone Cleave. Lin Ye's eyes lit up in realization. The troll shaman hadn't just been reborn as a regular boss, but had ascended into a necromancer boss, a win far greater than he'd originally anticipated. While it no longer had access to its former healing spells, its new skills turned it into the perfect battlefield commander. The ability Bone Fortification boosted attack and defense within range, while Malevolent Frenzy massively increased attack speed, both applying buffs to the entire army, including other bosses. And Cripple, a perfect debuff to cripple key enemies. This was a game changer. It's not just a boss, it's a clutch support unit for war. Lin Yi muttered, excitement practically bubbling over. Of course, there was a trade-off. The buffs only lasted 60 seconds, with constant blood decay throughout. Speed would be key. Taking a deep breath to suppress his enthusiasm, Lin Yi began to assess his undead army's losses. Battle Report 188 skeleton warriors lost. 120 ghouls lost. 18 skeletal troll champions lost. However, in exchange, he gained 1,488 newly converted skeleton troll warriors and hunters, acquired 4 elite skeletal troll champions, secured 2 bronze-level undead troll bosses. Such is the power of the undead sovereign asterisk. The more you fought, the stronger you became. Quickly reorganizing his forces, Lin Yi divided his minions into squads. 1 of skeleton warriors, 1 of ghouls, and 5 squads of skeletal trolls. He left the weaker units behind in the dense forest to continue farming low-level mobs, while sending the troll squads to more advanced grind spots. Assignments complete, Lin Yi set out on his own path, back towards Silver Moon Town. In the background, elites from major guilds were now advancing into the darker stretches of the forest, though Lin Yi paid them little mind. His undead forces were too deep into the forest for them to encounter any real resistance for now. 15 minutes passed as Lin Yi approached the open plains outside the town. The place was still lively, though far less congested compared to earlier areas. Still, the area was still filled with boisterous chatter as players formed teams. Experienced goblin grinding team, pros only. 1K ahead for 30 minutes. Looking for a 36D healer, females preferred, no dudes. 2 B-tier talents forming a party. Need an assassin who can solo pull goblins. Full DPS warrior here, C-tier talent with stable damage. Looking for a team. Thinking back to how he could solo as a level 1 and one-shot at level 2, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This kind of absurd cheat-tier experience? It seemed he'd be the only one enjoying it. And so he kept moving toward the small town. As he reached the entrance, however, a group of around a dozen people suddenly blocked his path, effectively stopping him. The man at the front stared greedily at the 2 rings on Lin Yi's fingers, his expression full of avarice. "Kid, 2 rings, huh? Not bad," he said smugly. "Take him off, and I'll be generous. $500 for both." There was no sense of negotiation in his tone, only outright command. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Was this the holdup? Yep, definitely a holdup. Rare accessories always carried immense value. Low drop rates, attached with unique skills. Even the most basic ones could fetch thousands of dollars. And as for the time rewind and phantom ring he currently wore, they were worth far more than scraps like $500. Basically daylight robbery. Lin Yi glanced at their IDs and pieced it together instantly. Thug Zhang San, Thug Li Si, Thug Wang Wu. A lineup full of members from the notorious Thug Guild. This guild had an infamous reputation across China. It was mostly made up of spoiled rich kids and their lackeys. The guild leader, some rich dude Luo, was rumored to be the heir of a major financial conglomerate. Though they clearly didn't lack cash, They were infamous for bullying others in-game, throwing their weight around like tyrants, strong-arming people into unfair trades, stealing gear, monopolizing grind spots. Regular players couldn't do much besides fume in silence. But now, most people would probably swallow their pride and back down in the face of a powerful guild like that. However, Lin Yi wasn't most people. And what if I don't? Lin Yi asked with a cold sneer. Don't. Zhang San replied with a mocking laugh. Then we'll kill you till we wipe your gear dry. We'll spawn camp you until you quit the game. At Zhang San's wave, dozens of players with red name statuses closed in, encircling Lin Yi completely. This wasn't the first time they'd done something like this, clearly. Trying to gang up on me. Lin Yi glanced over the crowd. Sure, call for backup if you've got anyone. Zhang San taunted, his arrogance reaching new heights. I'd like to see who's dumb enough to stick their neck out for you. Unless you think you can hide in the safe zone your entire life, we'll hunt you down whenever you're out. The spectators nearby could only watch silently, staying out of it. No one wanted to make enemies of the Thug Guild. Zhang San, meanwhile, was reveling in the moment. He loved the rush of crushing others. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. They wanted to use numbers to overwhelm him? Against the master of the undead? Snap! Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Out of nowhere, a pitch-black portal materialized behind him, emitting an eerie chill. Clack, clack. Distinct sounds of bone grinding against bone echoed ominously from within. Suddenly, a skeletal figure stepped out, gripping a bone sword, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with a pale white soul flame. Before anyone could process what they were seeing, a second skeleton followed. Then a fourth, an eighth. Wave after wave of skeletons poured out from the portal, a seemingly endless tide. In the blink of an eye, 300 skeletal warriors and archers stood assembled in formation. Finally, the last to emerge was a skeleton centurion, clad in bone armor, carrying an oversized blade. The air went completely still. It was so silent, you could hear people breathing. Holy crap, is that a hidden class necromancer? Someone gulped, barely finding their voice. That single statement instantly blew up the crowd. This status is insane. Each of those skeletons could annihilate any of our parties solo, even an elite unit. What kind of monstrous player is this? The Thug Guild just bit off way more than they can chew. The murmurs grew more frantic. As for the Thug Guild, their members were utterly frozen, faces drained of blood. Zhang Sen involuntarily swallowed and took a step back. Still smiling faintly, Lin Yi spoke up. Didn't you say you were going to camp kill me until I couldn't leave the beginner town anymore? Zhang San tried to act tough despite his trembling voice, now vaguely threatening Lin Yi about fighting against a guild as a solo player. But Lin Yi had lost interest in their excuses. Just kill them all, he ordered calmly. The thugs' expressions shifted dramatically in panic as they started fleeing immediately. They knew they had no chance. There was no way to counter skeletons of this caliber, especially when both numbers and stats were against them. The skeleton warriors lunged forward, moving so quickly the players barely had any time to react. Blades cut through the air, followed by screams. Dozens of them were reduced to beams of white light on the spot. Zhang San failed to escape as well. Even those who almost reached the safety zone were skewered by bone arrows, collapsing only steps away from salvation. The system message spammed nonstop. The entire Thug Guild party wiped out in mere moments. The surrounding players were dumbfounded by the display of overwhelming power. With his skeleton army lined up ominously behind him, Lin Yi finally asked, flashing a calm grin. Does anyone else here feel like trying their luck at robbing me? The onlookers, chilled to their bones, instinctively took a step back. The big shots have all gone to the dark forest. Only then does the rogue guild dare to run rampant. But before this skeleton legion, even thousands of players can't break through their defense. Even if top-tier players joined the fight, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. Who would dare to make a move now? Lin Yi sighed and picked up all the dropped gear on the ground. Every player who had fallen had dropped at least one piece of equipment. Zhang Sen even lost his one and only black iron gear. If this kept happening a few more times, he could easily amass a fortune just from plundering. Might even be able to splurge on a few more premium loot boxes. Shaking the thought aside, Lin Yi commanded the Skeleton Legion to head back to the Dark Forest, while he made his way to Silver Moon Town. The entrance to the town was bustling with players running street stalls, the sound of hawking echoing loudly. Selling materials, selling playing gear, and all quoting sky-high prices. The moment Lin Yi showed up, the crowd immediately made way, leaving a large space around him. Everyone had seen what just went down. Not a single soul dared to cross him. With his backpack completely full, Lin Yi decided to set up a stall right then and there, laying out all the surplus gear. As soon as the massive stall popped up, players hesitantly gathered closer. The sign overhead read, "Huge stock of black iron gear, some bronze available, highest bidder wins." The crowd instantly erupted in uproar. This much gear? There's even bronze stuff? Some shamelessly began pleading for free handouts. The crowd grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, someone managed to catch a glimpse of his ID, and their face fell dramatically. "It's Death Boss." The scene exploded into chaos. There were screams, confessions, and desperate players begging to be carried, all surging forward towards the stall. The plain whiteboard gear sold out in no time, going for 200 R a piece, while weapons went for 500 R per item. The black iron and bronze gear fetched even higher prices, ones regular players couldn't dream of affording. Lin Yi, however, wasn't in a rush. News had already spread. With such an extraordinary gear haul, there was no way the major guilds could sit idly by. Sure enough, the factions of Hichu Guild, Star Guild, Sun Moon Guild all began to pour in. Even the Rogue Guild caught wind of the situation. Their guild leader issued an immediate order: secure the entire lot of equipment at all costs. Zhang San from the Rogue Guild led his crew straight to the stall. They had only just respawned back in town. Being so close to the town's entrance, they arrived in no time, becoming the first guild to reach the scene. When Zhang San arrived, the first thing he saw was the all-too-familiar black iron greatsword sitting atop the stall. He froze. Then his eyes flicked toward Lin Yi, and his face turned instantly dark. He didn't need to think twice to know. The sword was the one he'd dropped. He gave a cold snort, pushing through the crowd to approach the stall. With such a treasure trove of gear that even contained bronze equipment, he had no choice but to claim it. The town was a safe zone. After all, Lin Yi couldn't make a move on him here. Zhang San swept his hand grandly over the stall. "All of this equipment, we Rogue Guild will take it. We'll pay 20% above market price." "The Rogue Guild wants to buy?" Lin Yi looked up with a smirk. A sinking feeling hit Zhang San's chest. As expected, in the very next instant, Lin Yi added a line to his stall's title: "Rogue Guild and dogs are barred from purchasing." The air grew still in an instant. Zhang San's face turned beet red as rage overtook him, trembling with fury. "Fine, fine. Death, I'll remember this." He stormed off in a fit, leaving the equipment behind. Not long after Zhang San left, Star Guild's leader, Dawn, showed up. She exuded a sharp, commanding presence, striding through the crowd with her guild members. Seeing the sheer magnitude of the equipment on display left everyone momentarily stunned. Dawn had heard the rumors, but seeing it was another story. There was this much gear? She herself only had 4 pieces of black iron equipment. But Lin Yi's stall housed hundreds of black iron items and even 7 bronze tier pieces, and most were premium quality. She was utterly floored. Lin Yi alone had amassed more equipment than the entire Star Guild could claim. They had to secure this haul. If they could acquire it, the guild's strength would immediately skyrocket. "All of this, I'll take it. 20% over market price." Dawn's voice carried a rare urgency. Lin Yi glanced at her. She was stunning, but he quickly averted his eyes. Beautiful women? What of it? Money mattered way more. "Don't rush. Highest bidder takes all. 10 minutes. Whoever offers the most gets it." Dawn was just about to counter when another voice chimed in. "Sun Moon Guild bids 25% above market price." Sun Moon's vice leader, Dragonfly, smiled slyly at her. "Apologies. We have every intention of claiming this batch of equipment." "Who doesn't?" A sneering voice. "Hichu Guild bids 30%. Tension instantly erupted. Lin Yi's lips curved slightly into a smile. Now this was getting interesting. Silver Moon Town's 3 major guilds had gathered, and the auction officially began. Star Guild bids 40%. Dawn declared, her gaze fixed on the premium gear. She raised the stakes without hesitation. This equipment batch was transitional. Soon it'd be outclassed. But in these critical first 2 days of the newbie phase, everything could be decided. Upgrade, dungeon raids, first kills, all fueled by superior gear. Sun and Moon Guild, 50%, 55%, 60%, 70%. The price skyrocketed while onlookers stood dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled the market value. I'll raise it to 200%, triple the price. Dawn gritted her teeth and made the call. She was determined. Sun and Moon and River Map fell into silence. At that price, they'd hit their limit. To push further would mean being taken for fools. Standing behind the stall, Lin Yi couldn't help but grin broadly. Dawn, who had initially thought she could purchase it outright, gave him an unwilling glance but didn't say more. She understood business. A deal was a deal. The transaction began. Black iron armor, 6,000. Black iron weapons, 15,000. Bronze armor, 80,000. Bronze weapons, 200,000. Though bronze items were rare, there were only 7 pieces available. Ironically, the real profit came from the sheer number of black iron items. Total price, 2.878 million. Make it an even 3 million, Dawn said flatly. Lin Yi kept his composure, but inside, he was momentarily stunned. He thought she'd just round up by a little. But to his surprise, she added an extra 122,000 directly. Such a generous gesture was clearly a show of goodwill. But I have one condition, she continued. Add me as a friend, and prioritize selling gear to Starry Guild in the future. I'll make sure the price satisfies you. Lin Yi thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Sure, no problem. After all, it didn't matter to him who the buyer was. As long as the money was good. The other advantage? A regular buyer willing to pay extra meant less hassle manning a stall. Why not? Besides, he had only agreed to consider their guild first. No binding contract, no commitments. Ultimately, who he sold to would be up to his mood. He added her friend request, completing the transaction. Your account ending in 2672 received a deposit of 3 million.00 on March 1st at 1308. Current balance, 3,080,250.41. Origin World Virtual Account, ***. The notification popped up, including earlier earnings from selling common gear. Lin Yi's balance skyrocketed from a measly 250.41 yuan to an impressive 3.08 million. Overnight wealth. By the way, how'd you even get all this gear? Dawn couldn't help but ask after the deal. She'd done her research. First killed a boss, unlocked a hidden necromancer class. Even with hundreds of skeletons helping farm mobs quickly, the drop rate was still the drop rate. A solo player outpacing an entire guild? It was absurd. No choice, really. I'm just too handsome, lucky, and blessed by RNG. Lin Yi responded offhandedly, in a great mood after pocketing the cash. With that, he packed up and walked off. Beauty? Worth far less than hard cash. Dawn watched as he strolled away coolly, her cheek twitching slightly. If he didn't want to answer, fine. But that excuse was way too lame. She didn't buy it. Still, chasing after him would only make her seem pushy. She glanced at the name now sitting in her friend list. Death. Just as she was about to close the interface. The next second, she froze. Her entire body stiffened. The information in the friend list was clear as day. Name, Death. Level, 10. She was barely halfway through level 3. What the hell? Level 10. Dawn stood motionless, her face full of shock. Elsewhere, for some much-needed peace, Lin Yi had rented a room in Silver Moon Town for 100 gold coins. Once settled, he opened the Supreme VIP recharge system. The virtual interface appeared. He considered it for a moment, left 80,000 as an emergency fund, and dumped the rest into the system. Confirm. His balance instantly dropped to 0. Ding. Successfully recharged 3 million gold coins. Ding. Host has successfully recharged 3 million yuan. Ding. Cumulative recharge hits 1 million. Upgraded to VIP 2. Rewards and perks unlocked. Ding. Cumulative recharge hits 10 million. Upgraded to VIP 3. Additional rewards and perks unlocked. System notifications flooded the screen. The VIP 2 and VIP 3 perks and rewards were all delivered. VIP 2 perks, 10x experience, all attributes doubled, charisma plus 99.99. VIP 2 reward, a mysterious treasure map. VIP 3 perks, 10x experience, 10x attack speed, daily login rewards. VIP 3 reward, exclusive title, big spender. Lin Yi had seen 10x experience and attribute doubling before, but the charisma plus 9,999 left him stunned. Charisma, like luck, was a hidden stat, invisible on the character sheet. According to official guidelines, the stat cap was 100. The higher the charisma, the more favor you got from NPCs. You'd trigger hidden quests and special plot lines more easily. There's even the chance to recruit NPC help for tasks. But his current charisma score was completely maxed out. 99 points. This isn't just amazing, it's downright insane. Other than increasing goodwill, could there be any other purpose? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out, nor did he care to dwell on it too much. He glanced at the VIP 3 benefits. Another 10x experience boost? Stacked together, he now had 30x experience, 3x attributes, plus a 10x attack speed buff. Lin Yi gave it a quick test. The Storm Gunstab's 5-hit combo executed almost instantly. So fast, it left nothing but a blur in its wake. A rather inappropriate thought suddenly crossed his mind. If this 10x attack speed were applied elsewhere? Ahem. He cut himself off quickly and refocused his gaze on the daily rewards. Daily login rewards. Claim 5 resurrection coins daily. Resurrection coin fully restores health and mana, revives you at the exact spot of death, and resets cooldowns on all skills, except forbidden skills. Lin Yi couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell?" This was beyond overpowered. Fully restored health and mana, plus a full skill reset. Even if you bulldoze through recklessly, you could wear a boss down to death just by sheer attrition. And you get 5 of these every day? He was practically floating on air. Then he examined the 2 bundles. Mystery Treasure Map. Monster level, level 50. The treasure vault is overflowing with wealth and gear, but it's incredibly dangerous. A level 50 dungeon. Attempting it now would be suicidal. Lavish millionaire title. Plus 20% to all attributes, and a 10% discount in the exclusive shop. It stacks with other titles. Essentially, it's a permanent attributes boost of 20%. But what really got Lin Yi's heart racing was the 10% discount. The items in the exclusive shop were so pricey, they were downright scary. A 10% discount? That could save a fortune. This move? Absolutely worth it. Millions, tens of millions, even billions were casually thrown around. Even the cheapest item in the exclusive shop cost a few $100,000. The money saved with this title was astronomical. Once he equipped it, a gleaming 24K gold title hovered above Lin Yi's head, shining so brightly that it blinded anyone who dared to look. The top-up process was complete. Next came the spending spree. Lin Yi turned his attention toward the bundles the system displayed. Bundles were definitely better value than buying items individually. Weekly limited bundle. Price, 300,000. Limited to 3 purchases per week. Includes 100 free attribute points, 5 random potions, and 1 random equipment box. Monthly limited bundle. Price, 900,000. Limited to 3 purchases per month. Includes 10 enhancement scrolls, 5 random gems, and 3 random equipment boxes. Level 10 fashion bundle. Price, 990,000. Limited time, 23 hours. Exclusive level 10 reward. Includes a full set of beginner necromancer overlord attire. After reviewing everything, Lin Yi suddenly realized that his initial 3 million no longer felt like much. And these are just the cheapest bundles. Oh well, not buying would be a waste. Buy it is, then. System notifications rang out in rapid succession. 3 weekly bundles, 1 monthly bundle, and 1 fashion bundle, all bought. His 3 million dropped to a mere 210,000 in the blink of an eye. One by one, he opened everything. 300 free attribute points, 5 potions, a pile of equipment, 10 enhancement scrolls, several gems, and even a dark gold weapon dropped. The costume bundle was delivered as well. His inventory was instantly filled to the brim. Without hesitation, Lin Yi poured all 300 points into strength. His attack power skyrocketed. Then, he began sorting his loot. Bloodthirst potion. Sacrifices 50% of your health. In return, it increases damage dealt by 50%, movement speed by 50%, and grants 10% lifesteal for 3 minutes. An absolute god-tier potion. Given Lin Yi's damage output, as long as he wasn't one-shot, He could quickly heal back to full health with every attack. Perfect for going head-to-head with bosses. He got 5 of these potions. Next, he checked the equipment. 6 random items. 1 dark gold, 2 gold, and 3 silver. 2 were usable. Shadowfang Rifle, dark gold. Level, 10. Attack power, 688. Strength plus 98. Damage increase, plus 20%. Skill, Shadowfang. Kills a target to absorb its shadow. At 5 shadows, unleash a shadow crash for 100% damage from each shadow. Max 10 shadows. 60-second cooldown. Absolute burst damage. The second item, Shadow Guard Pauldrons, gold. Level, 10. Plus 1000 health. Massively increased survivability. As Lin Yi reviewed the gear, his lips gradually curved into a grin. This haul just took his combat power to the next level. Defense, 63. Constitution, 31. The gold-tier Shadow Guard Pauldrons offered top-tier stats. And the dark gold Shadowfang Rifle? Even crazier. With its unique passive, he could summon up to 10 shadows, delivering a devastating 1000% burst damage attack. The damage was absolutely jaw-dropping, connecting the setup fully unlocked. But with conditions. You must kill monsters in advance to store shadows. It's a bit troublesome to use. Next up are 5 gems. Gems are divided into 2 types, decorative gems and attribute gems. The ones from the monthly limited purchase packs are attribute gems. Attribute gems can be embedded into equipment for direct stat boosts. Strength gem, tier 5. Embed to increase strength by 20%. Time gem, tier 6. Embed to reduce skill cooldown by 10%. Special gems of the same type only take effect once. A grin spread across Lin Ye's face. Gems range from tier 1 to 10, with mythical grade at the top. This time, he got 2 tier 5 strength gems, 1 tier 4 spirit gem, and 1 tier 6 time gem. The time gem is the rarest among attribute gems. Its drop rate is ridiculously low, though it only takes effect once, paired with the necromancy ability's default 80% cooldown reduction from his sovereign power. Cooldown reduction now hits 90%. Almost no cooldown left. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel his excitement build. If tier 6 reduces cooldown by 10%, what about tier 10? Or mythical grade? If the cooldown reduction stacks even higher, would necromancy skills reach true no CD, no cooldown mode? He started dreaming about the day he draws a tier 10 or even a mythical grade time gem. Finally, there's the outfit. A full set of black battle armor. Sharp, imposing contours. A flowing sheen of black and gold. All 6 pieces complete. Covers everything except weapons and accessories. Sovereign chest plate. All attributes plus 20%. Sovereign leg plates. All attributes plus 20%. The helmet, shoulder guards, gauntlets, and boots. Same effect. 6 pieces total equals 120%. Plus the set bonus equals 30%. Altogether, 150% increase to all attributes. What's more, it's a costume. It doesn't replace your primary equipment. Equipping the full set skyrockets your stats. Draped in the black gold battle armor, gripping the Shadow Devourer's spear. He resembled a death knight walking out of the abyss. Absolutely overwhelming presence. Leaving Silvermoon Town behind, Lin Yi followed the coordinates to the Toxic Swamp secret dungeon. The journey was long. Even with his absurd speed, it still took him a half hour of full-on sprinting. Current location, Origin Continent, Empire of Solar Flame, Desolate Mountain Range. Finally, he passed through the lifeless, barren mountain range. Following the coordinates, Lin Yi stopped in front of a cave. At the entrance hung a swirling black vortex of a portal, spinning endlessly as though ready to devour anyone who approached. Ding! Hidden dungeon discovered. Toxic Swamp. Reward: 150,000 EXP, 1,000 reputation. Ding! Level up to level 13. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. A flash of white light descended. His undead minions farming on the way had pushed him up to level 12. By the time he reached the dungeon entrance, his EXP bar was already over halfway full. With the 30x EXP boost in effect, the original 5,000 EXP reward ballooned to 150,000. So he leveled up again. All attribute points went into strength. Death. Level 13. Class: Apprentice, Undead Sovereign. Attack, 21,319. Defense, 1,632. HP, 22,280. MP, 8,030. Strength, 4,150. Thanks to stacking bonuses after upgrading to VIP 3, his attack stats now looked laughably insane. Any regular player catching a glimpse would feel despair. Closing his stats panel, Lin Yi stepped confidently into the portal. Ding! Would you like to consume a dungeon entrance ticket? He selected yes, and disappeared into the swirling vortex. Current location, Toxic Swamp, Land of Decay. Lin Yi found himself standing on cracked, parched ground, facing a sprawling, murky black swamp. Towering blackened trees loomed overhead, and the air was thick with moisture, weighing heavily on his chest. Decaying plant matter floated atop the water's surface, emitting a putrid stench. Without a single ray of sunlight, the atmosphere was bleak and oppressive. Blub! The swamp began to churn. In the next second, boom! The sludge exploded skyward, and more than 30 green monsters burst out of the water. Hunched over, covered in moss and algae, their cold, hateful gazes locked onto Lin Yi. The battle was about to begin. The creatures ahead crouched low to prowl on all fours, while others half stood in a feral charge. They resembled a pack of swamp-drenched ghouls, coated in dark green and vivid emerald fur. Swamp Stalkers, level 15. High health and damage, adept at stealth ambushes. Swamp Devourers, level 15. Focus on defense and crowd control, specializing in suppression tactics. One group controls, the other deals damage, a ferocious combo. Despite being level 15, their stats were comparable to level 20. As expected of dungeon monsters, far from ordinary. But to Lin Yi, they were nothing but. Sure, here's an English adaptation of the content. With a swift motion, the battle had begun. In the next second, a cacophony of eerie screeches erupted from the monsters. The lurkers transformed into liquid sludge, slithering rapidly along the ground. The devourers flung torrents of toxic mud into the air, charging forward right behind. The sticky muck splattered against Lin Yi. -0, -0, -0. Not even force damage could break through. His Dominator skin made him completely immune. However, the ground beneath his feet quickly transformed into a shifting quagmire that trapped his legs firmly in place. Lin Yi tested his footing, realizing he couldn't move. His expression remained calm as ever. The 2-meter-long Shadow Devourer lance in his hands started to surge with black energy. Using a skill, *** Underworld Rift /*, the lance crashed down heavily. A thunderous boom resounded. The swamp exploded as black shockwaves rippled in all directions. -76,748. -76,748. -76,748. The damage numbers flooded the screen. Everything in the path of the shockwave was annihilated in an instant. Ding! You've defeated Swamp Lurker, advanced kill, and gained 6,000 EXP. Ding! You've defeated Swamp Devourer and gained additional EXP, ***. The EXP notifications spammed into his view in rapid succession, signaling the end of battle. But then, boom, boom, boom. The surrounding marshes erupted violently as molten lava gushed from the cracks, flooding a range of 100 yards in mere moments. Monsters surging from the swamp had no time to retreat, instantly consumed by scalding heat, their flesh charred black. -25,583. -25,583. -25,583. Screams of anguish pierced the air, so sharp they clawed at one's skull. Before Lin Yi, a sea of corpses spread out, blackened and still as if forged in fire. A scene straight out of hell itself. 3 seconds later, the swampy terrain, transformed by the devourers, reverted to normal. The quagmire faded, leaving only lava-scarred earth in its wake. After 5 seconds, the ground stabilized. The lava stopped, and the cracks closed. Silence descended upon the area, as though nothing had happened. Only the smoldering, scorched remains served as a reminder of the carnage. Ding! You've obtained gold coins times 25. Ding! You've obtained gold coins times 24. Ding! You've obtained equipment. Decayer's heavy armor. X1. Ding. You've obtained equipment. Decayer's leg guards. X1. Ding. You've obtained equipment. Decayer's boots. X1. Linya's hand froze for a moment. Decayer. He immediately opened his inventory. Decayer's heavy armor. Bronze. Level 15. HP plus 300. Defense plus 22. Constitution plus 10. Set bonus. Swamp's Decayer 1 out of 6. It was indeed a set. A 6-piece set at that. Swamp's Decayer asterisk. 2/6 plus 5% defense. 4/6 plus 12% defense. 6/6 plus 20% defense. A full set meant a 20% boost to defense. For tank builds, this was top-tier gear. At this stage in the game, a complete bronze set could easily sell for at least 100,000 gold. Lin Yi, satisfied, stowed away the equipment. He raised his hand. Soul summon. The charred corpses began to twist and reassemble. Ding. Player death has successfully converted Swamp Lurker into Ghoul. All the Lurkers and Devourers had been transformed. Due to their high starting level, these ghouls even gained an additional skill. Rendwound, asterisk. Targets hit will suffer continuous bleeding damage. Healing effectiveness is halved for 3 seconds. A perfect counter to regenerating enemies. With an army of ghouls in tow, Lin Yi marched forward. Whenever he encountered enemies on the path, a single underworld rift slash would wipe them out. If any monsters escaped his attack, the ghouls would immediately pounce, ferociously tearing into them like ravenous beasts. The battlefield would be cleared in an instant. Even better, the ghouls looted for him, saving Lin Yi precious time from scavenging through the aftermath. After slaying hundreds of swamp monsters, his inventory now held a whopping 40 complete Decayer sets. Just as Lin Yi was about to press onward, a sudden, deafening roar erupted. Roar! From deep within the swamp, a massive sludge-covered boulder covered in moss and weeds began to shift. Features slowly emerged. A pair of eyes, a menacing mouth. The boulder rose up to reveal the hulking frame of a titanic mudstone giant. Putrid sludge dripped incessantly from its body, filling the air with a noxious stench. Pathetic human, you dare disturb my slumber. The creature bellowed furiously, yanking a towering black tree from the ground to use as a weapon. With thunderous steps. Thud, 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 asterisk asterisk. Mud and sludge splattered violently as it charged at Lin Yi and his ghouls. Mudstone Titan, Bronze Boss. Level 15. HP 50,000. Attack 588. Defense 428. Skills: Taunt, Throw, Earthquake, Sludge Smash, Mudstone Shield. Description: a titan slumbering in the toxic swamp. Those who disturb its rest shall perish. Lin Yi smirked coldly. Without hesitation, he dashed forward head-on. A skill was unleashed. Asterisk asterisk Tempest Lance Strike. Asterisk asterisk. As he closed the distance. Slash. 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 Asterisk asterisk. 5 rapid strikes pierced through the air. Speed beyond limits. Tenfold attack speed burst, leaving only a blur in the air. It looked like only a single shot was fired. Almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The Swampstone Giant didn't even have time to react. Minus 30,699. Minus 30,699. In less than a breath's time. The 50,000 HP Bronze Boss was instantly killed. Ding. You have slain the Swampstone Giant, Bronze Boss, gaining 80,000 EXP. Ding. Level up to 15, all attributes plus 10, and gain 30 free attribute points. As the notification sounded, the giant's body shattered and collapsed into rubble. Lin Yi glanced at the stones scattered across the ground, unable to hold back a sigh. This is the power of pay to win. Just a short while ago, he had to rack his brain to fight the level 10 Forest Troll King. Now, against another bronze boss, it couldn't even endure a third shot. After picking up the loot, he attempted to use summoning. No response. The rocks had crumbled to dust, leaving no remains to summon. Moments later, Lin Yi arrived at a new map. The area was no longer just muddy ground. Swamps and land interwove, splitting the terrain evenly. Rows of tall, bramble-covered vines crawled everywhere. Blood-red rocks jutted abruptly from the ground. Current location, Origin Continent, toxic swamp, bramble maze. This was the second stage of the instance dungeon. Lin Ye's gaze turned sharp as he moved forward. That blood-red rock stood out completely, out of harmony with the surroundings. Lin Yi immediately cast a detection spell. Bloodstone. Description: a rock hardened through the blood of the boar demigod after its fall. Can be forged into blood gems. The blood of a demigod. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. It seems this is the core resource of the dungeon. He shifted his gaze slightly. Not far away, monsters were roaming. They had large builds resembling upright boars, bristling with thorn-like fur on their backs, tusks sharp as blades, their appearance fierce and feral. Thorn Boarfolk Elite. Level 20. HP 23,000. Attack 366. Defense 266. Skills: Taunt, Berserk Charge, Tusk Pierce, Thorn Iron Bristles. Description: descendants of the boar demigod Gamma. Their bloodline is dilute, yet their strength is innate. All elite monsters? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled. Looking ahead, dozens of level 20 elites clustered together. And this was just one section. In his eyes, these weren't monsters. They were bundles of experience and gear. Go, lure them over. Thorns sprawled everywhere, and the boar folk stood scattered. One wave of skills would wipe them out. Dozens of ghouls immediately scattered, rushing forward to provoke, and then fleeing, aggroing all the monsters in sight. The boar folk, with blood-red eyes, roared and chased after them. But as speed enhanced undead creatures, the ghouls were too fast for even elites to catch. Once the ghouls regrouped and pulled all the enemies into a tight cluster, Lin Yi raised his weapon. Nether Rift Slash. Leaping high into the air, he slammed his long spear into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered as black ripples surged outward. Minus 79,456. Minus 79,456. Minus 79,456. The health bars instantly emptied. Ding. You have exceeded the level cap and slain Thorn Boarfolk Elite, gaining 50,000 EXP. Notifications popped up in rapid succession. In just a second, dozens of elites were wiped out, not even managing a scream. Gold coins and equipment were strewn all over the ground. Lin Yi swiftly gathered his spoils, collecting piles of bronze and silver gear. Resurrection of the Dead. He cast the summoning spell on the corpses. A green glow shone from his palm, and the bodies of the boar folk began to swell and twist. Bones crackled as they reformed. Bit by bit, they stood once more, a grotesque amalgamation of boars, ogres, and minotaurs. The abomination was a hulking 4 to 5 meters tall, one hand dragging a chain hook, the other gripping a rusty, blood-stained cleaver. Its misshapen flesh was stitched together with thick black threads. Its belly was torn open, guts spilling out, leaking black blood and pus, reeking of decay. This was the embodiment of horror and abomination. Abomination Elite. Owner Death. Level 20/30ths. HP 47,000. Attack 738. Defense 532. Skills: Feast of Devouring, Cloud of Disease, Evil Armor, Plague Cleaver, Whirlwind Slash. Trait: Undead Physique. Utterly ghastly and outrageously powerful. It could regenerate, spread debuffs, tank damage, deal burst attacks, and hit multiple enemies at once. Coupled with its undead physique granting immunity to certain controls, it was a king among monsters. The second batch, the third batch, the fourth batch. Ding. You have exceeded the level cap and slain Thorn Boarfolk Elite, gaining 50,000 EXP. Endless notifications filled the screen. The ghouls continued pulling large groups of enemies. Lin Yi killed them all in one strike. Rinse and repeat. By now, he had amassed an army of 300 elite abominations under his command. Ding. Level up to 16, all attributes plus 10, and gain 30 free attribute points. Ding. Level up to 17, all attributes plus 10, and gain 30 free attribute points. Gained 30 free attribute points. Experience points surged crazily. Suddenly, a massive pigman totem pole appeared ahead, the core of the wild Boorman tribe. Around it, a dense cluster of 200 or 300 boarmen stood in a tight formation. Finally, the stage boss emerged. But Lin Yi quickly noticed something else. It wasn't just one boss. There were 5 in total, 5 heavily armored Borman chiefs. Well, isn't this my lucky day? He chuckled. All the minions were elites. And the bosses? 5 right off the bat. This dungeon was going to be insanely profitable. Wild Borman Warrior, Bronze Boss. Level, 20. HP, 150,000. Attack, 628. Defense, 520. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Thorny Iron Bristle, Quick Recovery, Hardened Hide. Bloodline of Agamagan, with strong defensive and regenerative abilities. Wild Borman Tyrant, Silver Boss. Level, 20. HP, 400,000. Attack, 888. Defense, 628. Skills, Ancestral Spirit, Crushing Blow, Earth Slam, Hardened Hide. The Tyrant of the tribe, capable of drawing power from the totem. Its presence alone was oppressive. For bronze-ranked bosses and one silver-ranked tyrant, their stats far surpassed bosses found elsewhere. Attack. Lin Ye's voice was calm as he raised his black spear and pointed forward. At his command, 300 elite abominations charged first. The ground trembled. Behind them, more ghouls followed. Like a massive flood breaching a dam, they surged madly towards the boarmen. Their approach was impossible to miss. The wild boars immediately noticed. Roar. Charge. Break these intruders. The wild boarman tyrant bellowed its command, leading its army into battle. Naturally combative, they showed no retreat. Frenzied Charge. The eyes of 4 bronze-grade wild boarman warriors turned blood red as they accelerated. Massive bodies charged forward like war tanks, aiming directly at the undead army. From the rear, elite wild boarmen also began their assault. Hoofbeats thundered like a coming storm. Dust clouds rose as their charge covered the plain. Their tusks gleamed with deadly intent, their auras brimming with killing intent. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The gap closed rapidly. Lin Yi remained expressionless, observing the battlefield. By all logic, abominations and ghouls only had ordinary charge abilities, no fancy skill boosts. On the other hand, the frenzied charge of the boarmen was a high-impact skill, fully capable of shattering front lines. Unfortunately for the boarmen, they had clashed with an army of abominations. Each one rivaled a boss in power. Thick skin, high health, almost no obvious weaknesses. Boom. The forces collided violently. Tusks stabbed into the abomination's grotesque flesh. Minus 888. Minus 888. Minus 1. Minus 1. Apart from the 4 bronze-level leaders causing significant damage, the rest of the boarmen's charges barely even scratched the surface. The aftermath came instantly. Abominations opened their massive jaws wide. A wave of poisonous green mist spread across the entire battlefield. Every single boarman was poisoned, their health draining steadily. Following the toxic onslaught, massive cleavers began to swing downward. Rusted blades hacked wildly. Ghoul claws shredded flesh. Infected butchers cleave. Whirlwind slash. Feast of devourment. Claw frenzy. The battlefield spiraled out of control. With Lin Ye's plague of the undead enhancing his forces, the elite abominations were superior in every stat except HP when compared to the wild boar warriors. Even the ghouls were no pushovers. Moreover, they vastly outnumbered the boarmen. This wasn't so much a battle as it was systematic obliteration. At that moment, the wild boarman tyrant, realizing the situation was collapsing, roared furiously. It grabbed a towering totem pole, 4 or 5 meters tall, by its side, determined to step in personally. For the glory of our ancestors. The tyrant threw its head back, letting loose a deafening screech. Ancestral Spirit. In an instant, explosive power burst from the totem pole. Dark, ominous fog swirled outward as the colossal shadow of a black boar emerged from within, enveloping the tyrant entirely. The atmosphere grew heavy like lead, making it almost impossible to breathe. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. That must be the spirit projection of the semi-deity, Agamagan. Wild boarman tyrant, silver boss, ancestral spirit form. Level, 20. HP, 600,000. Attack, 1,488. Defense, 888. Skills, ancestral spirit, crushing blow, earth slam, hardened hide. Its stats skyrocketed across the board. But alas, After millennia of bloodline dilution, it could no longer wield the full potential of the totem's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a silver-tier enemy. For Lin Yi, it still didn't amount to much. It's my turn. Perfect timing to test my new skills. He raised his spear and charged forward. Swish. His silhouette vanished in an instant. By the next moment, he was already directly in front of the wild Borman tyrant. Human, you court death. The tyrant roared and swung the massive totem pole down with a crushing force. Earth slam. Boom. The ground shattered violently. But the target? Gone, leaving only an afterimage in its place. What are you yelling so loud for? Lin Yi appeared behind it. Death strike. A surge of black light erupted from the spear tip, shrouded with an aura of death. The spear pierced through the air. Bang. Minus 273,876. Damage ignored defense. In one strike, half its health was practically erased. The health bar plummeted like a cliff. Storm spear thrust. Lin Yi didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. Swish, 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 swish. 5 consecutive stabs landed in a straight line. Minus 32,865. Minus 32,865. Minus 32,865. Minus 32,865. Minus 32,865. The damage exploded simultaneously. In an instant, less than a third of its health remained. Wrath. The Borman tyrant howled in pain, completely enraged. Crushing blow. The totem pole radiated a blinding red, and with a desperate stance, it swung it toward Lin Yi. -1. Damage floated up. For a moment, the air fell silent. Ow! How is this possible? The Borman tyrant's voice trembled. It was utterly dumbfounded. In the state of ancestral soul, its attack actually couldn't break through this human's defense. But Lin Yi didn't give it any chance to catch its breath. His eyes turned cold as he directly activated the Shadow Devourer spear skill. Phantom Strike. Previously, when clearing maps and killing the wild boar man, he had already stacked the shadows, a full 10 layers. Unlike the Storm Spear, as this spear was thrust out, Lin Yi's figure instantly split. One became 10. 10 shadowy spears simultaneously pierced through the wild boar tyrant's body. Minus 27,388. Minus 27,388. Minus 27,388. 10 terrifying damage numbers popped up simultaneously. The health bar instantly dropped to 0. The next second, the wild boar tyrant's eyes dimmed, and its massive body crashed down. Boom. The ground trembled, dust flying everywhere. Ding. You have killed the boar man tyrant, Silver Boss, gaining 500,000 experience. Ding. You have reached level 18. All attributes +10, free attribute points +30. Server announcement. Player Death has slain the Silver Boss Boar Man Tyrant for the first time. Rewards. Choose one mysterious treasure box, gold, X1, gold X 3000, reputation X 10,000. The announcement sounded 3 times in a row. The entire server exploded. Death again? That's just too ruthless. I'm still farming goblins, and the pro has already defeated the Silver Boss. Choosing your own gold treasure chest? That luck is unbelievable. It must be a woman who slowed down my sword draw speed. Wake up, you don't have a woman at all. The channel was in an uproar. Lin Yi had already collected the rewards. Reward obtained. Choose your own mysterious treasure box, gold, X1, gold coins X 3000, reputation X 10,000. This time, the treasure box allows you to choose the category yourself. Weapons, equipment, scrolls. Lin Yi didn't even hesitate. He directly chose skills. Equipment will be phased out sooner or later. Skills are the trump card. The only thing that can be used from the early stage to the late stage is skills. Ding! The treasure chest opens. Congratulations on acquiring Berserk skill. Berserk. Profession. All professions. The effect is very simple. Instantly deducts 50% of health, spirit, and defense. Enter Berserk mode. Attack doubled. Movement speed doubled. Immune to control. Lasts for 10 seconds. Lin Yi laughed. I really made the right choice. A divine skill from the physics department. Using half the health and attributes to gain immunity to control and explosive damage. even though it only lasts 10 seconds. But it was enough for him. The lost health could be fully recovered with one death strike. His spirit was unaffected. It was equivalent to only having 50% less defense. Ding! You learned the skill Rampage. Lin Yi glanced at the battlefield where the fight was still raging and did not intervene. He walked toward the corpse of the Boarman tyrant. Ding! Received 8,888 gold coins. Obtain Great Fong 2. Obtain Tyrant Helmet. Obtain Blood-Colored Gauntlets. Obtain Destroyer Leggings. Obtain the special treasure Agama Totem Pillar. The totem pillars all dropped. Such insanely good luck. Agama Totem Pillar. Strength plus 50%. Defense plus 30%. Attack speed minus 100%. Allies within the totem's range gain a 10% boost. Requires Agama Bloodline to activate. Good stuff. Unfortunately, he cannot use it. Can only serve as decoration. Tyrant Helmet. Level 20. Health 1,600. Defense 88. Constitution 42. Blood Red Gauntlets. Level 20. Attack 88. Strength 43. Attack speed plus 30%. 2 pieces of premium golden equipment. He can wear it once he reaches level 20. Hunting monsters with a group of minions, leveling up quickly. Thinking of this, he directly performed the summoning spell. The tyrant's corpse twisted and deformed. The body kept swelling. 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters, finally frozen at 10 meters. Ding! Successfully transformed into a wild boar loathing the tyrant. The gigantic creature stood up, kneeling on one knee. The earth trembled. Salute to the master. Thank you, master, for granting me power. It spoke in a hoarse voice. Seeing the name, Loathe Tyrant, and the still ferocious wild boar head, Lin Yi was stunned. He immediately checked the information. Wild boar, Loathe Tyrant, Golden Boss. Master Death. Level, 20/60ths. Health, 5.8 million. Attack, 5,288. Defense, 3,688. Skills, Ancestral Soul, Tyrant's Feast, Plague Mist, Evil Armor, Whirlwind Slash. So it was a mutant. Lin Yi quickly figured it out. The bloodline of ordinary wild boar men is too thin, and it simply does not meet the conditions for mutation. But the demigod bloodline within the silver boss is much stronger. That's why it evolved directly. He couldn't help but laugh. This is practically free combat power. After transforming into an undead, it not only ascended from silver to gold, but also retained demigod bloodline and can use the souls of ancestors. The previously revealed Agamadatem pillar. Finally, it has an owner. Lin Yi immediately handed the totem to the Loathe Tyrant. The intelligence of the golden boss far surpasses that of ordinary skeletons. The giant totem in its hands is like a toy. A 10-meter-tall figure swung the totem with one hand. Fiercely smashed it down on a former subordinate. The already devastated battlefield quickly fell completely silent. After cleaning up, Lin Yi cast the summoning spell again. All the wild boar men, including the warriors, all transformed into abominations. What a pity. The 4 bronze boss-level warriors have not mutated. They just have larger bodies and more solid muscles. Abomination, Butcher, Bronze Boss. Master Death. Level, 20/50ths. HP, 300,000. Attack, 1,388. Defense, 1,088. Skills, Devouring Feast, Plague Mist, Evil Armor, Dismemberment, Pile of Carrion, Viral Cleaver. Although it hasn't mutated, but the Butcher has considerable potential. It can use Dismember to break down corpses, pile flesh and blood on oneself to strengthen defense and power. As long as killing continues, defense will sooner or later surpass silver, even approaching gold. Lin Yi continued forward, arriving at the final area of the toxic swamp. Looking around, venom everywhere, rotten corpses floating. The true nest. Just ahead, swamp poison gas spreads. Around were only a few brittle dead trees that would shatter at the slightest touch. The air was heavy with death. Suddenly, Lin Yi looked toward the distant wasteland, where a large pile of bones lay. The skeletons were intact, arranged neatly and orderly. He was still wearing armor that wasn't old. Clearly, it wasn't torn by monsters, nor was it natural decomposition. Instead, he was poisoned to death by the swamp gas, directly turned into white bones. Judging by the body shape, they are a human and a war horse. Lin Yexin's heart stirred. Church Knights. He cast Detect Magic. Complete skeleton of a human knight. Description: the remains of a member of the Silver Knights of the Church of Light. Complete skeleton of a fiery warhorse. Description: the mount of the Silver Knight, the corpse of the fiery warhorse. As expected of an Imperial Knight, no monsters were found, but instead a great gift was picked up, although it is only the lowest rank Silver Knight. But the strength is by no means weak. The deceased come back to life. Lin Yi chanted softly. The summoning spell was activated. A faint green light fell on the skeleton. Rise, fight for me. He spoke coldly, but was actually just being melodramatic. The green light completely enveloped the corpse. A moment later, ghostly blue soul fire ignites in hollow eye sockets. Even the skeleton of the war horse gleamed. The next second, the knight and the war horse slowly stood up. The armor was blackened by the undead power, cold and deep. War horses neigh. The sound seems to come from hell. Chilling winds blow, like the wails of ghosts. Ding. The Silver Knight has transformed into a skeleton knight. Ding. The fiery war horse has transformed into a skeletal war horse. The prompt sounded 8 times in a row. For skeletal knights dismounted swiftly and knelt down together. Greetings, great lord of the undead. The voice was hoarse and deep. Lin Yi's eyes glowed faintly. For golden-level boss knights. For silver-level skeletal warhorses. From now on, this swamp is his now. Both sides' attributes are stable, similar to a hate boss. The skeletal warhorse has only 3 skills. But Lin Yi was very clear. The panel never equates to true combat power. The knight and the warhorse are one. Together, they form the complete skeleton knight. Combat power will increase exponentially. He was looking at the attribute panel with satisfaction, but his expression suddenly darkened. A sudden thought popped into his mind. Since it was able to take down 4 golden church knights with warhorses, then what kind of monster must the final boss of the venomous swamp be? Roar! A roar like that of a mighty dragon thundered. The entire venomous lair was shaking. The vibration made people's scalps numb. The next second, a shadow blackening the sky swept over him and the undead army. Boom! The giant shadow landed, and the ground trembled. Lin Yi looked up. Ferocious dragon head. Sturdy and sharp limbs. Huge fleshy wings spread out behind. Body covered with dark green scales. The barbed tail gleams with a cold light. Between breaths, the poisonous mist surged. Ding! You are affected by the poisonous mist, losing 100 health points per second. Lin Yi understood immediately why this place is called the Deadly Swamp. The health began to slowly decline. Undead have the undead body, making them immune to poisoning effects. But the opponent is a dragon. How are we supposed to fight this? Lin Yi's face darkened. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. This was not a dragon. The size was too small. A real dragon is at least 100 meters long. The one before me has a wingspan of no more than 15 meters. It has the momentum, but it is far from enough. Half-dragon. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. If it were a true dragon, an adult would be legendary level. Even if he used up the entire army of undead, it still wouldn't be enough. But half-dragons are different. The gap is as vast as heaven and earth. The elder dragon is divided into earth dragon and flying dragon. This head is obviously that of a dragon. Venom dragon, golden boss. Level 30. Health 5.5 million. Attack 4,388. Defense 2088. Skills: Venomous Breath, Netherworld Venom, Corrosive Venom, Venomous Dragon Claw, Dragon's Roar. Level 30 Golden Boss. No wonder the 4 church knights were completely wiped out. The Elder Dragon inherently possesses dragon bloodline, making it much stronger than ordinary bosses. Plus level suppression. 1 against 4 is normal, but now it's different. After transforming into an undead, each skeletal knight has double the attributes. Enough to overpower one. The Venom Wyvern has yet to realize the danger. Undead. Human. So many ants, quite rare. Unfortunately, in front of the mighty dragon, numbers mean nothing. Ants will always be just ants. It raised its head high, looking down on everyone. The tone was extremely arrogant. Those enormous green vertical pupils, like lanterns, were full of contempt. Cut it down. Lin Yi sneered coldly and waved his hand. Too many useless words. Just a hybrid wyvern, yet dares to act like a great dragon. Reckless to the point of not knowing life or death, the skeletal knight swung himself back onto the horse. In an instant, the momentum changed drastically. The knight clad in armor wielded a sword, and the skeletal warhorse beneath him was tall and menacing, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Dark aura spreads, murderous intent pressing close. Kill. A deep hoarse voice sounds, the fire of the soul burning wildly. The warhorse neighs loudly. Death charge. Necromantic fire. Ghost fire exploded beneath the hooves, speed surging. Step, step, step. The knight wielded a runed sword, black light entwining, charging straight at the wyvern. Roar of the dragon. Roar. The dragon's might sweeps across the entire field. Ding. Affected by the roar of the dragon, all attributes decrease by 20%. The skeleton knight remains unfazed. Looking for death, the venomous wyvern roared angrily with its mouth open. Deadly poisonous dragon breath. A scorching green dragon breath sprayed out in a fan shape, engulfing all four knights. Poisonous mist billowed. Minus 3,888. Minus 3,888. Minus 3,888. Minus 3,888. Damage floats up. But poison is ineffective against undead. The four riders ignored the dragon's breath and continued charging. Suddenly burst out of the green mist. Swish. A black sword light swept past the dragon's body. Minus 8,888. Minus 8,888. Minus 8,888. Minus 8,888. Charge deals more damage. The venom wyvern winced in pain, shock flashing in its giant eyes. A mere level 20 skeleton knight is actually this strong. Too slow. Lin Yi shook his head. 5,500,000 blood. How long do you want to drag this out? The four riders can take it down without any problem. It's just too time-consuming. Wait for Long Way to finish. Attributes will recover. Berserk. Lin Yi directly activates the skill. A terrifying aura exploded. Eyes blood red, surrounded by a crimson glow. Black armored spear in hand, like a bloodthirsty demon god. Minus 12,080. Health instantly halved. Defense and spirit halved. Attack and speed doubled. Immune to control. Ghostly dash. The figure gradually becomes transparent. Speed increases further. The next second, Lin Yi disappeared on the spot. He raced wildly along the path of death left by the Bone Knight. The path still retained a chilling aura, and allied troops stepping on it would experience a sudden surge in speed. Lin Yi accelerated once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the venomous wyvern. The venomous dragon was exchanging skill attacks with the Bone Knight. Toxic breath surged, black mist entangled, various buffs stacked on the body, yet the health kept dropping. Lin Yi made a move. Death strike. The pitch-black long spear slammed down with a boom, the power of death erupting. Minus 533,577. Plus 533,577. Massive damage exploded above the poison dragon's head. The same numbers flashed on Lin Yi. The health bar instantly refilled, even overflowing. Roar. The venomous dragon shrieked in pain, its rage sky-high. Lowly human. Venomous dragon claw. The huge right claw tore through the air, a black claw shadow falling directly down, tearing the air currents apart. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, his figure flickering. Relying on terrifying speed, he easily dodged. The counterattack followed immediately. Netherworld earth-splitting slash. Storm spear thrust. The long spear struck the ground, sending shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The earth cracked, and magma gushed out from the crevices. Minus 160,073. Minus 53,358. The next moment, the shadow of guns rained down. Uft. Minus 64,029. Dash 64029. Dash 64029. Dash 64029. Dash 64029. In less than a second, both skills were used up. A triple burst directly shaved off 20% of the Venom Wyvern's health. Coupled with the suppression from the Skeleton Knight, the Venom Dragon had already lost nearly a third of its health. The magma was still boiling. The Venom Wyvern dared not land again, suddenly flapping its wings and soaring into the air. You all must die." Before the words had fallen, the skeleton knight raised his ruined greatsword. Blade of Withering. The black sword energy shattered the air as it surged forward. Minus 10,888. Minus 10,888. Minus 10,888. Minus 10,888. One strike after another, hitting the poison dragon hard. The skeleton knight can deal damage from a distance. Lin Yi cannot fly, but this does not mean he has no way to deal with this venomous dragon. Lin Yi smirked. Everything was within his expectations. He was the lord of the undead, with plenty under his command. "Agate, pull it down for me." As soon as the words fell, the Legion of Hatred simultaneously activated their skills. Death hook chains. Thick chains shot up into the sky, heading straight for the venomous wyvern in midair. The wyvern flipped in the air to dodge, opening its mouth to spit a foul-smelling poisonous breath in retaliation. There are too many grappling hooks. Bang! A giant chain hook slammed hard into its body. The one who struck was the hateful tyrant. Roar! The tyrant exerted a sudden burst of force. The venom wyvern was violently dragged down from the sky, crashing heavily into the swamp. Boom! Mud and water splashed everywhere, extremely embarrassed and helpless. Lin Yi and the skeleton knight immediately charged forward to attack. The soul of the ancestors was activated. The abomination's hostility towards the tyrant surged, swinging the totem pole wildly and smashing fiercely. A continuous stream of damage numbers kept appearing. The dragon was about to flap its wings and fly again. Dozens of elite abominations simultaneously threw out their grappling hooks, dragging it back to the ground once more. Hate the sheer number. It simply can't kill them all. Although as a boss it has control resistance, the more it's controlled, the higher the resistance becomes, and by the late stage, it's almost immune. But its HP drops too quickly. It never lasts long enough to reach that point. Frustrating. Unprecedented frustration. Venomous wyvern simply stopped taking off and opened its huge mouth for a frenzied counterattack. Poisonous breath. Venom spray. Deadly toxic storm. Skills are being unleashed as if there's no limit. Breaths almost one every second. But this is nothing more than a dying struggle. Lin Yi was extremely fast, easily dodging attacks. The hateful tyrant and the skeletal knight had ridiculously thick blood, simply tanking the hits. The roar of explosions kept booming. Under the siege, the health of the venomous dragon visibly dropped. 62%, 53%, 48%, 41%. A few seconds later, Venom Wyvern's health is down to 20%. 1.1 million health. Already stepped into the red zone. Next second, the boss is about to go berserk and unleash a big move at any moment. Lin Yi raised his hand and fired another shot. Roar! Damn ants, you forced me. The dragon's roar exploded, sounding like a muffled thunder. Lin Yi's gaze deepened. Here they come. Everyone go to hell. Venomous dragon roared wildly, unleashing its ultimate skill. Dragon venom explosion. Dark green venom surged violently, its body rapidly swelling. Lin Yi's heart jolted. This move is actually a self-destruct. Large range, high damage. If it really blows up, he simply can't withstand it. Even if I can rely on resurrection coins and time rewind to survive, the other undead must be wiped out. Die for me, Lin Yi roared in anger. Netherworld earth-splitting slash. Death strike. Shadow assault. The Shadow Devourer spear sweeps out. Boom. Black ripples spread. The earth cracked. Magma surged into the sky. The aura of death clung to the spear tip, slashing fiercely. Countless spear shadows stabbed out simultaneously. Uft. Minus 160,073. Minus 53,358. Minus 533,577. Dash 53358. Times 10. Within 1 second. 1.28 million burst damage. The health bar instantly emptied. Venom Wyvern's eyes glaze over. Boom. The massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Venomous flying dragon die? Good thing I kept a trump card. Lin Yi smiled at the corners of his mouth. Undead skill cooldown reduced by 80%. The Shadow Devourer spear comes with a skill that he had been holding back. Just waiting for this strike. System notifications spamming rapidly. Ding. Killed Venom Wyvern, Gold Boss. gained 8 million experience. Ding. Level up to 19, all attributes plus 10, gained 30 free attribute points. Ding. Level increased to 20, all attributes plus 10, gained 30 free attribute points. Ding. Level has reached the cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please complete the first promotion as soon as possible. The experience from the golden boss directly boosted 2 levels. Level 20 obtained. Experience points are overflowing. Just waiting for the job change. Deep within the dark forest. At dawn, Xingqiang Guild elites, equipped with gears sold by Lin Yi, frantically farm monsters. Gluttonous black wolves fall one after another. White beams of light keep appearing. The dawn light upgraded. She opened the friends list, her gaze somewhat complicated. The name at the very top made her uneasy. Name, Death. Level, 18. She fought desperately to reach level 6. And Lin Yi was already level 18. She knew very well that the highest known level in the world right now was level 6. But he had long surpassed everyone else. How exactly did that man manage it? Is the necromancer really this outrageous? Where did he get all that equipment? She was dazed. The friend list suddenly flashed. Refreshed. Name, Death. Level, 20. Chenxi was completely stunned. Not a level 1 upgrade. It's a direct jump to level 2. Immediately, 3 server-wide announcements exploded. Server announcement. Congratulations to player, Death, for killing the golden boss Venom Wyvern and achieving the first kill. Reward. Special equipment selection box. Dark Gold. X1. Gold X 5,000. Reputation X 30,000. X3. Chenxi's eyes widened. At the same time, the entire server chat completely exploded. How long has it been? The golden boss has already been taken down. Another death. This announcement is the same as his family's. Did he kill Phylong? That's ruthless. He must be at least level 10 by now. Maybe even level 12 or 13. Definitely number 1 in the world. Chenxi looked at the chat box and gave a bitter smile. Level 10? No, he is already level 20. And moreover, he's definitely not killing low-level bosses. The only thing that could allow him to level up twice in succession would be a golden boss at least level 25 or above. It's not that others are too weak. It's that they simply can't imagine how strong he is. If she hadn't added him as a friend, she would never believe that someone could be this terrifying. Venomous Swamp Secret Realm. Lin Yi finished allocating attribute points. Casually switched on the level 20 golden equipment, Tyrant Helmet and Bloodstained Gauntlets. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the player for receiving the server-wide announcement reward. Special equipment selection box. Dark Gold. X1. 3,000 gold coins. 10,000 reputation. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Special equipment? He also heard about it for the first time. Immediately opened the backpack. Special equipment selection chest. Quality. Dark Gold. Description. Special equipment category can be chosen. Lin Yi did not hesitate. Directly chose the only missing part for himself, the necklace. Ding. Congratulations to the player for opening the treasure chest and obtaining Mysterious Spatial Pendant. Mysterious Spatial Pendant. Special. Grade. Dark Gold. Level. 20. Attack 588. Agility 188. Speed increased by 30%. Skill. Spatial Leap. Profession. All professions. Spatial Leap. Harness the power of space to instantly move to any location within 1,000 yards. After leaping, the next attack deals double damage. Cooldown 3 seconds. Dark Gold Exquisite Necklace. Not only does it have strong displacement, but it can also stack bursts. As long as the displacement is successful, the next hit deals double damage. Whether it's normal attacks or skills, they can all trigger it. The normal attack boost might be average, but if combined with Death Strike, the damage directly soars to 2,000%. Unbelievable. Even forbidden spells can benefit from this bonus. So incredibly powerful. But aside from this skill, Lin Yi found no other hidden effects. He frowned and checked repeatedly. Still, no results. Forget it, no more research. He simply put on the necklace. Just with this skill alone, it was already a great gain. Then, he looked at the corpse of the Venom Dragon. A dragon's entire body is a treasure. Even a low-level wyvern is incredibly valuable. Not to mention his luck is off the charts today. There might even be another wave of surprises coming. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together and reached out to touch the corpse. Ding! You have obtained 18,888 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained Venom Dragon Fang X2. Ding! You have obtained Venom Wyvern Scales X10. Ding! Obtained Poisonous Dragon Saliva X10. Ding! Obtained Skill Book Poisonous Storm X1. Ding! Obtained Equipment Poisonous War Boots X1. Ding! Obtained Equipment Poisonous Dragon Scale Leg Armor X1. Exploded. And a big explosion. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. A pile of materials, several pieces of golden equipment, and 2 pieces of dark gold. Even exposed the exclusive skill of the Flying Dragon. Venom Dragon Fang, Forging Material. When added to melee weapons, it can greatly increase attack speed and attack power, add a strong poison effect, and has a chance to upgrade the grade. Venom Flying Dragon Scale, High Strength Material. Used in armor to improve defense with a poison attribute, and has a chance to upgrade the grade. Highly Toxic Dragon Saliva, Alchemy Material. When added to poison-type potions, it can enhance toxicity and improve quality. All are top-quality items. Any one of them can easily be sold for a high price. Lin Yi can't use them himself, but if he trades them, they will definitely be in high demand. Toxic Storm. Profession, Mage. Raises a poisonous fog storm within 100 yards, dealing 100% spell damage per second for 5 seconds. Consumes 500 MP, cooldown 180 seconds. A standard large area group attack. Its power is close to the wizard's signature skill, Blizzard. However, Lin Yi just sneered. Compared to his Nether Earth Splitter, it's far behind. Nether Earth Splitter has an additional 300% attack burst damage. What's even worse is the cooldown time. Toxic Storm takes a full 3 minutes, while Nether Earth Split / only takes 20 seconds. The difference is just ridiculous. Within 3 minutes, Lin Yi could unleash the ghostly earth splitting / several times. He himself didn't care much. But for ordinary mages, this was a world of difference. They were not a hidden profession and didn't have such ridiculous skills. In their eyes, the Venomous Storm was the ultimate skill, especially right after the server opened. Everyone was a beginner, and mages were still casting small fireballs to fight monsters. They hadn't even learned the big fireball yet. The moment this skill book was released, it was absolutely snatched up like crazy. Lin Yi could definitely make a killing from it. Reaching VIP 4 was more than enough. He put the skill book into his backpack, then looked at the 2 pieces of dark gold equipment. Venomous War Boots, dark gold. Level 30. Health 6,000. Defense 408. Constitution 266. Wearing requirement. Constitution above 400. Venomous Dragon Scale Leg Armor, dark gold. Level 30. Attack 488. Strength 288. Defense plus 20%. Wearing requirement. Strength above 400. Another top quality item. Moreover, dark gold equipment now has attribute thresholds. 400 attribute points are nothing to Lin Yi. The problem is the level isn't high enough. A bit suffocated. After leaving the secret realm, you must advance quickly. He clicked on the job change quest. Undead Lord First Job Change Quest, unique. Mission rank, SSS-level. Mission objective, individually eliminate the Harpy Queen in the Caligaral Wasteland Golden Boss. No team formation allowed. Time limit, 48 hours. Reward unknown. Let a player who hasn't even reached the first rebirth solo the Golden Boss. This difficulty is outrageous. It would be impossible for anyone else to accomplish. But for Lin Yi, it was nothing. He turned off the panel and looked at the dead venomous dragon on the ground. It was about to transform. He is a bit excited. Who doesn't want to ride a dragon? If you can't be a dragon knight, being a bone dragon knight is fine too. More domineering, even more terrifying. Summoning spell. Green light falls, rapidly corroding the dragon scales. Flesh and blood disintegrated. The huge dragon body turned into a forest of white bones, like a mountain of bones. The next second, huff, the hollow dragon eye ignites a pitch-black, eerie flame. Murderous intent surged to the sky. Click. The skeleton trembles. The bone dragon slowly stood up. Roar. The dragon's roar tore through the sky. The bone wings suddenly spread wide. the bone spikes like spears. A terrifying pressure exploded instantly. A strong aura of death enveloped the entire swamp. Ding! Congratulations to player Death for successfully transforming the Venom Wyvern into a skeletal wyvern. The next second, the Bone Dragon, wrapped in a deathly aura, landed in front of Lin Yi, its limbs bent and its massive head lowered. Greetings, my lord. Skeletal Flying Dragon Golden Boss. Master Death. Level 30/70ths. Health 12 million. Attack 8,888. Defense 4,288. Skills: Skeleton Dragon Claw, Death Dragon Breath, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Bone Armor, Wyvern Bite. Talent: Corpse of the Undead. The attributes are directly doubled. Health exceeds 10 million. Lin Yi looked at it, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Fierce appearance, explosive stats. Transformation complete. The secret realm has ended. It's time to go. He clicked exit. Ding. Player Death has left the secret realm. Toxic Swamp Settlement in progress. Mystic Realm Rating, SSS-level. Evaluation, Solo Perfect Clear, defeated all bosses. Ding. Congratulations to Player Death, the first to clear the Toxic Swamp at SSS level, becoming the master of the Mystic Realm. Secret Realm, Poisonous Swamp. Daily output, Entry Ticket X99, 5th level Poisonous Gem X2. Monthly output, Blood Rock X99.99, Poison Skill Book X10. Revenue share, 30%. Refreshing. Lin Yi stood outside the cave entrance, his eyes sparkling. Is this the treatment for the Lord of the Secret Realm? 99 tickets every day, sold to major guilds. They run the dungeon for resources. He takes 30%. Earns from the ticket fee once, then earns again from the revenue share. It's like hiring others to work for him. Absurd. Toxic Gem, Level 5. Description: when embedded, attacks deal an additional 20% toxic damage. The gem is extremely rare. Besides the system and the secret realm, he had never seen wild gems. The value was beyond doubt. The monthly blood rocks could still be made into blood gems, which were equally valuable. But the real windfall was those 10 poisonous skill books. Even in the late game, skill books won't become worthless. Low drop rates, high demand. Who would mind having more skills? Lin Yi immediately claimed the resources. The sooner you get it, the more at ease you'll feel. Ding. Daily and monthly resources are being distributed. Distribution completed. The backpack instantly filled up. Among the 10 skill books, 5 for mages, 4 for assassins. All are popular professions. There is also a priest skill book. The effect is brutal. The next time a skill is cast, the healing will turn into damage, directly becoming poison healing. Plus Lin Yi's outrageous luck. Although these poison-related skills are not as good as the hidden profession exclusive skills, each one is top-notch. They are by no means comparable to the big fireballs, ice arrows, or backstabs found on the market. Those are trash in comparison. Each one is valuable. Lin Yi opened the friends list. Sell all the extra bronze, silver, and gold equipment on the body to Dawn. Also deal with the previously obtained sets together. The quantity is not large, but the quality is high. A total of 16.5 million was earned. He didn't sell the skill book. Equipment is just a transitional item. No matter how expensive, it has its limits. Skills are permanent. They are the real hard currency. Listing it on the auction house, paying a small handling fee doesn't matter. As long as someone bids, the price will definitely soar to an astonishing level. Sure profit with no loss. At this moment, a clear and crisp voice came from outside. Mr. Lin, stop playing. Only then did Lin Yi come back to his senses. It's already evening. He played all day and even forgot lunch. He listed all the skill books and secret realm tickets on the auction house. Highest bidder wins. Set the time for 5 hours. Then go offline. Take off the helmet. Just as I opened my eyes, a cute little face appeared right in front of me. It is my younger sister Lin Xiaoyu. Dad and Mom are in the hometown. He works in Modu, and his sister goes to university in Modu. He takes care of her on weekends. What's the rush? Lin Yi rolled his eyes and stretched lazily. You haven't been playing all day, have you? Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head. It's really that fun. What do you know? What I see is a business opportunity. Lin Yi sneered. He casually ruffled her hair. Stop bragging. I'm hungry. Go make dinner. Lin Xiaoyu swatted his hand away. You wicked thing, can't you learn to act a little coquettishly? Lin Yi sighed. Your brother made a fortune. No need to cook. I'll take you out to eat. Making over 10 million, it calls for a celebration. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't said anything yet. He just pulled her straight out the door. Soon the two got into a taxi. Huh, when did you start wearing a necklace? It looks strange. Lin Xiaoyu stared at his neck. She remembered he never wore jewelry. Lin Ye was stunned. His mind went blank instantly. A necklace? Where did he get a necklace from? Lin Yi looked down and saw that a pendant had appeared on his chest at some unknown time. The blue gem looked like a dark gold vertical pupil, eerie and cold, as if it was going to suck people in. His scalp tingled. Wasn't this the mysterious spatial pendant, a special item unlocked in the game? How could it appear in reality? Could it be that the equipment in the game can materialize? Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. Origin is by no means an ordinary game. He casually said a few words to his sister. They quickly arrived at their destination. The two got out of the car and stood in front of the old restaurant in Magic City. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. Brother, you took the wrong place, didn't you? The private room was resplendent and luxurious. She even lowered her voice when speaking. Don't worry, order whatever you like. Lin Yi pushed the menu over. She quickly shook her head. He could only order the dishes she loved to eat, and then ordered a bunch more. Dish after dish was brought to the table. Brother, how much did you earn? She asked softly, afraid that she wouldn't be able to pay and would be left to wash dishes. Lin Yi handed her the phone. The hot forum post was striking and eye-catching. Make 3 million in half a day. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. Even if you make money, don't spend it recklessly. Eat at home in the future. I'll cook for you. She said seriously, but her eyes showed pity. Lin Yi smiled. I'll earn more in the future. Eat first. Only then did she start to eat. This is so delicious. Her little mouth was stuffed full, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. Lin Yi looked at her, feeling a warmth in his heart. Eating while browsing the forum. The hottest posts on the forum were almost all related to him. Selling top-tier equipment. Destroy the Madman Guild. Secure first kills of various bosses. Guess hidden professions. The player was almost certain that he was the hidden profession necromancer. Lin Yi just smiled. Explaining his profession? That would be foolish. Those two items at the auction house were even more explosive. Top-tier skill book. Secret realm admission ticket. All the major guilds are going crazy fighting over it. Prices are soaring all the way up. Ordinary players can't get involved at all, yet they are the loudest in complaining. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, the two left. It's the holiday. Might as well buy a helmet. You can also get into the game. I'll have the monsters help you level up. Lin Yi spoke casually, but had already made plans. The game necklace appearing in reality means this game is definitely not simple. My sister must enter the arena. All right, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She had been tempted for a long time since hearing that her brother earned millions. After buying the equipment, the two returned to the rented apartment. Lin Yi lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and had already reserved a room for her. Each returned to their room. Lin Xiaoyu began creating a character. Lin Yi picked up the small water cup on the table and gently squeezed it. Click! The cup shattered instantly, turning into powder that slipped through his fingers. This grip was enough to crush a human skull. He moved his mind. Spatial teleportation. The air twisted, and the figure disappeared. The next second, it appeared at the other end of the room. Skills can be used in reality too. The guess was completely confirmed. He put on the helmet without hesitation. Logged in again. A flash of white light. Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the secret realm. The first thing to do, recharge. 10 million gold coins. The notification sound rang repeatedly. Top-up successful. VIP for credited. Privileges activated. Experience increased tenfold. All attributes increased by 200%. Mythical level pet egg obtained. Attribute panel skyrocketing. Lin Yi's strength soars once again. Seeing the contents of the VIP 4 gift pack, Lin Yi immediately opened his backpack. Mysterious pet egg. Quality, mythical. Description, no one knows what will hatch from it. Revealed after 72 hours. In the pet space, a pitch-black giant egg hung quietly. Lin Yi's heart raced. This is a myth-level pet. Once grown, it would be enough to stand at the peak of the continent. He couldn't even guess what was inside. Do you want to hatch the mysterious pet egg? He clicked yes, without hesitation. A countdown appeared on the eggshell. 7-1, 59:59. In 3 days, he will have a mythical pet. Immediately after, he spent another 1.8 million gold coins to buy 2 monthly limited purchase gift packs. Enhancement scrolls, gems, and 6 pieces of golden equipment were obtained. Selling these pieces of equipment would earn several times the profit. He did not continue to spend money. The most cost-effective is the cash purchase gift pack. You must save your gold coins to avoid being unable to afford sky-high priced gift packs. Wait until the auction house skill books are sold out, then consider the exclusive shop. After closing the panel, he added his sister as a friend. Remind her not to reveal her real identity and to get familiar with the game first. Then, he sent the Ghoul, Abomination, and Skeleton Knight to farm monsters. He himself jumped onto the skeletal wyvern. Fly west. The bone dragon roared, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. It headed straight for the Caligar wasteland. The cold wind hit its face, and the scenery rushed past. Even more thrilling than flying on a plane, quickly entered the wasteland. The ground was cracked and desolate, with an extremely wide field of vision. Occasionally, 100-meter-tall giant tree stood alone. With good visibility, it was easier to find monsters. Soon, the monster appeared. Unfortunately, it was not the mission target, the harpy. Instead, it was a group of divine fiery horses enveloped in flames. However, Lin Yi showed a smile. Experience can be stored. More importantly, they are not enemies, but future subordinates. Wasteland Fire Horse. Level 31. Health 13,000. Attack 688. Defense 328. Skills: Flame Charge, Wind and Fire Rush, Blaze Stomp, High-Speed Movement. The blazing warhorse, deep in the wasteland, its flames unextinguished, runs wilder the faster it goes. Lin Yi was too lazy to handle it himself. At the command, the skeletal wyvern dove down. The death dragon's breath roared out explosively. A chilling aura swept across the land, instantly engulfing an area of several dozen yards. Area damage wildly fluctuated. The wild fire horse didn't even have time to scream. It was all instantly killed. Experience alerts flooded the screen frantically. Once the level cap is reached, excess experience is forcibly stored in the experience pool. Lin Yi's expression was calm. Raise your hand to cast the soul summoning spell. 30 to 40 corpses rapidly decay and reassemble. Skeletal warhorses crawl up from the ground one by one. They have no armor, just the most basic undead warhorses. The skeletal warhorse is an advanced form. Above it, there are skeleton knights, dark knights, terrifying knights, and even death knights. But right now, there is only the horse, no knight. Combat power is severely limited. Lin Yi clearly understood that he had to find a suitable undead host. He continued searching. Within an hour, thousands of fire horses were slaughtered. All turned into skeletal warhorses. But the harpy never appeared. Suddenly, dense black shadows rose in the distant sky. Flying monsters. Lin Yi's spirit trembled. The bone dragon beat its wings and sped forward. Confirmed the target after approaching. Sure enough, it is a harpy. They have elven-like faces and bodies, but possess enormous wings. At the end of their slender legs are sharp eagle talons. The air battle had finally begun. Their hair was like bundles of black feathers, their faces beautiful, but their eyes cold enough to frighten. They were originally high elves from ancient times. Because they betrayed the elf queen, they were cursed and transformed into their current appearance. There are 200 to 300 harpy women, an astonishing number. They are level 35, with over 16,000 health points, and both their attack and defense are considerable. Their skills include Windblade, Wing Piercing, Swift Claw Strike, and the group defense-reducing Harpy Howl. Beautiful, yet deadly. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air. The sound was like crying, yet also like wailing. The Banshee's howl was unleashed. An invisible wave spread out, lowering the target's defenses. In the next second, the wind blades and feather piercings fell one after another. The wind blades and feathers poured down like a torrential rain. The harpies swooped down in a flock. Lin Yi looked down. They were hunting a group of wildfire horses on the plains. Battles between monsters were not common. The numbers on both sides were similar, both numbering 200 to 300. In terms of rank, the fire horses were suppressed, and they were at a disadvantage in aerial combat. However, among the group of fire horses, there was an exceptionally tall steed. Its whole body was engulfed in white flames, exuding an imposing aura. It was precisely what held the front line. Wasteland Flame Wind Horse, level 33 bronze boss. Nearly 700,000 HP, with considerable offense and defense. It not only controls fire, but also commands storms. Area skills are used frequently, capable of hitting even the banshees in the air. Because of its presence, the battle reached a stalemate. Lin Yi watched for a while, his interest gradually fading. Riding the skeletal wyvern, he charged straight into the battlefield. The death dragon's breath erupted forth. The pale dragon breath swept across half the sky. The harpy never expected a third party to intervene. The formation collapsed instantly. The harpy, already low on health, couldn't withstand the dragon's breath, and her health bar hit 0. One by one, bodies fell from the sky. Lin Yi stood on the back of the bone dragon, his expression cold and indifferent. The bone dragon flew above the wildfire horse on the wasteland. The next moment, a deadly aura descended. Lin Yi stepped down, gripping the black spear tightly, and leapt down from the back of the bone dragon. The long spear pierced through the air as it fell. Death strike. Black energy surged over the shadow-devouring spear as he plunged like a black meteor toward the ground. Boom. The long spear slammed hard onto the head of the wilderness flame wind horse. Minus 742,781. The huge damage number suddenly leapt up. The desolate wind flame horse let out a piercing neigh and collapsed with a roar. One shot. Instantly killed. Ding. You have killed the wilderness flame steed, bronze boss, gaining 550,000 experience. Ding. Level has reached the maximum. Overflow experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please complete the first rebirth as soon as possible. Lin Yi ignored the struggling harpy and the wilderness fire horse, turning around to start clearing the battlefield. Screams rose everywhere, but he paid no attention and focused on looting the corpses. The harpy can both fly and harness the wind, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The skeletal wyvern took a full 10 seconds to clear out all 200 to 300 harpies. Bodies fell continuously, all devoid of life force. The wild flame horse was much simpler. They run fast, but they can't fly. For seconds, the skeletal wyvern was completely wiped out. Most of the loot is trash that can only be sold. However, there was one thing that made Lin Yi stop. Heart of the wildfire wind flame horse, unique. Description: a core containing the power of mutation, possibly hiding the secret of evolution. The only item. If the power within can be analyzed, it might allow ordinary undead to directly advance to boss level. The strength of the undead legion could potentially surge. Lin Yi put away the horse heart and raised his hand to cast a spell. Summoning spell. A dark green light spread out. The corpses of the wasteland fire horse, harpy, and wind flame horse on the ground began to twist and change. Ding. Successfully transformed wasteland fire horse into skeletal war horse. Ding. Successfully transformed harpy into undead harpy. Ding. Successfully transformed the wasteland firemane into an ashen bone steed. After a moment, the transformation was complete. The harpy became a half-spirit form, floating in midair. The wings disappeared, replaced by a necromancer's robe. The face restored to an elven appearance, pointed ears and delicate features, with a graceful figure. Only the skin was pale and gray, carrying a chilling aura. Beneath the skirt were no longer long legs, but a swirling mass of black mist. TCH, quite intriguing after all. Lin Yi examined for a moment, his gaze resting on the attribute panel. Wraith Banshee. Master Death. Level 35. Health 8,938,864. Attack 1,888. Defense 1,188. Skills: Undead Curse, Banshee Howl, Fear Wail, Dark Magic Shield, Mind Control, Shadow Corrosion. Talent: Corpse of the Undead. The Banshee's ability surprised Lin Yi a little. Her output was weak, only consisting of continuous damage from curses and erosion, and the numbers were not high. But there is one skill that is extremely deadly: Mind Control. It can manipulate the target in a short period of time, with the duration depending on the mental strength of both parties. If the mental strength is strong, It can make enemies kill each other. If the opponent's spirit is stronger, the control duration will be shortened. If the gap is too large, it may even become completely ineffective. In addition, there is the howling of the group negative effect and self-preservation ability. Overall, the battlefield value of the Banshee is extremely high. Lin Yi looked again at the transformed wasteland flame horse. It had turned into a skeletal warhorse, its bones grim and imposing. Its entire body was engulfed in pale white flames, cold and eerie. Ashen Bone Horse, Silver Boss. Master, Death. Level, 33. Health, 2 million. Attack, 3888. Defense, 2888. Skills, Ash Storm, Skeleton Charge, Undead Trample, Soul Storm. Talent, Undead Body. Linya was momentarily stunned. Unexpectedly, it was directly promoted to Silver Boss. On second thought, it makes sense. The Ashen Bone Horse is not originally in the typical undead evolution sequence. It is a mutant. In addition to the undead power, it also retains its mutated traits. Stronger is inevitable. Lin Yi rode the bone dragon and continued searching for the Harpy Queen. Harpy females live in groups and have clearly defined territories. As long as a patrolling individual is found, the nest must be nearby. Along the way, he discovered that the Ashen Bone Horse's speed was actually no slower than the Golden Boss Skeleton Dragon. The forest white flames surged wildly as he ran, the fire borrowing the wind's momentum, burning more and more fiercely. Wherever he passed, the land was scorched black and turned to ash. The wind fueled the fire, making it ferocious and fierce. The moonlight was cold and clear. Lin Yi rode a bone dragon, patrolling the wasteland. Soon, a towering giant tree hundreds of meters tall appeared before him. The Harpy liked to occupy the high ground. The tallest ancient trees, or the edges of the canyon, are their nests. Around the giant trees, there are dense clusters of Harpy women. Their number is at least 3,000. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing howl tore through the night sky. A large number of Harpies took flight, swooping directly at Lin Yi. They actually took the initiative to surround and attack. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth lifted. In a moment, 3,000 Harpies had tightly surrounded him and the two undead mounts. He looked up. At the very front, the Harpy with magnificent wings, a seductive figure, and stunning beauty slowly appeared. She was exactly his target. The Harpy Queen. Beside her stood 6 Harpy guards holding staves. Harpy, Storm Sorcerer, Silver Boss. Level, 36. Health, 1,500,000. Attack, 2,388. Defense, 1,288. Skills, Ghostly Storm, Hurricane Howl, Whirlwind Shield, Elf Fire, Banshee Wail. Description: a Banshee sorceress who controls storms, loves to torment enemies to death little by little with fierce winds. Harpy Banshee Queen, Ziviana, Golden Boss. Level, 36. Health, 6.88 million. Attack, 5,888. Defense, 2,188. Skills, Storm Assault, Banshee Howl, Lunar Healing, Wind Speed Dive, Furious Gale Howl. Introduction: the Queen of the Harpy Banshees, powerful in magic and cruel in nature. Don't be fooled by her beauty. Harpy Banshees are known for high attack and speed, but have low HP and defense. In terms of attributes, the Queen isn't much stronger than the Venom Wyvern. Dare to invade my territory, then prepare to die. She looked down on everyone, her tone disdainful, then smiled lazily. Before you die, entertain me well. After hearing this, Lin Yi's expression looked a bit strange. They enjoyed tormenting others, taking pleasure in pain. In other words, the more miserable he was, the happier she became. But the problem was, looking at her enchanting figure and that delicate face, Lin Yi almost lost focus. Hack! He cleared his throat twice, forcing himself to pull his thoughts back. First, handle the official business. Lin Yi glanced at the densely packed harpies around. These creatures must not get in the way. He raised his hand and waved it. Gate of the Undead. 5 black portals opened instantly. The next second, undead poured out wildly. Ghoul Legion, Abomination Legion, Skeletal Warhorse, Banshee Legion, Bone Knights. Except for the low-level troops remaining in Silvermoon Town, the rest have all arrived. In the blink of an eye, the army took shape. The Harpy Queen originally only saw the bone dragon, ashen-bone horse, and one human invader, her expression darkening at that moment. But when she realized the undead were not high-level, she regained her composure. Under the cover of night, all resistance is futile. She tilted her head back, her expression arrogant. The Harpy was once a night elf, devoted to the moon goddess. Under the moonlight, their combat power surged dramatically. Coupled with level dominance and the advantage of flight, she didn't take these undead seriously at all. She didn't know that the undead plague had double attribute bonuses. Spread your wings, cover the sky, and kill all these ugly things. The queen gave a cold order. The great battle was about to erupt at any moment. She wanted to rely on the advantage of flight to thoroughly wipe out the undead legion. Kill. Lin Ye's expression was calm. He let out a cold laugh. In the undead army, except for the banshees, no one could fly. But they also had the ghouls' legion. In midair, the harpies kept slashing out wind blades, their wings like knives. The ground's loathing sneered as it threw out a chain hook, forcibly dragging them down from the sky. The moment they hit the ground, they were torn to pieces. For skeleton knights, charged at 6 silver-ranked storm mages, their rune swords slashing wildly. Waves of black sword energy cut through one after another. The despised tyrant, relying on his 10-meter-tall body, suddenly leapt up holding a totem pole. With a loud bang, he slammed hard onto their knees. The undead banshee released mind control, manipulating her former companions. The scene instantly fell into chaos, with them slaughtering each other. Lin Yi stood on the back of the bone dragon, looking at the Harpy Queen, and showed a smile. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. It's our turn. He grinned. Rampage activated. Health dropped instantly. The next second, his eyes were blood red, and his body was wrapped in a blood aura. The bone dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, stirring up a fierce wind as it charged straight at the female demon queen. Death strike. Netherworld earth-splitting slash. The power of death exploded in the air. With a thunderous roar, all the skills slammed onto her. Her health bar plummeted, while Lin Ye's health instantly replenished. The Wraith Queen let out a sharp scream, utterly enraged. Windspeed dive. She became a fading shadow, her claws aimed straight at Lin Ye's throat. The sound of the arrows piercing the air was sharp. Lin Yi controlled the bone dragon to dodge sideways. The claws scraped along the dragon's body as they fell. The bone dragon lost a chunk of blood. This boss has extremely high attack power, but it is still not lethal enough. Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, and he thrust his long spear forward accordingly. The spear hit its target, immediately followed by 2 more shots. So fast she couldn't react. Health plummeted continuously. The storm is coming. Storm spear. The Banshee Queen whipped up a fierce wind to counterattack. Lin Yi shook his gun as he charged forward. Skill clash. But most of her attacks hit the bone dragon, unable to touch him at all. She screeched again. The storm wizard beside her wanted to rush over to assist. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The skeleton knight and the abhorrent tyrant were ordered not to let them pass. How could they allow them to disturb Lin Yi and the queen's heart-to-heart talk? The Blade of Fear was activated. The fear effect instantly stacked, and the harpy lost control and fell from the sky. The ordinary harpy had it even worse. Whoever dares to fly forward will be hooked by a vicious hook and dragged down immediately. Once on the ground, they will be torn apart. On Lin Ye's side, the battle has already entered its final stage. In a few breaths, the boss's health dropped below 40%. Die? All of you die. The Harpy Queen put some distance between them, emitting a piercing screech. Storm arrow feathers. Golden feathers covered the sky, pouring down from Chowlin Knight and the Bone Dragon. Lin Yi scratched his ear. It was indeed beautiful, but way too noisy. He glanced at the cooldown skill and smiled slightly. Riding the Bone Dragon, charging headlong through a hail of arrows. Death strike. Netherworld earth-splitting slash. Shadow assault. Gunfire erupted, cold light crisscrossing. Several damage indicators popped up simultaneously. A total of 3 million. The boss lost nearly 40% of its health instantly. The shield wasn't activated, and the healing wasn't used. Before dying, her eyes were filled only with terror. Ding! Killed the Harpy Queen, gold-level boss. Gained 15 million experience. Ding. Level has reached the maximum. Surplus experience stored in the experience pool. Please advance to the first rebirth as soon as possible. Ding. Task completed. Necromancer Master Level 1 quest. Ding. Career advancement successful. Ding. Qualification enhanced. All attributes plus 50. Free attribute points plus 150. The prompts sounded one after another. Boss fell, and the turn was completed. Attribute rewards directly doubled and soared. Experience from the experience pool poured in like crazy. Ding. Level increased to 21. Ding. Level 22. Ding. Level 25. 5 streaks of white light fell one after another. Lin Yi leveled up 5 times in a row. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Death for becoming the first player to reach the first class change. Rewards. Pioneer Glory Badge X1. Gold X 10,000. Reputation X 100000. The announcement sounded 3 times in a row. All the players went crazy, although everyone expected it would be him. But this speed still gave people goosebumps. The average level across the entire server is only 3. The guild leaders of the major guilds are only at level 6. Lin Yi has already rushed to level 20 and completed the class change. Unbelievable. It's really ridiculous. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Pioneer Glory Badge X1. Gold X 10,000. Reputation X 100000. Ding. You have learned the skill Berserk Aura. Ding. You have learned the skill Death Coil. Ding. You have learned the skill Frostwind Impact. The announcement reward has been received. The new skills of the Necromancer are all unlocked as well. Points allocated. Looking at the skills, they are absolutely explosive. Berserk Aura. Allies within range gain plus 100% critical hit rate, plus 100% critical damage, consuming 100 MP per second. Death Coil. Immobilizes for 2 seconds, dealing 1,200% damage per second. Chilling Wind Impact. Large area damage in front. 2 hits each, dealing 1,000% damage. Also applies a slow effect. Lin Yaren was stunned. Is this the only hidden class? Ridiculously powerful. Single target explosion with control. Area attack clearing with slow. But the most terrifying is the aura. 100% critical hit. Effective for all. And the range grows with spiritual development. With his current spiritual attributes, it is enough to cover the entire undead legion. The whole army is bound to land critical hits. Combat power is directly doubled. His blue energy can still last 5 minutes. This is not a skill. This is a war machine. Look at the badge again. Pioneer's Glory Badge. Unique. Skill Glory. Upon activation, all skills refresh. For 5 seconds, health cannot drop below 1 and immune to control effects. Cool for 12 hours. Lin Yi smiled. Refresh skill. 5 seconds without dying. At a critical moment, it's the trump card for a comeback. Even if a god came, he could still hold on for 5 seconds. Equip it. He walked up to the corpse of the Harpy Queen. Don't get the wrong idea. Just feeling the corpse. Just learned a bunch of divine skills and got a divine artifact. Hands are hot. Luck is booming. Ding. Received 23,888 gold coins. Ding. Received Harpy Golden Feathers X10. Ding. Received Harpy Sharp Claws X10. Ding. Received Equipment Banshee Eye of the Storm X1. Ding. Obtained Treasure Golden Feather Wings X1. Treasure? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Golden Feather Wings. Level 1. No profession restrictions. Effect. Use the Harpy's golden feathers to make wings, allowing flight and doubling movement speed while flying. These are exactly the wings of the Harpy Queen. Magnificent and elegant. It's just a bit too delicate. Lin Yi sneered. Having the bone dragon as transportation, this thing might as well be given to his sister. He looked again at that dark gold equipment. Succubus Eye of the Storm, dark gold. Level 36. Attack 788. Agility 388. Movement speed plus 50%. Attack speed plus 50%. Skill Spirit of the Wind. Spirit of the Wind. Transform into a wind element. Movement speed plus 150%. Ignore size collision. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Top quality dark gold ring. a great profit, just in time to replace the silver ghost ring. Finished dealing with the equipment. Resurrection of the Dead. Lin Yi cast the summoning spell. Ding. Player Death successfully transformed the Harpy Queen into an undead Harpy commander. In midair, an enchanting figure slowly emerged. With stunning curves and exquisite beauty, her entire body was enveloped in a thick aura of death. The undead banshee has no legs and can only hover. Master. She bent slightly, her voice soft yet respectful. Not bad. Lin Yi smiled. What pleased him was her combat power. Undead Banshee Commander Sylviana, Golden Boss. Owner Death. Level 36/70ths. HP 13.88 million. Attack 12,888. Defense 4,388. Skills: Dark Magic Shield, Mind Control, Psychic Storm, Reality Distortion. Race: Undead. Her spiritual power doubled in strength. Dark Gold bosses, even epic bosses, can be temporarily suppressed by her. With her around, Lin Yi can safely output. On the battlefield, there are still 3,000 Harpy women. The Undead Legion has the advantage, but it will take time to completely annihilate them. All advance. At Lin Ye's command, the female demon leader and the bone dragon simultaneously joined the battle. The next second, the Berserk aura activated. A black halo spread beneath his feet, covering the entire Undead Legion. All undead attacks are guaranteed critical hits and deal triple damage. The battlefield exploded instantly. Red critical hit numbers wildly flashed across the sky. The situation was completely crushed. Lin Yi confirmed it was secure and no longer paid attention to the battle. He took out a scroll from his backpack. Mythical level secondary profession transfer scroll can only be activated after the first secondary profession transfer. Now is the time. After use, a random secondary profession will be obtained. There are many varieties: forging, alchemy, scroll making, construction, fishing, skinning, mining. Nearly 100 kinds. What you draw directly determines the subsequent development. I don't know what kind of secondary profession I can get. Rip. Lin Yi directly tore the scroll apart. A mythical level secondary profession, it can't be that bad. Even if it's fishing, you can catch top quality equipment, or even legendary level bosses. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the mythic subprofession, Ancient Alchemist. Ding. Congratulations to the player for learning the skill, Ancient Alchemy. After the notification sound, Lin Ye's eyes widened. What the hell? He was completely blown away. This luck was ridiculously absurd. Alchemists are originally hidden secondary professions, with one capable of handling several at once. They can make equipment, potions, and scrolls. They can also create special elixirs, puppets, and strategic supplies. The universally acknowledged most versatile secondary profession. Not to mention, the Ancient Alchemist. Ancient Alchemy Myth. Level, LV1. Proficiency, 0/1000. Effect, automatically master all beginner recipes, guarantee success in crafting beginner items, and have a 10% chance to trigger a critical hit, yielding times 10 quantity and +1 quality. Introduction, the oldest alchemy, capable of turning waste into treasure. Lin Yi gasped sharply. This skill is too overpowered. There is a 10% chance of producing 10 times the quantity, plus improved quality. For others, it's a gamble of luck. For him, it's almost a guaranteed outcome. Moreover, ancient alchemy inherently carries a vast number of lost formulas. Others can't learn it. Just with these formulas alone, he could be sought after and supplied by major guilds. Just gather some materials and refine. Guaranteed success, and often tenfold critical hits. It's hard not to get rich. It's simply a direct express to the peak. Coming back to my senses. Under the siege of the Frenzy Aura and the Undead Legion, the battle has already ended. The Skeletal Wyvern and the Banshee leader held the front line, and the monsters were thoroughly slaughtered. Lin Yi turned off the aura, letting the undead clean up the battlefield. Then he raised his hand to cast the soul summoning spell. All the harpies, including the silver boss Storm Witch, were all transformed. Master. Thousands of banshees saluted simultaneously. A dark mass. The scene was overwhelming. Lin Yi glanced at the time. 11 p.m. He opened the auction house. For hours had passed since the skill books and secret realm entry tickets were put up for sale. Only 1 hour remained. Once the news spread, top players from all sides jumped in to compete. The price soared all the way up. 11 copies of the top-tier Toxic skill books, each selling for over 8 million. Entry tickets to the Poisonous Swamp Secret Realm were also hyped up to 550,000 apiece. 99 tickets in total, amounting to over 50 million. However, this is the first time someone is selling entry tickets to the Secret Realm. High prices are also normal. Once a large number of entry tickets flood the market, the prices will definitely start to drop gradually. Otherwise, he doesn't have to do anything. Every day he lies down and collects 50 million, waking up laughing even in his dreams. Watching the prices of skill books and admission tickets continue to rise, Lin Yi is very clear about this. It was far from the peak yet. The last 10 minutes of the auction is the real battleground. At that time, the prices will surge like crazy. Ticket to the Poisonous Swamp Secret Realm, 560,000, 570,000, 600,000, 620,000. Deadly Storm Skill, 8.88 million, 8.95 million. Poison Shadow Blade Skill. The numbers soared all the way. Lin Yi couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. While grinding monsters, he kept an eye on the auction. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The auction has ended. The final results are out. The entry ticket costs up to 990,000 each, with the lowest price still at 880,000. The Venom Wyvern dropped Poisonous Storm, which sold for 15 million. The Priest exclusive Poisonous Healing Reversal can turn the next healing into a poisonous backlash. Because the effect is so unique, it directly sold for a sky-high price of 23 million. Another 9 rare skill books. Each costs around 12 million. Lin Yi's virtual account. An entire 250 million more. Getting rich overnight. In less than 24 hours. Earned 250 million. This speed. Even the richest would have to admit defeat. Whoosh. Lin Yi Chong let out a breath. Forcing myself to calm down. Open the Supreme VIP Recharge interface. The next tier. VIP 5. It requires a full 100 million. He definitely would have hesitated before. But thinking of that mysterious space pendant that appeared in reality, his eyes hardened. Charge. Straight up splurging. Ding. Successfully recharged 100 million gold coins. Ding. Total recharge reached 100 million. Promoted to VIP 5. Received VIP 5 privileges and gift pack. VIP 5 privileges. Experience plus 1000%. Perfect attributes. VIP 5 gift pack. Divine level city building order. Mythic. City building order? Still mythic level. Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart. But what he cared about more was perfect attributes. What is this? Perfect attributes. Explanation. The 4-dimensional attributes are automatically completed to a perfect state. Automatically completed? Lin Yi immediately opened the panel. Original attributes. Strength 15852, Constitution 3926, Agility 4736, Spirit 3289. Now, Strength 17727, Constitution 17727, Agility 17727, Spirit 17727. All 4 items maxed out. Lin Yi froze completely. The next second, ecstasy. So this is what they call perfect. Take the strongest attribute as the standard and fully supplement all the rest. This is not an improvement. This is a qualitative change. Song. Ridiculously strong. Add 1 attribute, and the other 3 automatically follow. This round, he directly became a hexagonal warrior. Attack, speed, defense, attack speed, health, mana, all maxed out. No weaknesses. Divine City Building Order, Mythical. Level 10. After use, you can establish an exclusive city in the Borderlands. Skills. Indestructible. Divine Luck. Divine Military Soul. Special. Unlock all special buildings. City of the Gods. Building defense, HP, durability, and attack all increase by 100-fold. Heavenly Bestowed City Fortune. Player experience in the city plus 20%. Drop rate plus 30%. NPC growth speed doubled. Divine Level Military Soul. Doubles the entire army's combat strength. This is a city building order left by an ancient god. Using it, You will possess a true city of the gods. Hiss! Lin Yi took a sharp breath. The shock brought by this city-building order was no less than a full attribute boost. As long as the city is built, even using the most ordinary materials, it will still be an impregnable fortress, a true wall of bronze and iron. Add the double attributes of the undead plague, the bonus from the rage aura, and divine-level military souls. His undead legion is probably going to sweep everything away. There are hundreds of millions of gold coins lying in the account. Lin Yi laughed. Finally, I can spend money freely. He opened the exclusive store and locked in 2 treasures. Goddess's Tear, intermediate, priced at 13.88 million, limited to VIP 4. Deathwing, intermediate, priced at 48.88 million, limited to VIP 5. Goddess's Tears. Effect, restores 1% health and mana per second. Legend says it is a tear from the goddess of life. Deathwing. Effect, movement speed plus 300%, damage reduction plus 20%, evasion plus 20%, defense plus 100%, health plus 100%, negative status resistance plus 20%. Skill, Power of the Black Dragon. Power of the Black Dragon doubles health, movement speed, and output for 60 seconds. Reduces damage taken by 30%. Cooldown 2 hours. These are the replicated wings of the Black Dragon King, crafted by an ancient divine artisan. Buy? Lin Yi gritted his teeth and placed the order immediately. Ding. Purchase successful. Goddess's Tier X1. Ding. Purchase successful. Deathwing X1. The 10% discount on the title took effect, saving over 6 million at once. He opened his backpack. 2 treasures do not require occupying equipment slots. Wearing complete. With the Goddess's Tier, the Berserk aura can almost remain permanently. The next second, swish, a pair of 6 or 7 meter long black dragon wings unfolded behind him. A strong gale suddenly rose, its momentum overwhelming. Just at that moment, Lin Yi's speed was several times faster than the skeletal dragon, but he deliberately chose to lie flat. If it can save effort, who would still work hard? He landed on the bone dragon's back, folded away the death wings, and directly laid down to bask in the breeze. The next second, a pair of soft little hands rested on his shoulder. The banshee leader Sylvia lowered her head and massaged him. Comfortable. After releasing the undead, Lin Yi rode the bone dragon flying towards Silvermoon Town. Suddenly, roar! A furious roar exploded, sending chills down people's spines. Still hadn't reacted. A pitch-black hand descending from the sky, blocking out the heavens. Boom! A giant palm slammed hard onto the bone dragon. Minus 6,888. Damage popped up. The skeletal wyvern was slapped and sent flying dozens of meters. Lin Yi frowned and stood up. Ahead, a mountain-like monster stood on the wasteland. It looked like both a bear and an ape. A full 50 meters tall. Muscles bulge like small mountains. With every breath it takes, a fierce wind rises. In front of it, Lin Yi looks as tiny as an ant. Even the bone dragon seems diminutive. A sense of oppression hits like a wave. Wasteland Behemoth, Golden Boss. Level 40. HP 9,990,000. Attack 6088. Defense 4088. Skills: Wild Roar, Sky-Splitting Heavy Punch, Savage Charge, Earth Tremor, Fierce Trampling. Description: a beast slumbering in the wilderness. Any creature that wakes it will be crushed underfoot. TCH, is that all? Lin Yi sneered. The build is intimidating. Thought it was dark gold. Turned out to be just gold. Such a disappointment. But when the meat is served on a platter, why refuse to eat it? Just in time to test the current damage. He slowly stood up. The Black Shadow Devourer gun was in hand. Frenzy Aura activated. Berserk activated. One step forward. The aura at the feet lights up. His eyes turned blood red. It was not over yet. Deathwing spread behind him. Power of the Black Dragon activated. Boom. Black mist surged skyward. The dragon's roar exploded. A ferocious black dragon's phantom appeared behind him. The pressure was like a prison. At this moment, he was like a demon god descending. The giant beast stepped forward, closing in. Each step made the ground tremble. Roar! It suddenly leapt up. Heaven-shattering heavy fist. A giant palm clenched into a fist, smashing down from the sky. The wild wind howled. Lin Ye's red eyes flashed. Spatial leap. Space distortion. He vanished instantly. Whoosh. The bone dragon barely dodged with Siviana. The next second, boom! The giant beast of the wasteland threw a punch into the empty air, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground collapsed, forming a massive crater. The next second, Lin Yi had already flashed in front of it, a long spear in hand. Spatial leap activated. Next strike, double damage. Rime wind impact. Death and frost power entwined around the spear tip, chilling to the bone. Lin Yi did not hesitate, thrusting the spear straight forward. The cold blade exploded outward, the spear like an angry dragon. With a soft spitting sound, the spear tip pierced through the body. Behind the giant beast, the earth cracked open, countless ice spikes shooting skyward, instantly spreading across 500 yards, forming a vast ice field. Minus 18.1 million. Fear injury jump out. Health bar depleted. The huge body of the giant beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground violently and scattering ice fragments everywhere. Ding. Golden level boss wasteland giant beast killed. Gained 18 million experience. Ding. Level up to 26. All attributes plus 50. Free attribute points plus 150. The ice spike then exploded. This boss couldn't even withstand a single move. Ding. Received 38,888 gold coins. Ding. Received 10 wild beast blood. Ding. Obtained savage beast hide x10. Ding. Obtained savage beast heavy shield x1. Ding. Obtained savage beast chestplate x1. While counting the loot, Lin Yi frowned deeply at the dark gold equipment. Level not high enough, cannot wear. He suddenly thought of something and immediately opened the VIP shop. Overlord contract, priced at 6.66 million, limited to VIP 3. The effect is very powerful, allowing forced wearing of equipment 20 levels higher than oneself. Absurdly expensive, but Lin Yi still bought it. In the future, skipping levels to kill monsters will be the norm, and the equipment will definitely be of a higher grade. Ding. Purchase successful. The contract falls into his hand, runes flowing. He writes down the ID. The contract transforms into white light and enters his body. An Overlord contract buff appears in the status bar. He picked up the giant beast's chest armor. Wasteland Behemoth chestplate dark gold. Level 40. Health plus 6,500. Defense plus 688. Constitution plus 388. Requires 666 points of Constitution. Now he can wear it. Dressing up. Lin Yi directly put on the Tyrant chestplate. The other piece is the Wasteland Behemoth Heavy Shield, dark gold. He glanced at the attributes. A giant shield 2 to 3 meters high, with exaggerated defense and health bonuses. But there was no attack power at all. This kind of shield is only suitable for pure tanks. Lin Yi casually tossed it into his backpack. He would sell it later. Then, he equipped all the dark gold gear dropped by the venomous wyvern and the harpy queen, ignoring the wearing requirements. Attributes instantly surge. Summoning spell. Green light descends. The corpse of the wild beast quickly decayed. A moment later, click, click, the sound of bones rubbing together sounded. A 50-meter-tall skeletal giant climbed up from the ground. The thick, fierce white bones were even bigger than Lin Ye's whole body. Ding! Congratulations to player Death for successfully transforming the wild beast into the Skeleton Giant Commander. Skeleton Giant Commander, Golden Boss. Skeleton Giant Commander. Under Kellen Ye's command, there is no skeleton army to support it. He was too lazy to think much. Just throw this big guy out and farm monsters yourself. Ride the skeletal drake. Return to Silver Moon Town. Nothing happened along the way. Arrived quickly. At the entrance of the small town, a mage had just finished stretching. Suddenly saw a white dot on the horizon. The white spot kept getting bigger. What the heck, what is that? Many people looked up along with them. Such a big bird. Bird my ass, it's a dragon. A bone dragon. It's flying over. Run. The monsters are attacking the city. The skeletal wyvern is approaching. The menacing figure overshadowed the sky. The players instantly freaked out and scattered to escape. Wait, there's someone on the dragon's back. There really is someone. Which NPC is so handsome? I want to become his disciple. Everyone stopped in their tracks, faces full of excitement. Dragon Knight, the dream of countless men. The bandit Zhang San was also among the crowd. He was leading dozens of people from the guild, heading to the dark forest to level up. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the Bone Dragon Knight. His excitement made his heart race. But in the next second, his expression changed. The Bone Dragon was rushing straight towards them. The speed was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, only 100 meters remained. Still diving. Fuck, don't come over here. The players from the Madman Guild turned pale and kept retreating. But the Bone Dragon was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious dragon head had already rushed in front of them. Roar! The Bone Dragon opened its blood-red mouth wide, and a pale white, blazing dragon breath suddenly burst out. Minus 18,888. Minus 18,888. Minus 18,888. The souls of the members of the Madman Guild were all frightened away. Before they could figure out why the Bone Dragon suddenly turned hostile, they were wiped out on the spot by a single dragon breath. The next second, everyone appeared at the town resurrection point. Ding! You have been killed by the player Death, level -1. Death. That Bone Dragon Knight isn't an NPC, but a player? A group of people were completely stunned. No wonder he made a move. The thug Zhang San's face went ashen. He looked down and saw his right hand empty, stunned for half a second, then exploded in anger. Damn it! Where's the weapon I just bought? It exploded again. That was a top-quality item he bought for a huge price. It didn't even get warmed up before it was gone. The nearby henchmen also hurried to check their gear. The result was the same for all of them. A few seconds later, the entire Madman Guild erupted in chaos. They clearly didn't have a red name, yet everyone dropped 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, and all of them were the best on their bodies. This is just too absurd. Were they just incredibly unlucky, or did their luck defy the heavens? He must be cheating. Let's go report him on the official website. A group of people stomped their feet in anger. At the entrance of Silvermoon Town. What the hell? An NPC is killing people. Run. Why run? That's a death boss. Haha, serves them right. Who told the Marauders Guild to be so arrogant before? Well done, kill more of them. Great God is so handsome. I want to have monkey babies with you. Great God, can you let me ride the Bone Dragon? I'll keep you warm at night. Seeing the bright red ID on the Bone Dragon's back, death. The surrounding players immediately felt at ease and became excited instead. The Madman Guild being beaten down made them feel pleased. Soon, they also noticed the spectral banshee leader floating beside Lin Yi. So beautiful. The whole place fell silent for a second. Then it immediately erupted. Isn't it said that undead, except for skeletal dragons, are all ugly? This is just unbelievable. Envious, shocked, and jealous gazes all focused on Lin Yi. Lin Yi just smiled, without explaining. The Bone Dragon is too large to enter the small town. He let it go clear the monsters first. When needed, a death gate could summon it back. Then, he stepped into Silvermoon Town. Lin Yi, accompanied by the Banshee Commander Sylviana, swaggered into Silvermoon Town. He had just stepped into the town. Only players dared to quietly cast scan on the Bone Dragon and the Banshee. Skeletal Wyvern, Golden Boss. Level. Attribute. Skill. Talent. Wraith Banshee Commander, Sylviana, Golden Boss. Level. Attribute. Skill. Talent. Except for the name and rank, everything else was a question mark. The players instantly freaked out. What does this represent? Indicating that the Bone Dragon and the Banshee are at least 20 levels higher than them. In other words, a Golden Boss above level 25. Taking another look at Lin Ye's back. Hundreds of skeleton minions are clearing the way ahead. Behind were the fierce Bone Dragon and the enchanting and beautiful undead Banshee. And each one is ridiculously powerful. At this moment, all players have only one thought in their minds. I want to play the Necromancer too. Heian Town, the wild dense forest. The man with the ID Mian was chilling all over. He glanced at the fragile skeleton soldier beside him, then looked at his hidden profession, Necromancer. The whole person began to question life. He was not willing to give up, so he went back to browse the forum. Skeleton Legion, Bone Dragon, the Banshee, Sleep, is full of question marks. Isn't the Necromancer only allowed to summon up to 50? Before the second job change, They could only transform elite monsters at most. How could the attributes be so exaggerated? What was even more outrageous was, he said he was a necromancer, but no one believed him. Even he himself was starting to doubt it. Also a necromancer. Why is he so powerful? Inside Silver Moon Town. In the Origin game, being red-named won't get you wanted by NPCs, nor will it prevent you from entering the city. But the punishment is severe. During the red name period, if you die, you will lose 2 levels and drop 3 pieces of equipment. Lin Yi just killed dozens of people from the Madman Guild. Now his name is Dark Red. However, as long as you don't make trouble in town, the NPCs won't interfere. So he entered the city smoothly. What was even more outrageous was, the guards of Silver Moon Town, upon seeing him, actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Lin Yi looked at the NPCs with their faces full of enthusiasm. For a moment, he didn't react, only woke up a few seconds later. Could it be that the charm value took effect? VIP 2 privilege. Charm plus 9,999. As expected, walk all the way to the teleportation point. Every NPC he encountered was extremely enthusiastic toward him. The middle-aged blacksmith in front of him, with a face full of stubble and strong muscles, was actually looking at him with a gentle expression. The next second, Lin Yi shuddered all over. Damn, charm plus 9,999 is just ridiculous. He sighed. Having too high charm is also troublesome. Of course, there are benefits too. Along the way, hundreds of NPCs voluntarily gave gifts. Scrolls of Hellfire, Resurrection Scrolls, Storm Scrolls, various potions, materials, skill books, equipment, piled up a huge heap. But this is a beginner town. NPC levels are low. Most of the items given are useless to him, but he accepted all of them. Just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean others don't want it. Selling it means money. Even hidden missions have appeared in large numbers. But they are basically low-level tasks. Lin Yi was too lazy to accept them. Rather than running errands, it's better to kill the boss. Of course, there are exceptions. Originally, he planned to go directly to the teleportation array to pick up his sister. Passing by the professional sanctuary, he stopped in his tracks. The huge sanctuary made of white jade was magnificent in scale. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Silver Moon Town is a beginner town. NPCs are generally weak, but the professional trainers are different. They come from the big city. Higher rank, greater power, more resources. Thinking of this, Lin Yi walked straight in. Nearly 1,000 players were lined up inside the sanctuary. He noticed the most people were in front of the priest and assassin mentors. The others combined are not even half as good as them. Something's wrong. Shouldn't the most popular ones be warriors, mages, and knights? He took a closer look. He understood immediately. The priest mentor is a gentle, mature woman. The loose white robe can't hide her hot figure. Her long legs are slender, and her aura is holy. Who could resist? But when he saw the assassin master, he almost split apart. The assassin master turned out to be a dark-themed little loli. Soft and cute appearance, with a dangerous aura. At that moment, the little Lolita suddenly made a light S sound. Her golden big eyes lit up. She stared intently at Lin Yi, under the bewildered gazes of all the players. The little girl left the professional mentor's desk. This action instantly drew everyone's attention in the room. Could it be that a hidden task was triggered? Everyone was still guessing. The next second, swish, her figure vanished instantly, so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. A small afterimage dashed straight toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no time to react. He only felt a weight on his body. He looked down. A little girl was already hanging on him. The assassin mentor clung to him tightly, like an octopus. The whole place erupted. The assassin player was dumbfounded. The Lilicon was stunned. The entire professional hall fell silent instantly. The air was thick with tension. Who can tell them? What exactly is going on here? Newborn brother, my name is Lillian. I am the assassin mentor. Do you want to change your class to assassin? The little Lolita blinked her big eyes, smiling sweetly and obediently. Cough. You get down first. Stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes, Lin Yi was also a bit overwhelmed. Oh, she reluctantly let go. The next second, she leaned in again. I have many hidden classes here. Do you want to take a look? Saying that, she directly pulled out a bunch of job transfer scrolls. Phantom Assassin, Legendary. Soul Reaper, Legendary. Trickster Assassin, Legendary. Shadow Hunter, Epic. Shadow Dancer, epic. All are purely epic and legendary grade. At least 20 or 30. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Ordinary hidden professions can sell for sky-high prices. Epic and legendary level. That was the treasure that all the major conglomerates were crazily scrambling for. Even money couldn't guarantee a purchase. But now, the minter actively shoved it into Lin Ye's arms. This scene completely overturned all prior understanding. No one spoke in the hall. Only the sound of heavy breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the other professional mentors couldn't sit still anymore. The moment they saw Lin Yi, 5 mentors stood up simultaneously, leaving their own positions, heading straight this way. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Yi in the middle. Then, everyone took out a dozen or so epic and legendary hidden professions. Attitude so enthusiastic it's exaggerated. Frenzied recommendations. Desperately highlighting advantages. Afraid of being a step slow, Lin Yi glanced at the intimacy level. All were 999, just 1 point short, to reach unwavering loyalty until death. By that time, he can even directly recruit these mentors. Even send this NPC to their death. Charm plus 9,999? That's ridiculous. Ignore level, ignore gender, ignore age, ignore profession. All inclusive. But Lin Yi had no intention of changing his class at all. He is the only top-level hidden class. How could he possibly switch? Immediately rejected 6 mentors. The result? The 6 mentors were not angry. On the contrary, each gifted him an epic hidden class as a welcome gift. Freely received 6 epic classes. Incredibly satisfying. The surrounding players were completely stunned. Why? They worked hard standing in line, humbly flattering their mentor. Not to mention hidden professions, they couldn't even detect the shadow of a hidden mission. But Lin Yi didn't do anything. The mentors took the initiative to come to him, shoving hidden professions and tasks into his arms. Let him choose. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. At the entrance of the profession sanctuary, a girl holding a new staff walked in. Lin Xiaoyu immediately saw the little girl standing next to Lin Yi. She widened her eyes. No wonder Mom arranged so many blind dates for you, and you didn't go. So this is what you like. Her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a big secret. A corner of the mouth curled up, and the mind began to make small calculations. At this moment, Lin Yi also saw Lin Xiaoyu say goodbye to the 6 mentors and head toward the door. The players only then came back to their senses. They were lining up when the mentors suddenly ran away, leaving them hanging, rushing to deliver hidden professions to others. My assassin mentor little lowly, my priest big sister, what exactly do you see in him? A group of LSPs wanting to cry but having no tears. The next second, their expressions froze once again. Lin Yi walked to the door and casually took the hand of a cute girl, also accompanied by the leader of the undead banshees. Directly left the sanctuary. The girl did not resist at all. Damn, he even kidnapped a top-notch girl. Just walked away holding her hand? That's allowed. Being handsome means you can do whatever you want. The players were completely stunned. It's one thing for 2 beautiful female NPCs to chase after him. But how come even female players are following him? Why? Is it just because he's handsome? Or just because he's strong? The team fell into complete silence. Jealousy was written all over every face. How did you find me? Lin Yi turned back and asked. Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoyu dragged out the syllable and gave him a sharp look. You promised to pick me up. I waited by the teleportation array for a long time and didn't see you, so I had to find my own way. Her tone was full of resentment. Ahem, it's just that something came up last minute. Lin Yi chuckled twice. Lin Xiaoyu was about to speak. She suddenly caught sight of Sylvia, who had been following nearby. She had just thought she was an NPC from the professional sanctuary. Now, focusing carefully, my gaze landed on the undead banshee commander, scanning her up and down. Instantly stunned. Damn, Mr. Lin, you're playing way too perverse. Lin Xiaoyu looked shocked, lowering his voice, and said, Lawless again, undead again. Your tastes are really something special. As soon as the words fell, Lin Ye's face darkened. What are you thinking? I brought her along because she has control skills. Lin Yi explained speechlessly. So, that means you're into Lawless? I have a friend who's a legal lowly, you know. Lin Xiaoyu smiled slyly. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yi interrupted. That's because your brother is charming. They followed him on their own. He reached out and rubbed Lin Xiaoyu's head, pretending to be fierce. If you talk nonsense again, be careful or I'll break your leg. Humph. Lin Xiaoyu didn't believe it. If he hadn't actively approached and frantically gained favor, how could an assassin mentor stick so closely to a knight? Being that intimate, who would believe it was a coincidence? But she hadn't seen what happened before and didn't know that Lin Yi was telling the truth, not saying it out loud. But in her heart, she had already labeled her brother as a lowly connoisseur. Sigh, I still have to worry about your lifelong matters. Who else but me is so considerate? Lin Xiaoyu muttered quietly. By the way, what is your talent? Lin Yi didn't notice her little scheme and asked casually. SS-level talent, the heart of Arcana. Skill range is 10 times, damage is doubled. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her chin proudly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. The SSS-level talent is his exclusive ability. Currently, the highest among players is SS level. Unexpectedly, his sister is also SS level, and it's so outrageous. A single fireball spell can be used as an area attack. If she really uses a wide-range skill, she would be a crowd-clearing machine. On the battlefield, a guaranteed annihilation output. Even without him, sister will still be able to thrive in the future. If you dare mess with me again, I'll cast a forbidden spell and wipe out all your bones in one go. Lin Xiaoyu was proud and triumphant. Don't brag. We'll talk when you grow up. Lin Yi laughed and raised his hand. Gate of the Dead. The portal opened. Phew. The soul's scream sounded. Step, step, step. A skeletal horse engulfed in white soul fire slowly walked out from the door, its momentum overwhelming. This silver boss ashen skeletal horse is your mount. Lin Yi then took out a pile of golden equipment. These are for you too, a full set for mages, no level required. Wear it directly. Attributes almost match those of level 20 gold equipment. Those 6 epic hidden classes, Lin Yi didn't give any to Lin Xiaoyu. If he's going to give any, it'll be the top-tier mythical hidden classes. Wow, that's so awesome. Big brother, I love you. Seeing the ashen bone horse and that full set of equipment, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she jumped with excitement. So if there's a benefit, you call me Big Brother. If not, you call me Mr. Lin? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her and reminded. I have something to do and need to leave first. Play for a while and go to bed early. Got it, Big Brother. Lin Xiaoyu smiled pleasingly. Lin Yi gave a helpless smile, turned around, and summoned the skeletal dragon. The exclusive outfit of the undead overlord, which he had stored in the small town, reappeared, instantly boosting his aura to the max. With the Banshee commander, he mounted the bone dragon. The bony wings suddenly spread wide, a fierce wind roaring as it surged straight north. This look is actually pretty cool, cheap little Muan. Lin Xiaoyu murmured softly. On the back of the bone dragon, Lin Yi took out the mysterious treasure map from the VIP2 gift pack. This map has extremely high rewards. He is determined to get them. It was the perfect opportunity to visit the northern frozen tundra and, while at it, find a suitable place to build a city. Current location, Origin Continent, Jiang Empire, Beifeng City. Beifeng City is one of the 12 secondary main cities of the empire, located the farthest north. Further ahead lies the permafrost tundra ravaged by the biting cold wind. The unique terrain makes Northwind City's strategic position nearly equal to that of a primary-level main city. The ice field is vast and boundless, at least equivalent to 10 Jiang empires. Countless terrifying giant beasts reside there. Beneath the ice layer, ancient monsters are still sealed. It may even be the resting place of demigods and true gods. Beifeng City is the fortress standing on the front line of the empire. The city walls are made entirely of cast black iron, hundreds of meters tall, stretching for thousands of miles. Like a giant steel dragon, stretched across the sky and earth. The momentum is overwhelming. Lin Yi stepped into the city. The NPCs here are far beyond those in Silver Moon Town. The guards were all of pure gold level and above, exuding a deadly aura. As soon as he entered the city, he earned a wave of intimacy points. After a round of exploration, he had gained a lot. Ding. Received a gift from the grocer Cassia, Thunderstorm Scroll X10. Ding. Received a gift from Knight Mentor Angie's, Epic Paladin Job Change Scroll X1. Ding. Received a gift from Tavern Keeper Vinicea. Fiery Strong Wine X10. Frost Strong Wine X10. Ding. Received. A series of notifications flooded the screen. These things are out of the question for ordinary players. As for the exact amount, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to count them. There are just too many things. They gave way too much. The backpack was stuffed full and bulging. Even more exaggerated. The Deputy City Lord of Beifeng City also gave him a legendary hidden class, the Great Elementalist. Unfortunately, he did not meet the Empire's Valkyrie, the City Lord of Beifeng City. She was one of the top NPCs in the Jiang Empire. If she joined in, Lin Yi would probably become rich overnight. He walked out of the North City Gate. The cold wind cut against his face like a knife, making him shiver uncontrollably. Looking around, the vast white ice field stretched out with no end in sight, just outside the city gates. Before Lin Yi could summon the bone dragon, the monster charged over. Step, step, step. The ice surface trembled, and the heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. He turned his head to look. Roar! Dozens of 10-meter-tall frost giants, covered in pure white fur, roared as they charged toward him and the Banshee leader. Frost Giant Elite. Level 41. Health 250,000. Attack 1,688. Defense 888. As expected of the Northern Territory, elite monsters greet you right from the start. Lin Yi laughed. 60 or 70, just right for practice. He raised his hand. Raging Wind Assault. A black spear suddenly stabbed into the ice surface. Boom. The ice layer shattered. Within a range of 500 yards ahead, giant ice spikes burst forth from the ground one after another. Uft. The ice spike instantly pierced through the giant's body. Minus 1,592,474. Minus 1,592,474. Minus 1,592,474. High damage spreads across the ice field. The next second, health bar depleted to 0. All instantly killed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The giants all fall at once, shaking the ice surface with their impact. Ding. You have killed the Frost Giant Elite, gaining 400,000 experience points. The notification flooded the screen rapidly. Each one grants 400,000 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar visibly surged. There were still a few stragglers in the rear. They charged forward on ice spikes. The next moment, boom! The ice spikes exploded in a chain reaction. Shockwaves sweep all around. Dash 1592474. Dash 1592474. Shards of ice scatter. The remaining giants were all wiped out. Ding! You have obtained 1,888 gold coins. You have obtained materials, 66 frost cores. You have obtained materials, 88 pieces of frost giant fur. You obtained equipment, barbarian heavy armor. You obtained equipment, Icefield Wanderer boots. You obtained equipment, Frost Greatsword. A bunch of bronze gear, all tossed into the corner of Lin Yi's backpack. What truly caught his attention was that frost core. The frost core comes from the heart of a frost giant, radiating a chilling cold. The introduction didn't mention its use because it is a material for the hidden subprofession of alchemist. According to an ancient recipe, add frost core, ice rock, and mystic ice iron to craft the ice crystal cannon. The ice crystal cannon has area damage and can freeze enemies, continuously slowing them down. Ice rock is everywhere on the perpetual ice plains. Mystic ice iron can be bought or mined. The materials are not hard to gather. This is a city defense artifact. After the city is built, a row of ice crystal cannons will be on the city wall, operated by skeleton soldiers. Whoever comes will die. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Yi activated the summoning technique. The sound of bones cracking echoed one after another. The skeleton giant more than 10 meters tall slowly stood up. System prompts kept popping up continuously. The frost giant was transformed into a skeletal giant. The team grows stronger. Lin Yi leaps onto the skeletal dragon and continues forward. Soon, new enemies appear. A group of snow leopards lurk on the ice field. Exploration spell activated. Level 45 Extreme Ice Snow Leopard. Nearly 30,000 health, over 1,000 attack, extremely fast speed. The dragon just entered the range. The snow leopard simultaneously unleashes extreme ice spike. The ice spikes shattered through the air. They densely pounded onto the dragon. Force damage was only 1 point each. The damage was low, but it completely enraged the dragon. Charge. Lin Yi lightly tapped the dragon's head. The skeletal flying dragon dived down, opening its mouth to unleash a deadly dragon breath. The black dragon breath swept across the snowfield. Damage numbers jumped wildly. The snow leopard pack was instantly overwhelmed. The skeletal wyverns leveled up to 33, 29, and 19, their attack power rising significantly. It's imaginable that they could one-shot the level 45 extreme ice snow leopard pack, but their firepower was still a bit lacking. At this moment, the Banshee commander Sylviana raised her hand and waved it. Psychic Storm. An invisible shockwave swept across the arena. Minus 18,888. Minus 18,888. Minus 18,888. Rows of attacks leap out. Completely cleared. Ding. Defeated an extreme ice snow leopard above level. Gained 66,666 experience points. Ding. Defeated an extreme ice snow leopard above level. Gained experience. Experience skyrocketed wildly. The snow leopard fell to the ground. The skeleton giant stepped forward to touch the corpse. Lin Yi casually transformed into a ghoul. A set of operations, smooth and flowing like running water. Next, Lin Yi directly lay on the back of the bone dragon. No need to make a move when encountering monsters. The skeletal wyvern cooperates with the Banshee commander, skills all activated. One wave takes them away, occasionally encountering elite frost giants. In just over 10 seconds, the field is cleared. Not long after, Lin Yi levels up again, truly getting stronger while lying down. Another group of snow leopards wiped out. After the undead finish clearing the battlefield, he is ready to transform. Lin Yi frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. Fighting monsters is easy, but finishing them off takes too long. The bone dragon flies fast. After the monster dies, you still have to wait for the minions to come over and touch it before it can transform. One round takes several minutes at a time. Picking it up yourself is also almost as slow. Ridiculously slow. Seriously affects progress and leveling. Unless you don't want the drops. But that's too much of a loss. Lin Yi suddenly lit up. Maybe the exclusive mall has a solution? He immediately opened the search. The next second, he smiled. Really have. VIP exclusive store. Auto pickup ring. Price 8.88 million. VIP 4 purchase limit. Auto pickup ring. Level 1. Effect. After killing monsters, drops automatically enter the backpack. 8.88 million each. More expensive than real rings in reality. No attributes yet. But Lin Yi did not hesitate. Checking the corpse wastes too much time. Killing monsters takes 10 seconds. Picking up items takes 10 minutes. Worth it. Ding. Successfully purchased. Auto loot ring X1. Where directly. Treasures do not occupy the equipment slot. They take effect once worn. The next moment, the drops on the ground turn into light streams, all flying into the ring. The backpack instantly filled up. Awesome. Lin Yi was in a great mood and raised his hand to cast the summoning spell. Ding. Successfully transformed the polar snow leopard into a ghoul. With the automatic pickup ring. Kill then loot. Loot then move. The pace is fully ramped up. The forward speed skyrockets. Almost every time I encounter a group of monsters, I can't last more than 20 seconds. Instantly transformed into a skeleton giant and a ghoul on the spot. At the same time, Lin Yi's experience bar skyrocketed wildly. Ding. Level up to 28. All attributes plus 50. Free attribute points plus 150. Ding. Level up to 29. All attributes plus 50. Free attribute points plus 150. Not long. He was promoted 2 levels in a row. He also reached the location marked on the treasure map. Current location, Origin Continent, Permafrost Ice Field, Endless Glacier. Before him stretched an endless snowy plain. Lin Yi frowned. Where's the treasure trove? Not to mention treasure, we haven't even seen a single monster. After searching around once, he felt a stir in his heart. Could it be beneath the glacier? Not in the air, not on the ground. It can only be underground. The Gate of the Undead. Two black portals entwined with deathly energy opened out of thin air. Immediately after, 300 skeletal giants stepped out, and the skeletal commander transformed from a wild beast of the wasteland, standing 50 meters tall. Smash! Lin Yi spoke in a calm tone. The next second, all the undead were furiously bombarding the glacier. The terrain in the origin can be destroyed. It just restores automatically after a while. Boom, boom, boom. Huge bony fists kept falling. The glacier trembled, and snow mist fluttered. 5 minutes later, the ice surface was smashed into pieces. At the same time, a deep pit 7 or 8 meters wide was revealed. The entrance appeared. Lin Yi did not hesitate and leapt down. The pit was at least 200 meters deep. He spread his wings of death and descended slowly. After landing, not as narrow and oppressive as imagined. On the contrary, the view is wide open. This is an underground city, a city truly built beneath the earth. Lin Yi stood firmly, first scanning the surroundings. Truly a treasure trove. The sight before him was filled with ice crystals and various rare crystals, dazzlingly bright. And this was only the entrance. But strangely, silence engulfed the surroundings. There were no monsters at all. The more this happened, the more alert Lin Yi became. The treasure trove's warning reads, extremely dangerous. Even the poisonous swamp, which requires skipping levels to challenge the golden boss, doesn't have this warning. The difficulty here is definitely higher. At least there is a dark gold level boss. It could even be epic. Come out. Lin Yi's eyes darkened, and he snapped his fingers. 8 huge gates of the undead rose simultaneously. Just in case, he directly summoned the entire undead army. The next moment, countless undead poured out from the gate. Common undead, 3,300 banshees, 2,800 ghouls, 1,200 skeletal warhorses. Elite undead, 600 abominations, 300 skeletal giants. Bronze, for abhorrent butchers. Silver, 6 banshee sorceresses. Gold, 4 skeleton knights, plus a skeleton dragon, banshee commander, skeleton giant commander, and abhorrent tyrant. Excluding my sister Lin Xiaoyu's mount, the Ashenbone horse, and cannon fodder below level 10. The undead army has assembled. Over 8,000 undead in total. Set off. Lin Yi leaped onto the skeletal dragon, his voice cold. The rare crystals on the ground can be collected at any time. First, let's clear out the dungeon. As the words fell, the undead army thundered into motion. Tread, tread, tread. The orderly footsteps echoed through the dungeon, interspersed with the faint sound of bones rubbing together, silently reminding everyone that this is a true undead army. Not far ahead, a cluster of makeshift buildings came into view. Immediately following was an army of goblins with icy blue skin and short stature. There are over 1,000. Lin Yi squinted. There are many types of goblins, with huge differences in strength. According to rumors, there are even goblins capable of slaying dragons. And the group before him was in neat formation, exuding a murderous aura. They were definitely not the ragtag crowd from the beginner village. Frost Goblin Warrior. Level 50. Health, 33,888. Attack, 1,299. Defense, 888. Skills, Frenzy, Frost Charge, Heavy Strike, Ice Shield. They evolved from timid cowards into brutal warriors. Frost Goblin Archer. Level 50. Health, 31,000. Attack, 1,488. Defense, 788. Skills, Frenzy, Triple Shot, Ice Ball Throw, Full Power Strike. A standard warrior and archer combination. Large numbers, a fierce volley. The front row still has shields holding strong. If it were someone else, they'd probably be getting goosebumps. What a pity. What they ran into was Lin Yi. It's the undead scourge. More importantly, the 4 characters in the panel, Goblin Kingdom. Here is a complete underground kingdom. Lin Yi's heart suddenly raced. A kingdom with at least 100,000 goblins. What does this mean? Means a continuous supply of troops. The opportunity to mass-produce troops has arrived. Moreover, this place is full of treasures. All along the way, ice-type herbs, rare crystals, and construction ores were everywhere. All of top quality. Even the ones casually picked up from the ground were this incredible. What about deep inside that kingdom? How rich is the royal treasury of the Goblin Kingdom, exactly? Lin Yi recalled the description on the treasure map. A mountain of gold and a sea of silver and treasures, equipment, and items. It's probably not an exaggeration at all. Unfortunately, goblins are too stupid. If these things fell into the hands of goblins or dwarves, they would have built a huge city long ago. That scale would be enough to rival the imperial cities of the human empire. Instead of this shabby pile of broken houses in front of us, Linya's heart stirred. Perhaps he could use the city-building order to build a city on the glacier overhead. The only problem with the ice field is the lack of resources. But as long as you control this dungeon, are you still afraid of lacking resources? As for the cold, the undead are not afraid at all. Moreover, with the god-level city-building order's growth bonus, experience bonus, and drop bonus, even if the weather is freezing cold, there will be people willing to come. The most important thing is, the ice field is big enough. Ever since learning that game items can be brought into reality, Lin Ye's ambition has become uncontrollable. He doesn't just want a city of the undead. He wants a kingdom of the undead. This underground treasure trove, he must take it, whether it's for wealth, for the Legion, or for building a city. In deep thought, the undead army had already stepped into the hate range of the frost goblins. Skeleton demon. Attack. Kill them. Kill all the intruders. The frost goblin brandished its weapon, its face twisted in a grimace. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts. The berserk aura activated. A black halo spread beneath their feet, and all the undead surged with momentum. Siviana, Banshee howl. His tone was calm. The stronger the Banshee's mental range, the wider the howl covers. The power led by the undead Banshee is enough to envelop the entire battlefield. The Banshee howl is activated. A sharp screech tore through the air. Invisible ripples swept out. All the frost goblins turned pale, their defenses suddenly dropping. For one side to diminish and the other to grow. The gap was instantly widened. Attack, kill them all. Lin Yi gave the order in a cold voice. The horn sounded. Kill, kill, kill. Warrior spirits soared. For skeleton knights clad in armor and wielding spears, riding skeletal warhorses, charged first. A death charge. Necromantic fire. The skills of the knight and warhorse stack, creating an intimidating momentum. The frost goblin warrior charges forward, while the archers shoot arrows frantically. A dense rain of arrows. But it couldn't stop the skeleton knights. The warhorses stamped the ground, their speed undiminished. In the blink of an eye, for knights braved the rain of arrows, fiercely crashing into the goblin ranks. Both sides' charges collided head-on. There were clearly only 4 riders. Yet it was like an army of thousands. The next moment, the charging formation of the frost goblins was instantly disrupted. Dozens of goblin warriors were killed instantly, and the front line was torn open with a large gap. The skeleton knight swung his rune sword, and wherever he went, groups fell down. The goblin's attack struck him, but couldn't even break his defense. He seemed to have burst into an uninhabited land, charging recklessly. Boom! The undead legion pressed forward in full force. The abhorrent and the bone giant stood at the forefront, their massive bodies forcibly blocking the hail of arrows. Arrows were thick and dense, yet they couldn't even scratch the skin. Each strike could knock down a large group of goblins. Poisonous fog spread, kitchen knives and bone fists fell one after another, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The ghouls took advantage of the cover to break through from both sides. They directly attacked the rear, lunging at the archers. Immediately after, over 1,000 skeletal warhorses charged forward. For hooves blaze, striking neatly into the enemy ranks. The frontline goblins are thrown into the air, and the formation completely collapses. The banshees remain in the rear. They shield their own side and release mind control. The controlled goblin turned around and slashed at its own allies. The rear ranks immediately descended into chaos, beginning to slaughter each other. The banshee commander and the wizard cast their spells simultaneously. A psychic storm swept across the battlefield. The butcher swung his knife in hatred. The tyrant raised the totem. The skeletal giant struck down with one palm. A large group of goblins were directly crushed into pulp. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield trembled. In just a moment, the frost goblin army was completely crushed. The undead plague, terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine. Goblins screamed in agony, their morale shattered. Ding! Defeated a higher-level frost goblin warrior. gained 99,999 experience points. Ding. Defeated a higher-level Frost Goblin Archer, gained experience. The notification sound is going off like crazy. Lin Yi stood at the back, his expression calm. The experience bar rapidly increased, with one white upgrade beam after another falling down. Ding. Level up to 30. Ding. Level up to 31. Ding. Level up to 33. Ding. Level up to 34. In the blink of an eye, the goblin army was completely annihilated. Almost zero casualties. More than 2,000 frost goblins allowed him to level up 4 times. This was still the result after half the experience was taken by the undead boss. Lin Yi raised his hand. The automatic ring pickup activated. A flash of light. The battlefield was covered with trophies that turned into streaks of light, all flying into the backpack. Ding, ding. You have received 188 gold coins. Ding. You have obtained materials. Goblin Frost Fong X 2088. Ding. You have obtained materials. Goblin Frost Fur X 2088. Ding. You have obtained equipment. Arcane Bracers X1. Ding. You have obtained equipment. Goblin Ice Bow X1. Ding. You have obtained equipment. Boots of Singing X1. Rewards keep coming nonstop. Lin Yi was too lazy to look. All were black iron and bronze. He simply didn't care. Dead ones, rise again. He chanted softly. Green light instantly spread across the battlefield, like a surging tide. The dead frost goblins decayed rapidly. Flesh peeled away, leaving only pale white bones. The next second, huff! Dim green ghost flames ignited simultaneously in the hollow eye sockets. Crunch! Crunch! Skeleton warriors and skeleton archers stood up one after another. A sea of white bones. They knelt down in an orderly fashion before Lin Yi. The scene was shocking. Lin Yi curled the corners of his mouth. This battle added 1,500 skeleton warriors and 588 skeleton archers. The excitement in his eyes grew stronger. So long, only amassed 8,000 undead. Now, in one battle, it surged by more than 2,000. When he walks out of this underground treasury, his level and legion size will both skyrocket to an astonishing degree. As soon as the leaderboard opened, all the players were stunned. Keep moving forward. He gave a deep command. The raging aura did not shut down. Supported by the intermediate treasure, Tears of the Goddess, the aura can be activated infinitely. The next moment, the undead army advanced in unison. The momentum surged like a tide, piercing deep into the kingdom. This underground goblin kingdom occupied 1/3 of the Endless Glacier. Its area was even larger than the imperial capital. The various legions were spaced far apart, but once encountered, it's 2,000 or 3,000 attacking at once. Lin Yi is basically certain. The number of goblins here definitely exceeds 100,000. He crushed 3 Frost Legion units in a row, added another 8,000 skeletons. The massive army rolled forward. Ahead, a simple cluster of frost buildings appeared. At the same time, 2 brand new units appear. One holds a frost staff, about 300 of them. The other type is clad in black armor, with a black shield and black axe. There are as many as 1,000. Ice Frost Goblin Mage. Level 50. Health 30,000. Attack 1,588. Defense 788. Skills: Ice Shield, Ice Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Blast. Description: the kingdom's long-range turret. Frost Goblin Heavy Armored Warrior, Elite. Level 50. HP 450,000. Attack 2,888. Defense 1888. Skills: Ice Shield, Shield Charge, Frost Heavy Slash, Cleave. Description: the elite frost troops of the Goblin Kingdom, clad in heavy armor, sweeping across the battlefield. Not only are there mages and elite monsters, the number of goblin troops also surged to 5,000. But so what? The undead only grew larger in number, approaching 20,000. Outnumbered and overwhelmed in attributes, not even on the same level. Lin Yi swung his long spear. The undead army surged forward like a tide. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 goblins were completely overwhelmed. Ding! You have defeated a frost goblin warrior of a higher level and gained experience. Ding! You have shortcut killed the frost goblin mage and gained experience. Ding! You have killed the Frost Goblin Heavy Infantry, elite, and gained experience. However, this troop is disciplined and well-coordinated. Before dying, he still managed to tear open a wound. They only lost a little over 5,000 goblins. But in exchange, the undead lost 3 level 15 ghasts. For the first time, Lin Yi truly experienced the suppressive power of the mage core on the battlefield. Although the Banshee is a magic type, it leans more towards control and support. True large-scale output only comes from boss-level units like the Banshee Witch and Banshee Commander. Summoning. Lin Yi raised his hand. Dark green light fell. Ding. Successfully transformed the Frost Goblin Warrior into a Skeleton Warrior. Ding. Successfully transformed the Frost Goblin Mage into a Skeleton Mage. Ding. Successfully transformed the Frost Goblin Heavy Warrior into a Heavy Skeleton Warrior. Transformation complete. In the Skeleton Legion, there was a new batch of skeleton mages wielding white-bone staffs. There was also a group of heavily armored skeletal warriors clad in black armor, holding shields and axes. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a slight smile. So it is. The mage transformed into a skeleton mage, made up for the Legion's AoE shortcomings. Skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, skeleton mage, ghoul. The basic framework of the undead scourge is completely formed. The heavily armored skeleton warrior is both offensive and defensive. It is the core strength of the solid front line. Afterwards, Lin Yi looked around at the buildings. They were simple houses piled up with rocks. Can be inhabited, but has no defensive value whatsoever. But those black rocks, he had never seen it before. Divination skill cast out. Information emerges. Glacial Ancient Rock. Durability, 80,000/80,000. Defense, 8888. Trait, immune to ice damage. Attacker attack speed reduced by 20%. Description, after the Ancient Gods' War, the ancient giant stone born from the glacier vein mutation is incredibly hard. Seeing the attributes, Lin Ye's heart suddenly jolted. Lin Ye's breathing was rapid, his eyes full of excitement. Beifeng City requires a detour to enter. The Imperial Capital requires a second transfer. Current players simply cannot get in. But you don't need to enter the city walls. Cast a reconnaissance spell outside, and you can see the attributes. Someone on the forum had already done the statistics long ago. The walls of Northwind City have a durability of 60,000 and a defense of 6,888. The walls of the Imperial Capital have a durability of 70,000 and a defense of 7,888. These are just the base stats, not including the bonuses from the city building order. That is to say, the material of the glacial ancient rock is even stronger than that used in Northwind City and the Imperial City. And this pitch-black, hard ancient rock is everywhere here, if it is used to build city walls. Combined with the god-level city building order, the defense and durability increase by 100-fold after the city is built. The defense can reach up to 880,000. The health points are as high as 8 million. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. Unless a demigod level or higher boss attacks the city. Otherwise, even if a group of legendary bosses charge together, they won't leave a trace on the city walls. These goblins are simply wasting valuable resources. Such good materials, yet they are casually piled up as if for a broken house. Occupy. We must occupy this place. Lin Ye's eyes glowed with heat. The undead army's speed increased once again. Advance. Kill. 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 The undead legion swept through. The further forward, the more frost goblins there were. Lin Yi laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. The goblins kept increasing in number as they fought. The undead were no different. Their numbers were also skyrocketing. At first, there were only a little over 8,000. Now, it has already exceeded 50,000. Dense and packed, like a rolling sea of skulls. So awesome. Although a lot of experience was shared by the boss and elite monsters. But the levels still skyrocketed. Lin Yi climbed from level 30 all the way to 47. The bosses and elites among the undead also all leveled up. The glacial ancient rocks seen along the way. He's almost gone blind from looking. Too many. An absurd amount. More than enough to build a city wall. It can even be used to build other structures. Walked a little further. Finally, a real goblin city appeared before my eyes. A few crooked words were written on the city gate. Blood City. However, The goblins' craftsmanship is really shabby, not even as good as the trolls. The city area is not small, but the buildings were rough and low. Compared to Silvermoon Town, they were a notch below. The surrounding wall is even more unsightly, uneven and bumpy, just haphazardly piecing together large blocks of ancient glacial rock. At that moment, the goblins in the city discovered them. Triple shot, full power strike, triple shot, triple shot. Behind the city walls, 2,000 to 3,000 frost goblin archers drew their bows simultaneously. A rain of arrows, instantly overwhelming the sky, firing frantically at the undead legion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows fell like a flood, so dense it resembled a dark cloud pressing down on the city, sending chills down people's spines. Lin Yi stood on the back of the bone dragon, a smile on his lips, his expression calm and composed. He raised his hand and waved it. The hateful tyrant and the skeletal giant leader immediately led their troops forward, using their bodies to withstand the arrow storm. The arrows struck their massive bodies with loud thuds, but they couldn't even pierce the skin. They are elite monsters and boss-level entities. The attacks of the frost goblins are simply not enough. On the city wall, the goblin mage was wildly swinging his staff. Frost arrows and ice spikes were fired one after another. Ice arrows and ice spikes poured down like a heavy rain. The health bars of the abhorrent and the skeleton giant barely moved. Lin Ye's expression was calm as he gave the order again. Skeleton archers, skeleton mages, counterattack. Skeletal knights with heavy armored warriors, siege. In an instant, nearly 10,000 skeletal archers fired simultaneously. A forest of bone arrows soared into the sky. Over 1,000 skeletal mages raised their staffs. Dark fireballs coalesced into clusters and howled forth. The rearmed skeleton warriors, led by the knights, transformed into a black steel torrent and rushed straight for the city gate. The battle situation instantly reversed. At the same time, deep within the glacier, inside the Goblin King's palace, a frost goblin stumbled into the main hall and knelt down with a thud. The skeleton demon is coming. On the throne, a goblin covered entirely in gold slowly opened its eyes. It was the Goblin King. Hearing the frantic report, its expression darkened. Explain clearly. If you stutter again, you'll be dragged out to feed the giant lizard. The voice was not loud, but it was bone-chillingly cold. The goblin was trembling all over and hurried to speak. Master, a large number of skeleton demons are invading. Multiple cities have fallen. They have now reached Braid's city. The words fell. The Goblin King suddenly stood up. The armrest of the throne was shattered by its palm. It endured silently beneath the glacier for many years, barely managing to establish a kingdom, and was preparing to conquer the ice field. Then someone actually dared to slaughter its people, whether it was skeleton demons or anything else. They must all die. They all must die. Good, very good. You all, go and kill that bunch of suicidal skeleton demons. The Goblin King laughed angrily, his gaze cold, and his voice shook the great hall. Yes, great king. 5 figures knelt on one knee, received the order, and quickly left the palace, heading straight for Brad City. Bone arrows whistled through the air. The city wall was not high and hardly blocked ranged attacks. Under a volley of simultaneous fire, the goblin warriors and mages on the city walls fell in large numbers. Necro fireballs kept crashing down, with continuous explosions. The frost goblin ranged troops instantly lost more than half their number. Another round of arrow rain and spells covered the area. The top of the city wall was almost completely cleared, with only a few scattered wolves clumsily jumping down the wall to escape. At this moment, the skeleton knight led 3,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors to the base of the city. The iron-like army formation fiercely crashed against the city gate and walls. Continuous roaring. Rune swords and battle axes hacked wildly. Bled City has double attribute bonuses, with a total durability of 1.6 million. The city gate is slowly lowering. Lin Yi frowned. Too slow. Fly over. The skeletal wyvern dived down, reaching the city gate in an instant. Lin Yi leapt into the air, the Shadow Devourer spear bursting with dark light. Death strike. The long spear wrapped in intense death aura crashed down fiercely. Boom. Over 6 million damage exploded. The city gate made of ancient glacial rock was crushed on the spot. A single strike broke the city walls. Lin Yi stabbed several times consecutively, causing the surrounding walls to collapse as well. The undead army surged forward immediately. At the forefront were the largest number, the Skeleton Legion. They were the former companions of these frost goblins. The tens of thousands of goblin troops were completely panicked and retreated repeatedly. Just then, woo-woo, the sound of the horn suddenly rose. The previously chaotic frost goblins suddenly became excited and cheered wildly. They quickly parted, making way. What happened? Lin Yi frowned and looked up. The next second, his eyes lit up, not surprised but pleased, and he became excited. Fuck! All high-grade bosses. There is also one dark gold level. Behind the goblin army, 5 figures slowly emerged. Lin Yi licked his lips, his gaze burning hot. 4 goblin knights riding frost giant lizards over 10 meters long charged at the front. Frost Goblin Giant Lizard Knight, Golden Boss. Level 55. HP 17,880,000. Their individual strength is barely at the gold level. What is truly terrifying is the frost giant lizards beneath them. Rather than knights, they are commanders controlling the giant lizards. And the last one is even more exaggerated. Standing over 2 meters tall, muscular all over, clad in armor and wielding a sword, exuding an imposing aura. Frost Goblin Hero, Dark Gold Boss. Level 55. Health exceeds 100 million. Attack and defense completely crush Golden Boss. Dark Gold and Gold are not even on the same level. Dozens of wild gold bosses might not be able to defeat it. Of course, this does not include Lin Ye's undead boss. On the other side of the battlefield, all the frost goblins looked at that hero with eyes full of admiration. Obviously, its prestige is extremely high, and the goblin hero also set its sights on Lin Yi. It was momentarily stunned. How did a human get mixed in with the skeleton demons? What's even more outrageous is that this human is not afraid at all, but looks excited, as if seeing prey. The goblin hero sneered. Whether you're a skeleton demon or a human demon, no matter what kind of deal you've made, the king's command is simple. All of you must die. Its tone was arrogant, not taking the undead army before it seriously at all. What a pity. What it was facing was an undead plague. Goblin warriors, for the glory of the kingdom, kill them all. The goblin hero raised his sword and roared angrily. The frost goblins were instantly set ablaze. Kill. Destroy the skeleton demons. The legion, originally driven back by the undead, now charged forward with bloodshot eyes. For goblin giant lizard knights led the charge, their giant lizards trampling the ground and crashing fiercely into the heavy armored skeleton warriors formation. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It seems they have great confidence in their own hero. These pawns are yours, he said calmly to the Banshee commander Sylviana beside him. At your command, master. She smiled charmingly. The next second, the piercing howls tore through the battlefield. The frost goblin's entire defense suddenly dropped. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, 3,000 banshees struck at the same time. A curse descends. Fear spreads. Shadows devour. Mental manipulation activated. A goblin in the charge suddenly turned around and swung its club at a comrade. The formation collapsed instantly. One of the giant lizard knights was even controlled, turning against his own comrades. The skeleton knights took advantage of the opportunity to surround and kill the remaining knights. Hating the tyrant, and the skeletal giant charged into the rear ranks, slaughtering wildly. The heavily armored skeletal warriors collided head-on with the goblins. The result was without any suspense. Numerical superiority, overwhelming combat power. The skeletal archers and mages fiercely bombarded from the rear. The sound of explosions rose and fell continuously. The entire goblin army was completely suppressed, suffering defeat after defeat. How is this possible? The goblin hero's face turned pale. He watched helplessly as his army collapsed in an instant. The undead legion's combat power was terrifying. Even with the goblin giant lizard knights joining the battle, the entire army couldn't hold out for long. The tide of the battle completely tilted to one side. Roar! The goblin hero unleashed a war cry, increasing attack speed and attack power for the entire army. But it still couldn't stop the tide of defeat. Damn it! The goblin hero roared angrily, raised his black iron greatsword, and suddenly charged forward, aiming directly at the Banshee commander who was giving orders. It is fearless. In its view, absolute power is enough to crush everything. And if you want to win cleanly, you have to kill the commander first. The succubus can perform area attacks, inflict negative status effects, and even manipulate the giant lizard knights to kill each other, posing a great threat on the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Yi showed a smile. This goblin hero isn't stupid. Generally, bosses only chase after the target dealing the highest damage or the closest one. But it knew to take down the commander first. Interesting. Rampage. Lin Yi took a step forward, his eyes blood red, his whole body shrouded in a crimson glow. Health, mental strength, and defense instantly halved. In return, attack doubles, speed soars, and control immunity. The second step is taken. Deathwing erupts behind him with a thunderous spread. Power of the Black Dragon. Black mists surged into the sky, the roar of the dragon deafening. A ferocious shadow of a black dragon spiraled out. Terrifying dragon might sweeping across the battlefield. Lin Yi's attributes skyrocketed, also gaining 30% damage reduction. The morale of the Goblin Legion collapsed once again. The aura of the ancient dragon instinctively terrified them. The goblin hero charging forward suddenly changed his expression. He did not take the skeletal wyvern seriously, but this aura made its heart race. Following the aura, it looked over. Human? Just born not long ago. How could they have such power? Its pupils sharply contracted. The next moment, spatial oscillation. Lin Yi disappeared. Not good. The goblin hero's heart sank, and he suddenly grabbed a nearby frost goblin to stand in front of him. But it was already too late. Lin Yi appeared behind him like a ghost or spirit. Death strike. Storm spear thrust. The shadow-devouring spear wrapped in the aura of death fiercely pierced down. Critical hit. Massive damage exploded. Blood surged wildly. The goblin hero was instantly severely injured. 6 explosive critical hits appeared simultaneously. But only the first hit came from the goblin hero. It instantly took away 30% of its health. The other 5 shots all landed on a regular frost goblin. That monster was exactly the one it had just casually grabbed to block in front of itself. Kind of interesting. With its skill blocked, Lin Yi was not anxious. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. As soon as he disappeared, the opponent immediately identified that he was the target and could instantly seize a companion to block the attack. No wonder the stats particularly emphasized its combat experience and intuition. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with, and ruthless enough. When in danger, he directly uses his companions as meat shields. If Lin Yi's attack speed weren't fast enough, the attacks blocked wouldn't be ordinary strikes, but deadly blows with double damage from Spatial Rift. But you can't block this move. Lin Yi squinted, the spear wrapped in coldness, and a deadly aura suddenly thrust out. Chilling wind impact. But the target was not the goblin hero. He fired a shot, directly driving the Shadow Devourer gun into the ground. Bang! Ice shattering. Countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly covering a range of 500 yards ahead. No way to dodge. No way to block either. Uft. Minus 17.43 million. Critical hit. Slow down. Minus 17.43 million. Critical hit. Minus 17.43 million. Critical hit. Dash 1743W. Critical hit. A dense stream of critical hit damage numbers appeared wildly. The goblin hero lost another 15% health and was slowed by 30%. The group of frost goblins behind it were instantly pierced by ice spikes and wiped out on the spot. Roar! The goblin hero let out a miserable scream, its eyes blood red. Damn humans, die! It roared angrily and swung its black iron greatsword. Ice-breaking horizontal slash. Cold gleam flashed explosively. The giant sword whipped the cold wind, fiercely slashing toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood in place, expression calm, barely resisting. Even when activating Berserk loading, defense is halved. The opponent still can't break through the defense. -1. A glaring number slowly floated up from above his head. The goblin hero's expression changed drastically. Lin Yi reversed his hand with a spear thrust. Death entanglement. Black death aura wrapped around the spear shaft. The spear pierced out like a dragon. Evil energy transformed into countless black soul threads, tightly binding the goblin hero. Minus 20.92 million, critical hit. Imprison. Boom. Minus 17.43 million, critical hit. Ice Spike's second stage explosion, hit again. Goblin hero's health plummeted, only 25% left. Ice Shield. Terrified, it desperately wraps a shield around itself while trapped. An ice shield rose, able to absorb 20% of HP damage. Linyi was about to pursue. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly struck. The Goblin Knight, riding a frost giant lizard, suddenly stuck out its long tongue, aiming straight for Lin Ye's face. Damn! Lin Yi shouted loudly, and, relying on his extremely fast speed, dodged sideways. Whether the damage was high or not was another matter. Just the thought of being licked by this thing was disgusting. He made a quick decision to give up the imprisoned goblin hero. He turned around and charged straight at the giant lizard knight. Since you're eager to die, then I'll make it happen for you. The wings of the undead spread out behind. With a flash, the figure appeared before the giant lizard knight. Phantom Strike. A spear thrust was launched, and illusions surged forth. 10 gun shadows intertwined into a net, completely enveloping it. Minus 1,743,370, critical hit. Minus 1,743,370, critical hit. Minus 1,743,370, critical hit. 10 consecutive critical hits. Golden level boss, instantly killed. Ding. Killed Frost Goblin Giant Lizard Rider, golden level boss. Gained 25 million experience. Ding. Level up to 48. All attributes plus 50. Free attribute points plus 150. Leveled up effortlessly. On the other side, Death Coil second stage burst. Minus 20.92 million, critical hit. The Goblin hero's health dropped by over 20 million again. The ice shield was down to a sliver of durability. It finally broke free from its restraints. Roar! Shattering ice charge. It dragged a broad black iron sword, sparking on the ice, charging wildly. Bang! Direct hit. -1. Ignored. Force damage, ignoring control. Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly, unmoving. The spear trembled. Shwa 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 shwa. The shadows of gunfire formed a continuous sheet. Minus 1,769,902, critical hit. Minus 1,769,902, critical hit. Minus 1,769,902, critical hit. Too lazy to activate skills. Relying solely on basic attacks to crush. Goblin hero desperately dodging. But 10 times attack speed overwhelms. It can't dodge at all. One shot after another. Every shot a critical hit. Every blade drawn blood. The health bar plummets at a speed visible to the naked eye. Earth-splitting heavy slash. 3 strikes heavy slash. Whirlwind slash. Blade of Frost. It went completely insane, skills fully activated. The black iron greatsword swung down wildly. -1. -1. -1. -1. All are fixed damage. Can't damage them. Really can't hit. At this moment, the goblin hero completely collapses, a face full of despair and disbelief. As the second strongest in the goblin kingdom, it gave its all, but couldn't even break through Lin Ye's defense. Not to mention harm. Even control skills have no effect at all. This human demon seems to be unaffected by any restrictions. After a moment, the goblin hero's health bar was completely depleted. Why? It fell down with a face full of unwillingness. Until death, it couldn't understand. How could a newly born human demon be so incredibly powerful? Ding! You have killed the Frost Goblin hero, Dark Gold boss, and gained 200 million experience. Ding! Level increased to 49. Ding! Level increased to 50. Lin Yi leveled up twice in a row. New professional skills unlocked simultaneously. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Death for the first kill of the Dark Gold boss, Frost Goblin hero. Rewards. Epic weapon of this class X1. Origin Divine Energy Crystal X1. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 reputation. X3. 3 announcements echoed across the server. Players instantly exploded with excitement. I just woke up and heard this news. It's unbelievable. It's only morning, and something big has happened again? The necromancer is this strong? I'm still using black iron weapons, and they're directly epic? That divine power crystal sounds impressive. I'm so envious. At this moment, Lin Yi is already level 50. He opened the skill panel. Ding. Skill acquired. Evil aura. Ding. Skill acquired. Bloodthirsty aura. There are no attack skills this time, but the two auras are ridiculously strong. After activating the evil aura, allies within range gain plus 200% attack speed and plus 200% movement speed. Enemies have minus 30% attack speed and minus 30% movement speed. Consumes 500 MP per second. After Bloodthirst aura is activated, allies within range gain 30% lifesteal. When health is below 30%, lifesteal increases to 50%. Also consumes 500 MP per second. Lin Yi smiled at the corners of his mouth. With his output, normal attacks can fully absorb health. As long as he is not instantly killed, he is a perpetual motion machine. Plus, the exaggerated attack speed. Who can stop it? Let alone this being a group effect. The undead army all benefits from it. As for the evil aura, self-acceleration, enemy deceleration. The gap is directly maximized. In a sense, the opponent is effectively immobilized. Afterwards, he checked the announcement rewards. Ding. Reward obtained. Ash's Gun of Destruction X1. Origin God-given Crystal X1. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 reputation. Ash's Gun of Destruction Epic. Level 55. Attack 5,888. Power 1888. Damage plus 30%. Attack speed plus 100%. Black Dragon Roar. Summon the soul of the Black Dragon. Charge for 3 seconds and release a destructive dragon breath. Targets within 999 yards suffer 1,500% attack damage. Cooldown 5 minutes. Wearing requirement. Strength above 2888. Top quality. Truly top quality. Lin Yi was more and more satisfied the longer he looked. A nearly 3-meter-long black spear, cold all over, with a piercing chill. The spear tip is as sharp as a blade, with black dragon flames flickering on it. When swung, it seems as if a black dragon is roaring. Attribute Explosion. It also comes with an ultra-wide area AoE skill. The range of Black Dragon's roar is even larger than Icewind Impact. The drawbacks are also obvious. The cooldown is too long. Can be used only once per battle. When encountering a fast boss, a 3-second charge is enough for it to run 999 yards. But it doesn't matter. Combined with Death Coil, it is almost certain to hit. The Gun of Destruction requires level 55. Lin Yi has a Tyrant contract, allowing him to wear equipment beyond his level. Equipped it directly. Another reward is even more anticipated. Origin Divine Crystal. Quality Mythical. Effect permanently increases an accessory slot. Remaining uses 3. Description: a crystal formed by the divine power of ancient gods. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. One more accessory slot is equivalent to one more piece of equipment. Used directly. Ding. You have used Origin Divine Crystal ×1. A prompt sounded. An additional accessory slot appeared in the equipment bar. He glanced at the in-game shop. Priced at 200 million gold coins each. Equivalent to earning 200 million for free. Pure profit. Ding. Congratulations to the player for killing 50,000 goblins and defeating the goblin hero, earning the unique title, Goblin Slayer. The system prompt sounded again. Lin Yi swept across the battlefield. The battle is over. The ground was covered with the corpses of frost goblins. He activated auto loot. All drops, including the loot from the goblin hero, poured into his backpack. Ding. Obtained 188,888 gold. Ding. Obtained Goblin Hero's Fong ×1. Ding. Obtained Mysterious Golden Blood ×1. Ding. Obtained Frost Orb, 7th rank, ×1. Ding. Obtained Goblin Hero's Shoulder Armor ×1. The battlefield was cleared. Lin Yi activated the transformation. Over 10,000 corpses trembled simultaneously. One by one, the goblins stood up, turning into skeletons. Ding. Successfully transformed Frost Goblin Giant Lizard Knight into Skeleton Giant Lizard Knight. Ding. successfully transformed Frost Goblin Hero into Skeleton Commander. Unlike the majestic skeleton warhorse, besides the skeleton of the giant lizard, there is also a layer of rotting flesh hanging on it. Looks even more ferocious. Its appearance is extremely terrifying. After the Goblin Hero died, he transformed into the Skeleton Commander, an advanced form of the Skeleton Leader. Red light surged in its eyes. Holding a massive black iron greatsword, the skeletal figure wore heavy armor. Taller in stature, even more domineering. Or, I pay respects to the overlord of the undead. The Skeleton King knelt on one knee, his voice fervent. Greetings, my lord. The giant lizard knight and the other skeletons in the rear all knelt down together, their expressions devout. Get up. Lin Yi spoke lightly, then turned to inspect the spoils. Goblin Slayer, unique. Effect, plus 200% damage to goblins. Description, you have slaughtered so many goblins that they fear you at sight. Unique title, with an astonishing boost, but only effective against goblins. Perfect for fighting the Goblin King. Lin Yi opened his backpack. A drop of golden blood came into view. Mysterious golden blood. Note, a drop of blood left by a certain mysterious existence, containing terrifying power. Alchemy material? This dropped from a goblin hero. It must be special. He checked the formula and was stunned instantly. This is the blood of Golden Baiman. Baiman and the giant dragon are both legendary species. Though slightly inferior to the giant dragon, it is the king of the land. Especially the Golden Baiman, which is the king of kings. Invincible in physical form, the overlord of close combat. In close combat skirmishes, aside from the black dragon, there are few opponents. This drop of blood can be used to refine two types of potions. The first is the Golden Baiman Bloodline Potion, which grants the Baiman bloodline when consumed, but it has a very high requirement. The second is the Bloodline Enhancement Potion, which can strengthen one's own bloodline. Not enough materials to make the first type. Making a Bloodline Enhancement Potion is also a sure win. Goblin Hero Shoulder Armor, Epic. Level, 55. Health, 25,000. Defense, 2088. Constitution, 1288. Health plus 30%. Requirement, Strength 1800. Another top quality item. After wearing it, attributes soar. Death, level 50. Profession, Undead Overlord. Attack, 419,826. Defense, 206,058. HP 20867771. MP 8074700. Strength, Constitution, and Agility are all 80,747. Spirit reaches as high as 807,470. This stats panel is simply outrageous. Lin Yi touched his chin and chuckled. Those who don't know would think he is the ultimate boss. Now his offense and defense are more than 10 times that of a dark gold-level goblin hero. The true hunter has been replaced. Except for having less health, he is practically a humanoid grand boss. Panel off. Evil Aura. Vampiric Aura. 2 crimson auras lit up at Lin Ye's feet. The goddess's tear restored 1% mana per second. With perfect attribute boosts, his spirit power soared to the limit. 800,000 mana, recovering 8,000 per second. The 3 auras only consumed 1,100 per second. Always open. No pressure at all. Under the halo's coverage, the undead army advanced again. More numerous, faster, and even more ruthless. Back on the skeletal flying dragon, Lin Yi said calmly, "Next time, don't let you release the banshee's wail. Let the ordinary banshee come instead." One moment soft and gentle, the next moment screaming like ghosts and wolves. Who could stand that? "As you command, master." Sylviana's voice was soft to the point of being cloying, her pale hand pressing on his shoulder. Lin Yi squinted, enjoying it. Below, the undead were slaughtering the city, goblin screams forming a continuous chorus. 2 hours later, the undead had reached 130,000. The army stopped in front of a giant black stone city. This was the true royal city. Its scale was comparable to a human second-level city. The city walls were densely packed, all with goblins. The Goblin King stood in the center, his face sullen. The intelligence said there were only over 40,000 skeletons. But before them, it looked like 140,000. It stared at the skeletal commander at the forefront. Both were dark gold bosses, but it was not afraid. It could crush anything below its level. Besides, the opponent was only level 55. However, after this battle, the kingdom would inevitably suffer a severe blow. But it didn't matter. As long as its strength improved further, with the resources from the treasury and that half of a corpse, it could rebuild a stronger kingdom. Lin Yi also saw it. A body 7 or 8 meters tall, holding a golden greatsword over 10 meters long, radiating golden light, imposing presence. The great battle was about to erupt. Golden Goblin King Gauga, Dark Gold Boss. Level 60. Health 199.99 million. Attack 32,888. Defense 21,888. Skills: Golden Blade, King's Wrath, Frost Aura, Supremacy. Description: the ambitious Goblin King devours the Golden Baiman arm, awakening the Golden Bloodline, just one step away from epic level. Its attributes are ridiculously strong. Only 5 levels higher than the Goblin Hero, but its stats completely crush it. Its health is approaching 200 million. Seeing the description, Lin Yi's gaze darkened. Sure enough, it's related to the Golden Baiman. He just didn't expect that this guy actually gnawed off an arm of the Golden Baiman. No wonder he's so strong. Lin Yi clenched the gun of destruction. The wings of death spread wide, soaring straight into the sky. Just one step away from becoming epic. Unfortunately, you won't live to take that step. Whether it was the blood of Golden Baiman or the royal treasury, they all have to die. Rampage. Power of the Black Dragon. Full power unleashed, murderous intent surging. Spatial leap. The figure disappeared. The next moment, reappeared above the Goblin King's head. Death Strike. A 3-meter black spear struck down head-on. Dragon flames surged, with a bone-chilling coldness. The Goblin King had just heard the sound of the wind. It was already too late. Boom. A spear smashed into the back of his head. Dash 25693W. Over 250 million damage exploded. Instant kill. Gao Ji's eyes bulged, body stiffened. The next second, he fell straight down from the city wall. With the title bonuses, it didn't even get a clear look at Lin Yi's face. The health bar was completely emptied. Ding. Killed the Golden Goblin King, Dark Gold Boss. Gained 250 million experience. Ding. Level increased to 53. Ding. Level up to 54. A prompt sound rang out. Lin Yi paid no attention. Chilling wind impact. A reverse shot blasted towards the city wall. Ice spikes exploded, rendering the defense useless. The city wall and gates within 500 yards collapsed instantly. Dust soared into the sky. All the goblins on the wall were killed by the shock, falling in large numbers. The 12 golden bosses beside Wang also died together. On the other side, the Banshee commander gave the order. The undead army sounded the charge. The skeleton commander led the army into the city. The slaughter began. There were over 30,000 goblins inside the royal city. At this moment, however, they had become prey waiting to be slaughtered. Frost goblin elites, bronze monsters, and silver bosses overwhelmed the sky. But in the boundless sea of skeletons, they are completely engulfed before they can even struggle. The undead plague rushes into the city like a swarm of locusts. Wherever it goes, not a single blade of grass is left. Even the golden level boss couldn't withstand the chilling wind impact, and all fell down. The frost goblins throughout the city were completely powerless to fight back. Soon, the screams completely ceased. The battle ended, and 2 notifications sounded. Ding. Killed 100,000 goblins, slain the Golden Goblin King. Unique title Goblin Slayer upgraded. Ding. Obtained unique title Bloodthirsty Slayer. The title has been upgraded. Lin Yi immediately checked. Bloodthirsty Slayer, unique. Quality, dark gold, upgradable. Effect, damage plus 50%. Special, can continue to evolve after defeating the Overthrow faction or killing high-level boss. Introduction, you have exterminated an entire monster kingdom, and all monsters will tremble because of you. Although the bonus has dropped from 200% to 50%. But now, it affects all monsters, players, and NPCs. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. And they can also grow. As long as you keep slaughtering powerful enemies, the damage will continue to increase. This is practically tailor-made for the Lord of the Undead. If it advances to the mythic level, damage to the boss will be at least 300%. Even higher. Automatic pickup activated. Coins, materials, equipment pouring in wildly. Golden Tooth, mysterious golden blood, golden Byman's essence, 8th tier frost gem, shattered king's crown, excellent rope. The battlefield was instantly cleared. Linya's lips curled upward. This wave is a huge explosion. A full 50 drops of golden blood, plus 1 drop of extremely precious essence blood. A single golden Baimang only has a few dozen drops. 1 drop of essence blood can be used to refine several bottles of bloodline elixirs. Frost gem. Quality, 8th tier. Effect, after embedding, ice skill damage plus 30%, MP plus 30%, magic attack plus 30%. Comprehensive enhancement of 8th tier attributes. MP and magic attack are not very significant to Lin Yi, but the ice attribute bonus suits him perfectly. Chilling Wind Impact is originally a fusion skill of ice and undead types. It can gain a 30% damage increase. Broken Golden King's Crown, Epic. Level, 60. Health, 28,888. Defense, 2,588. Physique, 1,588. Output, plus 20%. Skill, Crown Guard. Profession, Warrior Knight. Requirement, physical strength above 2200. Crown Guard, passive automatically triggers when attacked, reducing damage taken from the attacker by 70% for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. 70% damage reduction for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, it's passive and triggers upon taking damage. Otherwise, it could block a fatal blow at a critical moment. But overall, it's still powerful. Lin Yi couldn't put on that epic robe, so he simply wore the Crown of Kings. The dead come back to life. He raised his hand to cast a spell. Green light poured down, and a chilling aura instantly swept across the battlefield. 30,000 goblins, along with the corpses of hundreds of bronze and silver bosses, rotted away simultaneously. Even the Golden Goblin King was devoured by death. The next moment, a terrifying aura exploded. In the hollow eye sockets, red soul fire suddenly ignited. It slowly stood up. Cracking sounds. Bones crazily swelling. Body size increased tenfold. The original skeletal body of 7 or 8 meters instantly rose to 70 or 80 meters, even larger than the skeletal giant commander. A faint dark golden glow shimmered on the forest skeleton. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and a crushing pressure swept across the entire arena. Ding. Player Death has successfully transformed the Golden Goblin King into a skeleton lord. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't a dark gold tier undead boss be a skeleton commander? He immediately checked the attributes. Skeleton Lord Gog, Epic Boss. Master Death. Level, 60/200. Health, 2 million. Attack, 168,888. Defense, 99,999. Skills, Skeleton Heavy Slash, Blade Storm, Skeleton 10 consecutive slashes, Death Wind, Skeleton Resurrection. Talent, Corpse of the Undead. Linya's heart raced. The power of the undead completed the final step. The Goblin King achieved a complete breakthrough, ascending to epic status. Became the Lord of the Skeleton Clan. 2 billion HP. The attack and defense values are extremely terrifying. Even with the Undead Scourge's double bonus, this stat panel is ridiculously exaggerated, almost catching up to half of his attributes. And it also awakened a new skill, Skeleton Resurrection. However, it can only revive dark gold or lower monsters, and they must be targets that can be transformed into skeletons. Ding. Player Death successfully transformed the Golden Goblin Guard into a skeleton commander. Ding. The player Death has successfully transformed the Golden Goblin Mage into an undead mage. Apart from that, under the black robes, more than a dozen figures emerged, all newly transformed undead mages. Undead Mage Golden Boss. They are experts in curses and dark magic and can also control skeletons. Originally, they were the 24 golden bosses taken away by Lin Yi along with the ice spikes when using the cold wind to break the city. 12 were Golden Goblin Guards, and 12 were Golden Goblin Mages. The guards became skeleton commanders, and the mages transformed into undead sorcerers. The weaknesses of the Undead Legion were completely patched up. They no longer just charged blindly, and their ranged spells finally had a true core. How go? I pay respects to my lord. The Skeleton Lord's soul flame leapt wildly, its voice devout and fervent. It not only advanced to an epic boss, but its power was also top tier among its peers. Gauga led the kneeling, hundreds of thousands of lost souls bowed their heads in unison. Even the skeletal flying dragons lowered their skulls. Transformation completed, it was time to loot the spoils. The Goblin King's city resources piled up like mountains, and the palace was even more dazzling with golden light. The ground was dyed pure gold by the blood of golden bowmen, with every drop of blood turning large swathes of land into blood gold ore. Incredibly durable, with exaggerated defense, and can self-heal every second. With the additional bonus from the city building order, even the demigod boss struggles to shake it. Unfortunately, there are too few of them, not nearly enough to build city walls. Lin Yi stepped into the palace hall, where a golden throne came into view. Runes entwined, gems inlaid, and the red orb at the top looked down on all living beings like a bloodshot eye. Golden throne, mid-level strategic treasure. Improve the army's recovery and marching speed, enhance city defense, and also accelerate NPC growth, doubling player experience. It turned out to be a treasure. Lin Yi smiled. This is not a kingdom at all. It's clearly a whole treasure trove. This throne can only be bought in the exclusive mall, costing at least 100 million. Dig them all away. Lin Yi frantically scavenged in the Goblin King's palace and finally found the real treasure trove, the richest place beneath the entire glacier. Ding! The player has entered the Goblin King's palace treasury. As soon as he stepped in, he remembered the words from the treasure map. The treasure piled up like a mountain. Equipment in clusters. Props scattered all over the ground. Got rich. The treasure vault is stuffed to the brim. The shelves are full of top-quality equipment, skill books, and scrolls. The center was even more exaggerated, with piles of gold coins, gems, and crystals stacked into small mountains. Who says the eternal frozen wasteland is poor? I'll fight him on that. Lin Yi laughed uncontrollably. Take everything you can. Because they were not dropped items, they had to be collected one by hand. Just as he was flipping through the skill book, the shelf suddenly moved. A secret door. He pushed open the secret door and carefully walked inside. The next second, the pupils suddenly contracted. There were no treasures inside, only bodies. Half of a monstrously enormous corpse, stretching for thousands of meters. Even a skeleton lord 70 or 80 meters tall looks like an ant in front of it. The corpse of golden bowmen, still from ancient times. Lin Yi's heart was racing wildly. Made a fortune. Fortunately, the automatic pickup can't collect this kind of thing. Otherwise, this dark room would never have been discovered. The corpse of a mythical level creature is worth more than the heaps of gold and silver outside. Gold bowmen truly deserves to be a mythical level boss. Although the ancient era was hundreds of thousands of years ago, its body has not turned to bones, still retaining flesh and blood. Unfortunately, only half of it remains. If it were complete, with all the flesh, bones, and tendons thoroughly processed, then turned into an undead, it would be a myth-level enforcer. Just thinking about it makes one feel heartache. Lin Yi quickly put away his emotions, opened the exclusive store, and began looking for gathering-type secondary professions. One can have multiple secondary professions simultaneously, but most players only specialize in one. Because each side profession requires accumulating a large amount of proficiency, there simply isn't enough time to be distracted. Found it. The corner of his mouth twitched. Ancient Gatherer Job Transfer Scroll. Price 66.66 million. Limited to VIP 5 purchase. Description. Tear it apart to obtain the side profession, Ancient Gatherer. 66,660,000. Outrageously expensive. Lin Yi didn't even blink. Previously recharged 100 million gold coins. Now only 20 million left. Not enough. Recharge more. Ding. Successfully recharged 100 million gold coins. Ding. Host successfully recharged 100 million yuan. Another 100 million spent. By the scroll. RIP. The scroll shattered. Ding. Acquired mythic level subprofession, Ancient Gatherer. Ding. Learned skill, Ancient Gathering Technique. Ancient Gathering Technique. Level, LV1. Proficiency, 0/1000. Effect, can gather all herbs and monster materials, 100% chance to trigger quantity critical hit, x10, 10% chance to improve quality. Introduction, the oldest gathering technique, turning decay into magic. Materials from mythical level bosses can also be gathered directly, and in tenfold quantities, with a chance to upgrade quality. Lin Yi raised his hand to activate the skill. After 5 seconds, prompts popped up frantically. Successfully collected Golden Baiman Blood X1, proficiency plus 3,333. Ancient Collection Technique upgraded to LV2. Triggered quantity critical hit. Obtained Golden Baiman Blood X10. Critical quality triggered. Obtained Golden Baiman King's Blood X10. One collection, direct upgrade. The value of the mythic boss far exceeds imagination. Lin Yi stared at the last prompt, his breathing growing heavy. The King of Baiman? That is the ruler of the Baiman tribe. Although it cannot compare to supreme beings like the Dragon God or the Ancestral Dragon, it is at least at the level of the Black Dragon King or the Fire Dragon King. The blood of a clan king. If used to make potions, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. No need to say more. Lin Yi stared at the thousands of meters tall golden Baimon. That last time, only a small piece was taken. Such a large corpse. How many more materials can still be extracted? Ancient Gathering Technique. Ancient Gathering Technique. Ancient Gathering Technique. Time passed bit by bit. Skills were cast wildly one after another, with unbelievably good luck, triggering quality critical hits every time. The materials in the backpack surged wildly. King of Golden Baiman Blood X1000. King of Golden Baiman Fur X200. King of Golden Baiman Skeleton X50. King of Golden Baiman Essence X20. Golden Demon King Fangs X10. Golden Demon King Eyes X10. Each and every one is a top quality material. At the same time, the experience bar for Ancient Gathering skill is skyrocketing. Others increase their proficiency little by little. He directly added 3,333 points at once. His level shot up from LV1 all the way to LV5. He's not far from LV6. Life players work hard for half a year and still may not achieve what he gains in 15 minutes. Inside the Goblin King's treasury, Lin Yi finally cleared out all the bodies of the Golden Baimans. The entire backpack gleams with gold. Blood, bones, and fangs, all gleaming with dazzling gold. At this moment, his sister Lin Xiaoyu called him from reality to eat breakfast. He exited the game and glanced at the time. He had been playing from midnight until now. It was already 9 in the morning. After eating, he immediately went to sleep. He slept until a little past 6 in the afternoon. He casually ate some dinner and logged on again. As soon as he went online, he started emptying the treasury. Ding. Obtained 38.88 million gold coins. Ding. Obtained 18,888 frost crystals. Ding. Obtained 68,888 pure crystals. Ding. Obtained unstable crystal X99999. Ding. Obtained equipment Doomsday Winter Ring X1. Ding. Obtained skill book Demon Sealing Slash. Notifications flooded the screen crazily. He cleaned for a full 2 to 3 hours. The wealth of the treasury is outrageously abundant. Because the Endless Glacier is located in an extreme cold region, almost no one sets foot there. Therefore, there aren't many gold coins. There are only a little over 30 million. But all kinds of crystals are piled up like mountains. Frost crystals, pure crystals, fallen star crystals. Each kind starts from tens of thousands of pieces. These things have no attributes. But it was frighteningly expensive. The nobles of the Jiang Empire, humans, dwarves, and elves, all flocked to this rare crystal. Giving NPCs these as gifts increases favorability, and they can also be sold directly to players. Selling to those eager to increase intimacy commands a higher price. A casual sale amounts to hundreds of millions. The treasure trove is filled with gold equipment and weapons, complete sets included. Bronze and silver are even countless. Levels range fully from 10 to 60. Even quite a few dark gold equipment pieces. What surprised Lin Yi the most was an epic accessory. Doomsday Winter Ring, Epic. Level, 50. Attack, 1888. Constitution plus 15%. Output plus 20%. Skill, Winter Domain. Class, all classes. When Winter Domain is activated, enemies within a 1,000-yard radius have their attack speed reduced by 30% and movement speed reduced by 40% for 1 minute. Cooldown is 1 hour. Attack bonus is not high, but Constitution is percentage-based. For Lin Yi, who experienced a 4-dimensional explosion, it was far better than fixed values. Stacking on the evil aura, double slow, no one can escape. He just unlocked the 3rd ring slot and put it on directly. Hundreds of skill books were pulled out. There aren't many top-tier ones, but the quantity is enough to be intimidating. Materials were piled up like mountains, dazzling to the eyes. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a piece of black crystal. That thing would swell and shrink intermittently, as if it were breathing. Unstable energy crystal. Contains violent energy, extremely unstable, can explode at any time, effects unknown. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This thing can be used to make all kinds of magical bombs. Flame, frost, poison, arcane, all work. If loaded into an ice crystal cannon as ammunition, the cannon, originally focused on slowing control, would instantly turn into an output monster. Once a quality critical hit is triggered, the power of a single shot rivals that of an epic boss, and can even compare to a legendary boss's ultimate move. It also comes with various elemental effects. Super satisfying. Finally, he flipped out 5 gang building orders. Instant wealth. Equipment, materials, city building locations, and the Undead Legion, all complete. Also picked up a bunch of rare resources for free. This trip was a big profit. Just as he was about to leave. Ding. Skeleton Warrior -1. Ding. Skeleton Warrior -1. Ding. Heavy Armored Bone Warrior -1. Death notifications flooded the screen crazily. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Within 1 second, entire groups of skeletons were killed instantly. And these were double attribute, even elite-tier heavily armored skeletal warriors. Even a dark gold boss couldn't do that. Could there be even stronger beings in the Goblin Kingdom? Or has someone broken in? Beneath the glacier lies the kingdom of the frost goblins. There is no sky here, only the biting cold wind and endless ice crystals. A squad of heavily armored goblins armed with blades leapt down from the glacier. Leading them was Muser. He is the hero of the frost goblins and the elder brother of, or, holding a very high position in the kingdom. 3 days ago, under the orders of the Goblin King Goj, he led the heavily armored legion to leave the depths of the glacier to investigate external forces and simultaneously search for food. Along the way, he encountered a severely wounded juvenile frost dragon. He personally slew the dragon, drank its blood, ate its flesh, and in one fell swoop ascended to epic rank, becoming a powerful goblin sword saint. But when they dragged the dragon's corpse back beneath the glacier, they found the kingdom ransacked. Cities along the way were destroyed, with not a single living tribesman in sight. Muser's heart sank, and he immediately led people rushing towards the royal city. The scene before him filled him with fury. The city gate and walls were completely shattered, and the royal city was filled with rampaging skeleton demons. Kill. Follow me. Reclaim our glory. Muser's eyes were bloodshot, his aura erupting. He led his army charging towards the 100,000-strong skeleton army. With a flash of his figure, he had already broken into the enemy ranks. The black-edged longsword was still stained with dragon blood, its cold light flashing continuously. With a stroke of the sword, a large number of undead were shattered. At this moment, Lin Yi was leading the skeleton lord and the banshee commander out of the treasury. He rode the skeletal wyvern rushing towards the city gate, while the skeleton lord sprinted on the ground. From afar, he heard angry roars. On the battlefield, 3,000 heavily armored goblins had been slaughtered, leaving only corpses scattered everywhere. In the center, a tall frost goblin was rampaging wildly. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles bulging, clad in simple leather armor, exuding the aura of a wild beast. Ordinary skeletons fell in droves under his sword. Even when besieged by 100,000 undead, with the skeleton knights, skeleton commanders, skeleton giants, and the dark gold-level skeleton overlord suppressing him together, he still did not retreat. Dragon blood boiling, blade storm, phantom consecutive slashes erupting one after another. The blood energy surged within him. He became more and more frenzied in battle. He didn't take a single step back. It was ridiculously fast. Even slowed down by Lin Ye's evil aura, each movement still left heavy afterimages. Every sword strike tears away a huge chunk of the undead boss's health. Like a true god of war. Damn, so fierce. This momentum is like a monstrous version of Zhao Zilong. Lin Yi raised his hand and cast a probing spell. Frost Goblin Sword Saint Muser, Epic Boss. Level, 57. HP, 880 million. Attack, 78,888. Defense, 48,888. Skills, Gale Step, Blade Storm, Dragon Blood Boil, Phantom Combo, Dragon Blood Demon Sword. Description: once killed an injured adult frost dragon, drank dragon blood to advance to epic level, skilled in combat techniques. Truly an epic boss. Goblin Dragon Slayer? Interesting. Wait a minute. Kill the frost dragon? Lin Ye's eyes brightened. The dragon's whole body is a treasure. It could never be wasted. He swept towards outside the city. Found it. A frost giant dragon corpse over 100 meters long lay sprawled there, menacing and icy. Complete frost dragon skeleton, epic. Description: the complete skeleton of a juvenile frost dragon. Lin Ye smiled. Good, very good. An epic boss delivered itself, along with an epic dragon corpse. Made a huge profit. A black spear appeared in hand. Rampage activated. Power of the black dragon erupted. The spear thrusts fiercely through the air. The spear of destruction activates. Black dragon roars. The sky instantly darkens. A shadowy image of a black dragon materialized in the clouds, as if ready to tear the world apart. The domain of bitter winter unfolded. The doomsday winter ring activated. Centered on Lin Yi, frost swept across 1,000 yards. The air suddenly turned cold, and the ground froze. Muser's movements noticeably slowed down. Attack speed and movement speed were suppressed by twofold. Even the epic boss began to stiffen. Siviana. Present, Master. The Banshee leader responded immediately. The next second, Lin Yi disappeared. Spatial teleportation. Spatial oscillation. Muser's face changed drastically. It instantly activated Gale Step, its speed skyrocketing, trying to escape and dodge. But it was already too late. Its body suddenly stiffened, completely out of control. The one who made the move was the mental control of the Banshee leader Shiviana. With her golden boss strength, she could only control Muser for a moment. But in that moment, it was a guaranteed hit, impossible to dodge. That was enough. The Goblin Sword Saint struggled desperately. By the time the control was lifted, it was already too late. Lin Ye's figure flashed, appearing behind it. Without a moment's hesitation. Death Coil. The spear, shrouded in malevolent energy, suddenly thrusts out, piercing its waist. Uft. Dark energy explodes instantly, binding it tightly. -20, 599W, critical hit. Over 200 million burst damage numbers popped up. Roar. Despicable humans. I will tear you to pieces. Muser, stabbed in the back, roared angrily. Dragon Slayer. The black giant sword stained with dragon blood surged with red light, howling as it sliced through the air. It was trapped, unable to move, yet it could still strike. Lin Yi sneered coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding. The long spear charged straight on. Boom. The giant sword slammed into him. -1. Muser was stunned. The next second, what greeted him was a counterattack like a raging storm. Fierce wind impact. Netherworld earth-splitting slash. Death strike. Storm lance thrust. Pierce, chop, smash, flick. The long spear transformed into an afterimage, pouring down wildly. The ground cracked. Ice spikes shot up to the sky, and lava surged. -85.83 million, critical hit. -25.74 million, critical hit. -8,583,181, critical hit. -85.83 million, critical hit. -10.3 million, critical hit, times 5. A screen full of red numbers. 9 instances of damage erupted almost simultaneously. Musel's health dropped to 43%. Ice explosion slash. The cold wind swept through as the great sword fell once again. Boom. A chill exploded. Lin Yi was hit head-on. The undead was blasted away. -1, -1, -1. Lin Yi ignored all controls, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The black spear stabbed again, the spear tip engulfed in swirling dragon flames. 3 shots, simple and straightforward. PFF, 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 -8583181, critical hit. -8,583,181, critical hit. -8,583,181, critical hit. Muser's health dropped to 40%. Lin Yi suddenly holstered his gun, turned around, and walked away. Only the Goblin Sword Saint was left standing there stunned. The very next second after he left, the death coil ended. -10299W, critical hit. Death coil's second stage damage exploded. Muser's health plummeted. At the same time, he forcibly broke free from the shackles of the evil energy. Arrogant human. Muser roared and lunged at Lin Yi once again. The next second, boom. The ice spikes on the ground shattered instantly. Lava surged out. Lin Yi didn't even look back. A real man never looks back at an explosion. -8583W, critical hit. -8583181, critical hit. 2 more attacks exploded again, and the health bar plummeted wildly. Muser's face changed drastically. Want to run, but it's too late. Midair, the black shadow solidified completely. A ferocious black dragon coiled in the sky. The dragons might press down, making it hard to breathe. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth. Dragon breath poured down, covering a vast area. The air was burned until it twisted. The ground turned red and hot. Under double slow effects, Muser simply could not escape. Boom! The black dragon flame engulfs everything. The ice surface cracks, and shockwaves roll. -12874W, critical hit. A deadly strike that ignores defense. Muser's health bar dropped to 0. Eyes glazed over, falling with unwillingness. Ding. Defeated epic boss Frost Goblin Swordmaster. Muser gained 1.2 billion experience. Ding. Level increased to 55. All attributes plus 50. Gained 150 free attribute points. Ding. Level increased to 58. White light flashing continuously. The terrifying experience caused Lin Yi to level up 4 times in a row. Refreshing. Server-wide announcement. Player death. Achieved the first kill of the epic boss Frost Goblin Swordmaster. Muser, receiving rewards, ×3. The announcement echoed throughout the entire server. All players fell silent. This man is too outrageous. Ding. First kill reward obtained. Origin Manifestation Crystal X1, 200,000 gold coins, 200,000 reputation. Lin Yi glanced over. The reward looked ordinary, until he saw the instructions. Origin Materialization Crystal. Quality, mythical. Effect, can materialize any piece of equipment, pet, mount, or item from the game into reality, without it disappearing in the game. Lin Yi was stunned. Able to bring game items into reality. That won't be shabby then. The corners of his mouth lifted, and his eyes shone brightly. Anything from Origin, if taken casually into reality, can dominate effortlessly. Casually conjure up a bottle of super recovery potion. As long as there's a breath left, drinking it will instantly restore full health. The true living dead, flesh and white bones. Use another revival coin to revive on the spot, which is equivalent to gaining an extra life. If you bring out the Ashes Gun of Destruction, one move, Black Dragon Roar, will directly level an area. Those high-level pets and mounts, if placed in reality, each would be like an aircraft carrier-level force. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately put the things away. He now has the mysterious space pendant, and in reality, almost no one can threaten him. Materializing something like this must be done with utmost caution. He twisted the automatic pickup ring. The next second, the drops from the Goblin Sword Saint and the 3,000 armored warriors all flooded into the ring. Ding. Gained 8.88 million gold coins. Ding. Obtain material, Goblin Sword Saint's Fangs ×2. Ding. Obtain material, Frost Dragon's Blood ×50. Ding. Obtain materials, Frost Dragon Essence ×10. Ding. Obtained equipment, Frost Helmet ×1. Ding. Obtained equipment. Frostthorn Gauntlets ×1. Ding. Obtained skill book. Gale Step ×1. Lenya smiled. Even the dragon blood that the Goblin Sword Saint drank was expelled. In terms of equipment, 1 legendary item and 2 epic items. The Frost Helm and his Golden King's Crown are redundant. The other is an epic weapon used by archers. Frostthorn Gauntlets, legendary. Level 57. Significant increase in all attributes. Percentage bonus to strength, rapid attack speed increase. 2 percentage entries, attributes bursting. Directly equipped. Besides that, there is also that skill book. The Goblin Sword Saint used it just now, but before its power could be unleashed, it was controlled by him and the Banshee Commander. Gale Step can be learned by warriors and knights. Become invisible after 2 seconds, lasting for 30 seconds. Movement speed doubles. Breaking invisibility strike deals double damage. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown 3 minutes. Lenya's expression was strange. Warriors can also become invisible and gain burst bonuses. This is not about snatching the assassin's livelihood. If it were really for sale, warriors and knights would definitely go crazy fighting over it. But for such an explosive divine skill, he could never use it. Ding. You have learned the skill, Gale Step. After handling the loot, he did not immediately use the summoning spell to transform the Goblin Sword Saint. Instead, he ordered the Skeleton Lord to drag the Frost Dragon corpse from outside inside. This dragon was not killed by him, so he couldn't examine the body, but it could still be harvested. The dragon blood has been completely drunk, not a single drop left. The dragon saliva, dragon scales, and dragon teeth on the corpse are all treasures. Especially after improving the collection quality, they are extremely profitable. Ancient Gathering Technique. Ancient Gathering Technique. Ancient Gathering Technique. Skill dropped. Prompts were popping up crazily. Ice God Dragon's Dragon Saliva X200. Ice God's Dragon Scales X100. Dragon Teeth of the Ice God Giant Dragon X20. Frost Giants reach legendary status upon maturity. If one can condense divine essence and step into the mythic tier, they will transform into an ice divine dragon. That is an existence that has mastered divine essence. Their status is comparable to Golden Baiman. Harvest complete. Summoning ritual. Green light surged and rolled in Lenya's palm, slowly scattering down. The Goblin Sword Master was pulled back to the brink of death. Bones reassembled, pupils ignited with scarlet soul fire. The figure remained unchanged, still holding the black iron sword, like a silent swordsman. Beep. Congratulations to player Death for successfully transforming the Frost Goblin Sword Saint into a skeletal sword saint. Not a skeleton lord, but a skeletal sword saint. Lenya's gaze darkened slightly. Another branch of the epic series? How is the strength? Casting Detect Magic. Skeleton Sword Saint. Muser, Epic Boss. Owner Death. Level 57/200. HP 1,700,000,000. Attack 188,888. Defense 88,888. Skills: Blade Storm, Gale Step, Skeleton Combo Slash, Skeleton Burst Slash, Skeleton Thrust. Talent: Undead Corpse. The Skeleton Lord leans towards command, able to summon minions, balanced in attack and defense. The Skeleton Sword Master only follows one path. Ultimate output: fast, fierce, kill. Lin Yi turned his head, looking at another huge creature. The Frost Dragon had become undead. Flesh and blood half-rotted, wings covering the sky. Bone spikes densely cover the 100-meter body. Pupils burn with eerie blue-violet light. More fierce and more evil than the skeletal wyvern. Roar! The bone dragon roared, stabbing straight into the soul. The aura of death swept across the entire scene in an instant. Frostbone Dragon, Matist, Epic Boss / Legendary Boss. Owner Death. Level 55/200. Health 1,800,000,000. Attack 178,888. Defense 98,888. Skills: Frost Breath, Fierce Cold Stream, Frost Aura, Bone Chilling Cold, Bone Dragon Claw. Talent: Undead Body. Full of slowing and control effects. Add the area aura. Perfectly matches Lin Ye's path. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The skeletal wyvern has caught up in level, but is stuck at rank. Now it's time to change the mount. More importantly, its rank is marked as epic/legendary. As long as the level meets the requirement, it can still advance further. This bone dragon has not yet reached its limit. The bodies of the goblins and dragons have all been fully converted. Next, it's time to allocate combat power. Bosses of gold level and above will all be sent out to farm monsters and level up. These mid to high level combatants cannot be idle. Level is the foundation of everything. Undead of silver level and below will stay under the glacier to mine. Monsters can of course mine as well. Although they don't have mining skills, their efficiency is pitifully low. But they are undead. They don't need to eat, don't get tired, and there are many of them. Except for not being very bright, they are practically born laborers. Working around the clock for 24 hours straight, even capitalists would cry out in conscience. But the problem also arises. Let them mine, fine, but let them build cities? Dreaming. Even if he really toughened up and built it, it would probably be on the same level as the Goblin King's castle. So rough it would be unbearable to look at, completely failing to meet Lin Ye's standards. Of course, he could buy construction magic, but relying on just himself to slowly repair it? It takes too much time. Lin Yi touched his chin and began to ponder. In terms of construction talent, the dwarves rank first. Forging and architecture are both top level on the continent. Next are the goblins and humans. All three races have world-class artisans stationed. Humans were directly excluded. Top artisans are all in the royal city. Entering requires level 120, which takes too long. Dwarven capital Ironforge and Goblin capital Geargrind City are much simpler. You can enter with just a turn. Dwarves are a friendly race, and goblins are a neutral race. The answer is obvious. Look for the dwarves. Does my off-the-charts charm work on dwarves? Lin Yi muttered softly. If it really worked, building an undead city would be a one-sentence matter. He could even casually pull over goblins. Goblin technology is the pinnacle in origin. He had been coveting it for a long time. Before going to Ironforge, he planned to first smelt the materials in his backpack. Just at that moment, a heavily armored skeleton warrior charged over. What? A living human girl was dug up underground. After hearing the report, Lin Yi was completely stunned. His mind was full of question marks. What's going on? Take me to see, he said in a deep voice. Led by the skeletal warriors, he arrived beneath the palace. A row of iron prison cells appeared before me. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. As expected, the intelligence of non-boss level undead was generally offline, and elite monsters were no better. Communication skills were concerning. There was no such thing as digging up living people. It was clearly they who dug through the palace floor and discovered a dungeon underneath, where a girl was being held. He was almost startled. Lin Yi scanned around. His gaze fell on the corner. In the corner, a little girl hugged her legs, curled up into a ball, her twin ponytails trembling slightly. Anna, level 33, Astral Mage. She is the daughter of the Lord of Northwind City, gifted beyond measure, but was kidnapped by the Golden Goblin King, who intends to use her to threaten the Lord. Players cannot see the NPC's detailed attributes, but seeing her identity, Lin Yi immediately understood. No wonder she has a myth-level hidden profession. No wonder the Lord of Beifeng City is not stationed in the city. It turns out the daughter was kidnapped. This Golden Goblin King is simply courting death. Dare to mess with the daughter of the Empire's Valkyrie, not afraid of being blasted to dust with one strike. Death Strike. The Spear of Destruction appeared in Lin Ye's hand, striking the dungeon iron door with one blow. With a loud bang, the iron door shattered into pieces. The loud noise startled Anna. She lifted her dusty little face and saw Lin Yi standing at the door. At that moment, in her eyes, he was like a hero descending from the heavens. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over stumbling. Big brother, can you save me? Those ugly guys outside are using me to threaten my mother, and there are many skeleton monsters. She grabbed Lin Ye's armor, her voice trembling, eyes reddening. Suddenly, the sound of bones rubbing together sounded. Several heavily armored skeleton warriors walked in. Anna's face turned pale, and she almost cried. Skeleton monsters. She pressed closely against Lin Yi, like a frightened little animal. Don't be afraid, they are my subordinates. Those guys outside, I've already dealt with them. Lin Yi touched her head gently, his tone soft. Anna looked up, cautiously confirming. Did you really defeat them all? You're safe now. His tone was firm. Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Big Brother, can you take me home? Anna looked up at Lin Yi, her eyes full of anticipation. My mom is amazing. I can ask her to reward Big Brother. Beep. Accept hidden mission. Escort Anna back to the city? Prompt pop-up. Of course. Lin Yi met her sparkling gaze and agreed immediately. Anyway, he was going back to Northwind City, and he could conveniently pick up a hidden quest. Escort quest. Anna's request. Level SSS. Details. Safely escort Anna, the daughter of the Northwind City Lord, back to the Lord's mansion. Time limit. 3 hours. Reward. Unknown. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. It was actually SSS level. This is the Goblin Kingdom, full of dangers. No wonder the level is so high. He took Anna's little hand and walked out. Passing by the heavily armored skeleton warrior, Anna was still a bit scared, cautiously sticking close to him. They walked out of the palace. Outside, a dense swarm of skeleton soldiers stood forming a white ocean. Although Anna knew they were Lin Yi's subordinates, she still held his hand tightly. Look down, Lin Yi said to the frostbone dragon. The bone dragon slowly lowered its head. Lin Yi was about to pick her up. Big Brother, are we going to ride it? Anna looked up and asked. Yes, afraid. Not afraid. Just wait for me a moment. She shook her head, seriously patting her white princess dress over and over again. After finishing, she looked up, her little face serious yet polite. Mr. Bone Dragon, the clothes might still be a bit dirty, sorry. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. What a little cutie. He picked up Anna and jumped onto the skeleton dragon's back. Matus, let's go. The bone dragon let out a low roar, its wings suddenly spreading wide. Boom. The cold wind whipped up, frost and snow swirling violently. The bone dragon soared into the air, bursting out from beneath the glacier, heading straight for Northwind City. Half an hour later, a thunderous boom rang out. In front of the city gate of Beifeng City, the bone dragon landed heavily. The ground trembled, dust flying everywhere. Lin Yi jumped down from the dragon's back. The guards had originally been on high alert. After recognizing it was him, immediately stepped forward. Born One, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Guard Captain Bardis wore a broad smile. Fairly smooth. Lin Yi replied faintly. Who is this? Miss Anna. After Bardis recognized the little girl clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted and his voice changed. Anna nodded obediently. Hurry and report to the city lord. Bastos immediately gave the order. Soon, he personally escorted Lin Yi and Anna to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion is located in the center of Northwind City, grand and imposing. Just step through the main gate. A figure descended from the sky. The woman's appearance was stunningly beautiful, her skin whiter than snow. Her silver-white battle armor fit her form perfectly, exuding a fierce aura. That chill and dignity made people dare not look directly. She stood there, like a born Valkyrie. But at this moment, her eyes held exhaustion and suppressed excitement. Lord of Northwind City, Tia, Myth level NPC. Level 380. Once fought alone against the 10 gods of the northern border, crowned as the Valkyrie of the Empire. Lin Yi's heart jolted. Level 380 mythical existence. At this level, a single move can erase him. Mother! Anna's eyes lit up, and she ran over. The small body threw itself into Tia's arms. Nana, are you okay? Tia held her tightly, her voice trembling. I'm fine, it was Big Brother who saved me. Anna pointed at Lin Yi. Only then did Tia look at him. The moment their eyes met, her body stiffened imperceptibly. That unusual feeling lasted only a moment before she quickly suppressed it. Others did not notice, but Lin Yi saw it clearly. He smiled to himself. It seems that even the mythical level can't withstand this charm value. Mother, we have to give Big Brother a big reward. Anna opened her little hands and acted coquettishly. Rest assured, Tia raised her eyes, regaining the dignity of the city lord. The person who saved my daughter, I will never treat unfairly. Tia pressed her lips into a slight smile, her gaze gently looking at Lin Yi. Thank you for rescuing Anna from the frost goblin. She raised her hand and touched slightly. A stream of light flowed into Lin Yi's body. System prompts flashed frantically. Complete the SSS 5.5 level hidden quest, Anna's request. Obtain 9,999,999 gold coins. Obtain the title Honorary Citizen of Northwind City. Obtain the skill book Shadow Stab. Obtain deed for large shop in Northwind City Central Plaza. Obtained hidden profession Dragon Knight. Linyi took a sharp breath. This reward is way too exaggerated. Nearly 10 million gold coins. City Lord Sister, I really don't want to work hard anymore. Northwind City Shop Deed. The holder owns the large shop number 003 in the central square, Bauhinia Shop. This is the core location of the resurrection and teleportation points, bustling with people and bound to become extremely popular. Once players complete the first rebirth, Beifeng City will become one of the most popular secondary main cities. This large 20,000 square meter shop is worth as much as top-tier real-world commercial districts, or even more. Honorary Citizen of Beifeng City. Citywide 30% off, duty-free, NPC respect, no red name for killing. With it, you can buy materials at even lower prices. If willing, he can even act as a purchasing agent for major guilds, guaranteed profit without loss. The real key is tax exemption. In the future, selling equipment, skill books, secret realm tickets, and job change scrolls in the shop will maximize profits to the extreme. Linyi looked at the skill books again. Shadow Stab. Instantly transform into a shadow and dash within 200 yards, dealing 300% damage. Can be used 3 times consecutively within 5 seconds, with a 15-second cooldown. High damage. Also includes triple displacement. Absolute divine skill. Study. Ding. You have learned the skill, Shadow Stab. Linyi couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally, there was the class change scroll. Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll. Legendary level. Using it allows you to change to the hidden profession, Dragon Knight. This profession sounds powerful, but you can't ride a dragon immediately upon changing. It simply grants dragon-type skills, enabling cooperation with wyverns, drakes, and dragons. If you really want to ride a dragon, you have to tame it yourself. But among legendary-level professions, it is already a top-tier existence. After looking at the reward, Lin Ye's expression became strange. Is this really what an SSS-level mission can offer? The title and skills are one thing. The land deed and hidden profession probably have a lot to do with charisma. By the way, this is for you too. Tia smiled lightly and handed over another land deed. A luxurious mansion next to the city lord's mansion. No task prompt. It's confirmed. It's all thanks to his charm points. Giving shops, giving houses, giving careers. Is this to keep him as a kept man? Linyi glanced at little Anna in her arms. For a moment, I was lost in wild thoughts, then quickly pulled myself together. Thank you, City Lord Sister. This is what you deserve. Tia suddenly wiped the smile from her face. I also want you to do one more thing for me. She looked down at her daughter, killing intent surging in her eyes. The pressure of the Valkyrie spread instantly. Linyi was stunned. I can't leave for the time being. Kill the Golden Goblin King for me. That guy dared to kidnap his daughter. He must pay the price. The system prompt sounded. Accept hidden quest. Kill the Golden Goblin King. Linya's expression grew even stranger. This mission, it seems he has already completed it. Kill the Golden Goblin King. Task level, SSS. The Golden Goblin King is too arrogant and has angered the Lord of Northwind City, Tia. She orders you to personally kill it and make it pay with its life. Task progress, 0/1. Task deadline, 30 days. Task reward, unknown. 30 days. Is this underestimating me? Linyi thought to himself with some complaints, then directly clicked accept. Ding. Congratulations to the player for accepting the hidden quest. Defeat the king of the Golden Goblins. The quest has just been accepted. Linyi touched his nose. Castle Lord Sister. Actually, I have already killed the Goblin King and conveniently wiped out the Frost Goblin Kingdom as well. After saying that, he directly chose submit the quest. Tia was stunned on the spot, instinctively tilting her head. That stunningly beautiful face was filled with shock. Northern Wind Town guards the eternal frozen plains and knows the monsters in that area all too well. The Goblin Kingdom often sends out Frost Goblin heroes leading 3,000 heavily armored warriors to hunt. Once, they even dispatched 2 heroes. In other words, there are at least 2 dark gold level bosses in the kingdom. In this world where only the strong prevail, The king must be the strongest. The Goblin King is at least dark gold level, and may even be epic level. Not to mention that there are hundreds of thousands of ordinary and elite monsters in the kingdom, along with a large number of bronze, silver, and gold level bosses. And Lin Yi? A newcomer who has been here for less than 2 days. That's why she gave 30 days. In her opinion, without her own help, even 30 days might not be enough to win. But now, Lin Yi says he has already slaughtered the king and wiped out the entire kingdom? How is that possible? Not to mention whether he can win or not. Even if hundreds of thousands of goblins lined up to be killed, it would still take a day or 2 to chop them down. He can't have started slaughtering the kingdom right from birth, can he? But the system already shows the task as completed. The facts are right in front of us. You've only been here for 2 days. How did you manage to do it? Tia stared at him, her eyes full of disbelief. I know. Let me speak. Little Anna raised her small hand, extremely excited. Let her speak. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. The little lowly waved her little arms, trying hard to signal. Mother, big brother, there are so many skeletons. The voice was soft and urgent. There was originally no undead plague on the Origin continent. The undead come from the underworld and must pass through a special portal to descend. The greatest enemy of the human empire is the bloodthirsty and brutal orcs from the western grasslands. Therefore, Tia has no hostility whatsoever toward the undead. There's also a bone dragon, sir. Anna came back riding Mr. Bone Dragon. Little Anna waved her arms and danced with excitement, speaking animatedly. After listening, Tia already understood the gist and smiled slightly. Able to command an army of hundreds of thousands of undead, Lin Ye's hidden profession is definitely not simple. Moreover, his strength is absolutely not weak. His growth speed is astonishingly fast. On top of that, his kind of charisma, which even she would be attracted to, naturally arouses goodwill in people. What an interesting little fellow. Tia didn't ask any further. A tap of the fingertip. The reward was issued again. Ding. Congratulations to the player for exceeding the completion of the SSS grade hidden mission, Kill the Golden Goblin King, and receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the player, Death, receiving 9,999,999 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations to the player, Death, receiving the reward. Casper's Demon Ring X1. Ding. Congratulations to the player, Death, receiving the reward. Origin Divine Crystal X1. Divine Crystal can unlock the accessory slot. Saved a large amount of money again. Plus a legendary top-tier ring. This reward far exceeds the difficulty of the quest itself. Refreshing. So awesome. This is the advantage of having high charm. The higher the NPC level, the better the items they give. How long has it been since I last saw Tia? The value of the additional rewards is at least several billion. At this moment, Lin Yi truly experienced what it means to win effortlessly. Casper's Demon Ring, Legendary. Level 50. All attributes plus 1,188. Strength plus 20%. Agility plus 20%. Attack plus 30%. Skill, Demon Hunter form. When activated, transforms into a Demon Hunter. Health doubles, mana doubles, movement speed doubles, damage doubles. Can attack both near and far. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cool for 12 hours. Strong. 3% boosts, plus the burst form. The cooldown is just too long. It has to be activated at critical moments. As for ranged and melee attacks, are you really going to use a spear as a ranged weapon? Lin Yi was somewhat looking forward to it. Ding. Player used Origin. Divine Crystal X1. Ding. Accessory slot unlocked. The ring was put on. Attributes instantly surged. Lin Yi thanked her and played with Anna for a while longer. Ready to leave. De Guagua. You must come find Anna to play when you have time. The little lowly spoke in a sweet, childlike voice, full of reluctance. No problem. Lin Ye's lips curled into a particularly bright smile. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he didn't rush to put items on the shelves at the Bauhinia flower shop. Most players wanted to complete the first transfer and enter the secondary city, which would take at least 2 more days. No rush to sell things. He first went to the grocer, relying on his honorary citizen title and extremely high charm to buy a bunch of alchemy materials at 40% off. Then, following the coordinates, he arrived at the mansion that Tia had given him. It was very close to both the city lord's mansion and the central square, a prime golden location. The entire mansion is extremely luxurious, covering 4,000 to 5,000 square meters, with dozens of rooms fully equipped. The reception hall, alchemy room, forging room, treasure pavilion, and cultivation room are all complete. More importantly, most of the buildings come with special attributes, with effects comparable to paid facilities within the city. There are only two underground locations. First is the secret chamber treasure vault. Second is the underground alchemy room. Lin Yi entered the alchemy room, and the oil lamp lit up automatically. The large space was filled with alchemical equipment, long tables, iron pots, distillers, alchemy furnaces, crucibles, all fully equipped. Each piece is engraved with runes to increase the success rate and prevent explosions. But in his eyes, these are just decorations. Failure? Impossible. Not only will it not fail, but it will also be a critical hit every time, with both quantity and quality exploding. Giant glass containers and crystal bottles were still standing all around. He activated the Supreme VIP system. The material ranks of the Ice God Giant Dragon and the Golden Baiman King were too high. To forge finished products, he had to first upgrade his alchemy level. Just as he was about to enter the exclusive mall, he suddenly froze. The gift pack has been refreshed. And two at once, limited time and limited purchase. God-level secondary profession gift pack. Priced at 38.88 million. Limited to one purchase. Can randomly obtain one mythic-level secondary profession and 5 high-level secondary profession level-up scrolls. Resource Harvest Grand Gift Pack. Price, 18.88 million. Limited to one purchase. You can get 3 resource crit scrolls and 3 speed-up scrolls. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This is truly a timely help. Only after calculating the time did he realize that this was a limited-time gift pack triggered after purchasing the Ancient Gathering technique. At that time, he was busy collecting gold from the Baiman corpse and almost missed it. If you had been any later, it would have been gone. He did not hesitate at all. Buy? Lin Yi bought it directly. A mythical level secondary profession costs more than 66 million gold coins. For hidden mythical secondary professions like alchemist, it can easily be over 1 billion. Just in the exclusive shop, 5 secondary profession upgrade scrolls cost 50 million. Even with the spend a million 10% discount, it still costs 45 million. And now, 38,880,000 will get you a random mythic secondary profession, plus 5 enhancement scrolls. Pure profit. And an additional resource harvest grand gift pack. Just buy it, profit guaranteed. Ding. Congratulations to the player on purchasing God-level secondary profession grand gift pack, X1. Resource harvest grand gift pack, X1. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the mythical level secondary profession, Ancient Array Master. Ding. Congratulations to the player for learning the secondary profession skill, Ancient Array Inscription Technique. Array Master. One of the hidden secondary professions. Teleportation Array, City Defense Array, Summoning Array, Reinforcement Array, Sharpness Array, all created by the Array Master. High-level Array Masters can even serve as summoners. High-level secondary profession, level up scroll. Effect, secondary profession skill level +1, limited to LV9 and below. Side profession levels are divided from LV1 to LV9, beyond which are Master, Grandmaster, Legendary, and Mythical. Once you reach LV9, to advance further, you need higher tier scrolls. There are a total of 5 high-level scrolls in the package, enough to directly push LV5 to Master level. This is already top tier, comparable to a Mentor. Master level secondary profession NPCs are painfully rare. Legendary level ones are even more scarce, fewer than 10 in the entire continent. Lin Yi didn't rush to use the high-level scroll. Ordinary enhancement scrolls aren't expensive, 1 million each, and they can boost up to LV6. VIP 4 purchase limit, 5 tickets. He bought them all directly. Without hesitation, he crushed them all. 5 beams of light merged into his body. Ding. Congratulations, player. Ancient Alchemy has been upgraded to LV2. Ding. Congratulations, player. Ding. Congratulations, player. Ancient Alchemy has been upgraded to LV6. After 5 draws, Alchemy soared straight to LV6. Next, for advanced scrolls were crushed. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Ancient alchemy has been upgraded to master level. Only the last advanced scroll remained, which he put back into his backpack. Then, he looked at the items in the resource pack. Resource Gathering Critical Scroll. Level 10. Effect. When all allies gather resources, there is a 10% chance of quantity critical and a 10% chance of quality critical, lasting 10 days, cannot be stacked. Resource Gathering Acceleration Scroll. Level 10. After use, the collection speed of all friendly units increases by 500% for 10 days, and the effect does not stack. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a nerfed version of the ancient gathering technique? His undead army also counts as allies. Without hesitation, he directly tore one sheet from each of the two scrolls. Ding! Resource Gathering Critical Hit Scroll activated. Remaining time 9 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Ding! Resource Gathering Speed Up Scroll activated. Remaining time 9 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Permafrost Tundra. Beneath the endless glacier. The skeleton army, originally holding bone pickaxes and mining sluggishly, suddenly seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Their movements instantly sped up. The digging sounds became so intense they were piercing. The pickaxe swung, leaving afterimages. Many newly pried glacial ancient rocks and blood gold ores also underwent mutations. Either their quantities surged tenfold, either the quality is directly upgraded by one level. Under the blessing of Lin Yi, the Destined One, the original 10% chance of quantity and quality critical hits was forcibly maxed out. Almost every strike is a critical hit, and resources multiply wildly. The scene shifts back to the alchemy room. First, make the ice crystal cannon and spell bomb. Lin Yi took out the materials. Ice rock ×2. Mystic ice iron ×4. Alchemy activated. The ore rapidly melted and reformed in his hands. The parts formed one by one. He seized the opportunity and embedded the frost core into the nucleus. The hexagram array lit up. The components automatically assembled. A burst of white light exploded. The light fades away. A blue and white ice crystal cannon, over 2 meters tall and radiating chilling cold, stood before them. Ding! Successfully crafted, ice crystal cannon, ×1, proficiency +200. Ding! Quantity critical hit triggered, quantity ×10. Ding! Quality critical hit triggered, quality +1. Obtained, ice crystal dragon cannon, ×10. The cannon body changed again. The body size swelled to 3 meters. The muzzle transformed into an ice dragon head, opening its mouth to roar. Ice Crystal Dragon Cannon, Level 8. Effect: fires ice crystals, freezing an area of 500 yards, dealing 18,888 fixed damage, and applying a 30% slow for 3 seconds with a 20% chance to freeze. Consumption: 9,999 MP. Range: 8,888 yards. Compared to the 7th tier Ice Crystal Cannon. Longer range, larger range, higher damage. Control is even harsher. Battlefield suppression is maxed out directly, 20% chance to freeze. When placed on Lin Yi, it's almost guaranteed freeze. He glanced at the backpack. 300 frost cores, after a critical quantity strike, directly turned into 3,000 Ice Crystal Dragon Cannons. 3,000 cannons fired simultaneously, not only controlling the field, but also dealing over 50 million area damage. Of course, this doesn't include armor. But the Ice Crystal Dragon Cannon doesn't rely on pure damage. It depends on terrifying additional effects. What's even more ruthless is this. Lin Yi also has an unstable energy crystal, which can be made into a high-explosion spell bomb. Part-time alchemist. This moment is the real killer move. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 1 hour later, 3,000 Ice Crystal Dragon Cannons were neatly laid in the backpack. Next were the spell bombs. These were even more troublesome, although 10 could be refined at once. But besides the unstable energy crystals, more than a dozen other materials are needed. The process is complicated. If there is even a slight mistake, all 10 crystals will explode on the spot. If it were someone else, they would have failed long ago. Kellen Yi is a master-level ancient alchemist. Soon, the bomb has taken shape. Critical hit in quantity, Critical hit in quality. Jumped directly from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Frost Bomb level 8. Range 333 yards. Fixed nearly 100,000 damage with a slowing effect. Blazing Bomb level 8. Same range, same damage, with added burning. Nearly 100,000 fixed damage. Also stacks with attack or magic damage bonuses. And the types are comprehensive. Frost, Blaze, Venom, Thunder, Storm, Arcane. More than 90,000 unstable energy crystals. Lin Yi didn't finish everything. 3 hours. Refined 10,000. After the critical hit, 100,000 8th level spell bombs. Finally, he began refining the Ice God Dragon Bloodline Potion. There are only 10 drops of essence. A scarce quantity. A double critical hit triggered. In the blink of an eye, 100 bottles of Ice Dragon King Bloodline Potion obtained. Grandmaster level. Permanent 30% increase to all attributes. Each person can only consume once. This is the power of the bloodline of the Frostworm King. 1 bottle down. Strength skyrocketed. All attributes. Permanent enhancement. This bonus is only slightly higher than a piece of legendary equipment. But at Lin Yi's upgrade speed, the equipment on him will soon be replaced. At this point, the difference became apparent. Legend has it that once the equipment is changed, the bonus disappears. But this 30% all attributes is permanent. Always effective. Add some later, change outfits. You can eat them all. He had only seen this kind of permanent all-attribute boost in VIP privileges, the Undead Overlord exclusive costume, and VIP titles. And these 3, ordinary players simply can't get them. Ding. Player, death. Used, Ice Dragon King Bloodline Potion. All attributes permanently increased by 30%. Drank it in 1 gulp. Lin Yi glanced at the forum. Quite a few players had already reached level 10 or above. In another 2 days, they should be able to enter the 2nd level main city. Then let's set a small goal first. Wait until they enter the city and earn him 10 billion. He put all the dragon blood potions from the table into his backpack. He glanced again at the pet space. Mythical level pet egg. Only 1 day left until hatching. Finished handling these. Lin Yi stepped out of Beifeng City and entered the permafrost ice field. The Gate of the Undead. He raised his hand to summon. The Frostbone Dragon, Maidist, appeared. Lin Yi flipped over and moved up. Let's go, Iron Forge. The Bone Dragon spread its wings, flying straight toward the dwarven capital. Iron Forge lies deep within the frozen plains, northwest of the Empire of the Sun, at the summit of the Cosmodan Snowy Mountains. Swish! The Bone Dragon swiftly tore through the sky, but it hadn't even flown for 3 minutes yet. A piercing scream suddenly drew near. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Groups of dark shadows pounced from afar. Obviously came to die. Lin Yi looked up. White snow bats, each body no longer than half a meter, but with a wingspan close to 3 meters. Numbering in the hundreds. Frost Bloodbat, Elite. Level, 60. HP, 450,000. Attack, 5,088. Defense, 2,888. Skills, Blood Absorption, Frost Blade, Poisonous Bite, Rapid Assault, Bloodbat Screech. They are extremely fast, and their attacks are poisonous. Their health isn't very thick, but their burst damage is terrifyingly high. Just the right chance to try out the new toy. Lin Yi sneered coldly. 2 palm-sized red crystal balls appeared in his hands. Blazing bombs. He locked onto the bat swarm. A toss with the hand. Bang. The crystal ball smashed into the bloodbat. The next second, boom, boom. A burst of firelight exploded in the air. The crimson glow engulfed the entire swarm of bats. Flames exploded in midair, with waves of heat rolling. 2 nets of fire spread out, covering more than 600 yards, interwoven into a huge starfish shape. The frost blood bats were captured in 1 net. Flames soared to the sky. This is what you call art. Explosion. -3271125. -3271125. -3271125. Dense damage numbers crazily popped up. The next second, one by one, frost bloodbats lost control and fell, smashing hard onto the ice surface. Lin Yi curled the corner of his mouth. A single spell bomb isn't strong, but you can throw them continuously without cooldown. 1 isn't enough? Then 10, 100, 1,000 pieces. Even with low attributes, he can pile up terrifying damage by sheer quantity. Overall, he is very satisfied. The automatic ring pickup activated. The strong suction lifted the battlefield spoils scattered on the ground, flying toward Lin Yi in midair. Then, he performed the summoning spell. On the ice surface, the dead blood bats suddenly twitched. Their bodies rapidly expanded. They did not rot. Instead, they grew a black, hard shell. The snow-white fur was swallowed by darkness, and its breath became cold and sinister. Ding! Player Death successfully transformed the frost bloodbat into a gargoyle. Alert sounds rang out in succession. After a moment, transformation complete. The newborn monster spread its wings and took flight. They are larger in size, with bulging muscles and blood-red eyes, resembling demonic humanoid bats. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of gargoyles rushed into the sky. New undead unit introduced. Elite unit, Gargoyle. Level 60. 120,000 HP. Attack exceeds 10,000. Defense approaches 8,000. Skills include Life Steal, Petrification, Shell Reinforcement, Claw Tearing, and Sonic Screech. This is just too brutal. Lin Yi couldn't help but whisper softly. The attributes far surpass those of the original Frost Bloodbat. Not just doubled, but skyrocketed. Attack remains, HP and defense soar. Can still petrify when injured, defense skyrockets, immune to magic, and heals quickly. Both strong and capable in combat. Simply absurd. At this point, the Undead Legion finally had air power. Now, only the healing-type undead were missing. However, Lin Yi did not let the gargoyle go farm monsters. Farming mobs? Everyone go mining in the endless glacier. Keep moving forward. Encountered another group of frost bloodbats. He didn't even have the interest to attack anymore. A furious roar suddenly echoed. Roar! The frostbone dragon let out a roar and opened its mouth to unleash a dragon breath. Frost breath. The cold wave spreads instantly, and large areas of air frost over. Minus 888,888. Minus 888,888. Minus 888,888. The frost bloodbat hit by the sweep died instantly, frozen into an ice block, falling straight from the air. Ding! Cross-level kill of frost bloodbat, elite, gained 1.2 million experience. Ding! Cross-level kill of frost bloodbat, elite, gained 1.2 million experience. The alerts flooded the screen, and the experience bar soared wildly. Lin Yi stared at the bone dragon still spewing dragon breath, a bold thought emerging in his mind. What would happen if he gave it the bloodline potion of the Ice Dragon King? No sooner said than done. After all, there were still 99 bottles left. He landed on the ground and handed over the potion. Maidist, drink. The soul flame in the bone dragon's eyes suddenly flickered, excited and eager. A cracking sound. It bit directly into the crystal vial containing the essence blood. The potion instantly permeated the skeleton. Roar! A dragon's roar soared into the sky, as if shaking the soul. Blue-purple flames burned wildly within the pupils. The next moment, a chill exploded. The temperature suddenly dropped, biting cold to the bone. The twin wings suddenly spread, an ice crystal storm sweeping all around, the air torn and twisted. A blizzard appeared out of nowhere, completely enveloping it. Its body kept expanding amidst the wind and snow. 150 meters, 200 meters, 250 meters, 300 meters. Body size doubled, pressure greatly increased. The terrifying aura of death swept across thousands of meters, causing the tenaciously growing ice-based herbs nearby to wither and rot instantly. Frostbone Dragon Matiste, Legendary Boss / Mythic Tier 2. Level 57/300. Health 5 billion. Attack 388,888. Defense 218,888. Talent Undead Corpse. Health points reach as high as 5 billion. Rank directly surges to legendary level, with potential rising to Mythic Tier 2. Level cap skyrockets from 200 to 300. Absurdly powerful. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. A bottle of Vital Essence potion actually pushed the Bone Dragon to this level. He then summoned the Skeleton Sword Saint and the Bone Knight for testing. The result was very clear. Ordinary undead who drank the potion only experienced a slight attribute increase. Only Martist underwent a qualitative change. The effect was not as exaggerated as imagined. Only the skeletal dragon jumped directly from a golden boss to an epic boss, truly evolving into a bone dragon. It also gained legendary growth potential. It seems that only the physique of the bone dragon can fully absorb the essence blood of the ice dragon king. Lin Yi was already very satisfied. After advancing to legend, the frostbone dragon's speed soared. When Lin Yi was not in state, he could hardly catch up. The howling wind exploded in his ears. Racing all the way, he didn't spare a single monster along the way. As his strength increased, the range of his dragon breath also expanded. Now the frostbone dragon's breath can cover over 1,000 yards, even if hundreds of monsters are gathered together. With one breath of dragon fire, it clears the entire field. Push forward all the way. At this moment. Server announcement. In Newbie Town 9527, mountain lions in the Silver Moon Mountains are being slaughtered in large numbers. The Lion King, Demon Lion Dilu, is furious. In 1 hour, he will lead his army to attack Silver Moon Town. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. 3 announcements instantly ignited the entire server. The mayor had long dropped clues. Every new player town will be besieged by a high-level boss. When players kill enough monsters, it will be triggered. This is a hidden event that every new player town will experience. As long as the players successfully kill the boss, hand over the essence to the mayor. Everyone receives a reward, with more for the killers. At the same time, the town teleportation array is unsealed. During this period, NPCs will not intervene. Once the NPC takes action, it's considered a failure. Although the teleportation array still activates, but the hidden reward is immediately voided. Isn't Silver Moon Village the place where the death boss is? No wonder the progress is so outrageous. We are still fighting level 10 monsters, and they are already farming high-level mountain lions. The top players have left, not sure if they can hold the line. To advance this fast, there must be a bunch of top-tier talent experts stationed. The whole server channel exploded with activity. Logically, a top player would consume a large amount of resources, slowing down the progress of the town. But Lin Yi had long left and never went to the Silver Moon Mountains. So everyone unanimously agreed. In Silver Moon Village, there must be a group of ruthless people with S-level or higher talent hidden away. And the quantity is not small. Otherwise, with resources being diverted elsewhere, the progress couldn't possibly be this fast. With so many experts here, isn't solving the Mountain Lion King just a matter of time? If even they can't defend the town, then no one else should struggle. But the problem was, players in Silver Moon Town looking at the chat in the channel are really about to cry. It's unjust. Can you please stop exaggerating? Our progress really isn't that extreme. Even the strongest Star Guild has only just finished farming the reset for the Troll Tribe. It's only been a short time since they entered Silver Moon Mountains. Their progress is a bit faster than other novice villages, but it's not fast enough to the point of having slaughtered a bunch of mountain lions. The players in Silver Moon Town desperately explained, but if it was posted in the global channel, no one would believe it at all. Everyone unanimously decided they were pretending. In the Silver Moon Mountains, Chun-Shi stared in shock at the mountain lions on the ground, beaten to death. They had only killed 4 or 5, but the system announcement said mass slaughter. Who's going to take the blame for this? If the Mountain Lion King leads the beast herd to attack the town, what will they use to block it? Could it be that the hidden reward is just gone like that? On the back of the Frostbone Dragon, Lin Yi listened to the announcement and watched the players arguing loudly in the channel, his expression strange. Across the entire server, he was probably the only one who believed that Silver Moon Town was innocent. Because he suddenly remembered. The Silver Moon Mountains were a spawn point for the Skeleton Troll Legion he used to never summon because he thought they were too low level. After a long time, he had even forgotten that he still had an undead army stationed there. Thinking about it now, it's a wonder nothing went wrong. Those skeleton trolls were only level 10, but they are undead with double attributes. Fighting level 10 or so mountain lions was like cutting grass, numbering in the thousands. There are also 6 elite troll warriors, 2 bronze boss, skeleton troll shaman, skeletal troll warlord. Moreover, they can all be upgraded. Not to mention, His sister Lin Xiaoyu is also grinding monsters in the Silver Moon Mountains. Level 35, Silver Boss Level Ashen Bone Horse. Even more ruthless when killing monsters than him. Mountain lions have been slaughtered too much. Directly triggered the system mechanism. Determine whether the player's strength meets the standard. So, the boss attack on the town began. In the end, this was most likely done by him. Lin Yi mourned Silver Moon Town for 0.1 seconds. But it doesn't matter. With Lin Xiaoyu here, the Mountain Lion King, the Demon Lion Delor, can't cause much trouble. At this moment, the Frostbone Dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide. Frost breath. Lin Yi shuddered. Encountered a monster again. The next second, ding. You have defeated an elite frost bloodbat above your level and gained experience. Ding, ding. You have defeated an elite frost bloodbat above your level and gained experience. The alert tones were frantically flashing in Lin Ye's ear. But the Frostbone Dragon was still attacking. Not killed instantly? A legendary level boss actually couldn't be cleaned up? Could it be that an even more formidable one has arrived? Lin Ye's spirit trembled, and he immediately closed the chat channel and looked up. Under the moonlight, a shadow hung in the air. Unlike the snow-white bloodbats, this was a giant bloodbat covered entirely in black, with scarlet eyes and a ferocious face. Its wingspan stretched some 40 to 50 meters, almost covering the night sky, but it still seemed small in front of the Frostbone Dragon. Frost Bloodbat King, Epic Boss. Level, 60. HP, 999,990,000. Attack, 88,888. Defense, 47,888. Skills, Shadow Clone, Piercing Sonic Wave, Blood Shadow Assault, Waning Moon Calamity, Blood Shadow Calamity. Description: the king of the Frost Bloodbat clan, master of shadow power, incredibly fast, and a top predator of the night. Epic: the stats aren't top tier, but the speed is extremely fast. Whoosh. The skeletal dragon's claws fell again. The bone dragon dived, its sharp claws tearing through the air, the cold wind howling, and the aura of death leaving a long streak in the sky. But it didn't hurt the numbers. Missed. The Bloodbat King turned into an afterimage and instantly dodged. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. This speed is almost on par with the legendary dragon. This type of speed-focused boss is the hardest to deal with. It won't fight head-on but will instead drag you around to wear you down, making it impossible to catch. A piercing scream suddenly rang out. Blood Shadow Ambush. The Bloodbat King transformed into a black and red afterimage, rushing straight at the bone dragon. Running fast? Then I'll slow you down. Lin Yi stretched lazily and stood up from the back of the bone dragon, his expression calm. Berserk Aura. Evil Aura. Vampiric Aura. Winter's Domain. Scarlet and black light spread beneath the feet, and the cold air instantly disperses. Double deceleration takes effect. The bone dragon roars to the sky. The frost aura explodes, and a 100-meter white light circle covers the ground. Triple deceleration stacked. Lin Ye's mouth twitched into a slight smile. The rushing black-red blood shadow visibly slowed down. The Frost Bloodbat King's speed plummeted instantly, slower than an ordinary epic-level boss. Intense cold blast. The Frostbone Dragon flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing an ice crystal storm that swept out, directly striking the Bloodbat King. At the same time, bang! The boss's claws slammed hard on the bone dragon. Minus 3 million. Decelerate. -1. 2 damage numbers floated up. The bone dragon's strike dealt 3 million. The Bloodbat King only managed a pathetic -1. With double attribute and aura suppression, plus the rank difference, it simply couldn't break the defense. After being hit by the cold wave, the Bloodbat King's speed dropped once again. At this moment, the speed it was proud of had already slowed down to that of a turtle. In Lin Ye's eyes, it was even more insignificant. Lin Yi sneered. He aimed the ice crystal dragon cannon at the Bloodbat King. Fire. Mana poured frantically into the cannon. The muzzle lit up with a dazzling flash. Bang. The energy cannonball shot out furiously. The Bloodbat King couldn't dodge at all. -1. Slow down. Freeze. The damage is still only the mandatory 1 point. But slow and freeze trigger simultaneously. Although the freeze lasts only 1 second. The Bloodbat King trembled suddenly. Shadow Clone. In an instant, A massive bloodbat shadow condensed beside it. Frost breath. The bone dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon breath. Moon calamity. The bloodbat king clasped his hands together and leaned his body backward. A silver-white crescent moon condensed in his palm. The shadow beside him mimicked the exact same action. The same pose. The same crescent moon. Boom. Dash 2888888. -1. -1. Skill clash. The result was never in doubt. Two crescent moons struck the bone dragon, yet still could not break its defense. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The clone has no health bar and cannot be injured. However, it can replicate the original skills, effectively doubling the casting. If caught in a pincer attack from front and back, it is indeed hard to dodge. But so what? They don't need to dodge at all. Standing still letting it hit, it still can't hurt them. Even if it occasionally triggers armor ignore. That little damage is not enough to make a splash. After 10 seconds, the shadow dissipates. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yi controls the dragon cannon to fire continuously. It's like playing a game with no suspense. -1, -1, -1. The damage is not high. The insult level is maxed out. The Frostbone dragon keeps using skills. It was an ice dragon in life, and after death became undead, the frost power remains. Almost all skills have slow effects. So, the slow debuff on the Frost Bloodbat King hangs from start to finish. Its attacks on the Frostbone dragon feel like scratching an itch. The Bloodbat King completely collapses, trying to run, as slow as a turtle, and occasionally getting hit by Lin Yi's energy cannon, freezing on the spot. Although resistance to control is slowly building up. What use is it? Tortured to death for 5 minutes. Finally, ding! You have slain the Frost Bloodbat King, epic boss, and gained 1.5 billion experience. Ding! Level increased to 59. Ding! Level increased to 60. Ding! Level up to 61. Prompts popped up crazily. The Frost Bloodbat King finally fell. Its massive body plummeted from the sky. Before dying, there was actually a trace of relief in its eyes. Lin Yi touched his nose. It seemed a bit cruel. However, he never cared about morals to begin with. The next second, automatically picked up the ring and activated it. In midair, everything that fell was instantly sucked away. Ding! Received 8.88 million gold coins. Ding! Received material Shadow Fawn of the Bloodbat King X2. Ding! Received material Poisonous Blood of the Frost Bloodbat King X10. Ding! Obtained material Heart of Shadow X1. Ding! Obtained equipment Nightwalker Boots X1. Ding! Obtained treasure Shadow Bat Cloak X1. Massive explosion. And it's a luxury jackpot. It actually dropped a treasure. Lin Yi immediately checked. Heart of Shadow, special material. Movement speed plus 100%. Dark-type skill damage plus 50%. Description can be refined into sub-artifacts and can also be used as materials for shadow-type artifacts. Directly bypasses legend. God-tier materials in hand. Can even be used to forge divine artifacts. Just carrying them in the backpack gives bonuses. Perfect timing to head to the Dwarven Iron Forge. The best dwarf forging technique on the continent. Every strike is top quality. If his extraordinary charm is triggered, who knows, can really craft a sub-artifact. Even an artifact. Look at the equipment again. Shadow Walker Boots, legendary. Level, 60. All attributes plus 888. Health plus 20%. Defense plus 25%. Constitution plus 20%. Movement speed plus 50%. Equipment requirement, 2,333 agility points. Shadow Walker, passive as long as you stand in the shadows. Movement speed increases by 200%. These battle boots max out the stats. It also comes with a powerful passive ability. Don't forget, a person's shadow is itself a shadow. In other words, as long as it is not a special environment, this passive effect is active almost all the time. Next are the treasures. Shadow Bat Cloak, mid-tier treasure. Level 1. Attributes, movement speed plus 100%. Skills, Shadow Meld, Shadow Clone, Shadow Swap. Profession, all professions. Shadow Meld, swing your cloak and merge into any shadow, moving freely within it, undetectable by any entity or skill, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. Shadow clone. Create a shadow clone that cannot be attacked or targeted, possessing the same attacks, states, and buffs as the player. When the player casts a spell, the clone casts simultaneously, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Shadow swap. Instantly switch positions with your own shadow, 20-second cooldown. Treasure panel is average, but the skills are all top-notch. Merge into the shadows, come and go without a trace. Undetectable. It's simply an assassination master skill. Can't beat them? Just hide directly in the opponent's shadow. Shadow clone is the move Frost Bloodbat King used before. Double casting doubles the output. The final shadow substitution is even more of a divine skill. Suddenly appearing, escaping for life, toying with the enemy, all very useful. The treasure takes effect as soon as it is worn. Finish tidying up the loot. Lin Yi raised his hand. Summoning spell. Green light fell on the ice surface, slowly spreading. Ding. Player death successfully transformed the Frost Bloodbat into a gargoyle. Ding. Player death successfully transformed the Frost Bloodbat King into. Transformation complete. Hundreds of Bloodbat corpses trembled. The next second, flocks of gargoyles soared into the sky. One of them was exceptionally massive. Obsidian Gargoyle, Epic Boss. It is precisely the transformed form of the Frost Bloodbat King. Its size has surged from 50 meters to over 100 meters. Its whole body shines with a metallic luster like obsidian, clearly extraordinarily hard. After entering the obsidian statue form, defense greatly increases, health rapidly recovers, and magic immunity is granted. Additionally, 50% damage reduction is gained, and enemies within 1,000 yards are forcibly taunted, with a strong control for 1 second. Large-scale crowd control. Ridiculously strong. Lin Yi sent ordinary gargoyles to fly under the glacier to mine. The obsidian gargoyle leads the way in front of the frostbone dragon. Arrangements are in place. Lin Yi turned over and rode the frostbone dragon, setting off once again. Casually summoned the banshee commander and leaned back. She attended closely, with just the right amount of force. Almost no distance. If her heart was still beating, Lin Yi could hear it clearly. And at this moment, Iron Forge was already within sight. Soon, he stepped into the snow-covered blizzard mountains. Here the mountains stretched endlessly, out of sight in every direction. Carmadon 5.5 Snow Mountain was among them, located right at the core of the range. It was rich in minerals, a sanctuary for craftsmen. Lin Yi had just entered Carmadon Snow Mountain. Boom! Deafening sounds of combat exploded through the mountains. Ice cracked apart, and snow mists soared into the sky. He looked in the direction of the sound. Two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. A giant bear 200 or 300 meters tall, only slightly smaller than the frostbone dragon. Its whole body was pure white, with ice crystal rocks covering its back, exuding a terrifying aura. On the other side, there was a dwarf. He was short in stature but muscular, with a full beard, wearing high-level gear, and holding a giant hammer. One large and one small, the contrast is glaring. Player's current location, Eternal Frozen Ice Field, Wind and Snow Mountain Range, Zamoro Snow Mountain. The giant bear roars angrily. Claw of Destruction. The massive bear paw tore through the air, carrying a furious shockwave, and slammed down hard on the dwarf. Under that sky-covering giant hand, the dwarf was as tiny as dust. Roar! The dwarf did not retreat in the slightest. The god descends to the mortal world. Thunderstrike. A white light instantly enveloped his entire body, his figure swelling several times larger, muscles bulging, and his aura fierce and violent. The next second, he faced the giant palm and struck out with a huge hammer. The glow of the giant hammer surged violently, lightning entwined around it, and a mighty thunderclap erupted. Boom! The giant palm and the iron hammer collided head-on, sending shockwaves bursting forth and snowflakes swirling in the air. The thunderstorms surged along the hammer's body, transforming into thick thunder snakes darting everywhere. Sizzling. The surrounding trees were split in half at the waist, and the ground was scorched black and cracked. The giant bear was also struck by lightning, roaring angrily. Boom, boom. Both sides furiously fired at each other, neither backing down. Lin Yi raised his hand and cast the detection spell. Blizzard Rock Bear, Epic Boss. Level 85. Health, 1,500,000,000. Attack, 108,888. Defense, 68,888. Skills, Cold Aura Shield, Claws of Destruction, Furious Bite, Icy Fury Stab, Frost Stomp, Avalanche. Description: the Overlord of Mount Zamoro, a giant bear guarding the Starfall or Vein, with incredible strength. Guardian of the Starfall or Vein? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Introductions of monsters rarely specifically point out a certain kind of ore. This vein of ore is definitely not simple. Unless there really is something wrong with this, or it either has special effects or an absurdly high grade. Which one is it? Lin Yi cast a Detect Magic again, targeting the dwarf. Mylar Copperbeard, Epic NPC. Level, 65. Class, Thunder God of War. Skills, Divine Descent, Thunder Strike, Storm Hammer, Savage Blow, Thunder Burn, Frost Resistance. Identity: the youngest son of the Dwarf King, extraordinarily gifted, deeply beloved. Dwarf Prince. Lin Yi instantly understood. No wonder. Both being epic level, a level 65 can still go head-to-head with a level 85 without falling behind. He even slightly holds the advantage. The equipment on him is probably all crafted by the top dwarven masters. At this moment, roar! The giant bear roared toward the sky in rage. The ground suddenly shook violently. Rumble, rumble. From the cave, a bear with an even fiercer aura emerged. Bears are solitary animals. Now they come in pairs. One male and one female. Blizzard Rock Bear, Epic Boss. Another epic boss. The level is only 5 levels lower than the one just now. Mixed doubles. The one just now, McCollar could barely suppress it. Now with both of them together, he only has the chance to escape with his life. Watching the Dwarf Prince's face suddenly change, Lin Yi knew it was time to act. If he went up now, he might trigger a hidden quest. If he delays any longer, this prince is probably going to run away. After all, coming from a royal family, he must have plenty of ways to save his own life. Fly over there, Lin Yi said calmly. Roar! The frostbone dragon flapped its wings and roared, diving down with Lin Yi and the Banshee leader Siviana. The obsidian gargoyle followed closely behind. Two enormous figures blotted out the sky and sun, heading straight for the battlefield. The dragon's roar echoed through the snowy mountains. The dwarf prince and the two giant bears looked up simultaneously. They saw a figure in the sky. Mylar was completely stunned. Since when did this snowy mountain become so lively? An epic boss just showed up. Now even a legendary one is appearing? He just wanted to mine. Prince Mylar, do you need help? Lin Ye's voice came down from the sky. Hearing his own name, then seeing Lin Ye's appearance. It is the descendant. Mylar's expression kept changing. The next second, ecstasy. Needed. Absolutely needed. Fellowborn, help me kill these two blizzard rock bears. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his beard trembling with excitement. There are frostbone dragons and obsidian gargoyles. A couple of bears are nothing to kill casually. As soon as the words fell, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Yi. Ding. Do you accept the hidden quest? Request from Dwarf Prince Mylar? As expected, the hidden quest was triggered. Accept. Lin Yi clicked confirm without hesitation. Request from Dwarf Prince Mylar, unique. Task level, SSS. Task content, assist Dwarf Prince Mylar Copperbeard in killing 2 blizzard rock bears. Task progress, 0/1. Task time limit, 12 hours. Mission reward, unknown. Another SSS rank. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a smile. What surprised him even more was that Mylar's friendliness towards him reached 999 points. It seems that the off-the-charts charm value is something even dwarves can't resist. Awesome. He glanced at the 2 epic-level bosses. Don't waste time. One step forward. Berserk Aura. Evil Aura. Vampire Aura. Berserk. Power of the Black Dragon. Triple Aura. 2 types of enhancements, activated simultaneously. Above the Frostbone Dragon, Lin Yi descends like a demon god. After the mission takes effect, Mylar automatically becomes a friendly unit. Triple Aura instantly bestowed. The 2 Blizzard Rock Bears, however, had their speed and attack speed reduced. Roar! Mylar roared toward the sky. Power exploded within his body. At this moment, he even felt like he could take on 2 opponents at once. As long as the aura doesn't disappear, He truly has a chance to solo kill these two giant bears. But just as he was about to charge, spatial leap. Space trembled. Lin Yi had already appeared in front of the two giant bears. Myler was stunned. The next second, shadow clone. Swift wind step. With a flick of the cloak, the black shadow split apart. One person, one shadow, each locked onto a giant bear, wrapped in wind elements. Two figures became invisible at the same time, disappearing. Immediately afterward, death coil. Lin Yi appeared, black energy entwining the spear. A gunshot thrust, as fast as thunder. On the other side, the clone strikes simultaneously. Two shadow spears fall almost at the same time. Is the giant bear's defense astonishing? Before him, it was as if non-existent. Ignoring defense. Uft, uft. The long spear pierced through the body. Space leap, double damage. Gale step breaks, invisibility enhancement. Minus 420 million. Critical hit. Minus 420 million. Critical hit. Terrifying damage erupts over the heads of two giant bears. The health bar instantly evaporated by a large segment. Black energy transformed into chains, binding them tightly. 2 seconds of imprisonment. Human ants, asking for death. The Blizzard Rock Bear went completely berserk, slamming down a punch with overwhelming force. Ice Fury stabbing fist. Lin Yi stood in place, neither dodging nor blinking. With a deafening crash, the heavy punch landed on him, and golden light suddenly flared up. The crown of the king triggered, instantly reducing damage by 70%. -1. A pitiful number floated up. Even without damage reduction, it still couldn't break the defense. Lin Yi sneered coldly, activating all his skills. Fierce Wind Surge. Netherworld Earth-Splitting Slash. Death Strike. Stormlance Thrust. The spear danced wildly, shadows overlapping. Area attack skills and shadows were released simultaneously, repeatedly bombarding the two giant bears. Damage stacked insanely, delivering a terrifying output in an instant. The next moment, the earth cracked open, lava gushed forth, and ice spikes shattered. The black line tore open the giant bear, consecutive critical hits. Widespread damage exploded overhead. 10 heavy strikes fell almost simultaneously. 2 Blizzard Rock Bears were killed on the spot. The massive body crashed to the ground. Behind him, the dwarf Prince Mylair was stunned, frozen in place. The cold wind howled, yet he stood as if rooted to the spot. System prompts pop up crazily. 12,880,000 gold coins. 10 Storm Rock Bear hides. 4 huge Rock Bear paws. 2 frozen Rock Bear hearts. 1 piece of Earth Crush chest plate. 1 pair of Reveler's leg guards. Linia enabled auto-loot and quickly cleared the spoils. At this moment, McLeod barely came back to his senses, his eyes full of shock. Wasn't the descendant just arriving in this world? How could they be this strong? An epic-level boss even higher in rank than him, defeated in an instant. He wondered if he was dreaming. They really died? Mylair's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Yeah, dead. Lin Yi nodded, then raised his hand to perform the soul-calling technique. Green light surged out and entered the 2 corpses. Flesh and blood rapidly rotted, turning into white bones in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, only 2 huge, empty skeletons remained. The next moment, in the hollow eye sockets, purple soul flames suddenly ignited. The aura of death spread instantly. The towering ancient trees around withered and died in the blink of an eye. Crunch, crunch. The harsh sound of bones rubbing together rang out as 2 skeletal giants propped up their bony palms and slowly rose from the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Wang for successfully transforming the Blizzard Rock Bear into a skeleton lord. Notification sounds rang out one after another. Lin Ye's remaining lights swept across, seeing the dwarf prince staring wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Don't be nervous. They are my subordinates now. Lin Yi smiled faintly. I understand now. Myler's voice was dry. An epic-level boss could still revive after being killed. And even stronger. This human-born is simply outrageous. Lin Yi checked the attributes. Both Blizzard Rock Bears had become skeleton lords, just like the Goblin King, possessing bone resurrection. They could transform corpses into skeleton minions. He was very satisfied. The Skeleton Lord may not be the strongest epic boss, but it can expand the army. This is the key. although skeletal resurrection is limited by unit type, cooldown, strength, and consumption. But now, Gaogu has already summoned thousands of skeletons. Add 2 more new lords. The Skeleton Legion will surge dramatically. Lin Yi immediately ordered them to leave the Blizzard Mountains and hunt humanoid monsters to expand. At this moment, Myler spoke. "You're so strong. I can't even offer a proper reward. Please don't mind. Since we're friends, even without a reward, I'll help you." Lin Yi laughed heartily. He is telling the truth. With 2 epic bosses right in front of him, there was no way he would let it go. "You must come to Ironforge. I'll buy you a drink." Miller was captivated by his charm and laughed heartily. In his view, Lin Yi didn't care about these rewards at all. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Death for receiving 38.88 million gold coins. Item obtained. Tyrannical Thunder Ring X1. Item obtained. Dwarven Royal Token X1. Skill book acquired. Thunder Strike X1. Legendary Hidden Class acquired. Thunder Messenger X1. Lin Yi was stunned. Holy shit. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was full of question marks. He was completely stunned. Staring at the row of rewards the system displayed, he was completely stunned. Just the gold coins alone amounted to more than 30 million. There was also a legendary class profession, a top-tier skill book, and a legendary ring. On top of that, there was a token with unknown effects. Its value only higher, never lower. The reward is outrageously generous. Yet Myler still worries that he might be despised. Is this the Dwarf Prince? Thunder Herald. Legendary level. After use. Change job to the hidden profession, Thunder Messenger. Master the power of thunder, imbuing weapons with devastating lightning. Just by reading the description, you can tell. This is a purely violent profession. The physique of a warrior, the damage output of a mage assassin. With just this class, earning an SSS reward is not an exaggeration. Thunderstrike can be learned by warriors and knights. Deals 1,200% damage to the target and enemies within 500 yards. Consumes 999 MP, cooldown 20 seconds. If the weapon is a hammer, 80% chance to stun. High damage, large area. The only problem is that you have to use a hammer to reliably control people. It's a bit uncomfortable. Ding. You have learned the skill Thunderstrike. After learning the skill, he continued to investigate. Tyrannical Thunder Ring, Legendary. Level 65. All attributes plus 1,588. Attack plus 30%. Strength plus 25%. Agility plus 25%. Critical strike damage plus 50%. Attached skill, Savage Thunder. When activated, movement speed plus 500%. Attack speed plus 200%. 10% chance to inflict thunder on attack, dealing an additional 100% damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 5 minutes. After reading the attributes, Lin Yi was immediately stunned. Ordinary legendary rings only have 3 attributes. Only 4 perfect stats. This one even has an extra critical damage stat. And the value is higher. Made by dwarves, truly ruthless. He replaced the old ring without hesitation. Finally, it was that token. Hammer-shaped, typical dwarven style. Dwarven Royal Token. Effect 1. Gain the respect of the dwarven race. Effect 2. Can mobilize a small dwarf army 3 times. Effect 3. Can obtain full support from Prince Mockler 2 times. The quantity is very limited. Lin Yi drew a sharp breath. Respect is of little use to him. But for other players, it's a sky-high price. Farming an NPC to revered status requires investing time and money. Not to mention mobilizing the army. The truly terrifying thing was the prince's full support. That is the Dwarf Prince. Once used, it is a trump card that can overturn the entire situation. In the final battle, Dwarf Prince Myler gave his all to assist. This is not just useful for fighting. You can have him equip you and build cities for you. Giving it your all means leaving nothing behind and mobilizing all resources. You can even bring all the dwarves together to do it. If necessary, even the Dwarf King would take action. Who would pass up an opportunity like this? Lin Yi stared at McLeod's scruffy face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, got outfitted by this tycoon again. But Lin Yi didn't know. In Myler's mind, the battle just now was almost godlike. Myler was even a bit worried that Lin Yi might despise these rewards. Birthmate, Wait for me a moment. I'll go mine some more. Back to Ironforge. I'll treat you to the best drink. Milra laughed heartily and headed toward the cave of the Blizzard Rock Bear. By the way, the Starfall vein. Linyi was reminded and followed inside. The cave was enormous. It was 300 to 400 meters high, over 1,000 meters wide, and its depth was bottomless. Various giant beast bones were scattered on the ground. Linyi glanced over, uninterested. They were all remains, unable to be transformed. His gaze fell on the stone wall. Embedded there were pieces of pitch black ore. Exploration skill activated. Starfall ore, or from beyond the stars, incredibly tough, can be smelted into starfall ingots. Linyi was puzzled. Myler had already come over. This is extraterrestrial, or that fell from the sky 10,000 years ago. Refined into a starfall ingot, it can be used to craft top-tier demigod artifacts. If successful, I will soon be able to advance to a legendary-level blacksmith. He said it with pride all over his face. His talent was the best among the contemporary dwarf race. Because of this, he was highly valued by the Dwarf King. Combat power may not be as strong as Linyi, but in forging and mining, he is an absolute expert. Dwarven forging and mining skills are all at the master level. Within a year, he has the opportunity to reach legendary level. Across the entire continent, there are no more than 10 legendary level forgers. After speaking, Myrll grabbed the iron pickaxe and started digging immediately. The dwarves' strength has never been innate. Beyond talent, it is an almost obsessive dedication. For them, forging is a lifelong pursuit. Dwarves spend half of their lives working at the forge. They do not seek speed, nor are they in a hurry to advance their skills. Instead, he repeatedly honed his skills, pushing the forging level of this stage to the limit before willing to take the next step. Precisely because of this, dwarven forging techniques are far superior to ordinary forging. The required proficiency is also much higher. The material of the Starfallen ore is extremely unique. The sub-artifact crafted with it is incredibly powerful, but the difficulty also skyrockets accordingly. 047. This is the ore used by the dwarven race specifically to break through the legendary forging techniques. Only by successfully forging it into a sub-god artifact can one step into the legendary realm. But for decades, no new dwarf has reached the peak of Grandmaster. This mineral vein has just been taken over by 2 Blizzard Rock Bears. Myler swung his pickaxe, using dwarf mining skills, striking frantically. Big wood, big wood, big wood. Aura, aura, aura. Even if he is a Grandmaster level, digging is still hard work. 5 minutes later, he finally dug up a Starfallen ore the size of a human head. A total of 7 pieces are needed. Myler, lend me the hoe for a moment. Linyi suddenly spoke. Ancient gathering skills can collect monsters as well as mine. But you must use a pickaxe. Skeletons can dismantle bones for tools, but they surely can't dismantle their own bones. Of course. Myler handed it over without hesitation. Linya grabbed the pickaxe. Ancient gathering technique. The light shone, and the pickaxe came down swiftly. Friend, you also mine? This level is at least master. The words were left unfinished. Clang. A crisp snap. The ore instantly vanished. Ding. Successfully collected Starfall ore X1. Proficiency plus 4,444. Ding. Critical quantity triggered. X10. Obtained Starfall ore X10. Ding. Quality critical hit triggered. Quality plus 1. Obtained Starfall Divine ore X10. The air grew quiet. Master-level mining takes at least 20 minutes to extract a single piece of Starfallen ore. Linyi only took 5 seconds. The next second, he took out 10 pieces of jet black ore from his backpack. The surface shimmered with starlight, as if containing stars. Artifact-level forging material. 10 pieces at a time. It also improved the quality. Myler's eyes widened. Ancient gathering technique. Only the legendary ancient gathering technique has such power. But that skill was lost more than 100,000 years ago. At this moment, Myler was already convinced that the descended friend must have received the inheritance of a top ancient god. While Lin Yu was still mining, alarm bells were already ringing outside Silvermoon Town. More than 100,000 players were blocking the town entrance, fully prepared. Dust billowed in the distance as over 500 mountain lions slowly approached, led by a silver-grayed mountain lion king. The numbers were overwhelmingly one-sided, yet the players showed no hint of ease. Only a little over 100 had truly reached level 12 and could break defenses. Only about 2,000 could inflict force damage. The remaining people could only risk their lives to buy time. At the town entrance, Dawn, the president of the Star Guild, stood at the forefront holding a great sword. By her side were the top assassin Su Ying and the priest Xingyue. The key to this battle rested entirely on their shoulders. Chenxi stared at the Lion Pride, his eyes icy cold. As long as the Lion King is killed, it counts as the first kill. The drops from the same boss are drastically different between the first and second kills. Some rewards only appear during the first kill. But Silver Moon Town is the first beginner town to trigger a siege. There is no guide. Everything has to be figured out on your own. If they had a few more hours to develop and a few hundred more players capable of breaking the defense, she would be confident in holding it. But reality gives no chance. Su Ying, Xingyu, the boss can only rely on you. The Dawn whispered softly. The two nodded. Previously, she spent a large sum to buy the two highly toxic skill books sold by Lin Yi. Toxicity, Healing Reversal, Blade of Poison Tempering. With the equipment provided by Lin Yi, they became the only ones who could truly threaten the boss. Especially the Healing Reversal. Healing ignores armor, and the same applies after reversal. The pride of lions grew closer, and the sense of pressure surged. Ready. Chenxi tightened her grip on the greatsword. Su Ying's figure flickered and vanished into the air. Just then, a loud, clear neigh came from afar. The sound seemed to pierce directly into the soul. All the players were stunned. Immediately after, behind the mountain lion pack, a bone horse burning with white flames came galloping. A young mage girl sat on the horse's back, her ID clearly visible, Night Rain. She was precisely Lin Xiaoyu. At that moment, all the players' eyes were drawn to her. This girl is so beautiful. Her looks rival the goddess of the Star Guild. That skeleton horse is insanely cool. What is she going to do? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand. Two dazzling crystal spheres appeared out of nowhere, with water flows, lightning, and fierce winds swirling inside them. Raging Wave Bomb, Thunder Bomb, Storm Bomb. The crystal ball slipped from the hand and shot straight towards the silver boss at the very back of the Lion Pride, Demon Lion Diru. Bang! The next second, boom! The raging waves roared, thunder exploded, and the storm swept across the entire scene. The massive shockwave directly engulfed the demon lion, which was 4 to 5 meters tall. 108888. 108888. 108888. Three terrifying damage numbers appeared. Level 15 Silver Boss, health bar depleted. Instant kill. Together with the 100 mountain lions around it, it was all wiped out. The upgraded white light fell on Lin Xiaoyu. The whole place erupted. Damn, the boss is gone. Over 100,000 damage? What a joke. Our town has monsters again. From today onwards, she is my goddess. Even the morning light froze on the spot. The members of the Star Guild were about to charge, but suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. And just like that, it ended. Lin Xiaoyu's expression was calm as she raised her staff once again. Aim at the remaining mountain lion. Flame blast. The staff glowed with red light. The night sky was dyed blood red. A huge flaming magic array unfolded in the air, covering the entire field. The next second, the range suddenly expanded dramatically, directly engulfing the entire Lion Pride. Fire rained down in torrents. The fireballs, originally the size of fists, grew to the size of human heads. Boom, boom, boom. 15888. 15888. 15888. Explosions erupted in unison. A few seconds later, the mountain lion pack was completely wiped out. Another upgraded white light descended. The entire room fell into silence. This damn thing is flame shock. The range is ridiculously large like this. Even fiercer than the dawn. This time the siege, could it be that she was the one who lured them out? When did our small town suddenly have such a big shot? All the players were dumbfounded. This scene was recorded in full by many people streaming live. At the same time, system announcements sounded one after another in the sky. Global announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Rain, from the Huaxia server for becoming the second player to reach level 20. Rewards. Profession Skill Book X1, Gold X80, 000, Reputation X80, 000, X3. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxiao region player, Golden Dawn, for becoming the third player to reach level 20. Rewards. Golden Equipment X1, Gold X5000, Reputation X50,000. X3. Server-wide announcement. 3 players in the Huaxiao region have reached level 20. The 6 major leaderboards will open in one day. World announcement. 3 players worldwide have reached level 20, and the Origin Arena and Multiverse Arena are officially open. The first Summit Tournament has begun. All are welcome to participate. For more details, please visit the official website. Announcements boomed one after another in the sky. Buzzing filled the ears of all players. The next second, not only Huaxia, but the entire world was in an uproar. Outside Xinghui town, a flash of golden light streaked by. A silver-ranked Knoll boss was killed with one sword strike. The attacker was a girl clad in golden armor, with a slender figure and a holy aura. Her ID above her head was clearly visible. Golden Dawn. Upon hearing the announcement, her eyes flashed. Night Rain? Besides death, there is actually someone faster than me to reach level 20. Thinking of the name Death, she frowned slightly, a trace of disgust passing through her eyes. Your Highness the Saintess, please follow me to change your profession. The one speaking was a church priest NPC dressed in a white robe. Thank you, Priest Aved. The girl smiled and nodded, her tone gentle. Then, she followed the priest towards the Church of Light. The Origin World Forum has completely exploded. Korean player, what's going on? Level 20 already. Sakura player, our Kojiro is only level 16. How could anyone be level 20? Lighthouse player, even Lord Jehovah hasn't reached level 20. Someone's definitely cheating. Polar bear player, which country's player is it? Players from all countries looked puzzled. At this moment, a Huaxia ID popped up. Haha, the top 3 are all Huaxia people, showcasing our national pride. One sentence ignited the entire scene. When they confirmed that the top 3 were all players from Huaxia, the whole world went crazy. The Korean players widened their eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Lighthouse players shouted angrily. Cheating. The Huaxiao server must be cheating. Sakura players burst out swearing. That's too despicable. Indian players spammed the chat crazily. Report. Must report. At this moment, almost all foreign players believed the Huaxiao region was cheating. Emotions completely exploded. An overwhelming flood of reports poured into the system. Zamoluo Snow Mountain, inside the Starfall or vein. Lin Yi finished mining the 3rd piece of Starfall Divine, or the materials were already sufficient. He returned the iron pickaxe to the dwarf Prince Mylair. An announcement sounded. Lin Ye's eyes shifted. Besides his younger sister Lin Xiaoyu, there was actually someone else who had reached level 20. This speed was too fast. It should be noted that although Lin Xiaoyu entered the game half a day late, she had a complete set of level 1 golden equipment. Attributes crush all players, plus the silver boss level Ashen Bone Horse. Also, SS-level talent, Arcane Heart, with 10 times the range and double damage. Combined with mage skills, the area of the group attack was ridiculously large. As expected, you can't underestimate others. Lin Yi muttered softly to himself. He opened the official website to check the announcement details. First to be announced are the 6 major rankings that will start in one day. Also jokingly called the 6 major show-off rankings by players. They are respectively level ranking, equipment ranking, mount leaderboard, pet leaderboard, reputation leaderboard, guild leaderboard. As long as you make the leaderboard, you can receive rewards. Among them, the equipment, mounts, and pets leaderboards can be ranked repeatedly. Next, the globally synchronized arena is open. Origin Arena. Players can enter once they reach level 10 and engage in PvP with players from this world. It uses a point-based rank system. Each time you advance a rank, you can claim a treasure chest and daily ranking rewards. The ranks in order are Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, King Myth. Heavenly Arena. Unlocked after players reach level 100, allowing PvP with players from all worlds and races. Seeing this, Lin Ye's expression darkened. That's not right. Something is very wrong. Most players felt that the realms of all heavens was just a gimmick. The so-called myriad races were mostly NPCs or orcs. But Lin Yi didn't think so. If it was just NPCs, adding a mode in the Origin arena would be enough. Why bother opening a separate celestial arena? For ordinary people, games are just data. But Lin Yi was very clear. Everything in the Origin world is real. He could even bring things from the game into reality, since the announcement says players from all worlds and all races. That means the others are very likely real living beings. The Origin world and human players are just the tip of the iceberg. Maybe there are other players as well. Perhaps there really are countless worlds and races behind it. So then, who exactly created this game? Lin Yi didn't believe this was a product jointly developed by multiple countries. This thing is not something that Blue Star could have made at all. With current technology, it is absolutely impossible to manifest game abilities into reality and also enhance the human body. But why claim to the outside world that it was developed by humans? Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and looked at the last item. World Summit Competition. Registration from March 4th to 6th. Competition from March 7th to 10th. PvP single elimination match. One-time use items are prohibited. Scrolls, buff potions, and debuff potions are all unusable. But professional skills are not restricted. For example, if a venomous warlock throws poison, that counts as a skill and can be used. The rules are simple. In the preliminary round, points are awarded for wins, and draws also earn points. After determining the top 500, the knockout stage begins. It's purely a test of strength. Lin Yi originally didn't pay much attention, but when he saw the rewards, his breathing grew heavy. First place, Origin Materialization Crystal, Rare Accessory, Special Accessory, Exclusive Title. Second and third place were equally luxurious. The top 100 all receive rewards and titles. Manifested Crystals, Rare Equipment, Exclusive Glory. This is not a reward, it is power and status. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. This championship, he would claim it. Whoever blocks him will die. The time just jumped to midnight. He clicked to register without hesitation. Registration successful. Please participate on March 7th at 8 o'clock sharp. He watched the discussion in the chat area. Some fantasize about entering the top 100 and using the title to pick up girls. Lin Yi just sneered coldly. They are fighting for vanity. He is fighting for the future. Upstairs, what kind of dream are you having? Only level 10 and you want to break into the top 100. The screen is full of gold and dark gold equipment, and I haven't even reached level 10 yet. Just thinking about it makes me feel heartbroken. Who knows what manifest crystals and special equipment are? One piece equals 3 pieces of dark gold. Is that for real? Same question, so curious +1. This matter can only be asked to the Death Expert. He has obtained both of these items, manually at Death Expert. Come out and speak. Lin Yi smiled. The more curious the player was, the less he would explain. If we really say it, someone might come knocking to check the water meter the next second. Take down the official website. Lin Yi waited on the side. Mylair had already finished mining the 7 starfall or stones. It wasn't that he was stingy, nor that he found it troublesome, not helping with mining. And it's not that they are unwilling to give a few pieces of starfall divine ore. It's just that the grade of that thing is too high. Master-level forging technique can at most make legendary equipment. Although the dwarf Mylail can forge demigod-level equipment, the starfall divine ore is a material used for making mythical equipment. At his current level, he simply can't refine it, let alone crafting equipment. He can't even refine the divine ore into divine ingots. Leaving the mine, Myrel walked a distance with Lin Yi. Behind a huge rock, a luxurious 100-meter airship was quietly stationed. Dwarven Royal Airship. Durability, 9, 990, 000/9, 990, 000. Defense, 666,666. Description, custom made by the Dwarven race for the Hot Sand Group. Only the royal family can activate it. This defense is several times higher than that of the Frost WIRM. And the Hot Sand Group is precisely a company of the Goblin tribe, located between Garson and Treasure Bay. Goblin technology. Lin Yi watched with burning eyes. Friend, get on the airship. Mylard laughed heartily. Lin Yi didn't hesitate either and climbed right on. He wanted to get a look at goblin technology. As soon as he entered the airship, the interior resembled a small fortress. It was fully equipped with a materials room, furnace, warehouse, granary, ammunition room, and living quarters. There are even 2 small forging rooms. The dwarves' obsession with forging is ingrained in their bones. Soon, the airship started. Its speed was no slower than that of a frostbone dragon. The comfort level is completely overwhelming. The cold wind no longer hits my face. It feels as steady as walking on solid ground. See you next time. I'll have to get an airship too. Silver Moon Town. Demon Girl. A woman comparable to a mage master. Goddess. The players kept exclaiming in amazement. From Lin Xiaoyu's performance just now, they felt that she might still be no match for death at this point. But by the later stage, absolutely able to stand shoulder to shoulder with death. Many people already regard her as a goddess. But Chenxi doesn't think so, because in her friends list, that lofty ID, untouchable by anyone, level nearly 70. It made her heart race. Death, not something an ordinary player could catch up to, no matter how strong. It's simply impossible, but we can't just let it go like that. After all the other guilds were rejected, Chenxi still wanted to try once more. The battlefield has been cleared. Miss Nightrain, can you wait for a moment? Lin Xiaoyu was just about to go to the town mayor to submit a hidden mission when a clear and crisp voice called out to her. She stopped in her tracks and turned around. We would like to invite you to join the Star Guild. The position of Mage Guild leader is yours, with an annual salary as high as you want. If conditions allow, feel free to propose. Chenxi's gaze was sincere. Sorry, Lin Xiaoyu originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. She glanced around at everyone, her eyes stopping on the 14-year-old little girl named Tu Wei behind Chenxi. His eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly the type brother likes? Mr. Lin, I've been worrying about you endlessly. Everyone at Xingqian thought she was going to refuse. I agree, but I'm still a student and can't be online all the time. The tone suddenly changed, and the whole room was stunned. No problem. Chenxi immediately agreed. Annual salary doesn't matter. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Tu Wei without showing any emotion. But I have a request. We can discuss it later. Everyone was puzzled, but still nodded. The airship roared, heading straight for the Dwarven King's city, Iron Forge. The city is located deep within the snowy mountains of Kalimdor and is a vast underground steel fortress. Surrounded by mountains, it is as impregnable as a fortress. Outside the snowy mountains, the biting cold wind blows. Inside the city, however, it feels like a furnace, with waves of heat hitting the face. Lin Yi stepped into the city gate, his heart throbbing. A black steel castle thousands of meters high stood before us. It stood amidst the iceberg and also pressed down on the scorching magma. Majestic, heavy, full of a sense of oppression. Almost every building is a forge workshop. The furnace churns, flames soaring into the sky. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang. The hammering was deafening. At this moment, Lin Ye's resolve grew even stronger. He must make the dwarves build the undead city for him. Zzz. The harsh sound of hammering exploded in the ears. Groups of dwarf blacksmiths swung their iron hammers, sparks flying everywhere, each strike seeming to pound with all their might. The entire city was roaring. The most numerous buildings in the city were not residences, but taverns. The smell of strong liquor mixed with rust stung the scalp. Artisans, miners, explorers, and warriors of all ethnicities crowded here. Some were gambling, some discussing business, and others were eyeing bigger opportunities. At the very center of the Black Iron Fortress stood a giant forge, occupying nearly 10,000 square meters. Lin Yi raised his hand and cast a detection spell. Immortal Great Forge, Mythic Tier 7. Level 1. Attribute. Description: one of the 3 great divine artifacts crafted by the ancient god of craftsmen. The forge fire never extinguishes, and its temperature is enough to burn down a city. Lin Yi's heart trembled. 7th rank mythic artifact. This is already the top of the top. An iron forge actually has 3 pieces. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to pack it up and take it away. If you really mess with this thing, no matter how high your charm value is, it won't help at all. Instantly killed on the spot by the big shots of the Dwarf Kingdom. Moreover, this forge is already integrated with the entire city. He simply can't take it away. The royal airship flew straight through with no one daring to stop it. Quickly stopped in front of the dwarf palace. The two of them just entered the forge. A deep and solemn voice exploded out. Malare, you're back. Are you confident of success? Before the words had fallen, a dwarf, 1 meter 30 tall, but full of muscles, strode out. His beard was thick, and his presence was imposing. Maggle Copperbeard, Myth NPC. Rank. Profession. Attribute. Skill. Description: King of the Dwarf Kingdom, a forging master, and also a ruler on the battlefield. A row of question marks. Linya's heart sank. This is at least a 5th-level mythical boss. The strongest of the dwarves, whose strength is by no means weaker than the Lord of Northwind City. Rest assured, Father King, I will definitely succeed. Mylar patted his chest, full of confidence. And who is this? The Dwarf King's gaze fell on Linyi. The next moment, he visibly paused. Looking at this human descendant, his eyes carried a few more inscrutable meanings. But dwarves are naturally straightforward, and he quickly put aside his doubts. Haha, I felt an instant kinship with your friend. Go, bring out the strongest wine from my cellar. Don't neglect our honored guest. Mylar's eyes immediately lit up. Friend who is born, you are going to have great luck. That expression was as if he had seen the greatest treasure in the world. The fact is indeed so. Quickly, Mylar brought over dozens of bottles of alcohol. The pungent smell of the liquor could be smelled even through the bottles. Special brew flame malt liquor, master level. After drinking, attack plus 300, attack increased by 25%, limited to twice per person. Feels like molten lava pouring down the throat. Special brew frost malt liquor, master level. Attack plus 300, skill damage increased by 25%, limited to twice per person. Bone-chilling cold. Great wine. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. 300 points of attack is nothing. The truly frightening thing is the percentage bonus. The dwarf prince took out 3 giant goblets. The king and prince sat directly on the ground, without any airs. The 3 of them clinked their cups hard. The liquor went down their throats, a fiery burn exploding instantly. Lin Yi felt his whole body ignite, but the next moment, he felt completely invigorated. Spicy, exhilarating. It's both painful and exhilarating. No wonder dwarves are obsessed. Even more importantly, the attribute permanently increases. The dwarf king laughed heartily. Friend, our wine packs a punch, doesn't it? Awesome. 2 bottles of flame malt wine downed. A prompt appeared. Attack power surged dramatically, directly reaching 1,100,000. Next came the frost malt ale. After the biting cold, there was a state of extreme clarity. The hint sounded again. Attack and skill damage increased once more. After finishing the drink, Lin Yi looked toward the king. Your Majesty, please forge 2 or 3 artifacts for me. All the remaining materials, I will give to you. He finished speaking and waved his hand. 50 pieces of Starfall Divine ore. 100 dragon scales of the ice god, giant dragon, 20 dragon teeth. 10 fangs of the golden Baimon king, 10 skeletons. Treasures piled up all over the ground. The air was completely silent. 5 types of materials, each one terrifyingly large, piled on the ground like a small mountain. Fuck! The dwarf king and his son were stunned, their eyes wide open in amazement. Especially when seeing those golden fangs and bones of the golden behemoth king, my breath stopped. Those are materials from the 6th tier of mythology. The entire dwarf kingdom can't find a single piece. But Lin Yi took out 10 fangs and 10 bones at once. In fact, he still had 40 left unused. When alchemy reaches the master level, he plans to upgrade the golden throne into a more powerful skeleton throne. As for why he isn't buying secondary profession upgrade scrolls now, one costs 500 million gold coins. Too expensive, absolutely unaffordable. When the dwarf king touched the Starfall Divine ore, he completely exploded with excitement. Where does this quality, this toughness, come from? His eyes gleamed, as if he had seen a priceless treasure, so excited that he was almost losing his composure. Father King, this was collected using the ancient gathering technique by the newborn. Its quality has been enhanced, Mailer quickly explained. Great, that's wonderful. The dwarf king laughed out loud. He had been stuck at the threshold of a myth-level blacksmith for 6 or 7 years, just one step away from the final breakthrough. can't find mythical-level top-quality materials. Unexpectedly, this newborn, who immediately caught his eye upon meeting, was directly delivered to him, and he was even asked to craft it with his own hands. It was simply a godsend opportunity. After the excitement, the Dwarf King suppressed his emotions. To forge 3 divine artifacts, these star-fallen divine ores and ice dragon materials are enough. There is no need for the materials from golden baimen. And to that level, only a craftsman god can forge it. I can't do it. Lin Yi nodded and put away the gold BIM materials. It seems that to craft higher-level equipment, he can only find someone proficient in the ancient gods, or wait for him to break through to the mythical level. Your Majesty, how long will it take for the 3 divine artifacts to be completed? Lin Yi asked. He is still waiting for the dwarves to help build the undead city. The Starfall mine is too powerful. It must be refined with the core fire of the earth. The core fire of the earth is only found in the lava secret realm beneath Iron Forge, dropped by legendary level bosses. I've already sent people to kill them, but it will take time. The Dwarf King was in excellent spirits, his voice loud and clear. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Legendary boss. Lava secret realm. He immediately volunteered to take on the challenge. No need. Your Majesty, I'll go. That equipment was made for me. Lin Yi patted his chest, his tone resolute. You have to understand. Even an Azura-level NPC would need to fight a legendary-level boss for a whole day and night. The myth-level NPC is also restricted by the world will and simply cannot take action. Too slow. He can't wait. Let alone, that is a legendary-level boss, and also a high-level secret realm. The rewards are insanely abundant. With such an opportunity right before him, how could he possibly let an NPC snatch it away? But you were only born 2 or 3 days ago. The hardy Dwarf King hesitated somewhat. He didn't even know whether he should discourage Lin Yi. Father, don't worry, he is very strong. The Dwarf Prince Mylair stepped forward and said, I have seen his power with my own eyes, and there is also a legendary bone dragon guarding outside. As soon as the words fell, the Dwarf King's pupils contracted. He was completely stunned. In just a few days, he had become this strong? After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. He took out a red admission ticket from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. This is the entrance ticket to the Core Lava Secret Realm. Core Lava Secret Realm entrance ticket. After use, it allows the team to enter the secret realm with up to 200 people. A secret realm that can accommodate 200 people. The difficulty is imaginable. After obtaining the entry ticket, Lin Yi left the palace with Maclear, seeing him off. Iron Forge is divided into 8 levels. The 5 above-ground levels are connected by suspended steel bridges, resembling a steel mountain city. There are 3 more floors underground. Lin Yi made his way to the massive furnace in the center of Iron Forge. There is a huge opening on the left side of the furnace. That is the entrance to the underground mine. The area beneath Iron Forge is rich in mineral deposits, supporting the dwarves' frantic forging demands. The first and second underground levels are the mining zones, and the heart of the Earth's lava realm lies on the 3rd level. Lin Yi sat on the mine cart, heading downward all the way. Quickly arrived at the 3rd underground level. Lava surged all around, sparks flying, the air scorching hot to the point of suffocation. Not far away, a red vortex slowly spun, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. That was the entrance to the secret realm. Ding! You have discovered a hidden secret realm, the Inner Core Lava Secret Realm. Reward, 50 million experience, 8,888 reputation. Lin Yi did not hesitate and stepped directly into the portal. Entering the secret realm requires consuming an entry ticket. Do you wish to use one? Yes. A surge of red light erupted, engulfing him completely. The next second, his figure completely disappeared. Player location, Origin Continent, Core Lava, Molten Flame Canyon. Deep within the secret realm, lava churned, sparks flying wildly, waves of heat rushing toward Lin Yi, the air warped by the intense heat. Ding! The player is affected by core magma, losing 888 HP per second. Prompt pop-up. If it were someone else, it would basically mean death. Even if they guzzled super health potions, it would only last a short while, and with potion resistance, drinking another within a minute wouldn't help. But Lin Yi remained calm. He had 4 million HP, and the goddess's tear restored 1% per second, which is 40,000 HP. Plus, with the undead body, he was completely immune to this negative effect. This amount of damage was as good as nothing to him. He was about to summon the undead. The magma suddenly churned, and countless fist-sized fireballs appeared, totaling more than 500. The flames flickered, with a redstone core at the center. The next second, all the fireballs launched their attacks simultaneously. Magma jets, fire bombs, molten lava burning, lava impacts. A flood of flames and magma crashed down on him, and the monster also wildly charged at him. -0, -0, -0. A dense cluster of damage numbers floated up, but not a single drop of blood was lost. Lin Yi frowned. The damage was 0, but the heat was real. A group of fireballs slammed into my face, unbearably scorching. Lava Elemental. Level 75. HP 100,000. Attack 2,688. Defense 1,488. Skills: Fireball, Lava Burn, Magma Jet, Lava Impact. Description: an elf born from the molten lava of Flame Canyon, with a fiery temper. Though called an elf, it's actually just a stone in the magma that has come to life. Level 75, but its attributes are absurdly weak, even weaker than goblins of the same level. Its only advantage is its large numbers. Lin Yi was too lazy to look anymore. The gate of the undead opens. Several pitch-black portals appear above the magma, and the chilling aura instantly overpowers the heat. Come out. The sound was deep. This time, he didn't summon the Skeleton Legion, nor did he call the Banshees. The canyon was full of lava, and ground units were too restricted. If there were too many, they couldn't even pass through the path. The next moment, the Frostbone Dragon broke through the undead gate, spreading its wings, blotting out the sky. In the scorching canyon, a chill descended for the first time, piercing dragon breath. After evolving, the Frostbone Dragon was completely transformed. With a breath of dragon fire, coldness swept across 2,000 to 3,000 yards, instantly frosting the air. The once blazing canyon suddenly dropped in temperature, as if time itself had frozen. Ding! You have leapfrogged levels to kill the lava elemental. The notification sound is going off like crazy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi and the 500 lava elementals on the magma in the distance were all instantly killed. The flames extinguished, the black smoke dispersed, leaving only a handful of crimson stones falling. Obviously, these so-called spirits are nothing more than rocks in the magma. They cannot be transformed into undead at all. On the other side, 3 gates of undead simultaneously opened. From the first gate, a 100-meter-long bone dragon roared out. It had no flesh at all, its pale white skeleton exposed to the air. This was the epic boss that advanced after taking the Ice Dragon King's potion, the Skeletal Wyvern. Following closely behind were the equally epic obsidian gargoyles. Finally, an even larger necromancer's gate thunderously opened. Countless gargoyles flapped their wings and surged out. A full 8,000 elite-level gargoyles darkened the sky. The air force of the Undead Legion has fully assembled. Lin Yi glanced at the red stones on the ground. Since transformation is impossible, there's no need to advance slowly. Molten Flame Canyon is interconnected in all directions, with no fixed routes. If you want to find the next level, you have to force your way through. In that case, scatter, clear out all the monsters, and find the exit. The order was given. The Gargoyle Army and the 2 epic bosses immediately spread their wings and soared into the sky. The sound of breaking through the air was piercing, and the figure vanished into the horizon in an instant. Only the Frostbone Dragon remained in place. It was not disobedience. Rather, it had received another command. Silent Dragon Breath. The bone dragon flew low close to the magma, continuously spewing gray-white dragon breath. Death aura surged, magma cracked. The lava sprite hadn't even had time to emerge before it was directly obliterated. On the other side, the obsidian gargoyle spread its 100-meter giant wings. The wind of death swept out. The cold and fierce wind was like a knife, tearing through the surface of the magma. The lava spirits hidden underground were instantly shredded. Elite-grade gargoyles don't deal strong single-target damage, but their numbers are their greatest weapon. Bloodthirsty claws tear through the rock surface. The hurricane fiercely swept through the canyon. A piercing sonic wave shook all directions. The entire molten flame canyon was thrown into complete chaos. Claws, hurricanes, and sound waves fell together, instantly shredding the lava spirits that had just climbed out of the magma. Additionally, there were 50 special gargoyles, each holding the spell bombs given by Lin Yi, forming a bombing squad that flew back and forth above the endless magma, dropping bombs. Thunder Bomb, 063 Toxic Bomb, Storm Bomb, Arcane Bomb. One after another, they crazily smashed into the scorching magma. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of an explosion came from deep within the lava. Every bomb that fell stirred up towering waves of rock, sending scarlet shards blasting in all directions. At this moment, entrance to the Earth core lava secret realm. The piercing dragon breath kept spewing continuously, the frostbone dragon once every second, the cold air covering the surroundings. It wasn't fighting monsters. It was cooling down. Layers of frost fell, and the scorching air quickly cooled. That legendary level boss, which should have struck fear into the hearts of all and possessed mythical potential. The ferocious and terrifying frostbone dragon had now become a super-large central air conditioner, specifically cooling down Lin Yi. Refreshing. Lin Yi exhaled a long breath and leaned against the Lich Banshee commander. Ding. You have defeated a lava elemental above your level. Ding. You have killed a giant lava spirit, elite, by leveling up. Experience bar skyrockets. A single lava spirit is not strong, but their numbers are astonishing. Every stretch of road has hundreds of them. In a short time, 2 or 3 beams of white light fell consecutively. Lin Yi directly rose 2 levels. He didn't need to personally hunt monsters at all. 3 overlapping auras, pitch black, crimson, and scarlet, activated simultaneously beneath his feet. The range equals spiritual power multiplied by spiritual power. With his current mental power, a full 120,000 meters by 120,000 meters. All the undead in the entire Molten Flame Canyon are covered. Such a large range. Playing for a long time is really exhausting. 1 hour later, Lin Yi reached level 70. Even the outer areas of the canyon, covered with lava where ordinary players couldn't reach. The lava sprites inside were all drawn out and cleared by the Gargoyle Legion. At the same time, the Obsidian Gargoyle found the entrance to the next level, as well as the boss of this level. 3 lava spirits, each about 30 to 40 meters tall. Fierce lava, evil spirits. Dark, gold level boss. When Lin Yi arrived riding the Frostbone Dragon, the Obsidian Ghoul had already been utterly crushed single-handedly. Rime Wind Impact. Lin Yi sneered coldly, the spear of destruction forming in his hand. A shot was fired. Ice spikes burst from the ground. For him now, Dark Gold Boss. Too weak. Just this one strike. The health bars of the 3 bosses instantly dropped to 0. All instantly killed. The flames on the 3 dark gold level lava fiends instantly extinguished, turning into 3 large black and red boulders. Ding. Killed the violent lava evil soul, Dark Gold Boss. Gained 800 million experience. Times 3. Ding. Level upgraded to 71. Ding. Level up to 72. Prompts kept popping up, and 2 beams of white light descended as Lin Yi leveled up twice in a row. The entrance to the next level fully appeared. It was a massive teleportation array. Lin Yi quickly cleared the battlefield and stepped onto the teleportation array, leading the undead army into the next layer. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he arrived at a valley surrounded by lava. The ground was crimson, covered with massive purple crystals. Before he could investigate, chant. The piercing roar of the dragon tore through the air, the terrifying might of the dragon sweeping in. Current location, Origin Continent, Core Lava, Fire Dragon Valley. Dragonfire Valley. Lin Yi squinted, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Judging by the noise, it's most likely a fire-type dragon. Perfect, one more skeletal dragon to add. The surroundings were empty, with no other monsters. Clearly, there was only one boss in this level. The next second, the sky suddenly darkened. A blazing crimson giant figure surged skyward from the depths of the magma, with the molten lava boiling fiercely. As expected, it was a giant fire dragon burning with fierce flames all over its body. Heat waves surged with each breath, its dragon scales, limbs, and wings covered in cracks. magma flowing through the gaps, terrifying and menacing. Its size was comparable to that of a frostbone dragon. This is an adult legendary fire dragon. Roar! The dragon's might presses down like a mountain, causing the entire valley to tremble. However, this roar also completely enraged the frostbone dragon. Ice and fire are inherently opposed. The frostbone dragon's eyes blaze with soul fire. Its level may not be as high as the opponent's, but behind it stands the Lord of the Undead. Its attributes are only strong, never weak. Roar! The frostbone dragon fiercely retaliated. At the same time, Lin Yi cast the Detect spell. Lava Dragon, Cladno, Legendary Boss. Level, 70. Health, 3 billion. Attack, 218,888. Defense, 128,888. Skills, Lava Breath, Fire Dragon Fong, Fire Dragon Roar, Dragon Flame Armor Break, Lava Stomp. Description: a flame dragon that has long dwelled beneath magma, tempered by the lava to become even more formidable. The roar fell. The lava dragon looked down at Lin Yi and the undead army, its dark golden vertical pupils full of coldness and disdain. It locked its gaze on the frostbone dragon and the skeleton giant dragon, sneering aloud. Falling into undeath is truly a disgrace to dragons. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry, you will soon become one of them, and even stronger. No sooner had the words fallen. The lava dragon was utterly enraged. Stronger? The undead dare to compare themselves with the true dragons? Mere humans, how dare you be so insolent? It suddenly opened its mouth. Blazing molten dragon breath erupted explosively, a sea of fire surging forth, directly attacking Lin Yi. The frostbone dragon instantly stood guard in front. The frost dragon's breath confronted it head-on. Ice and fire collided, shaking the air. Go, Lin Yi whispered. The frostbone dragon let out a long howl, flapped its wings, and its speed soared. The lava dragon's pupils suddenly contracted. How could it be so fast? What responded was a bone claw falling straight down. Senbai's dragon claw tore through the flames, leaving a deep wound on its chest. The aura of death fiercely eroded. The molten lava dragon roared in pain, its massive claws counterattacking, only to be easily dodged. A cold wave swept down. Flames and extreme cold clashed wildly. Dragon fangs, storms, roars, and tail sweeps erupted one after another. Two massive figures, one red and one white, clashed fiercely in the air. Flames reddened the sky. Blizzards froze the air. The aura of death spread throughout the valley. Roaring sounds exploded in succession. The dragon's roar shook the surrounding lands. The frostbone dragon becomes fiercer the longer it fights. Soon, the situation is no longer one of suppression. It is complete domination. After all, it is empowered by the overlord of the undead and the triple aura. Roar! The magma dragon growled unwillingly, its dark golden vertical pupils full of humiliation. It was actually completely suppressed by an undead dragon of a lower level. It began to doubt for the first time whether the true power of the dragon was overestimated. Lin Yi's words echoed in its mind. Could it be that the undead dragon was really stronger? Suddenly, its gaze swept across the valley. The human who just spoke disappeared. It felt a sinking feeling in its heart. The frostbone dragon obeyed that human. Damn it! A sinister premonition exploded instantly. In the next second, a demon godlike figure was already close behind it. At the same time, the frostbone dragon's attack fell again. Lin Yi activated his berserk state and the power of the black dragon, silently appearing using Gale's step and spatial leap. A shadow clone appeared. This shot will be ruthless. Death entanglement activated. The black spear is wrapped with dragon flames and death aura. Kill. Both spears strike simultaneously, fiercely blasting into the molten dragon's spine. It had just realized, but it was too late to dodge. Boom. The destruction spear pierced through the body, and the evil energy instantly locked it down. Two critical real damages appeared simultaneously. Just one strike, directly taking away half of its health. Roar! The lava dragon screamed in agony, immediately activating dragon's will and dragon blood boiling. Surrounded by golden light, forcibly breaking free from control. But the deadly power still churned within the body. Dragon blood blazing, its eyes blood red, attributes soaring. It suddenly flipped over, throwing Lin Yi to the ground. Lin Ye's mouth curled up slightly, letting his body fall. A shadow suddenly stabbed. He and his clone transformed into two black shadows, passing through the giant dragon's body. A burst of blood splattered. Two critical strikes appeared again. The lava dragon's health continued to plummet. It was completely enraged, opening its mouth to spew apocalyptic dragon fire. A sea of fire swept forward. Lin Yi charged forward through the flames. The dragon's fire tore through his armor, taking away a portion of his health. But he did not stop at all. The battle has just begun. Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged as he instantly stepped onto the head of the molten lava dragon. Death strike. Chilling wind impact. Thunder blow. The gun's shadow flashes continuously. He and his shadow clone strike almost simultaneously, 3 attacks crashing into the dragon's head, so fast that only afterimages remain. Death energy surges turbulently. Ice spikes grow wildly. Thunder rumbles and crashes down. Critical hit numbers leap wildly. Each strike tore through its health bar. The lava dragon's health dropped sharply to 0. It stared with dark, golden vertical pupils, full of shock. Too fast. It didn't even have time to use its ultimate skill. Green healing numbers pop up simultaneously. The dragon only dealt 550,000 damage to Lin Ye's health, and Death Strike absorbs 100% of the damage. Combined with the blood-sucking aura bonus, he instantly recovered full health, with his health overflowing. The next second, the massive body of the lava dragon lost support and fell from the sky. Boom! The valley trembled, and dust soared into the sky. Ding! You have slain the lava dragon Claudno, legendary boss, and gained 8 billion experience. Ding! Level increased to 73. Ding! Level increased to 78. Notification sounds rang out one after another. 6 levels up in a row, rushing straight to level 78. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. Farming mobs is nowhere near as fast as killing top-level bosses. Auto pickup ring activated. This is his first time truly slaying a dragon. Guaranteed hit. At the same time, server announcement. Player, Death, has killed the legendary boss Lava Dragon Cladonor, achieving the first kill. Rewards. Mythical Mount X1, 300,000 gold, 300,000 reputation, X3. Server announcement. Player, Death, has killed the legendary creature Lava Dragon, earning the unique title Dragon Slayer, X3. Announcement spam. First kill of the legendary boss. The True Dragon. Mythical Mount. All players fell silent. The 6th first kill. Every time it's taken by him alone. Despair spreads across the server. Is this still a player? No one could catch up with him at all. The Fire Dragon Valley was dyed blood red by the underground lava. Among the dragon's corpse, the spoils poured out. A dazzling red light was especially conspicuous. Lin Ye's gaze tightened. The red light was absorbed into the backpack by the auto pickup ring. Ding! Ding! Received 28,880,000 gold coins. Ding! Received material, Lava Dragon's Dragon Tooth X1. Ding! Obtain material, Molten Dragon's Essence X10. Ding! Obtain material, Heart of Lava X1. Ding! Obtained equipment, Endless Lava Chestplate X1. The next second, his heart suddenly raced, and his breathing became erratic. That glaring red light was not the color of the equipment itself. Rather, it is a special effect. Dark gold is dark gold in color. Epic is purple. Legend has it that it is orange. As for red, mythical level, he obtained mythical equipment for the first time. It was not crafted by the Dwarf King, but dropped from a legendary dragon. Skipping 2 tiers directly. Legend, Explosive Myth. Endless Lava Chestplate, Tier 1 Mythic. Level, 70. All attributes plus 20%. Attack plus 35%. Constitution plus 30%. Health plus 50%. Output plus 40%. Fu Dai Jinong, Lava Armor. Generates a shield equal to 200% of maximum health. Increases defense by 100%. Lasts for 30 seconds. When the shield breaks or the duration ends, it explodes, dealing 1000% fire damage within a 1888-yard radius. Cooling for 120 seconds. Wearing requirement. 8,888 points of strength. Lin Yi took a sharp breath. 5 percentage-based attributes. It also comes with an integrated explosive skill for both offense and defense. 200% life shield active. Even legendary or demigod level boss can't kill him in one hit. The previously feared armor-breaking skill now looks like a joke. There is also a special material. Lava Heart. Magic attack plus 30%. Fire damage plus 100% with burn effect. Can be used to forge divine weapons. This is an upgraded version of the Shadow Heart. It's a pity that it adds magic attack and fire damage. He can't use it. Lin Yi didn't stop. He directly used the ancient gathering technique to strip the dragon corpse clean. Dragon Saliva of the Fire God Giant Dragon X 200. Dragon Scales X 100. Dragon Teeth X 20. Dragon Claws X 20. Critical hit triggered, quality improved. Materials piled up in a heap. Then he raised his hand. Summoning. A green light flashed by. Bone spurs fiercely jabbed out from the corpse. The molten lava bone dragon slowly stood up. It did not have the decayed and broken appearance of the frostbone dragon. Flames burned between the bone joints. More fierce, more wild, more dangerous. Black phantom flames burst out from its body. Flesh burned to ashes, leaving only a massive set of white bones. Creak, creak, creak. Bones grinding and scraping. A colossal soul fire igniting out of thin air, pulsating wildly. Roar. The dragon's roar shakes the sky. The bone dragon declares its rebirth. A dead silence instantly engulfed the entire Fire Dragon Valley. Ding! Congratulations to player Death for successfully transforming the lava dragon into the black flame bone dragon. Thank you, Master, for granting me power. The black flame bone dragon lowered its head, the soul fire flickering, its tone respectful. Too strong. It clearly felt that overwhelming force crushing everything inside. No wonder Martis could suppress it. So the Master's power is strong to this extent. This is just the beginning, drink it. Lin Yi laughed and tossed over a bottle of Ice Dragon King Bloodline Elixir. Ice Dragon King's Essence. The black flame bone dragon's soul fire instantly turned red, its emotions surging. It suddenly leaped up and bit the potion. The crystal bottle was directly bitten and shattered. The medicinal liquid seeped into the bones. In the next second, its body size surged to 500 meters. Roar! It howled towards the sky, the necromantic aura surging violently. Lava churned, the valley trembled, and fragments of rock rained down. Black Flame Bone Dragon Kradno, Legendary Boss / Mythic Tier 2. Master Death. Level 70/300. Health 65 million. Attack 488,888. Defense 2,888,889. Skills: Black Flame Dragon Breath, Annihilation Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail Sweep, Dragon Will, Bone Dive. Talent: Corpse of the Undead. The Ice Dragon King's potion took effect. Its potential rose to Mythic Tier 2. Although I have not yet reached the demigod level, but I am just one step away. Ding! Congratulations to the player for receiving the server-wide announcement reward. Mythical Mount Draw Chance X1, Gold X 300000, Reputation X 300000. Ding! Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to kill the dragon, earning the unique title, Dragon Slayer. Lin Yi opened the lottery interface. A huge light screen appeared. Holy Light Pegasus, Flame Divine Eagle, Storm Silver Wolf King, Hellfire Demon Tiger. One mythical mount after another flashed by swiftly. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This was his first truly meaningful mount. Can be ridden with attribute bonuses. With his luck, what will he draw? Click to draw. The icon jumps wildly. The speed gradually slows down. Lin Yi holds his breath. Finally stopped. The screen froze. A ferocious black giant dragon. Still a black dragon. Interesting. His Ash's Spear of Destruction was forged from the Black Dragon's claws, and the Death Wing is also a replica of the Black Dragon King's wings. It seems he really does have some kind of fate with the Black Dragon. Lin Yi's mouth curled up at the corner. No disappointment. The Black Dragon's power is terrifying, its physical body tough, making it the absolute king of melee combat. Its combat strength is also the top among all dragons. Mount Summon. He raised his hand and cast the summon. The ground instantly lit up with a huge six-pointed star formation spanning several thousand meters. The momentum was astonishing. Fuck, this spectacle was definitely not simple. In the expectant gaze of Lin Yi, in the center of the magic array, a small figure slowly appeared, only 1 meter tall. It's a round, chubby little black dragon. Where is there any hint of the fierce and domineering aura like in the icon? Instead, it's ridiculously silly. Lin Yi, what's going on? Is this the mount I got? Who's riding whom after all? The next second, Iya, Daddy. The little one blinked its gem-like big eyes and called out in a babyish voice, its two small wings fluttering desperately behind. Puff, puff, staggering as it flew towards him. Lin Yi was afraid she would fall halfway, flying right in front of him. The little black dragon immediately rubbed his face with its head. He even stuck out his little tongue to lick him. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. Is he suddenly a father? Holding this little black dragon in his arms, he felt overwhelmed and could only smile bitterly. Seeing that he didn't respond, the little black dragon lowered its head, feeling wronged. Lin Yi sighed. Forget it. Let's check the attributes first. Black Dragon God, Onyxia. Demigod level boss, / mythic tier 9. Master, Death. Level 1. Status, Juvenile. Health points, 17 million. Attack, 12888. Defense, 5888. Skill, Dark Dragon Breath. Mount status, movement speed plus 1000%. Damn, then it's nothing. Lin Yi's expression changed instantly, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. If I'm going to be a happy dad, then so be it. Mounts are divided into two types, normal and boss. In the mythic level lottery, the probability of drawing the boss is only 1 in a million, not to mention the Dragon God. That is in existence beyond the Black Dragon King, the supreme god of the dragon clan, only second to the progenitor dragon and the 3 eternal dragons. Born as an Azura level boss. Even an ordinary dragon at its peak adulthood is only legendary level. The gap is too big. This luck is simply defying the heavens. Although after becoming a mount, her health is only 1/10, but it still has 17 million. Moreover, the mount can revive infinitely. Attack and defense remain completely unchanged. Even at level 1, it is enough to crush other players. The only regret was that she couldn't benefit from the undead overlord's double bonus. Otherwise, it would be even more outrageous. Kid, from now on, it's all up to you. Lin Yi picked up the little black dragon and kissed it hard twice, so excited that his hands were shaking. The little black dragon tilted its head back, making chirping sounds, its tail wagging non-stop. The next second, system prompt appears. Ding! Congratulations to player Death for becoming the first player to own a mythic mount and earning the unique mythic title, the Legendary Knight. The Legendary Knight, unique. Effect, while mounted, mount movement speed plus 200%, all attributes plus 100%. Description, only those who tame a mythic mount are worthy of the legendary name. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This means that as long as you ride the little black dragon, its attributes directly double, and its speed also soars. In a real fight, it's almost no different from the undead scourge, maybe even faster. The only problem is, this little guy is still too small to ride. Hurry up and level up. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and clicked on another title. Dragon Slayer, unique. Effect, output plus 20%, damage to dragon-type creatures plus 200%. Introduction, the first person to slay a dragon, making dragons tremble because of you. Stronger than Goblin Slayer, with additional universal damage increase. He pondered for a moment and decided to change the title above his head back to Bloody Slayer. The icon of the Dragon Slayer is a long spear piercing through a dragon. It's really cool. But he didn't want the little black dragon to have any psychological shadows. Anyway, the effect still worked. Next, it was time to get the Earth Core source fire. Current location, origin continent, Earth Core lava, Earth Core scorched land. There was no lava in sight, only endless black scorched earth. On the scorched earth roamed huge demonic dogs, their bodies engulfed in red flames and entwined with black smoke. 4 to 5 meters long, with outward curving fangs, exuding ferocity. Purgatory Hellhound, Elite. Level 80. HP, 999,999. Attack, 7,888. Defense, 4,888. Skills, Purgatory Breath, Venomous Bite, Lava Spit, Lava Shield. Description, created by the Death Knight Kel'Thuzad, it feeds on lava. Each group has over 100. Moreover, in each pack of demon dogs, there is a two-headed demon dog stationed. Purgatory two-headed dog, Golden Boss. Among the pack, there was also a much larger three-headed hellhound lurking. Purgatory three-headed dog, Dark Gold Boss. Its presence was suffocating. Lin Yi raised his hand. Gate of the Dead. A black rift tore open the space. All undead bosses of gold rank and above appeared, the energy surging. As for the normal and elite skeletons, they continued mining beneath the glacier. In this battle, he was going to fight fiercely. Nowadays, the undead lineup in the secret realm was fully formed. Golden level, 12 skeleton captains, 12 undead mages, 2 bone basilisk knights. For skeleton knights, 1 bone giant captain, 1 banshee captain, 1 abomination tyrant. Dark gold level, 1 skeleton commander. Epic level, 3 skeleton lords, 1 skeleton sword saint, 1 bone dragon, 1 obsidian gargoyle. Legendary level, 1 frost bone dragon, 1 black flame bone dragon. Over 40 bosses above gold level, plus an additional 8,000 elite gargoyle troops. Go, clear everything within sight. Lin Yi's tone was casual, yet cold and emotionless. The undead army surged forward instantly. 2 legendary bone dragons circled high above, their dragon breaths sweeping across, turning thousands of yards into a hell of ice and fire. But the fastest to kill was not the 3 towering 100-meter-tall skeleton lords, nor was it the skeletal dragon or the obsidian gargoyle. It was the skeleton sword saint, Muscarl. He was so fast that only afterimages remained. The sword fell, and the person died. The sword aura spread out like cutting grass, and batches of hellhound demons fell on the spot. A storm of sword blades swept through, and packs of demon dogs evaporated instantly. Even the dark gold boss couldn't withstand a few sword strikes. Output maxed out. Kill notifications are flooding the screen. On the little black dragon, pillars of white light from leveling up fell one after another. Pets and mounts have no level limit restrictions. Add to that Lin Yi's 50x experience bonus. The level was skyrocketing like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it shot up to level 40. New skills were constantly being unlocked, and the experience kept surging. Lin Yi raised his hand. Summoning spell. A green death aura swept across the battlefield. The fallen hellhound twisted and was reborn, transforming into a hideous and ferocious ghoul. The 2-headed dog turned into a 2-headed ghoul. The 3-headed dog transformed into a 3-headed ghoul. Lin Yi issued another order. These monsters immediately pounced on their former kind. Bones claw and tear, flesh flying everywhere. The advancing speed accelerated once again. The undead army crushed everything in its path. At the end of the scorched earth, a crimson lava castle slowly appeared. Inside, there was the final boss of the secret realm. Lin Yi was thinking. The city gate opened. A figure emerged from the firelight. Not tall, not fierce either. Surprisingly, it was a human. A human mage in a black and red robe stood ahead. Lin Yi was stunned. Undead. Undead magic. Raise the dead. This power is so wonderful. He stared at the undead legion, his eyes wild and intense. Purgatory Warlock, Kel'Thuzad, Legendary Boss. Level 80. Health, 400 million. Attack, 308,888. Defense, 138,888. Skills, Purgatory Fire, Mental Interference, Purgatory Volcano, Explosive Flame Purgatory, Lava Eruption. Description, a sorcerer of the Jiang Empire who ventured deep into this place in pursuit of power, daring to even touch the darkest forbidden magic. A rare magic-type boss. 10 levels higher in rank, but average defense. Low health, but explosive output. A pile of skills, all with various negative effects. But the problem is, how did he come out on his own? Lin Yi was about to activate his state. The next moment, Kel'Thuzad actually dropped to one knee. A devout expression. Lin Yi was stunned. The final boss is kneeling to him? Great Lord of the Undead. I am willing to offer my soul and body to become your most loyal servant. Please grant me the power of the undead." The sound spread across the battlefield. Lin Yi was stunned. Surrender without even fighting? Voluntarily walking to your death? Since the other party was begging for death, he naturally did not hold back. "Fine. Use your life to prove your sincerity. Die by my gun." His tone was calm. "At your command, my master." Kel'Thuzad walked up to him without a trace of resistance. Death coil, netherworld, earth-splitting slash. Death strike, raging wind assault. The black spear pierced through his body again and again. But he showed a twisted smile. Madman. For the sake of power, he didn't even care about his life. Lin Yi muttered inwardly. But at the same time, he knew clearly that most geniuses are mad. Kel'Thuzad was one of them. Legendary mage boss, the nuclear bomb on the battlefield. But what Lin Yi truly values is his madness for knowledge and terrifying intelligence. The hellhounds on the scorched earth were all forcibly created by him using wild dogs and lava. This kind of research and creative ability is the most valuable weapon. Maybe he can develop new undead troops for Lin Yi. After a moment, ding, killed the Purgatory Warlock. Kel'Thuzad gained 9.9 billion experience. He was killed by Lin Yi with a mad smile. Level skyrocketed. Skills activated. Black Dragon Onyxia synchronized upgrade. Lin Yi has reached level 85, and the little black dragon is at level 67. Rewards are dropping like crazy. Gold coins, materials, recipes, equipment, skill books. And most importantly, the Earth Core Primordial Fire. The battlefield cleared. The dead shall live again. Lin Yi raised his hand, transforming the corpse. The human body quickly rotted into black bones. Blue-white spiritual flames ignited within the hollow skeleton. The robe transformed into a ghostly blue death aura. He floated slowly, a necrotic aura sweeping all around. Ding! The Purgatory Warlock has successfully transformed into a great lich. Absolutely marvelous. Kel'Thuzad laughed maniacally. "Thank you, great lord of the undead. I will forever pledge my loyalty." Lin Yi glanced at the panel and was slightly astonished. Great Lich, Kel'Thuzad. Legendary boss, mythical tier 3. Level 80. 800 million HP. Attack and defense are astonishing. The madman is not dead. He just changed his approach and continued to fight for Lin Yi. Skills include Dark Ritual, Frost Armor, Death Decay, Annihilation Wind, and Death Pulse. The talent is Undead Body. Xugard can not only grow, but his potential even surpasses the Frostbone Dragon and Black Flamebone Dragon, who have consumed the Ice Dragon Bloodline Potion. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This mad genius gave him a huge surprise. He even began to look forward to whether the Great Lich would bring an even greater shock in the future. At level 85, he learned 2 new skills again. After the Death Aura is activated, its range expands with the mind, friendly attacks double, all enemy attributes decrease by 20%, and there is an additional 1 in 10,000 chance of instant death, consuming 3,000 mana per second. Even a mythic boss, once triggered, can be killed instantly at full health. Although the probability is low, Lin Yi's attack speed is astonishing, and his luck is extraordinary. What's even more terrifying is that this aura affects all undead. Imagine thousands of skeletons attacking simultaneously. One boss simply can't hold out. Of course, the stronger both sides are, the harder it is to trigger. But even without considering instant death, just the damage increase and debuffs are already enough to defy the odds. The second skill is Death Stab. Strikes 6 to 9 times in one go, each hit dealing 300% damage and carrying a heavy wound effect. Can stack up to 2,700% damage at maximum, and at least 1,800% at minimum. Cooldown is reduced to only 3 seconds after passive compression. This will become his core burst when facing mythic bosses head-on. After the boss acquires divine status, the battle will only become more brutal. Lin Yi must be even more ruthless. He also unlocked a combo skill with the Little Black Dragon. Dragon God's Dive can be triggered within 1,000 yards to deliver an impact. Both sides deal 1,000% damage and knock the target back, stunning them for 5 seconds. High Burst with extended control. This is a hard-hitting lethal move. The upcoming battle will only get more insane. This skill can only be used while riding the little black dragon. Lin Yi glanced at the silly yet adorable little black dragon beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Too much potential also comes with troubles. The ceiling is high, but each stage is extremely stuck. Ordinary mounts level up quickly. They can advance at level 10 and 20. But the little black dragon probably needs to be level 80 to ride. Currently, still 13 levels short. Not far now. Lin Yi could only comfort himself this way. He opened his backpack to check the boss drops. Core fire. The primordial fire from the Earth's core, capable of significantly increasing the flame temperature. With it, the starfall divine or can be melted. Fell fire puppet recipe. Requirement: Master level alchemist. Effect: Learn to craft the epic boss level war beast, Fell fire puppet. Kel'Thuzad actually created an epic level puppet. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a smile. He was increasingly looking forward to this great lich. He wondered how many more surprises it could bring him. Lin Yi directly learned the formula. With the bonus from ancient alchemy, both quantity and quality will crit. With all the materials together, he can forge 10 legendary puppets at once. The last 3 items dropped. Endless Core of Lava. Purgatory Volcano Skill Book. Finger of Purgatory Demigod level. The core of endless lava. It is the key material for the Hellfire puppet. Purgatory Volcano is a mage's area of effect skill. The skills of the level 80 legendary boss are far more powerful than the Poisonous Storm. The Finger of Purgatory is a demigod level weapon. Unfortunately, it is a mage's staff. All the necessary items are ready. Inventory check complete. Time to return to Ironforge. Lin Yi directly exited the secret realm. Ding. Player death has left the secret realm. Underworld Lava Secret Realm Settlement in progress. Secret Realm Rating SSS-level. Review: Perfect solo clearance. Defeated all bosses. Ding. Congratulations to player death, the first to clear the Underworld Lava Secret Realm with an SSS rating, becoming the master of the secret realm. No suspense at all. Lin Yi defeated the Lord of the Secret Realm. Secret Realm, Earth Core Lava. Daily output: Entry Ticket X198, Flame Gem, Grade 8. X2, Lava Gem, Grade 8. X2. Monthly output: Energy Amethyst X19998, Fire Skill Book X20, Core of Endless Lava X10, Geocore Flame X1. Secret Realm Share, 35%. Third underground level of Ironforge. In front of the Secret Realm entrance, Lin Yi looked at the panel, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The resources here are twice those of the Toxic Swamp. There are more types of output. 2 more 8th-tier lava gems produced every day. An additional 10 endless lava cores and 1 thread of Earth's core fire each month. The share also increased from 30% to 35%. Profit soared. Ding. Daily resource distribution for the Earth's core lava secret realm is in progress. All resources have been fully received. Lin Yi claimed them with one click. Energy Amethyst. Effect: Contains powerful energy, specific use unknown. This is the advanced version of those purple crystals in Dragonfire Valley, more advanced than the unstable energy crystals. His spell bombs were originally crafted with critical quality. Since he can make 8th-tier bombs, he can still get critical hits. What would happen if he charged up to 9th tier? Thinking of this, he also felt a bit excited. Then, he looked toward the deadly poison swamp's secret realm. Player levels have all risen, and many guilds that secured entry tickets have already begun their initial explorations. The revenue keeps coming in continuously. Lin Yi casually collected the daily output and the secret realm dividends. Now someone has already entered the 2nd-level city, so there's no need to list the entry tickets in the auction house anymore. Wouldn't placing the Bauhinia shop in Northwind City make more profit? Waiting until the elites of the major guilds can enter the level 2 city. Once the Bauhinia shop opens, he can milk another round of spending again. Lin Yi glanced at the guild token in his backpack, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He has a bold idea. If it works, rushing straight to VIP 7 wouldn't even be a dream. Back to Ironforge. With the Dwarven Royal token, he could enter and exit the palace without any obstacles. Soon, he arrived at the Royal Forge once again. The Dwarf King and Prince Maelor were both busy forging. The king held a large hammer, forging the ice crystal dragon scales, material from the frost giant dragon. Seeing Lin Yi come in, the king put down the hammer and walked out of the forging room. Mylair was currently breaking through the bottleneck to become a world-class master blacksmith, so he hadn't come out. The king saw Lin Yi return so quickly and thought he had failed. Dropborn, what happened? Didn't you get the core earth flame? Do you want me to send someone to help you? His voice was loud and his tone straightforward. Lin Yi shook his head and raised his hand to take out a wisp of crimson flame. Your Majesty, no need to trouble yourself. I have already retrieved the earth's core flame. What? The king stared wide-eyed. It's only been 4 or 5 hours, and he already got it? Even a legendary general couldn't do it that fast. The lava secret realm has 3 levels, and the map is large. Just traveling to find the entrance and finally reaching the lava palace to face the final boss takes 3 to 4 hours. Not to mention having to kill 2 legendary bosses, plus over 100,000 mobs. Yet that single thread of blazing core earth fire lies right before your eyes. It's impossible not to believe it. Lin Yi looked at the king, his tone calm. Your Majesty, the primal fire is already in hand. How long will it take to start forging? The dwarf king was stunned for quite a while before he came back to his senses. Found the core origin fire so quickly? Give me 3 days, and within those 3 days, I'll forge you 3 top-quality divine artifacts. His whole beard was trembling as he excitedly raised 3 fingers. Restricted by the origin heavenly Tao, unless in special circumstances, myth-level NPCs couldn't act casually. Originally, he planned to send the demigod-level royal guards to the secret realm to fetch the fire, which would take at least 10 days round trip, so he didn't dare promise Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi directly brought the core origin fire himself. As long as he uses that batch of materials to forge the 3 top-grade divine artifacts, he will be able to break through to the mythical level of blacksmithing. By then, he won't just be able to forge first-tier mythic equipment, but will also become the only craftsman god the Dwarf Kingdom has seen in nearly 1,000 years. Okay, I'll come to collect them in 3 days. Lin Yi smiled very satisfactorily and looked up to this king even more. Equipment has the highest attribute bonuses, but is the most troublesome to forge, especially high-level gear. Regular NPCs take half a day to forge epic or legendary equipment, and for demigod-level gear, it takes a full day. But the Dwarf King could produce 3 artifacts in just 3 days. This efficiency was outrageous. Of course, killing demigod bosses to drop mythic equipment is theoretically faster. With Lin Yi's damage output, fighting bosses is indeed not slow. The problem is, where are so many demigod bosses for him to kill? Unless he takes the Undead Legion to attack the Orc Empire. There are quite a few demigod-level orcs there, and many high-level mythic bosses as well. But those kinds of creatures can be killed with just one slap. As for repeatedly farming the core lava rift, it's not practical. Epic and above bosses are unique. Once defeated, they're gone. If encountered again, they're mere replicates created by the heavens, and their rank will drop by 1 level. Currently, there are only 2 epic bosses left in the rift. By the way, Your Majesty, I want to build a city. I wonder if that's possible. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the Dwarf King showed a surprised expression, but quickly nodded. No problem, friend of the descendants. I'll have the kingdom's legendary and master craftsmen come to help you. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Tell me how many people you need. Just say the word. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. You agreed just like that? Charm really works. I don't even have to do the tasks. He originally only wanted to borrow a dozen or so craftsmen to command the skeleton army in building the city. Unexpectedly, the king sent out top-level craftsmen and even told him to request as many people as he wanted. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ordinary craftsmen are not needed. Lin Yi quickly saluted and thanked. He never intended to have the Dwarf King send craftsmen. Dwarf craftsmen cost money, but in his hands, he had over 200,000 tireless laborers who required no wages, no food, working day and night. Enough. No need to thank me, friend of the born. The Dwarf King shook his head and said, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't brought the Starfallen Divine Iron, I don't know how long it would have taken me to break through the Divine Artisan stage. This was no mere politeness. After the ancient gods' great war, the richest mineral deposits of the eastern continent sank beneath the sea, becoming the Endless Sea. Countless top-tier minerals also vanished along with them. Terrifying monsters from ancient times lurk in the sea. Even if he is a 6th-level mythic, he would not dare to tread lightly. Finding such a premium or with a strength between the 1st and 2nd levels of mythic is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, Lin Yi used the ancient gathering technique and brought back the Starfall Divine ore. Otherwise, if he waited another 10 years, he might not be able to break through. Iron Forge, Dwarven Royal Palace, Council Hall. King Maggle Copperbeard summoned 5 legendary and 30 master-level construction experts. Upon seeing Lin Yi, under the influence of his charisma, these dwarves became extraordinarily enthusiastic. Hearing that he wanted to build a city, they immediately competed to offer ideas and design plans on the spot. However, Lin Yi rejected them one by one. If you're going to build the strongest. Otherwise, wouldn't the divine-level city building order be wasted? He opened the VIP exclusive store. Divine-level city blueprint, mythical. Price, 138.88 million gold coins. Limited purchase for VIP 5. After purchase, you will receive a blueprint for a god-level city, style of your choice. Nearly 140 million gold coins. Even with a discount, it costs 125 million. Price sky high. The gold Lin Yi recharged had almost all been spent. But during this time, by looting the goblin treasury, completing quests, and killing epic and legendary bosses, he had saved up 180 million. He stared at the shop, gritting his teeth. Purchased. Since it is a city of the undead, the style is naturally dark. Choose confirm. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining God-level city blueprint X1. A prompt dropped. A huge parchment blueprint appeared in the backpack. Lin Yi took it out and spread it on the conference table. This is the undead city I want to build. A low voice echoed through the hall. The parchment slowly unfurled. The next second, all the dwarf builders' breaths grew heavier. This was a masterpiece. Overall dark, yet magnificent in grandeur. Every detail is precise to the extreme. The architectural layout fits together seamlessly, as if naturally formed. Even moving an inch would ruin the perfection. Naturally formed, crafted by supernatural hands. Perfect, too perfect. This city design is simply flawless. So it can be built like this. The dwarf craftsmen grew more and more excited as they watched. 5 dwarves at the peak of master level had sudden enlightenment on the spot, directly breaking through and advancing to the legendary level. The other 30 also gained a lot, with their construction skills soaring overall. Lin Yi was stunned. A single blueprint actually caused the entire dwarf kingdom's strength to surge. In the royal forge, the dwarf king was crafting a mythical piece of equipment and stopped immediately upon hearing the news. One blueprint created 5 legendary master builders. He found it hard to believe. Just how extraordinary was that city? On the other side, 10 legendary level and 25 master level dwarves took a goblin airship heading to the ever-frozen ice field. Their faces were full of anticipation, but the flight became increasingly off. As far as the eye could see, it was all glacial wasteland. Are you sure about building the city here? A legendary level individual frowned. This place lacks resources and is not suitable for building a city. Another person said bluntly. Lin Yi just smiled. Follow me. He led everyone to the entrance beneath the glacier. The little black dragon let out a roar, the black flame blasting out a deep pit. Lin Yi leapt down. The dwarves exchanged a glance and followed along. 100 meters below, everyone was stunned. Within the glacier, there is a vast underground world hidden. The rock is incredibly hard, and the resources are astonishingly abundant. Any piece of stone here surpasses the walls of Iron Forge. No one doubted anymore. And the space is big enough. Enough to build a true megacity. Lin Yi grinned, spread his arms wide, smiling wildly and freely. Ambition was completely unabashed. At this moment, the stocky bodies of the dwarf builders all trembled in unison. In Lin Yi's eyes, they saw a desire to devour the sky. The future of this endless glacier will never be just a city, but an empire. An empire so vast that no one can defeat it. Lin Yi raised his hand. The gate of the undead opens. All 100,000 newly acquired ghouls in the secret realm were summoned out. The dwarves divided the work and directed according to the blueprints. Some went down to the mines to excavate, while others started building the city. Gargoyles flew back and forth in the air, responsible for transporting materials. No one expected it. On this cold wasteland, 200,000 or 300,000 undead, under the command of 35 master-level or higher dwarves, work tirelessly day and night. An unprecedented massive city is rapidly taking shape. Once completed, it would become the most magnificent and strongest city on the Origin continent. Without equal, the city of the undead, the only one of its kind. Lin Yi rode the bone dragon back to Northwind City. After entering the city, he headed straight for the slave market. For a shop to open, someone must manage it. The undead can fight, but they can't handle business. The only undead with true human intelligence are the boss level. Fewer have a body shape similar to humans. Necromancers, skeleton knights, skeletal sword saints, great liches. You can't exactly have them standing behind the counter to greet customers. The customers haven't even entered yet, and they're already scared away. So he wanted to buy slaves. The owner of the slave market wore gold-rimmed glasses and a decent gentleman's suit. His smile hit a blade, and he looked sharp at a glance. "Friend, we meet again. Have you decided what to buy?" He immediately came over, smiling warmly. This is the advantage of having a high charm value. NPCs have their own judgment. He can cheat others, but he doesn't dare to cheat Lin Yi. Lin Yi can get the best price from him. And buying slaves requires reputation points. Yet Lin Yi is the least lacking in reputation. "I want the best." Lin Yi was straightforward. The boss smiled even more brightly and led him through the dark and damp common area, arriving at the innermost part. On both sides were rows of cages, covered with thick black cloth. "These here are all top-quality goods." The boss spoke with certainty. He clapped his hands. The slave trader beside him immediately pulled back the black cloth. The left cage revealed its true appearance. Inside the iron cage were locked a group of tall and fierce half-orcs. Each one has well-developed limbs, but a simple mind. Jackalmen, minotaurs, boarmen, quite a few types. About 40 or 50 in total, all combat-type slaves. The number on the other side is much smaller. 14 young and beautiful girls were locked up together. The dungeon was cold and damp. Their faces were smudged with dirt, but it could not conceal their delicate features and graceful figures. Their sharp and slender ears added a touch of exotic allure. Fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. Forest elves. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The orcs on the left are strong fighters, good for guarding the home and conquering territories. They're just simple-minded, worth 20,000 reputation points each. The nature spirit on the right is equally formidable, excelling in looks, intelligence, and abilities. The price is a bit high, 50,000 reputation points. The slave owner introduced with a smiling face, and when mentioning meeting all needs, he also showed a meaningful smile. Lin Yi made an immediate decision. "I want all these elves." He pointed at the elf girl, his tone decisive. "Don't misunderstand. He just wanted to rescue them from the slavers. Absolutely no other thoughts." He told himself this in his heart. As for orcs, he had no interest. Having the undead legion was enough for battle. Don't be fooled by the orc's big size and oppressive presence, as if a single slap could kill an elf. But in an actual fight, that's not necessarily true. Of course, elves are naturally close to the elements and are excellent mages. Their combat power is by no means weak. Moreover, orcs have simple minds and are tactically disadvantaged. If they really fight hard, they will mostly be suppressed by the elves. Looks overwhelmingly better. Strength is also overwhelming. Lin Yi naturally chose the elf. The transaction was completed quickly. The original price was 50,000 each. Lin Yi is an honorary citizen of Northwind City, so he gets a 30% discount. Additionally, with the charm bonus, the boss gave a direct 60% discount. 20,000 each. 15 spirits, a total of 300,000 reputation. After the transaction, he still had 480,000 left. "Pleasure doing business, friend." The slave owner shook his hand, smiling particularly warmly. "By the way, I also prepared a gift that will definitely satisfy you." A gift? Lin Yi was stunned. Only then did he remember that many NPCs often give gifts proactively. This boss hasn't said anything yet. Based on his experience of accepting NPC gifts multiple times, with the blessing of the overwhelming charm, the items he gives can never be meager. But what could it be? The slave owner waved his hand. Several slave traders immediately understood and pushed forward a prisoner cart covered with a black cloth. At the same time, also brought in was the natural elf bound with magical shackles that Lin Yi had purchased. Lin Yi looked at this gift with some curiosity. Is this also a slave? The slave owner only smiled without answering. The black cloth was slowly lifted. A black, sturdy iron prison vehicle appeared before the eyes. Inside the prison cart were two pointed-eared, delicately featured elf girls. Their skin was a rare violet color, night elves. Even more exaggerated. The two looked almost identical in appearance and figure. Dark elf twins. Lin Yi was completely stunned. Cui Xina and Cui Shixi, from the dark forest. Exceptionally gifted, yet innocent and naive. 5 days ago, they left the forest and were immediately captured by humans, sold to slave traders, locked in iron prison carts, and fitted with anti-magic bracelets. They understood their fate. What awaited them was being sold to human nobles, treated as tools. Fear, day after day. Until today, the prison transport started again. They knew the end had arrived. The two fought back panic and silently made a vow. Once there is an opportunity, hide and escape. Failure, yet they would rather die than submit. The prison van stopped. The black cloth was pulled aside. They were all stunned at the same time. No one can resist something good-looking. Cui Xina and Cui's eyes are the same. This human man in front of me is too handsome. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts suddenly beating out of sync. He seemed to carry some invisible force that quietly drew them closer. The more they looked, the harder it was to look away. The more they looked, the more uneasy they felt. They understood each other's feelings. Even this fluttering in their hearts was exactly the same. The sudden surge of emotions left them at a loss. For a moment, even their breathing grew erratic. Lin Yi touched his chin, scrutinizing the twin elves inside the prison vehicle. There was fear in their eyes, along with panic. Friend, these are my most prized possessions. Take a look at their attributes. The slave trader lowered his voice, smiling meaningfully. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Casting Detect Magic. 2 panels appear before the eyes. Choi Hina, Dark Gold NPC, Mythic Tier 1. Level 50, Profession Dark Ranger. Race, Night Elf. Skills, Stealth, Night Vision, Frost Arrow, Arrow Rain, Silence Arrow. Talent, Shadow Escape. Cressus Dark Gold NPC, Mythic Tier 1. Level 50, Profession Phantom Assassin. Race, Night Elf. Skills, Stealth, Suffocating Blade, Phantom Assault, Gift of Liberation, Phantom Form. Talent, Shadow Escape. Dark Ranger. Phantom Assassin. Lin Yi's mouth curled into a slight smile. 2 legendary professions, both with mythic potential. This gift carries weight. Are you satisfied? The slave trader laughed heartily. Not bad. Lin Yi nodded. So, will you sign a slave contract or have the slave mark engraved? I suggest engraving the mark. You'll be mine for life, and I can do whatever I want with you. The slave trader smiled lecherously. Slave contract can be signed and broken. Slave mark, unless a deity intervenes, it will never be removed. Lin Yi shook his head. None of them are needed. The contract will backfire. The mark will be erased. But he had long since confirmed it. His overwhelming charm was useless against opposing factions, effective against neutral elves. Their intimacy level has already reached 999. This kind of fondness will not fade. Stronger than any contract. The words fell in the shocked eyes of the slave trader and the elf. Lin Yi reached out and took the key. Crack. The chains fell to the ground. The prison vehicle opened. The slave traders' faces suddenly changed, and they all drew their knives. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Pairs of beautiful eyes all turned sharply to Lin Yi. Only then did they realize that the person standing in front of them was not an ordinary person, but a descendant of humanity. The nature spirits were all stunned. Even the twin sisters who were ready to commit suicide looked at the unlocked shackles with bewilderment. They even forgot to use their innate invisibility to escape. Don't worry, I'll compensate for the losses. Lin Yi said faintly to the slave trader, then looked toward the elves. Come with me. His voice was gentle, yet not to be refused. At that moment, the elves felt as if something had struck their hearts. This human seemed to be different. Perhaps, following him isn't a bad thing after all. The thought of running away completely disappeared. Lin Yi quietly cast a detection spell. After the shackles were removed, the intimacy level of all the spirits rose from 999 to 1,000. Just a little more, yet it's a qualitative change. Full value means absolute obedience. Even if it means sending them to their deaths, there will be no hesitation. Leaving the slave market, Lin Yi took 17 elves back to the mansion. He bought a bunch of beginner-level costumes in the mall. The attribute boosts are average, but the styles are exaggerated. Maid, bunny girl, cat girl, you name it. Go wash up and put these on. He issued the order with a solemn face. Yes, master. The elves responded in soft voices, all in unison. Soon after, they came out dressed in new clothes. The twins' eyes lit up. These clothes are really beautiful. The other elves also nodded. The style is unique, yet it can enhance strength. Just wearing it, she felt her face flush. Lin Yi looked them over, feeling very pleased. Not bad, all very beautiful. The elves bowed slightly, their smiles obedient. No one wanted to resist. He withdrew his gaze. Don't wear these out. I'll buy you normal ones another day. These clothes were just to satisfy his own little quirks. How could it be cheaper than other players? Don't even think about it. Yes, master. Although the fairy sisters didn't understand why such beautiful clothes couldn't be worn outside, they obediently agreed. Linya quickly assigned them their tasks. The Bauhinia flower shop is very large. The elves are responsible for stocking goods and auctioning precious items. 15 nature elves. 10 people stayed in the shop. 5 people managed the residence. The Dark Knight elf twins with mythical potential naturally stayed by his side. After arriving at the Bauhinia shop, Lin Yi threw all the NPC intimacy materials, equipment, potions, skill books, secret realm entry tickets, and other items into the warehouse. The elves began organizing, quickly sorting and shelving the mountain-like pile of items. Lin Yi then opened the friend list and found Chinsi, the president of the Star Guild. She had already changed her profession and leveled up to 21. Are you there? I'm here, boss. What's up? Help me contact the other 9 guild leaders besides Quangtu. Tonight at 8, have them come to residence number 7 in Northwind City. May I ask what this is about? You'll understand once you come. No pressure if you don't. All right. I won't let you waste your effort. I promise to help you once this is done. Thank you, boss. Chinsi stared at the chat box, smiling brightly. She didn't think Lin Yi was crazy. Level 85 hidden profession, ridiculously strong. One person can dominate the top 10 guilds. Moreover, she was aware of part of the truth about origin. Her father was the richest man in the Magic City, her grandfather was a general, and her mother came from a financial conglomerate. The more she understood the inside story, the more she realized Lin Yi's value. Being able to make him take action even once was a rare opportunity. She must get this done well. Put down the chat interface. Chinsi squinted. He's about to make a big move. At this moment, Mr. Lin, stop playing and come out for dinner. Lin Xiaoyu's voice came from outside the door. Lin Yi logged out of the game. He walked out of the room. Seeing the sweat still on her forehead, it was clear she had just finished cooking. You're already number 1 in the entire server, and you're still pushing so hard. Not sleeping all day. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Looking at Lin Yi, who had just sat down, her tone displeased. You don't understand. Lin Yi's heart softened, and he smiled. Remember to sign up for the peak tournament. I'll prepare the gear for you, and also give you an excellent fire element skill book. Also, don't accept the NPC's hidden class. I'll get you a mythic level 1. Lin Xiaoyu's level and equipment are both quite good now, but she played little and her skills were average. If she really encountered those masters of agility in guilds, she probably wouldn't even be able to touch them. Lin Yi didn't want her to be shown up, so he took a direct step. The secret lava realm in the Earth's core yielded 20 top-tier fire element skill books. The ultimate boss is a mage who mostly drops area of effect skills. Area skills combined with her arcane heart. Tenfold range bonus. Entering the arena and firing the map cannon directly, covering the entire field. Who can still show off? Add a mythical hidden class. Solid. But Mr. Lin, I have class in the afternoon, and the competition time conflicts with it. Lin Xiaoyu looked troubled. She really had fallen in love with this game. But she couldn't skip class. Take the game headset to school. If it really doesn't work, just take a leave. No matter what, get into the top 3 and secure the special equipment. Lin Ye's expression was serious. Haven't you taken it before? So what exactly is that special equipment? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi didn't answer, but countered with a question. Have you experienced any changes in your body recently? Change. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. It seems more flexible. Just now when the plate fell, I caught it instantly. Lin Yi's gaze darkened. As expected, he is not the only one who has changed. Just an ordinary player with low attributes. No special equipment bonuses. The change is just not obvious. Aren't you curious about the special equipment? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, took off the necklace around his neck, and held it out in front of her. This is it. Lin Xiaoyu looked completely confused. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? I asked for game equipment. She suddenly froze halfway through speaking. This necklace. She had seen it in the game. Exactly the same. I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Now that I think about it, my scalp tingles. Exactly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This is the special equipment in the game. After speaking, he casually crushed the chopsticks into powder. What? Equipment from the game. Can it be brought into reality? Lin Xiaoyu was completely stunned. Staring blankly at the strange spatial pendant, she was lost for a long time. I'll show you a skill, Lin Yi suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the space twisted, and he disappeared. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and shuddered. The next second, a voice came from behind her. Are you trying to scare me to death? Believe it or not, I'll go tell Mom. She quickly turned around, saw it was Lin Yi, and finally relaxed, patting her chest and glaring at him. Cut the crap, get to the point. Lin Yi feared she would keep going on, so he raised his hand and gave her a hard hit on the head. Ow, why did you hit so hard? Lin Xiaoyu held her head, her eyes red. She was truly frightened. Lin Yi felt a bit awkward. He didn't use much force. He just forgot that after spatial teleportation, the next attack's damage is doubled. Ahem, remember. The origin game affects reality, and no one should talk about this. The identity in the game must never be revealed. His tone was unusually serious. I know. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, her expression serious. She was well aware that the game could strengthen the body, and the equipment could be brought into reality. She knew what that meant. Her heart couldn't stop feeling excited. What if one day, Fireball, Fire Blast, and Blizzard could all be cast in real life? Thinking of this, her face even flushed. After lunch, Lin Xiaoyu put on his helmet and returned to school. After Lin Yi finished tidying the desk, he immediately went online. As soon as he entered the game, he was completely stunned. Both of his arms were tightly embraced by something soft, and there was a faint fragrance at his nose. When logging off at the mansion, the character does not disappear, so he remains logged in like this. The undead are grinding monsters outside, so he can continue gaining experience. But now this touch. He turned his head and was dumbfounded on the spot. Each arm was hanging an elf of the night, Chui Zina and Chui Shisi. His arm was almost sunk in. Damn, what is going on here? Taking advantage of him being offline to come and hug him? To be honest, it feels pretty good. Master, you're online. Younger sister Quisis blushed, exclaimed, and immediately activated invisibility. Chui Zina beside her also hurriedly disappeared. However, Lin Yi moved his numb arm slightly. No one could be seen, but after they became invisible, their hands were still holding on. It was only after he struggled that he hurriedly let go. Boys really need to protect themselves well. Lin Yi chuckled softly and walked over to the full-length mirror to take a look. Looking closely, he was directly stunned. His face was covered with marks, varying in size and color. Obviously, this wasn't done by just Chui Shisi and Chui Zina. When he logged off, those elf ladies probably all took their turn. Damn, Lin Yi looked gloomy. If you want to touch, just say so, I'm not refusing. In the end, I didn't experience any feelings at all, a total loss. Next time, I must teach them a proper lesson. At that moment, the pet's space suddenly trembled. Mysterious pet egg hatching countdown. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. 3 days have finally passed. Lin Yi's heart raced as he immediately clicked on the pet egg. Ding! Mysterious pet egg hatched successfully. Just as he finished speaking, the pitch-black giant egg disappeared from space and appeared before him. Crack! A fine crack appeared on the eggshell. The crack rapidly spread. Snap! Snap! The next second, scarlet suddenly seeped out from the eggshell, instantly dyeing the entire egg red. A strong smell of blood hit the face. Bloodlight soared to the sky. when the red light faded. In front of Lin Yi, there was a little girl. A gothic dress of dark wind, looking about 6 years old. Golden long hair, golden eyes. Skin frighteningly pale, with little tiger teeth faintly visible. She threw herself into Lin Yi's arms and looked up at him. "Daddy." Lin Yi froze on the spot. He didn't even have a girlfriend, so how could he be a dad? Ding. Please name the pet Vampire True Ancestor. Vampire True Ancestor. That name is pretty fierce. Then let's call it Shadir. The little lowly's eyes lit up. Shathia likes this name. Ding. Naming successful. Lin Yi picked her up and checked her attributes. Vampire Progenitor, Shatia, Archgod level boss / Mythic tier 9. Master Death. Level 1. Status, Juvenile. Health, 18 million. Attack, 13,888. Defense, 6,088. Skills, Blood Conversion, Endless Blood Pool, Blade of Blood. Blood Conversion. Converts 50% of the damage dealt into own health. Endless Blood Pool. Passive excess health is stored in the blood pool, which can be used for recovery or resurrection, with a maximum limit of 54 million. Tide of Blood. Blood transforms into a raging tide, sweeping across a 1,000-yard range, dealing 1,000% magic damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Consumes 300 MP. Lin Yi was stunned. Another mythical 9th tier potential pet. Although Shatia doesn't have the speed boost of the little black dragon, pets compete based on combat power. Her basic attributes comprehensively surpass those of the little black dragon by a margin. Her skills are even more exaggerated. Blood conversion combined with a vampiric aura allows for an 80% lifesteal. At level 1, she already has tens of millions of health, easily breaking tens of billions or even hundreds of billions later on, with an additional 80% lifesteal stacked. The more you hit, the more blood there is. Who can be tankier than her? Those tank bosses that focus on defense all seem like they're made of paper in front of her. Simply impossible to kill. Truly befitting a vampire. What's even more outrageous is that she also has an endless blood pool. Once it's fully charged, it's equivalent to having 4 lives. Her output is strong, and her endurance is explosive. Lin Yi even wondered if he had been sponsored by the goddess of luck. "Daddy, Shaltir is hungry." She rubbed her little belly and looked at him pitifully. Lin Yi took food out of his backpack and handed it to her. Zatia shook her head. "What do you want to eat then?" She pointed at Lin Yi's finger, showing her small tiger teeth. Only then did Lin Yi remember. Vampires drink blood. Come on. He reached out his hand. Shaysha's eyes lit up, and she grabbed his finger and bit it. Her little fangs broke the skin. Blood slowly seeped out. Northwind City, inside the manor. The little black dragon was playfully wrestling with the night elf sisters. Linya lowered his head, looking at Shatia holding him in her arms, sucking his finger, with a face full of satisfaction. He suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Am I playing the role of both father and mother in the game? And these little guys are all destined to become legendary. Stop sucking. If you keep going, I'll get anemia. Lin Yi lifted her up. Burp. Zaisha let out a small belch, looking completely satisfied. Let's go. I'll take you all to level up. Lin Yi sighed. At least train the little black dragon to level 80 first. Riding it can be discussed later. The border of the Jiang Empire, Western Grasslands. Lin Yi arrived at West Green City through the teleportation array. The Endless Sea is the most dangerous, and the Western Grasslands have the highest concentration of monsters. Billions of beast tribes occupy this area. This is a paradise for leveling up. It is also a hell. Siglin City does not have walls like Northwind City for defense. However, it forms a pincer with Holy Light City and Kazan City. The 3 cities are permanently garrisoned by the Empire's 3 elite legions. The Dawn Crusaders. The Empire's Western Campaign Army. The Dawn Expeditionary Force. They respond to each other and provide support at any time. But even so, this place is still called the Empire's most dangerous secondary city, liable to fall at any moment. Because what they face is an endless horde of beast tribes from the Western Grasslands. The monsters here are generally higher level and extremely dangerous. Orcs often launch sudden attacks and never stop. Lin Yi just took a walk around the city and collected all the NPC rewards. Just left the city. Gate of the Dead. He raised his hand and waved, and a grayish-white teleportation portal slowly rose. The Frostbone Dragon, and the black flame-bone dragon stomped out the gate. He was about to leap onto the dragon's back. Suddenly, tread, tread, tread. The ground began to shake, and stones jumped chaotically. In the distance on the horizon, large dark shadows were pressing forward at a very fast speed, at least 20 to 30,000 in number. Only when getting closer did Lin Yi see clearly. At the front were 20 to 30,000 tall half-orcs, with exposed fangs, wielding sharp axes. Behind them followed over 1,000 minotaurs, standing more than 10 meters tall, carrying wooden totem poles. Although it was just an ordinary totem with no special effects. But the momentum was terrifying. Fuck! Orcs attacking the city. Lin Yi was not alarmed, but rather pleased. Just stepping outside, so many monsters appeared right at the door. In his eyes, these were not enemy forces. They were experience. An endless army of undead. Orc infantry. Orc infantry. Level 90. HP 200,000. Attack 4588. Defense 2888. Skills. Berserker Strength. Plunder. Sweeping Slash. Heavy Chop. Triple Strike. Brutal and bloodthirsty. It is the most common vanguard of the beast tribe, wildly reaping on the battlefield with a battle axe. Tauren Warrior. Elite. Level 90. 1.5 million HP. 8888 attack. For 1,888 defense. Skills. Crushing Blow. Earth Slam. War Stomp. Savage Sweep. The elite troops from Thunder Bluff had tough skin and thick flesh, capable of enduring and fighting. When they charged, no one could stop them. Orc infantry are the most numerous, with levels ranging from 80 to 200, and their combat power varies. The Tauren are the core combat force, with high health and attack, and can also perform area control attacks. Kill. Lin Yi leapt onto the Frostbone Dragon and gave orders. The orcs must never be allowed near Siglin City. Once the Dawn Crusaders made a move, his experience would be stolen. He immediately activated his skills. Berserk Aura. Evil Aura. Vampire Aura. Death Aura. For auras lit up at their feet. The soul fire of the two skull dragons instantly turned pitch black, a deathly aura surging. The little black dragon, the little vampire, and the dark elf sisters were also infected by the aura, their murderous intent soaring. Above the western grasslands, two giant shadows hundreds of meters long tore through the sky, diving at high speed. The orc just looked up. Dragon Breath is already here. Piercing Dragon Breath. Black Flame Dragon Breath. One white, one black, covering thousands of meters. The cold wind was bone-piercing. Flames roll fiercely. A burst of area damage numbers exploded. A large group of orcs fell instantly. Screams of agony rose one after another. System prompts are flooding the screen. Ding. You have killed an orc infantryman of a higher level. Ding. Pet vampire progenitor Shaltir leveled up. The battlefield is completely out of control. Ding. Your pet, vampire progenitor, Shaltir, has reached level 35. Ding. Shaltir has learned a new skill. White beams of light fell continuously. On the Frostbone Dragon's back, Shaltir's level soared wildly. Suddenly, Dark Dragon's Breath explosion. Pitch-black dragon breath surged out from behind the bone dragon, charging straight at the orc army. Scorching waves of heat sweep across all directions, the air twisted by the blaze. With a roar, it falls as if doomsday has arrived. Minus 15.88 million, critical hit. Minus 15.88 million, critical hit. A single strike cleared a radius of 5,000 yards. Nearly 10,000 orcs instantly evaporated. Even the elite Tauren in the back row were killed instantly, falling silently to the ground. The one who struck was the small-sized black dragon, Onyxia. Without undead bonuses, she is still a demigod-level boss. Although small in size, its attributes overwhelmed the two legendary bone dragons. Shadiel rose to level 48, unwilling to be outdone. She waved her little hand. The tide of blood swept across the grasslands. The crimson tide engulfs the orcs. Minus 38.88 million, critical hit. Minus 38.88 million, critical hit. The large group of orcs was instantly wiped out. Blood turned into a torrent, surging into the blood pool within her body. What a pity. The range of the blood tide was only 1,000 yards. It was far less impressive than the dark dragon breath. Moreover, The dragon breath's cooldown is extremely short, almost once every second. Although Shitoya has many skills, she doesn't possess any large-scale area attacks. She let out 2 whimpers. Then she turned her head and started nibbling on Lin Ye's finger. Turned grief and anger into appetite. A face full of satisfaction. Lin Yi was helplessly amused. It can't go on like this. He might really be drained dry by Shaltir. The key is, this girl is also picky. He had already tried on the way. What she loves most is his blood. Next, she only drinks blood from those with mythic potential, like Little Black Dragon, Quixina, and Quixisi. She even finds the scent of other blood disgusting. And it must be fresh, if it's been left for even a little while. Even if it's the vital blood of the ice god dragon or the king of golden diamonds, she wouldn't bother to glance at it. The little black dragon opens its mouth and breathes out dark dragon breath. In an instant, the orc infantry and Tauren warriors were all reduced to ashes. Lin Yi quickly cleared the area using the automatic pickup ring. Immediately after, summoning. Behind the frostbone dragon, Lin Yi raised his hand, and green light scattered. A green tide of light swept across the sky. The orc corpses quickly rotted, leaving only stark white bones. The minotaur corpses bloated and twisted, becoming grim and grotesque. After a moment, tens of thousands of orc infantry transformed into skeleton warriors. Thousands of elite Tauren were transformed into abominations. The team continues to move forward. Ding. Level skipping kill on orc infantry. Ding. Outleveled kill, Ironback Black Wolf. Ding. Level skipping kill of the Black Goat. Ding. Outleveled kill, Prairie Giant Rhinoceros, Elite. However, there was no longer an orc army of that scale as before. Most were just small squads of a few hundred people or scattered encampments. More are wolves, hyenas, giant rhinos, wildebeests, and lion prides. The beasts on the prairie move in packs. The overall level is generally high. The quantity is also large. Lin Yi and his party's experience bars surged wildly. At the same time, Beifeng City, Central Square. A flash of white light passed by. The player with the ID dominating Flame God Jeet Songhai walked out of the teleportation array with an excited face. He is a member of the elite team of the Baitu Guild. After enduring for 4 or 5 days, he finally left the beginner's village. Besides the guild leader and deputy leader, he was the third. He was at the peak of his fame. He was just about to go mock his arch-rival Batu Ice God. A glance swept over. Superstore number 003, the Bauhinia store, came into view. All the clerks were uniformly elf girls. His eyes lit up instantly. He walked straight in. The shelves were filled with equipment, potions, materials, skill books, and scrolls. A dazzling array. He was stunned on the spot. Go further inside. The central crystal platforms are counting down. Top-tier equipment and skill books are displayed on the automatic auction platform. There are even hidden professions. Common grade, rare grade, all available. Further inside are the entrances to the 2nd and 3rd floors. To go up to the 2nd floor, you need to spend at least 10 million gold coins in the Bauhinia flower shop. He stared at the stairs. Throat went dry. However, a rare hidden profession appeared on the 1st floor. What would the 2nd floor be? An epic hidden profession? Bata Yenshin's eyes turned red with anger, his heart burning with fury. He had forgotten why he even entered the shop. Elf girl? What's that supposed to be? Not important. He immediately sent the news to President Badu. The president did not suppress the news. No need. Being petty won't accomplish anything. Moreover, the store has too many items. It's still early stage, and the prices are outrageously high. Even if they are among the top 10 guilds, they can't absorb it all. The auction platform has a 24-hour countdown. During this period is precisely when the elite teams of major guilds enter the city. The location of the Bauhinia flower shop is too conspicuous. It simply can't be hidden. It will be discovered sooner or later. They have already snatched up what needs to be bought. Might as well make it public and, at the same time, boost some goodwill and popularity. Soon, a post about the Bauhinia flower shop went viral on the forum. The leaders of major guilds received the news and rushed over one after another. In no time, the shop was crowded with guild leaders, vice leaders, and elite members. For them, spending 10 million gold coins was no big deal. 2nd layer unlocked. As expected, level 80 top-tier equipment, rare materials. Also, the epic hidden class auction house. As for the third level, temporarily inaccessible, the news quickly spread abroad. Players from other servers rushed into their respective level 2 cities, searching all the shops. After searching around, it was finally discovered. Except for the Huaxia region, there were no Bauhinia shops at all. All for nothing. So many treasures? The Huaxia region must be ecstatic. Isn't this a direct takeoff? How are we supposed to play? Why does the Huaxia region have this kind of shop, and our Lighthouse region doesn't? Baka. The Sakura region doesn't have it either. This is unfair. Go ahead and envy. Just wait to be crushed by Huaxia. The Bongzi faction strongly demands the authorities to thoroughly investigate the Huaxia faction. It must be investigated, or we quit the game. The World Chat channel completely exploded. Reports and protests rushed towards the official website all at once. Huaxia Imperial Capital. A man in military uniform stood upright, reporting on the situation of the Bauhinia shop to several elderly men with white hair. Listening to the report, the elderly men smiled more and more deeply. The world's top 3 are in our Huaxia. Now there are these special shops again. Great. That's wonderful. God bless China. Laughter echoed in the conference room. Lighthouse Empire. The first guild where the sun never sets. The God Guild. Guild leader Adam's face was dark at this moment. He knelt respectfully before the blue-eyed man, reporting on the situation of the Huaxia Bauhinia shop. This is impossible. There can never be cheating in the game. But why does the Huaxia region have such an outrageous advantage? After hearing the report, the man blurted out. He is the master of the Lighthouse and also one of the game's promoters. He knows very well that this game cannot be cheated on at all. Not even they can intervene. The old man frowned deeply, his expression heavy. The empire on which the sun never sets. The White Bear Country. The Cherry Blossom Country. The Stick Country. Western grasslands of the Jiang Empire. At dusk, the setting sun was blood-red. A blue and a black bone dragon circled in the sky. On the back of the frostbone dragon, Lin Yi stared at the notification panel, with messages of items being sold popping up continuously. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he came out, the nature elves were still listing their products. He had originally planned to go back and do the promotion later. Unexpectedly, the Baitu Guild made his reputation known. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a series of wolf howls came from afar. Howl. The voice was loud and piercing. The next second, a large number of half-orc wolf cavalry charged out of the grassland. They wielded gleaming large knives and rode black fierce wolves, charging wildly forward, numbering in the tens of thousands. The formation is neat, the momentum like a rainbow, like a sharp sword, pointing straight at Lin Yi. At the forefront, the wolf cavalry carried the orc banner. The black wolf head banner flapped wildly in the wind. Orc wolf cavalry elite. Level 100. Health, 2 million. Attack, 11,888. Defense, 6,888. Skills, Trap Net, Endless Plunder, Plunder Charge, Ruthless Hunt. Introduction, the most brutal predator on the grasslands, an elite of the beast tribe, hunting down all enemies in cooperation with the vicious wolves. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. All are elite monsters. Besides tens of thousands of wolf cavalry, there are also 100 golden boss centurions, 10 elite dark gold boss centurions, and the leader at the very front turned out to be a legendary boss. Wolf cavalry leader Gugum, legendary boss. Level 100. Health, 550 million. Attack, 338,888. Defense, 188,888. Skills, Battle Roar, Endless Plunder, Ripping Frenzy, Assault Heavy Slash, Beast Blood Boiling. Introduction, leader of the Plunderer clan, leading the team to sweep across the grasslands. Gugum's stats are not exaggerated, but what is truly terrifying is its extreme speed and terrifying attack speed. The Predator clan banner behind him is a mid-level strategic treasure. Kill. Lin Ye's voice was icy cold. The Frostbone Dragon and Black Flamebone Dragon immediately swooped down, but they hadn't had time to unleash their breath yet. The next second, snaring net, snaring net, snaring net. A vast white net descended from the sky, covering the two bone dragons like a blanket. There was nowhere to hide. Swish, swish, swish. The heavy capture nets tightly entangled the bone dragon's limbs. The wolf cavalry exerted force simultaneously, delivering a tremendous power. The two-headed Dracorex was forcibly dragged downward, rapidly falling. Lin Yi stood on the dragon's back, his expression somewhat peculiar. This scene seemed familiar. Back then in the poisonous swamp, he had also dragged the venomous wyvern down like this. What a pity, he sneered. These orcs are not him. Howl! The little black dragon roared furiously as if its fur was standing on end. How dare they touch her daddy? Asking for death. Breath of darkness. The raging storm rolled with scorching black flames, the dragon's breath sweeping out like a tsunami. A massive area, directly covering nearly half of the wolf cavalry. Like the end of the world pressing down. The orc formation instantly collapsed. Their faces turned pale, and they fled. But it was already too late. Boom! The dark dragon's breath hit the ground. Minus 17.88 million, critical hit. Minus 17.88 million, critical hit. Minus 17.88 million, critical hit. Massive damage numbers keep popping up wildly. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. The earth was scorched black. Corpses covered the battlefield. Screams rose one after another, like a human hell. The alert sounds kept flooding the screen. In an instant, half of the wolf riders were instantly killed. Roar! The raider clan is not allowed to retreat. For the honor of the tribe. The wolf cavalry leader's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his large butcher knife and roared. The roar of battle intent. Ruthless plunder. The originally scattered orcs steadied once again. The battle flag burst forth with a blood-red glow, sweeping across the entire army. Attributes surged dramatically. Morale soared. The evil wolf growled lowly, the orcs' eyes bloodshot. Kill! Kill! They frantically tightened the capture net. The power was fiercer, and the killing intent heavier. Lin Yi exerted force suddenly, forcibly pulling the two bone dragons down from midair. He sneered coldly and took out the gun of destruction. Berserk! Power of the Black Dragon. Shadow Clone. Status fully activated. Deathwing suddenly spread his wings, the shadow bat cloak fluttering in the wind. He dove down from the sky, his spear striking violently toward the ground. Human die. The wolf cavalry leader let out a hoarse roar, the machete's cold light flashing wildly. Assault heavy slash. The blade tore through the air, aiming straight at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was already prepared, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Spatial shift. The space shook, and his figure vanished in an instant. That fatal slash cut through empty air. Swift wind step. Death combo thrust. The next second, he pressed close to the boss, briefly vanished, and then suddenly appeared, damage fully stacked. The black glow of the destruction spear surged wildly, the assault like a violent storm. 9 consecutive stabs, all landing. Puff, puff, puff. Shadows of gunfire fell densely. Dash 2.947 E critical hit. Dash 2.947 E critical hit. Dash 2.947 E critical hit. 9 critical hits, each nearly 300 million damage. The health bar of the Wolf Rider leader was instantly halved. A single skill directly took away 48%. Bloody Spear. Just as the leader was about to counterattack, a blood-colored spear tore through the air. It reacted swiftly, swinging its blade to block, while simultaneously directing the giant wolf to dodge. But the spear twisted strangely in the air. The next moment, it pierced straight through its chest. Dash 2191W. Imprison. Silence. The leader froze in place, eyes full of shock. It clearly dodged. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. A streak of fresh blood floated toward Shaltir beside him, merging into her blood pool. This strike was made by her. The damage was not high, but it brought crucial control. The leader was pinned down. What's even more deadly is that its silence prevents it from even unleashing beast blood boiling. It has completely become a sitting target. Death strike, surge of blood, death entangle, raging wind impact, blood tide. Skills exploded one after another. Especially Lin Yi, with 10 times attack speed fully activated, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. 1 second later, the boss just broke free from control. Thunderstrike. The thunderlight wrapped around the spear, striking down headlong. Boom. The boss died on the spot. extremely frustrated. From beginning to end, it only used one move. Missed again. He was full of resentment, his body slowly falling down. Ding! You have killed the Wolf Rider leader, Gyujum, legendary boss, gaining 12 billion experience. Ding! Level increased to 95. Ding! Pet, true vampire ancestor, Shaltir, has reached level 70. Ding! Mount, Black Dragon God, Onyxia, has reached level 81. Ding! Subordinate heroes, Quixina, Quixis. 50 times experience bonus, entire team skyrocketing. At the same time, the little black dragon, two bone dragons, and the night elf sisters have already cleared out the elite wolf cavalry and various centurions and millennials. Suddenly, a strong aura of darkness exploded from the little black dragon. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. She is about to advance. Roar! The dragons roar tears through the sky. The black storm forms instantly, engulfing her. The fierce wind sweeps across the grassland. The sky quickly darkens, and the surroundings are pitch black, as if dragged into endless darkness. The oppression is suffocating. Creatures within tens of thousands of meters are frantically fleeing. Both skull dragons growl lowly, uneasy. The next second, a black beam of light shoots up to the sky, tearing through the clouds. Her body began to swell rapidly. 10 meters, 50 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,500 meters. 3 minutes later, her physique already overshadowed the Frostbone Dragon and the Black Flamebone Dragon. Yow! Onyxia raised her head and let out a long cry. Her wings spread wide, blocking out the sky and darkening the sun. The dragon's teeth were white and dense, its sharp claws like knives. The black dragon's scales gleamed with a cold light, hard as iron. The dragons might suppress us all, bowing everything beneath. She looked down upon the world, the true god of the black dragon. The next moment, she flew in front of Lin Yi, sticking out her tongue as usual, wanting to lick his face. Don't come any closer. Lin Yi looked at the dragon tongue that was even bigger than himself, with dragon saliva hanging on it, and quickly dodged in fear. Ugh! The giant dragon lowered its head, its face full of grievance. Lin Yi raised his hand and could only feel her huge claw tip. I'm not rejecting you. It's just that you're too big now. He sighed helplessly. The black dragon god's eyes lit up. A flash of light. The massive body quickly shrank, turning back into a 1-meter-tall little black dragon. The little black dragon flapped its chubby wings and flew over to Lin Ye's side, rubbing against him affectionately. Lin Yi was completely stunned. Can it still freely change size? Truly worthy of being the black dragon god. Get bigger. Get smaller. A bit bigger. Yes, just like that. He directed the little black dragon to transform back and forth, playing nonstop. After a while, he finally stopped, satisfied. The experimental results are very clear. The little black dragon can freely change its size between 1 meter and 1,500 meters. This way, combat becomes much easier. When she is too big, Lin Yi, who specializes in close combat, can't even touch the boss. As long as she maintains a size of around 4 to 5 meters, it fits perfectly. Then, he opened the attribute panel. Black Dragon God, Onyxia, Mythic Tier 1. Divine Status, Destruction Divine Status, Level 9. Level, 81. Status, Growing. Health, 13 billion. Attack, 2,088,888. Defense, 968,888. Skills, Black Dragon Domain, Dark Dragon Breath, Dragon Will, Dragon Blood Boiling, Dark Dragon Claws. After advancing to the first stage of mythology, she possesses a level 9 Destruction Divine attribute. Besides being used as a mount, its health is compressed tenfold. Other attributes completely crush bosses of the same rank. It has even fully surpassed Lin Yi. Next, to enter the next stage, she must break into the 4th tier of mythology. The rank will continue to increase with the level. Really not bad. Lin Yi turned off the panel and rubbed her head. The little black dragon squinted its eyes, smiling like a kitten. Daddy. Shataya beside them felt a bit jealous and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lin Yi chuckled quietly, then reached out to pat her head again. You're pretty impressive too. He recalled the recent battle and accessed Shaltir's skill. Bloody Spear. Throw a blood spear. As long as the target has lost health, it will definitely hit, dealing 500% magic damage and causing immobilization and silence for 1.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Lin Yi instantly understood. No wonder the Wolf Rider leader clearly dodged, but the blood spear curved and still hit. So it was a tracking lock. This skill is just too ruthless. He put away his thoughts and began clearing the battlefield. The automatic ring pickup flashed, and all the dropped items flew into the backpack. Ding! Obtained 38.88 million gold coins. Ding! Obtained Material Raiders Fur X10. Ding! Obtained Material Raider Leaders Fong X2. Ding! Obtained Material Heart of the Plunderer X1. Ding! You have obtained Equipment Plunderer's Leg Armor X1. Ding! Obtained Special Treasure Raiders Banner X1. Heart of the Plunderer Special Material. Effect: the heart of the Marauder can be forged into a weapon. Holding this weapon and killing a player allows you to steal 3 levels of experience, 10% of their gold, and doubles the equipment drop rate. Description: the heart of a brutal and greedy plunderer only drops upon the first kill of a plunderer chief. The first special boss material Stun Lin Yi. In the later stages, it takes players several days to level up once. If they get killed by another player, whether they have a red name or not, they will directly drop 3 levels, wasting more than 10 days of training. The most ruthless part is, all this experience will be transferred to him. Gold is even simpler to obtain, equivalent to openly stealing in the game. Which big guild leader doesn't have tens of millions on them? Hundreds of millions are common. This is simply a godsend for pay-to-win players. So ruthless. Lin Yi chuckled softly, but I like it. He was already looking forward to the national war. By then, billions of players would be battling on the same field, allowing him to crazily harvest experience, gold, and equipment. This thing must be hidden well. Once inside the national war battlefield, players cannot leave, and gold coins cannot be transferred away. Then we can only let him have his way. Plunderer's Leg Armor, Demigod Level. Level 100. All attributes, 5088. Attack plus 25%. Constitution plus 25%. Defense plus 35%. Skill, Plunder Pleasure. Enter an excited state after killing an enemy, with attack speed plus 99% and movement speed plus 99% for 5 seconds. Cannot be stacked. Plunderer Set. 3-piece set. Attack plus 30%. Attack speed plus 100%. Movement speed plus 100%. Top-tier demigod equipment, and it's a set. The skills are straightforward and powerful. Put it on first. Whether you can get all 3 pieces depends on luck. Finally, the banner behind the Wolf Cavalry leader also burst out. Raider's Banner, Mid-Level Strategic Treasure. Level 10. Effect 1. Gold Drop plus 20%. Effect 2. Army Marching Speed plus 30%. Skill, Ruthless Plunder. All attacks plus 20%. Attack speed plus 20%. Movement speed plus 50% for 30 seconds. Increases gold drop. This one hits Lin Yi straight on. His skills are good, but in his eyes, they are not as important as gold coins. I love it. His eyes lit up, and his heart felt warm. This raider clan is exactly to his liking. He even wanted to rush over now and overturn the entire clan to see if there were any treasures left. But reason suppressed the impulse. After all, the chieftain of the Marauder clan was the leader of the entire Prairie tribe and also one of the deputies of High Chief Saur. At least possesses the strength of a 5th-tier mythic boss. Muser, the skeleton sword saint under Lin Yi's command, was transformed from a goblin sword saint. The name differs by only one character from Sao though. But the orc chieftain Sao, a single finger could crush him to death. Lin Yi put away the Marauder's flag. Stand up. He spoke softly and raised his hand with a wave. Soul summoning. The dark green tide of undead spread instantly. The fallen orcs were corrupted into pale white skeletons. The dire wolves beneath them also turned into dry bones together. The transformation did not stop. The skeleton violently twisted and reassembled. Cracking sounds. The bones shattered and then reconnected. After a moment, over 10,000 wolf cavalrymen all turned into skeleton knights. The entire body was covered with forest white bone armor. The machete in hand transformed into a cold runic sword. The vicious wolf turned into a towering skeletal warhorse. The warhorse reared its head and neighed. The sound was hollow and piercing, as if coming from hell. The next second, countless ghostly blue soul flames ignited simultaneously in the hollow eye sockets. The darkness was illuminated. The entire western grassland was shrouded in a bleak, deathly aura. Ding. Successfully transformed Orc Wolf Rider into Skeleton Knight. Ding. Successfully transformed Wolf Rider Centurion into Bone Knight. Ding. Successfully transformed Wolf Rider Thousand-Man Commander into Dark Knight. The western plains of the Empire. The moonlight was dim. 10,000 skeletal knights arrayed in neat ranks. The rune greatsword hung to the ground. The skeletal warhorse stood quietly by. Order was strict and solemn. A murderous aura pressed in. Just one glance was enough to chill the blood. Hundreds of bosses were all transformed into Death Knights. Standing at the forefront of the Legion, 100 centurions were promoted to Skeleton Knights of the Golden Rank. They were larger in size, clad in heavy black iron armor. The warhorse is equally well equipped. 10 centurions became Dark Knights of the Dark Gold Order. Thick black armor covers the entire body. Defense far surpasses that of the Skeleton Knight. Only a pair of crimson eyes are visible. The pressure was overwhelming. Finally, legendary boss, leader of the Wolf Cavalry. It has not completely decayed. Still retains the appearance from when alive. Skin is pale. Both eyes shine with an evil light. Wears even stronger heavy armor. The aura of undead energy surged. It knelt down on one knee. Death Knight Gugum, reporting to my lord. Gugum, along with the undead knights, knelt on one knee in unison, their voices hoarse and deep. As soon as the words fell, swish, 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 the armor clanged in unison, cold light spreading in patches. All the Death Knights knelt heavily before Lin Yi, their presence as imposing as a mountain. Dark Knight, salute to my lord. Bone Knight, salute to my lord. Skeleton Knight, salute to my lord. Fervor burned in their eyes, the waves of sound rising one after another, shaking the heavens and earth. Death Knight Gugum, legendary boss. Owner Death. Level 100/300. Health 12.5 billion. Attack 808,888. Defense 508,888. Skills: Death Charge, Aura of the Dead, Icy Wind Heavy Slash, Cursed Sword, Death Blade. Talent: Undead Body. Lin Yi was very satisfied. Death Knights have thick skin and a lot of health. Aside from not being able to summon minions, they are almost all capable. Proficient in melee, ranged, death magic, and frost magic. There is also a weakened version of the Death Aura, the Aura of the Dead. One-on-one, it might not be as fierce as the Bone Dragon, but once leading the charge with the team. At the command, the Death Knights simultaneously launched their Death Charge. That was a complete crushing. The iron tide rolled forward, unstoppable by anything. The more the people, the more severe the accumulated damage. Like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the heart. It's past 7, time to go back. Lin Yi glanced at the time, smiling coldly. That night, he also arranged to meet with the leaders of the top 10 guilds. The Death Knight and the 2 Bone Dragons continued farming monsters on the plains. He specifically instructed that they could only operate on the outskirts. Going further inside, it was very likely to alert the Orc Mythic level boss. That's not something to joke about. After the arrangements were made, Lin Yi rode the little black dragon, flew back to Siglin City, and teleported away. Extreme Young Empire, Northwind City. In front of residence number 007. The presidents of the 10 major guilds stood at the entrance, staring at the luxurious mansion before them. Their expressions all changed. Is this really the place? Chensi, are you sure there's no mistake? Hehe, the president of the Hichu Guild, Luo Hichu, frowned. Only been in the game for a few days, and already living in a place like this? The scale, the location. Even his villa in the capital couldn't compare. Will the system give the house next to the city lord's mansion to the player? It should be, that's right. Chensi also felt a bit uneasy. She flipped through the chat records with Lin Yi again. It's right here, wait a moment. As soon as the words fell, a slender figure slowly took shape before everyone. The invisibility was lifted. An assassin? The president's expressions changed instantly. Could it be that death called them all over to wipe them out at once? What exactly is the aim here? Is it necessary to make a move in Northwind City? Suddenly, the crowd stirred. All the chairpersons, including Chintzy, turned to look at that figure in unison. So beautiful. This thought simultaneously popped into everyone's mind. Wait a minute. Epic level NPC? Or a night elf? Everyone was stunned on the spot. The person who came was the younger sister of the night elf twins, Phantom Assassin, Phrixus. After they leveled up by killing monsters, they had been promoted from dark gold bosses to epic bosses. Are you the people the master has been waiting for? Chui Shixi's gaze was cold and indifferent, her voice calm. The master asked me to pick you up. Follow me. After speaking, she turned and left. Her slender waist swayed gently, her steps elegant. Master? Did I hear that right? An epic-level NPC calls him master? How did he reach 1,000 intimacy so quickly? Are we really entering the game at the same time? I suspect he logged into the server early. A group of guild leaders smiled bitterly. They were the helmsmen of the top 10 guilds, with peak combat power far surpassing that of ordinary players. But compared to Lin Yi, the gap was ridiculously large. Even Chintzy couldn't help but gasp. With Tsueishi's guidance, they entered the reception room. Lin Yi leaned back in the main seat, looking relaxed. Quixina was standing behind him, giving him a massage. Another pair of identical epic twins. Everyone looked as if struck by lightning, their eyes full of envy. Huh? Everyone's here. Lin Yi looked at the 9 people and smiled slightly. Star Guild, Dawn. Hichu Guild, Luo Hichu. Bata Guild, dominating the world. Jialan Temple, Blue River. Eternal Kingdom, Mist and Rain Tower. The 9 major guilds, all with their presidents personally attending. Lin Yi squinted. It seems they know some inside information. Otherwise, how could these usually lofty big shots all come just because of one sentence from him? On the other side, everyone saw the ID clearly and completely confirmed the identity. One by one, they felt bitter in their hearts. Not coming. Who would dare not come? Online games are a contest of money and resources. Who doesn't have some background to back them up to be able to sit in the position of president of the top 10 guilds? They can afford to ignore ordinary games. But this is Origin, which is connected to reality. No one is a fool. Except for the guild master of the Marauder Guild, who got completely screwed over. Besides, Dawn has already revealed Lin Ye's level to them. Plus, he is a necromancer. At a time like this, who would dare not to come? Who would dare to offend him? It would be fine if Lin Yi didn't hold grudges. But what if he is petty? Once their guild is established, and he summons undead to the base every day, who can withstand that level? Not to mention now, 2 level 78 epic NPCs called him master right off the bat. Epic level NPC, who can stand against them? Even if they only send the Phantom Assassin Triss to assassinate the various guild leaders, they wouldn't stand a chance. Death Boss, everyone's here. What do you need from us? Chintzy hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. The top 10 guilds usually engage in open and covert struggles. But today, it was she who brought the people. Everyone forced a smile, but deep down, they were nervous. With Lin Ye's current strength, he could dominate the entire server alone. Logically speaking, there was no need to use them at all. Everyone, have a seat. Don't be so nervous. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. His attitude was gentle, and everyone finally relaxed and sat down. The next second, Lin Yi took out 5 tokens and casually placed them on the table. They were the guild establishment orders taken from the Goblin Treasury. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they immediately cast the detection spell. Guild Building Order. 3 words popped up. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their eyes instantly burning with intensity. The current guild is just a name, without any real effect, because no one has actually established a guild. The guild establishment token only has a chance to drop from killing level 40 or above Golden Boss. Besides Lin Yi, who else can kill it? But now, he took out 5 at once. Who wouldn't be tempted? Creating a guild provides attribute bonuses, a guild shop, and a base. What's more crucial is, the first 3 to create a guild get a server-wide announcement, double rewards, and instant fame worldwide. Big Boss of Death, what do you mean by this? Lan He couldn't help but ask. Auction. Lin Yi smiled like a ruthless businessman. Split into 2 sessions. 1 session now, and 1 session at the World Auction House. As soon as the words were spoken, several chairpersons exchanged glances, all understanding immediately. He intends to sell all 5 tokens at the top 3 prices. The top 3 have a world announcement and system rewards. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The first place is bound to have a sky-high price. But once the top 3 are decided, the announcement is gone and the hype disappears. The price of the gang-building orders immediately plummeted. So he decided to sell 3 pieces to them first while the rewards were still available, forcing them to fighting until their heads are broken and bleeding. Then throw 2 gang-building orders into the world auction house. Uninformed players still thought it was those 2 from before. They will compete based on the prices of the first and second pieces, waiting for the auction to end at that moment. The winners will build guilds in order. Buyers in the world auction house are probably going crazy. The price directly plummeted by hundreds of times. One moment you're in heaven, the next moment you fall into hell. At this moment, the leaders of the major guilds are cursing Lin Yi as a profiteer in their hearts. But they actually feel pretty pleased inside. The major guilds around the world are natural enemies. If they can screw over a foreign guild and make them suffer, who wouldn't be happy? You are all smart people, what do you think? Lin Yi's mouth curled slightly. You could tell just by their expressions. Everyone understood his meaning. No problem. The heads of the various guilds nodded one after another. Death Boss, can you add one more guild? Morning Light suddenly spoke. Okay, as long as it's kept secret. Lin Yi agreed promptly. Absolutely not. It's called the Daxia Guild. Chenxi's expression was serious. There was clearly one more competitor. Yet no one objected. The entire venue was silent. Lin Yi smirked. He had heard of the Daxia Guild. It had never appeared before. Suddenly emerging, like a dark horse. Wealthy, skilled, and with a lot of people. Watch their reactions. Most likely it's an official guild from Huaxia. By the way, aren't you going to create your own guild to get the rewards? Chenxi couldn't help but ask. She was the closest to Lin Yi, and only she dared to say this. No need. Lin Yi smiled. He simply looked down on the rewards from the top 3 guilds. Sell the gang-building order to exchange for gold coins. Invest more money. The returns will be at least tenfold. As for the reputation of the world announcement, he doesn't care. He doesn't recruit based on fame anyway. Ultimately, money is the most important. Being able to spend is enough. Then, Lin Yi put 2 building guild tokens up on the world auction house. Starting bid is 500 million. The first section ends exactly 8 p.m. tomorrow night. End time of the second block, 8 hours and 15 seconds. Also 12 hours. Deliberately staggered by 15 seconds. To easily distinguish between the first and second. 15 seconds. Enough time to start a guild. It can also stabilize the price of the second block. 10 minutes later, a formidable middle-aged warrior walked in. ID, Jian Changkong. His steps were steady as he followed Cuishi Si into the mansion. He headed straight for the reception room. Lin Yi squinted, just by the way he walked and the aura around him. He had already made his judgment. Everyone is here, so I won't waste any words. Let's begin. The starting bid for the first founding order is 500 million. Lin Yi glanced at everyone, his tone calm. The scene was silent at first. The next second, 700 million. The president of the Eternal Kingdom was the first to speak. It was like igniting a powder keg. 800 million, 900 million, 1 billion. The heads of various associations quickly followed suit. The price soared all the way. The world channel was completely blown up. What the hell? Those 2 pieces at the world auction house are guild establishment orders. Dream on. How could there possibly be establishment orders now? What a gang-building order. Who leaked it? Could it be the officials trying to cash in? The entire server was in an uproar. How long has the server been open? Someone actually put the founding order up for auction at a world auction house. And there are 2 of them. Many foreign players have already assumed that this is the world's second-best guild-building order. For a moment, guilds worldwide have gone crazy. They are flocking into the auction house. Prices continue to soar. Northwind City, residence number 007. 1.5 billion. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. The chairman gritted their teeth and raised the price. The increase was absurdly fast. Even Lin Yi was surprised. He still underestimated the confidence of these financial groups. Or rather, he underestimated the impact this game has on reality. Lin Yi squinted as he looked at everyone. His gaze finally settled on Chenxi. The silver-white armor clung to the curves, exuding a fierce aura. He cleared his throat lightly and quickly averted his gaze. Looking back at the World Auction House, the two tokens also rose from 500 million to 1.5 billion. Because there are still 12 hours left, the increase has temporarily slowed, with each price hike being 10 million. The auction continues. 3.8 billion. Shunxi places a bid. The presidents of Jialan and Sun Moon have already started to hesitate. 4 billion. Batted Tianxia followed suit. The always silent Jian Chongkong suddenly looked up. 4.5 billion. Add 500 million each time. The entire venue fell silent. He seemed as if he wanted to swallow the first guild-building order whole. Reserve Group 2. 893 took the first guild-building order, pocketing 964,460. As soon as this price was announced, the entire arena fell silent instantly. The presidents of the major guilds were all silent. This was already an astronomical price that ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime, suffocating them. Even they felt the sting. 4.6 billion. The ruler of the world twitched the corner of his eye and gritted his teeth to raise it. 4.8 billion. Jian Chongkong said firmly, raising the bid by 200 million again. Clearly, he would not give up without winning. Finally, Batu Tianxia let out a breath and chose to give up. This price is already more than 10 times the normal market value. Raising it further will only result in a big loss. Deal. The hammer fell. Lin Yi had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He originally only wanted to sell for 2.5 billion. Unexpectedly, it doubled immediately. His gaze fell on Jian Chongkong. After 4 billion, no one else dared to compete. The remaining 800 million were all forced through by Baitu Tianxia and Jian Chongkong. Truly worthy of being the official guild. One word. Luxurious. Lin Yi is even more looking forward to the guild building permit from the World Auction House. That's a competition among official guilds from dozens of countries. The price will only get crazier. They just charge a 5% service fee. The handling fee alone would be hundreds of millions. Just thinking about it is painful. The next two pieces are not as absurd. The second piece, 2.5 billion, was taken by Baitu Tianxia. The third lot, 1.5 billion, sold to Chenxi. But Lin Yu was already very satisfied. Remember, what happened today must not be disclosed by anyone before the end of the world auction, otherwise. The estate auction concluded. Lin Yi lightly tapped the armrest of the main seat, a cold and grim expression at the corner of his mouth. The sentence was left unfinished. The threat was very clear. Everyone present understood. The next second, Suishi Si and Quixino appeared. Graceful posture, icy eyes. Although they most likely won't leak it. But the punishment must still be carried out. Don't worry, Death Boss. Chenxi smiled and spoke. I, Batu Tianxia, always keep my word. Others also expressed their opinions one after another. They would never do anything to cut off someone's source of income. Moreover, they are all members of the Huaxia Guild. If anyone is to be tricked, it should be foreigners. There's no reason for people from the same side to betray each other. Yeah. Jian Chongkong nodded. Wait until everyone has left. Lin Yi checked the income of the Bauhinia flower shop today. Materials, equipment, skill books, all sold. Even a bunch of common and rare hidden professions were bundled together. Total price, 3.3 billion. Even more expensive than the second gang building order. At this moment, Lin Yi's virtual account balance, 12.1 billion. Billion target achieved. The next second, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. Finally, I can spend money again. And just go all out. He didn't hesitate at all. He directly opened the Supreme VIP recharge system. Recharge. Just click and it's done. Having money is just being willful. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully recharging 10 billion gold coins. Ding. Total recharge reached 1 billion. Promoted to VIP 6. Receiving privileges and gift packs. Ding. Total top-up reaches 10 billion. Promoted to VIP 7. Received privileges and gift packs. VIP 6 privileges. Experience plus 1000%. All attributes plus 100%. VIP 6 gift pack. Skill enhancement scroll times 1. VP 7 privileges. Experience plus 1000%. All attributes plus 100%. VIP 7 gift pack. Exclusive title, Ruthless Tycoon. A row of notifications flooding the screen. Tenfold experience, all attributes doubled, an old familiar friend. But what is this skill enhancement scroll? First time met in the forest at night. And it's VIP exclusive. In other words, it can't be obtained in the game at all. Skill enhancement scroll. Introduction. After use, you can specify a skill to enhance. The description is ridiculously simple. It doesn't even display the quality. A system product, definitely not ordinary. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Directly lock on. Summoning spell. Ding. Skill enhancement successful. Summoning spell has advanced to Divine Summoning Spell. God level. Lin Yi immediately checked the skill. God level summoning technique. Used on a corpse, it can be transformed into an undead. The number of ordinary and elite undead is doubled. Boss level undead gain stronger power and awaken the undead talent. Lin Yi was completely stunned. One corpse turns into two undead. The boss can still be strengthened. It even has the undying talent. This is no longer an improvement. It's a qualitative change. He had a sudden thought. The gate of the undead. A dark door slowly opened inside the mansion. Because he did not summon large units in the mansion. The next second, a figure floated out from the door. Succubus Commander, Siviana. Master. Her voice was soft, carrying an enchanting allure. Lin Yi felt a shiver in his heart. Siviana emanated a strong aura of death. A golden crown floated above the head. The aura was colder and more dazzling. Stunningly beautiful. Also extremely dangerous. Lin Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil. Check the information. Undead Banshee Commander, Siviana, Dark Gold Boss. Owner, Death. Level, 60/200. Health, 400 million. Attack, 71,888. Defense, 42,888. Skills, Dark Magic Shield, Mind Control, Psychic Storm, Reality Distortion. Talent, Undead Body, Immortality. Immortality. As long as the skeleton is not completely destroyed, the undead will never truly die. Every time they fall, they can be brought back with a divine level summoning spell. Holy shit. Lin Yi was completely shocked. Siviana really advanced directly from a gold boss to a dark gold boss, and gained the trait Immortality. As long as the bones aren't crushed to powder, he can bring her back to life again. This ability is simply outrageous. What about the more powerful undead? Will they also advance accordingly? Lin Yi no longer hesitated and raised his hand once again. The next second, two gates of the undead burst open with a roar. Two figures slowly stepped out. Skeleton Sword Saint, Muser, Legendary Boss. Death Knight, Gugum, Demigod Boss. As expected, even boss-level undead have collectively advanced. Legendary level is no exception. This skill choice is absolutely perfect. God-level summoning technique, it's simply a cheat. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Next, he checked the VIP 7 privilege package. A title shimmering with 7 colored light appeared. Ruthlessly Wealthy, exclusive title. Attributes. All attributes plus 100%, exclusive 20% off in the shop. Skill. Qian Kuan 1 Throw. Description. Billionaire spender, mercilessly wealthy. Exclusive title can be stacked with other titles. Qian Kuan All In. Toss out a gold coin and consume a large amount of gold coins, dealing damage equal to the number of coins times 100 by 0.7 to the target. The damage ignores defense and damage reduction, always hits, and is not affected by bonuses. Lin Yi's eyelids kept twitching. Strength is truly strength. But this skill really burns money fiercely, smashing 10 billion gold coins only to achieve 1 trillion damage. He simply couldn't bear to part with it. Lin Yi decided on the spot. Never use this move unless it's a matter of life and death. 2 limited-time gift packs refreshed again. Subordinate Hero Advancement Gift Pack. Price, 388.88 million. Limited time, 11 hours 48 minutes. Contents, Advanced Scroll X3, Limit 1 Purchase. God Level City Building Gift Pack. Price, 5 billion. Limited time, 11 hours 07 minutes. Contents, City Material Upgrade Scroll X1, Random Mythic Strategic Treasure X1, Construction Acceleration Scroll X3, Purchase limited to once. Good grief, 5 billion gold coins. Are they trying to empty me out? Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. At first, he thought 10 billion was a lot. Looking at it now, it's completely not enough to spend. If it weren't for the time display, this gift pack would have been refreshed for more than 10 hours. He even suspected that the system was out to get him. Does he really think the system wants to squeeze him dry just because he has a little gold coins? But these resources are indeed ridiculously good. Just the mythic level strategic treasures alone, the cheapest ones are worth 5 billion gold coins. This isn't spending. This is earning while lying down. The undead city was originally built with glacial ancient rock, and with the 100-fold boost from the divine level city building decree, it's insanely tough. If you use the city material upgrade scroll again, you can upgrade the entire city by one more level. How tough does it have to be for that to happen? When the myth level boss shows up, I guess we can only take a few slaps and slink away in disgrace. Buy them all. Anyway, it's impossible to lose. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and directly clicked to purchase. Ding! Congratulations to the player for purchasing Subordinate Hero Advancement Pack X1, City Building Gift Pack X1. Successfully opened. Obtained Subordinate Hero Advancement Card X3, City Material Upgrade Scroll X1, Strategic Treasure, World Tree X1, Construction Acceleration Scroll X3. World Tree? That precious artifact of the elf race that vanished eons ago? Lin Yi took a breath, and the next second his eyes lit up. Made a big profit. This one is truly a blood profit. World Tree, 9th rank mythic level strategic treasure, exclusive to Mall VIP 9 purchase limit. Price, 888.8 billion gold coins. He immediately checked the attributes. Strategic treasure, World Tree. Rank, 9th rank mythical, upgradable. Effect 1. Purifies all negative status effects in the city, grants immortality to spirits, and continuously increases the lifespan of other units. Effect 2. Spirit growth plus 500%, ordinary NPC growth plus 200%, player experience plus 500%. Effect 3. Produces the fruit of life. Consuming it instantly restores all HP and MP. Increases all attributes by 100%, lasting for 10 minutes. Effect 4. City defense plus 1000%. Durability plus 1000%. Introduction. Contains endless life force. Can be upgraded to the Archgod level. Origin. World Tree. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Just the words immortality alone are enough to drive people crazy. Lin Yi's heart pounded fiercely. If it is manifested into reality using the crystal, what then? But he quickly calmed down. It cannot be manifested now. The World Tree is so massive that it shades the sky and blocks the sun, capable of housing the entire elven tribe. Its scale is inevitably exaggerated. If it really comes to reality, how do you explain it? Better to plant it in the city of the dead first. Anyway, from now on, you can manifest it anytime you want. He continued to examine the item. City Material Upgrade Scroll. Quality, Mythical. Effect. All buildings in the city have their material level upgraded by 1 tier. This is equivalent to doubling the overall defense again. Construction Speed Up Scroll. Effect. Construction speed plus 1000%. Lasts 10 days. Stackable. Lin Yi's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. This is not a gift pack. This directly pushes the necropolis towards invincibility. The city of the undead must speed up. 3 construction speed up scrolls stacked directly, 30 times acceleration. What does it matter if the project is huge? This is the gaming world, not reality. At most 5 days, the entire city can be completed. The final item. Subordinate Hero Advancement Scroll. Quality, Mythical. Effect. Increases the rank and potential cap of subordinate heroes. Lin Yi's subordinate heroes are not undead. The undead are merely minions. Quixina, Quixisi, and 15 nature elves are his subordinate heroes. This scroll was most likely generated during that refresh. He decided to give it to the 2 sisters. He had no intention of using the remaining one. The potential of those natural elves is at most dark gold or epic, so using a mythic scroll would be too wasteful. Come here, tear these 2 scrolls apart. Lin Yi closed the Supreme VIP interface and had the 2 sisters who were massaging him stand in front of him. Yes, master. The 2 of them tore the scrolls to pieces without hesitation. The next second, 2 beams of bright moonlight descended from the sky, enveloping them. The power of the moon surged wildly into the body. Absorb. Absorb again. The breath escalated step by step, and the aura noticeably strengthened. After a moment, the moonlight faded away. The two sisters opened their eyes simultaneously, their eyes reflecting the bright moon. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Moon Goddess." Their voices were clear, yet carried an uncontrollable excitement. "Come here, let me take a look." Lin Yi smiled faintly, pulled Chui Zina into his arms, and directly checked the attributes. Chui Zina, demigod level NPC / mythical 5th tier. Level 80. Profession, Dark Ranger. Skills, Concealment, Night Vision, Frost Arrow, Dark Arrow, Silence Arrow. Talent, Shadow Escape. Lin Yi was stunned. Leaping from Epic directly to Demigod? Potential to rush to Mythic Tier 5? This scroll is way too ruthless. He confirmed it several times. No mistake. Truly God tier. He was about to check Quixis's data, but found that she was blushing heavily. Lin Yi was stunned. It's understandable that Chui Zina is blushing, but why are you blushing? Then, he opened the panel of Chui Shisi. The same. Also at the demigod level. Her strength has already reached the demigod level, possessing the potential of a mythical tier 5. Even more astonishing is, these two sisters actually have a psychic connection. In other words, their combat power is definitely not just 1 + 1 = 2. When they cooperate seamlessly, they can easily crush two demigod-level bosses. Of course, if one gets injured, the other will also be affected, but it also depends on who is using it. For Lin Yi, this is purely amplification. Looking at the 4.7 billion gold coins left in the backpack, Lin Yi bought another myth-level hidden profession. Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll. Grade, Mythical. Effect, used to change job to the hidden profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Description, the most taboo branch of mages, mastering forbidden spells from various schools. He plans to leave this profession to his younger sister Lin Xiaoyu. It perfectly matches her talent, the Arcane Heart, a forbidden spell with 10 times the range and double the damage. Once cast, it is a walking magical nuclear bomb. As long as it grows, she will definitely be a destructive force on the battlefield. As for lacking self-protection abilities, the one thing Lin Yi never lacked was an army of the undead. Protecting her and outputting damage was enough. That night, Lin Yi set off towards the Endless Glacier, the construction site of the City of the Undead. He planned to first use the construction acceleration scroll to max out the progress. He would also take the opportunity to find the beautiful city Lord Taya to unlock the legend permission. He needed to connect the teleportation arrays between the Undead City and Northwind City. Set off. The little black dragon instantly transformed into a 100-meter giant dragon. Carrying Lin Yi, Shatia, and the Night Elf twins, they soared into the sky. Black wings thundered through the air, fierce winds exploding. She originally possessed mythic-level strength, and her movement speed increased 8-fold while riding. Like a black lightning bolt, it vanished in an instant, incredibly fast to the point of being absurd. Even stronger than Bailan Ye's full-speed burst. The scenery wildly rushed backward. "Master, something's happening over there." Sue Shina suddenly spoke, pointing east. "Onyxia, go." Lin Yi immediately gave the order. As a night elf ranger, Chui Zina had extremely strong eyesight and could see far distances even in the darkness. Rapidly approaching, Lin Yi's pupils contracted. In the mountains ahead, a terrifying blizzard was raging. Ice crystals spread, instantly sealing the mountain. 1,000 miles of ice sealed. Even from afar, one can feel the bone-chilling cold. Just approached. A prompt sound rang out. Ding. You are affected by Blizzard Domain. Losing 888 HP per second. Movement speed -20%. Attack speed -20%. Ding. Hidden event triggered. Guard the Northern Sacred Deer. The only one. Mission level, SSS. Mission objective. The Northern Sacred Deer is born in the harsh winter. Protect this ice spirit born from the wind and snow. Mission progress, 0 out of 1. Mission time limit, 3 hours. Task reward, the blessing of the ice and snow goddess. Mission penalty, none. Hidden event, SSS-level mission. Protect the divine deer of the Northern Realm. Lin Yi squinted and looked into the depths of the blizzard. That small yet dazzling figure is curled up in the center of the ice field. He rode the little black dragon, braving the biting cold wind as he charged into the Nova Snow Mountain. Fell in front of that ice crystal fawn that had not yet fully formed. Northern Realm Divine Deer, Ascended God-level boss. Level 1. Race, Ice Elf. Description: the ice and snow heart left behind after the ice and snow goddess fell. After 100,000 years, absorbing the purest frost of the eternal frozen plains, finally transformed into the divine deer. Formed from the heart of ice and snow. So is she the goddess's daughter, or the goddess reborn? Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, his gaze deep and profound. Before he could even figure it out, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled violently. Countless enormous beasts from the ice plains braved the howling wind, rushing wildly toward Nova Snow Mountain. The beast tide pressed at the borders, and they were all elites or above. Dark gold level, epic level, and even colossal beasts hundreds of meters tall. The giant beasts roared as they charged up the mountain. Their eyes were greedy and fiery. The frost power emitted by the northern divine deer is pure to the extreme. In their eyes, it is the ultimate tonic. As long as it is swallowed, the bloodline can transform. Even those at the demigod level can experience a surge in strength. Lin Ye's expression was calm as he raised his hand and waved. "Come forth, my death knight." The gate of the undead opened. The icy crystal ground shattered. Several pitch-black gates slowly rose. Death energy surges turbulently. Thousands upon thousands of death knights rode out on skeletal warhorses. At least tens of thousands. After advancing the god-level summoning technique, 104 golden sequence skeleton knights were promoted to dark gold-level dark knights. 10 dark knights broke through to become epic-level terror knights. The undead knights have no kingly leader. They are directly loyal to the undead overlord. The Death Knight is the pinnacle of this lineage. Therefore, after the legendary undead knight Gugum ascended to demigod, his title remained unchanged. But the death aura on him became even denser, and the sense of oppression stronger. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a slight smile. Gugum, all kill. No living being is allowed near the snowy mountain. The order was given. The spirit fire in Gugum's eyes surged violently. As you wish. Chalan saluted like a knight at night, turned around and shouted loudly. By the order of the master, undead knight, charge. Gyujum raised his rune sword that gleamed coldly, abruptly pointing at the charging ice plane beast. Kill. Over 10,000 undead knights clad in bone armor and black plate simultaneously launched their charge. The death charge surged forward. Amid the howling cold wind, the skeletal steeds' hooves ignited with eerie blue flames, their speed wildly increasing. The entire Knight Order transformed into a black torrent, diving down from the snowy mountain like a sharp sword. Wherever they passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. One by one, the giant beasts of the ice plains were slain on the spot. Elite, silver, gold, and dark gold bosses fell one after another. Notification sounds rang wildly in Lin Ye's ears. Even those of dark gold or even epic quality only lasted a little longer before collapsing with a crash, shattered under the iron hooves. The massive beasts appeared fragile in front of the Death Knight. Completely crushed, the number of beasts rapidly dwindled. But they did not retreat. The pure ice and snow power emitted by the northern sacred deer drove them completely mad. Wave after wave of giant beasts charged towards the snowy mountain, even aerial monsters joining the battlefield. However, as soon as they approached, they were accurately shot down by the Dark Ranger Tricina. The arrow never misses. Lin Yi reached out to touch the northern divine deer that had not yet fully formed. The cold sensation seeped into his palm. "You little thing, your attraction is quite strong." He smiled and whispered. This was not a trouble to him, but an experience delivered right to his door. The more, the better. But to be safe, he raised his hand again. 2 even larger gates of the undead thunderously opened. The next moment, 2 sky-darkening shadows took flight. The Frostbone Dragon and the Black Flamebone Dragon descended. After advancing to demigod boss status, their size surged from 500 meters to 1,000 meters, their pressure enveloping the entire snowy mountain. Compared to the little black dragon, who is also a demigod, its size is still quite a bit smaller. The 2 skeletal dragons circled in the sky. At the foot of the snowy mountain, the undead knights charged wildly. Lin Yi, the little black dragon, Shitoya, and the Dark Knight Elf sisters stood side by side. This lineup is not an exaggeration to call it luxurious. It's just that. The blonde little lowly Shakia has several times set her sights on the northern sacred deer, trying to sneak a bite and attempt to draw some blood from that ice crystal-like body. Fortunately, Linya's quick eyes and hands stopped her every time. An hour goes by, yet the ice-field beasts continued to charge relentlessly. Rumble, rumble. The earth kept trembling. Thousands upon thousands of giant beasts from the distant ice plains were gathering, pressing towards Wano Snow Mountain. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a slight smile, but he did not open the gate of the undead again, because all around the snow mountain, the corpses of the giant beasts had already piled up. The more monsters there are, the more undead there are as well. The next second, the automatic pickup ring on his hand activated. Loot flooded into his backpack like a tide. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yi raised his hand and murmured softly, "The dead revive." The god-level summoning technique was activated. A strong necrotic green light burst from his palm, sweeping over the corpses on the ground. Green light surged, like a tide from the underworld. Tens of thousands of giant beast corpses rapidly decayed, leaving only countless white bones. Immediately after, crack, the sound of bones rubbing against each other rose and fell continuously. Each skeleton, empowered by the undead force, grew larger and more menacing. The bones of those elite-level giant beasts were even more twisted and split. A corpse was forcibly split into two undead heads. In the blink of an eye, the entire snowy mountain was completely surrounded by the undead army. The slaughter erupted once again. The number of undead kept increasing in the war, from the initial 10,000 death knights to now, under the snowy mountain, more than 100,000 elite undead have gathered. This is the true undead scourge. Lin Yi grinned and continued watching his legion harvest the battlefield. Monsters kept charging. His smile never faded. The mission countdown ticks. Only 30 minutes left. Suddenly, heaven and earth tremble. Lin Yi looks up. In the distance, a legendary boss standing 400 to 500 meters tall, the Frost Giant King, was walking towards Nova Snow Mountain. With each step it took, the ground collapsed into a huge pit. Even more terrifying was the fact that a humanoid figure was standing on its shoulder. That person held an icy magic sword, with cold air swirling around it, emanating a chilling aura. The momentum on his body suddenly exploded. The ice-field beasts that had been roaring wildly all at once showed a hint of fear in their eyes and retreated one after another. But behind them was a vast army of monsters covering the sky and earth. 30,000 frost giants. 100,000 frost demons. So many monsters? Lin Yi was not only unafraid, but his eyes also lit up, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. The demigod-level boss has finally arrived, and brought a bunch of minions to their death. Frost Giant King Mode, Legendary Boss. Level, 95. HP, 5 million. Attack, 378,888. Defense, 208,888. Skills: Ice Fury Stabbing Fist, Heavy Punch Combo, Icy Body, Avalanche, Taunt. Introduction: King of the Frost Giants, simple-minded, but tough and resilient, with astonishing destructive power. Frost Demon King, Islet, Demigod Boss. Level 100. HP, 18.8 billion. Attack, 980,888. Defense, 418,888. Skills: Frost Heavy Slash, Frost Power, Gale Consecutive Slash, Ice Age, Winter's Wrath. Description: The Frost Demon King sleeping underground, cruel and sinister, awakened by the pure power of ice and snow. Only then did Lin Yi understand. No wonder he had never seen the frost demons since arriving at the ever-frozen ice field. It turned out they had been sleeping underground all along. This time, they were drawn out by the power of the Northern Divine Deer. He glanced at the nearly formed Northern Realm Divine Deer, his eyes shining. This little guy is simply a lucky star. Not only did it attract all the glacial beasts, even the sleeping demigod boss was lured out. Islet grinned weirdly. Truly pure power of ice and snow. There are still so many undead. Just the thing to warm up my legion. After continuous battles, Lin Yi did not summon the undead anymore. Now the undead army only has about 100,000 left. But on the opposite side, there were more in number and higher in level. Ilot was naturally arrogant. The strongest in the undead faction is none other than the Death Knight Gug, who is also a demigod. But on this side, there was also the legendary Ice Frost Giant King. In contrast, the highest level in the undead faction was only epic. Let alone, on the ice field, he was confident he was invincible among his peers. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Roar! 3 dragon roars tear through the sky. The next second, above the Vano Snow Mountain, 3 terrifying giant dragons soared into the sky. 2 apex demigod bone dragons. One of them was a mythical-level black dragon. Under the dragon's might, the entire scene fell into silence. He sensed 3 demigod-level auras approaching. The Frost Demon King immediately bristled with rage. Where did so many demigod bosses come from? And they're not even frost types. What's the fuss about? The next second, his face suddenly changed. The direction the 3-headed dragon flew from was directly towards him. He is the target. Don't come any closer. Before the words had finished, a faint green light slammed down, instantly transforming into a tide of undead frenzy. All the monsters on the ice field were turned into even stronger undead. Even the already dead undead rose up again. The situation instantly reverses. 200,000 to 300,000 skeletons surged forward like a black tide. Run. Must run. Islet acted decisively and jumped down from the Frost Giant King's shoulder. But before he even landed, on the Frostbone Dragon's back, a blood-red spear pierced through the air. He dodged desperately, but the spear seemed to have eyes, locking onto him tightly. Uffed. The 2 to 3 meter long blood spear pierced him on the spot, pinning him to the ground. 1588W. Imprisoned. Silence. Injury is not fatal to a demigod. What is truly terrifying is that he cannot move. Immediately after, the sky suddenly darkened. The black dragon god Onyxia dove down. On her back, Lin Yi activates full mode and uses the mount skill with the black dragon. Dragon god dive. The imprisoned and silent demon king could only watch helplessly. Boom. The dragon claw fell to the ground like a meteor, striking fiercely. 12.42 critical hit. Knockback. Stun. Terror and harm exploded. The demon king was blasted 10 yards away, crashing down heavily and dizzy for 5 seconds. The next moment, Cui Xena jumped down from the bone dragon's back. The bowstring was pulled taut. A black light condensed into an arrow. Arrow of silence. Uffed. The arrow pierced through the demon king. He, who was about to break free from control, was silenced again for 2 seconds. The skill was completely sealed off. Perfect suppression. Roar. The demon king roared angrily, only able to swing the frost greatsword in retaliation. Swish. Swish. 2 swords as fast as afterimages struck the sharp claw of the black dragon. Clang. Clang. Sparks flying. -1. -1. The attack speed was very fast, but the damage was almost 0. But this little attack is completely useless. The little black dragon is a level 90 mythic tier 1 boss, with defense reaching over 1,000,000. The Frost Demon King doesn't use skills, so it simply can't break the defense. Lin Yi sneered coldly and stopped wasting time. Previously, Dragon God's Dive was a riding skill, and Shadow couldn't copy it, so he never used a clone. At this moment, he suddenly waved the Shadow Bat cloak. Shadow Clone. A shadow instantly appeared beside him. The next second, Black Dragon Roar. The skill Destruction Gun is activated, and a black dragon's shadow forms in the sky. Immediately after, Spatial Leap. Gale Step. Death Thrust Combo. With double damage stacking, Lin Yi teleported from the back of the little black dragon to the front of the Demon King. Kill. The black light of the destruction spear surged violently, and the power of necromancy surged. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 black guns wildly thrust out, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. The shadows of guns and the black dragon flames intertwined into a dense, impenetrable net. Puff, puff, puff. The tip of the gun plunged into the Demon King's body again and again. 4.952 critical ×8. 4.952 critical ×8. Unfortunately, this time it only triggered an 8-hit combo, one less than the maximum. But the 16 shots from Lin Yi and the Shadow, ignoring defense, still dealt explosive damage. Nearly 8 billion output, instantly took down 42% of the Demon King's health. The power of a single strike, terrifying to the extreme. Death Entangle, Dark Dragon Claw, Raging Wind Assault, Death Strike, Double Darkness. The offensive did not stop. Lin Yi, Little Black Dragon, and Cui Xina unleashed their full firepower. Boom. Necromancy and dark energy erupted simultaneously. Spears, dragon claws, and arrows continuously rained down. Dash 8.227E, critical hit. Dash 1.556E, critical hit. Dash 6.855E, critical hit. Dash 6.855E, critical hit. Dash 1.920E, critical hit. A series of critical hit numbers floated up wildly. The skill bonuses of the Little Black Dragon are not as good as Lin Yi's, and it also lacks a few statuses, but the mythical level base attributes are undeniable. Each strike deals over 100 million damage. As for Cui Xina, it was a bit strenuous. Even with 3 Halos blessing, each time the output is only a few million to tens of millions. The 3, along with the Shadow clone, together unleashed nearly 5 billion damage. The Demon King's health is suppressed to less than 30%. At this moment, Thrishna's 2-second silence ended. Demonic Will. A red light flashed in the Frost Demon King's eyes as he forcibly broke free from the control of dizziness and death. For a short time, all control over it is ineffective. This is impossible. How could mere humans be this powerful? It stared fixedly at Lin Yi, its face full of shock. Lin Yi didn't even bother to look at it. Expression indifferent. Thunderstrike. The black spear exploded with thunderous light, electric snakes wildly dancing. He and his shadow clone struck simultaneously, the spear falling like thunder, piercing straight at the boss. Boom. Dash 8.227E critical hit. 2 crimson critical hits appeared again. 1.6 billion HP evaporated instantly. Wanna kill me? In your dreams. The Frost Demon King's eyes turned blood red, completely insane. Ice Crystal Shield. A heavy ice crystal shield formed instantly, the shield value equal to full health. The next second, the black lines formed from death energy cut crazily. The ice spikes on the ground shattered with a loud crash. The black dragon dived, a storm and black flames pouring down. Dash 8.227E critical hit. Dash 6.855E critical hit. Dash 10.28E critical hit. All damage was completely blocked by the ice shield. The second skill, Black Dragon's Roar, was entirely ineffective. Roar. The Demon King Islet roared. His momentum surged wildly. Demon's Descent. Black energy soared into the sky. The second phase begins. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying wave of energy blasted Lin Yi tens of meters away. The Demon King's body grows dozens of times larger. Black ice crystals cover his entire body, a blend of cold and demonic energy intertwining. Behind it unfolded huge black wings. All attributes surged dramatically. It didn't even use any skills. Just one step forward. Within 100 meters, black ice spikes rose from the ground. Densely packed, a shocking sight. This is the true form of the Frost Demon. Ice Age. It sneered wickedly, a cold light flashing. The massive frost sword suddenly plunged into the ground. Boom. The extreme cold air waves spread out like ripples. In an instant, it covered 10,000 meters. Within range, no distinction between friend or foe, whether undead or demon. Instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the little black dragon was sealed off. Control for a full 8 seconds. But as soon as attacked, the freeze will be lifted. Only Lin Yi, still standing in place. Not frozen, because he entered a berserk state, also immune to control. Whoosh. The Frost Demon King spread his dozens of meters long ice wings and soared high into the sky. Deathwing behind Lin Yi trembled and pursued closely. Shadow Thrust. The spear of destruction stabbed out, and he transformed entirely into a shadow. The next moment, a dark shadow pierced through the Frost Demon King's body. Uffed. 2 black gun beams exploded. 2.057E, critical hit. The Frost Demon King sneered coldly. Hee hee. If I can't kill them, how could I kill you? Go to hell. Its eyes are blood red. Since it can't escape, it will take both down together. In its eyes, Lin Yi is just a human. No matter how high the defense, the health is pitifully low. The black dragon can't be killed, the undead boss can't be bit through. But this human, it doesn't believe it can't be killed. Even if it dies, it wants to take Lin Yi and all these undead with it. So much nonsense. Aren't you better off just waiting to die? Lin Yi sneered. Skill cooldown was over. Shadow stab. Death combo stab. Gun shadows pour down like rain. The Frost Demon King swings his sword in a counterattack. Frost heavy slash. Chilling wind consecutive slash. Kellanai was as fast as a phantom, dodging all attacks. No matter how fast you are, you're going to die today. It sneered fiercely and suddenly swung its sword. Winter's wrath. A blast of cold air erupted. The temperature plummeted, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the wild wind howled furiously. This is a forbidden spell that costs a life. Countless ice crystals instantly condense in the sky. Ice spears, ice blades, ice arrows, ice birds. Dense and countless, numbering over 100,000 and still increasing. Like divine punishment descending upon the world. Once it falls, all the undead within 10,000 meters will be crushed. There won't even be a chance to resurrect. Lin Yi and Shadow's attacks continued to fall frantically. The Frost Demon King no longer dodged, because it knew. After this move, it wouldn't survive either. Haha, useless humans. You only have 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, I die, and you all die too. The Frost Demon King laughed maniacally. Unless Lin Yi kills him within 2 seconds, the forbidden spell will be triggered. But almost all of Lin Yi's skills are on cooldown, and the opponent still has more than half of his shield, making it impossible. Is that so? Lin Yi's expression was calm. He stopped attacking and instead revealed a mocking smile. The Frost Demon King felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Onyxia. In the next moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. The frost freezing the little black dragon shattered instantly, its body swelling to 1,000 meters, the pressure of a mythical giant dragon sweeping across heaven and earth. The dark domain suddenly unfolded, endless black mist engulfing all directions. The sky and earth lost their color. The Frost Demon King was dragged into pure darkness. No light, no time, only cold and deathly silence. Within the domain, only Lin Yi, the little black dragon, and he remained. Even so, you must die. The Frost Demon King's eyes were blood red as he desperately chanted the forbidden spell. In the sky, hundreds of thousands of ice crystals gathered. A cold wind suddenly rose. The ice crystals poured down like a torrential rain, dazzling yet deadly, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. Lin Yi and the little black dragon stood in place, their expressions calm. Lin Yi exited berserk mode, defense restored. Boom, boom, boom. Ice pillars, ice spears, and ice birds fell frantically. -1, -1, -1. Dense force damage numbers popped up. The forbidden spell fell, but it didn't hurt them in the slightest. The skill calculation is very simple. First, subtract the defense from the attack. Only after breaking the defense will skill bonuses be calculated. So the problem is very simple. The defense of the Black Dragon Onyxia is over 1 million. If the Demon King doesn't have armor penetration, no matter how high the forbidden spell bonus is, if the defense is not broken, it can only cause force damage. Lin Yi's base defense is only a bit over 700,000, but behind him is Deathwing, providing a constant 20% damage reduction. After activating the power of the Black Dragon, damage reduction increased to 30%. There is only one outcome. Still can't break the defense. The Frost Demon King stared intently at Lin Yi, his face full of shock. He is a majestic demigod-level boss. He can't even take down a single human-born? No, impossible. He roared wildly, his voice trembling. The words had not yet been finished. The backlash of forcibly unleashing the mythical forbidden spell arrived. Health ignored the shield, instantly reduced to 0. The Frost Demon King statue seemed to have its throat strangled. The sound abruptly stopped. He stared fiercely at Lin Yi. His eyes were full of unwillingness. The twin wings lost their power. The massive body plummeted straight down from midair. Ding! You have slain the Frost Demon King Islet, demigod-level boss, gaining 33.3 billion experience. Ding! Level increased to 105. Ding! Level up to 111. Ding! The unique title, Bloody Slayer, has been promoted to legendary level. Experience skyrockets. Leveled up 6 times in a row. Unfortunately, Apsara's level belongs to a special tier. There was no world first kill announcement. However, the title has advanced. Jumped from Dark Gold directly to Legend. Why didn't the legendary boss kill count increase before? Because of the core condition of this title. It is the Annihilation faction. Kill the Wolf Cavalry leader. Only considered to cripple the Marauder clan. Want to fully advance. Must kill their leader. Bloodthirsty Slayer, unique. Quality, legendary, upgradable. Effect, output plus 200%. Special, increases according to the number and level of defeated factions. Description, you have slaughtered multiple factions. Even the demigod king has fallen by your hand, and monsters will fear you. The bonus directly more than doubled. From 50%, it soared to 200%. The next second, the automatic pickup ring in Lin Ye's hand lit up. Loot came flying in like a storm. One glaring red light. Exceptionally dazzling. Mythical level weapon. At that moment, the time jumps to midnight. The highly anticipated leaderboard is now live. Players opened it immediately. Level leaderboard. First place, Death. Level 105. Class, Undead Overlord. Second place, Night Rain. Level 25, Mage. Third place, Golden Dawn. Level 24, Judgment Angel. Fourth place, The Other Shore. Level 24, Godslayer. Fifth place, Daybreak. Level 24, Star Sword Saint. Sixth place, Jian Chongkong. Level 23, Swift Wind Swordsman. 10th place, Lan He. Level 23, Elemental Archer. Top 10 on the leaderboard, except for Lin Xiaoyu, who followed Lin Ye's advice and didn't choose a hidden class. All the rest are hidden classes. And almost all of them are presidents of the top 10 guilds. There are so many people above level 20, even level 22 can't get in. Each hidden class is more powerful than the last. The entire server channel suddenly exploded. Eyes continue to move upward. Miss Night Rain is so strong. Not even a hidden class and still ranks second. Goddess Night Rain is awesome. But when they saw the first place, they were all stunned. First place, level 15? No, it's level 105. Like a thunderbolt striking down. Everyone's mind went blank. No one could remain calm anymore. The entire venue was left in shock. They even doubted whether they were seeing things. The next second, the entire server channel completely exploded. Is this fake? Death Master at level 105. How can you play without cheating? Beating Night Rain by a full 80 levels. This ranking list must be fake. Everyone was mentally prepared. Having taken so many world boss first kills, the level must be high. At most, only 30 levels ahead of Yu. But now, this gap is not even in the same league. Damn, the leaderboard just updated again. Level 111. Someone suddenly shouted. Nonsense. We can still believe in 106. How is it possible to level up 6 times in 1 second? Really leveled up. The death boss reached level 6 in 1 second. What exactly is he doing? Even I suspect he's cheating. Being strong means cheating? Boss, take me with you. The channel boiled over again. The higher the upgrade, the more outrageous the experience. The experience needed to go from level 105 to 106 is more than enough for a level 1 player to reach level 80. But he was leveling up 6 levels every second. Is this something a person can even do? And the other leaderboards also started to move. Besides the guild ranking, the game didn't even have a second guild, so naturally, no one else made the list. The other 4 leaderboards were completely wiped clean by Lin Yi single-handedly. Reputation ranking. First place, Death, for 180,000. Second place, Night Rain, 50,000. Third place, Golden Dawn, 30,000. After that, there is a direct gap. Pet rankings. First place, True Ancestor Vampire Shatya, demigod-level boss, owner, Death. Second place, Holy Light Angel, Dark Gold boss, owner, Golden Dawn. Third place, Ghost Scythe Mantis, silver boss, owner, Bien. Mount rankings. First place, Black Dragon God Onyxia, Tier 1 Mythical Boss, Owner, Death. Second place, Bloodshadow Demon Leopard, Golden Boss, Owner, Bien. Third place, Flame Warhorse, Bronze Boss, Owner, Jian Chongkong. Pure Flush Crush, forcibly stamping the leaderboard underfoot. The most absurd is the equipment ranking. Equipment ranking. First place, Frostmourne, Tier 1 Mythic, Owner, Death. Second place, Endless Lava Chestplate, Tier 1 Mythical, Owner, Death. Third place, Plunderer Leg Guards, Demigod Tier. Fourth place, Finger of Purgatory, Demigod Tier. 10th place, Casper's Demon Ring, Legendary, Owner, Death. In the top 10, they are all Death. The lowest are all Legendary level. And this list only shows the top 10. If it were extended to the top 20, top 50, or even top 100, it would probably still only be his name. Mythical Pet, Demigod Mount. 2 pieces of mythical equipment. The 5 major leaderboards are right before their eyes, and the players are completely blown away. Almost everyone had only one thought left in their minds. Death was absolutely cheating. On the other side, Linyu was about to check the Frost Demon King's drops when the system kept flashing crazy alerts. Ding! You have achieved first place on the ranking list. Reward: all attributes plus 30%. Ding! You have reached first place on the reputation board. Reward: all attributes plus 30%. Ding! Frostmourne tops the equipment leaderboard. Reward: damage output plus 20%. Ding! Endless Lava Chestplate ranks second. Reward: defense plus 18%. Ding! Pet Shitoya tops the pet leaderboard. Reward: pet attributes plus 50%. Ding! The Mount Onyxia has topped the Mount rankings. Reward: mount attributes plus 50%. Notification sounds rang one after another. Linya's attributes and output instantly surged. Even 253, the Little Black Dragon, and Shatila received a 50% attribute bonus. Combat power took off immediately. Seeing the equipment ranking prompt, Lin Yi licked his lips, his heart pounding wildly. The legendary weapon he had just obtained was called Frostmourne. Its rank even surpassed the Endless Lava Chestplate. He immediately checked it out. It was a frost greatsword with a domineering design. The blade was engraved with glowing blue runes, the serrated edge cold and sharp, and the hilt embedded with a skull, exuding an intense sense of oppression. Attributes popped up. Frostmourne, Tier 1 Mythical. All attributes, 11888. Physical attack, plus 50%. Magic attack, plus 50%. Strength, 11,888. Output plus 100%. Skills, Cursed Frostblade, Soul Steel, Unsealed, Frost Disaster, Unsealed. Description: a 9th grade artifact forged by the strongest divine craftsman of the ancient demon tribe, sealed by the 6-winged archangel due to its overwhelmingly evil power. Special: can be unsealed by defeating the boss. Cursed Frostblade converts 30% of the damage dealt into the user's own health, while reducing the target's attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 50%, and applying a death curse that prevents healing for 24 hours. Lin Yi was completely stunned. This attribute is ridiculously overpowered. It completely crushes ordinary first-tier mythical weapons. Even a legendary dwarven master craftsman might not be able to make this. Only after reading the introduction did he understand. This is not just a top-tier first-grade mythical weapon, but a sealed 9th-grade divine artifact. He felt a tumultuous turmoil in his heart. Casually killed a subgod boss, and actually dropped this kind of monster-level equipment. You can also grow and unlock by killing bosses. This luck is simply godlike. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Immediately took off the destruction gun and equipped Frostmourne. Although it's not a spear, but he has a passive skill, Weapon Master, that allows him to ignore class restrictions and use all weapons. Afterwards, he checked the other drops from the Frost Demon King. Frost Demon King's Crystal, Special. Effect: can be used to change class to the legendary hidden class, Frost Demon Warlock. Frost Demon Warlock. A demon spellcaster who controls the ultimate power of ice and annihilation. Frost Divinity Shard. Effect: collect all 10 to synthesize a second-tier divinity, Frost Divinity. 2 Frost Crystals, 5 Divinity Shards. can change to hidden professions, and can also synthesize divine forms. But Lin Yi simply didn't care for them, whether it was a legendary profession or a second-stage divine form. For him, none of them were enough. He casually tossed it into his backpack. Just one Frostmourne. This trip has already made a crazy profit. Lin Yi looked down on these things. But if it were placed in the Balhenia shop, players would definitely fight tooth and nail for it. The value is ridiculously high. There is also a level 89 mage skill book at hand. Ice Age instantly unleashes frost power, freezing all enemies within 5,000 yards for 5 seconds. They will thaw if attacked. Consumes 9999 MP, cooldown 1 hour. This is an improved version of the Frost Demon Lord skill. The original version couldn't distinguish friend from foe, but this can accurately differentiate. However, the power is weakened. The range shrank by more than half, and the time was reduced by 3 seconds. Just right for Lin Xiaoyu. After a 10-fold increase, it became a 50,000-yard ultra-long-range control field, a true battlefield killer. Onyxia, retract the domain. Lin Yi touched the little black dragon that had transformed into about 1 meter in size. The dark domain instantly contracted. The world returned to normal. The frost demons and the army of frost giants outside had already been wiped out. The legendary boss, the Frost Giant King, was also beaten to death by 5 demigods. At this moment, Lin Yi noticed that Shatia had grown up. She had changed from a 4 or 5-year-old blonde little girl into a 12 or 13-year-old girl with twin ponytails. Mythology Rank 1, 9th rank Divinity. Crimson Overlord. Level 95. 2.56 billion health points. Attack and defense both massively increased. She, like the little black dragon, entered the second stage. With an additional 50% pet bonus, her attributes skyrocketed. Lin Yi had just stepped out of the domain. Zaisha pounced on him immediately. "Father, I'm hungry," Shaltir said. She looked wronged. Lin Yi helplessly reached out his hand. Shaltir hugged his finger, bit it gently with her little tiger teeth, and closed her eyes in satisfaction. After advancing, her appetite surged. Before, a few bites were enough. Now she sucks for several minutes. Fortunately, it's a game, and health automatically recovers. In reality, she would have drained it dry a long time ago. Hick. She was completely satisfied. Lin Yi glanced at the task. The 30-second countdown for guarding the divine deer of the Northern Territory has begun. At the foot of Vano Snow Mountain. Summoning technique activated. 100,000 frost demons transformed into 200,000 skeleton legion. 30,000 frost giants turned into 60,000 skeleton giants. The ground shook. 2 500-meter-tall skeletal giants slowly stood up. Demigod-level boss. The Skeleton King Moat. The Skeleton King is the legendary boss, the Frost Giant King Mott. The similarly gigantic skeleton figure beside him is comparable in size. But the necromantic power surging within it is even more terrifying than that of the Skeleton King. Skeleton Overlord, Islet, Tier 1 Mythic. Master Death. Divinity, White Bone Divinity, Level 3. Level 100. Health, 320 billion. Attack, 500,700,000. Defense, 2,488,888. Skills, Bone Heavy Slash, Blade Storm, Bone Resurrection, Bone Domain, Soul Storm. Talent, Undead Body, Immortality. It is none other than the Frost Demon King Islet, transformed by a god-level summoning spell. Not only revived, but it also surged from demigod level directly to first-tier mythic. On top of that, there is the passive double bonus from the Undead Overlord. In comparison, the Black Dragon and Shaltir only have a 50% attribute boost from the pet and mount rankings. Looking at the stats alone, the Skeleton King is more terrifying. Moreover, it doesn't have the limitation of having its health reduced tenfold like pets and mounts. However, its divine rank is only a level 3 bone divine rank, which is quite ordinary in the divine rank system. Every time the divine rank increases by 1 level, the gap becomes enormous. When it comes to real combat, Lin Yi is very clear. Islop might not be their match. Not to mention, the little black dragon and Shaltir can resurrect infinitely. The winter storm at the center of the snowy mountain completely dissipated. Lin Yi returned with the little black dragon and the others. At this moment, The northern divine deer had already completed its transformation. Lin Yi saw it at a glance. His pupils constricted slightly, stunned by the beauty. The young northern sacred deer, slender in form, pure white like frost. Graceful in posture, like an elf emerging from ice and snow. Ice crystal antlers atop its head, gleaming with a cold light under the moon. The blue eyes were clear and lively. Thin snow and wind surrounded the body, like wearing a cloak of frost. Noble, holy, not to be desecrated. The northern sacred deer also saw Lin Yi. His crystal-clear eyes lit up, and he ran over happily. The next second, a system notification exploded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission. Protect the northern sacred deer. Ding! Reward received. Blessing of the Snow Goddess buff ×1. Ding! Reward obtained. Ice Snow Goddess crown ×1. Ding! Reward obtained. Absolute Zero skill book ×1. Ding! Reward obtained. Bond gem ×3. Hints one after another. Lin Yi's status bar showed a brand new buff. Blessing of the Ice and Snow Goddess. Effect: all attributes plus 999, all attributes plus 20%, ice resistance plus 80%. Duration: permanent. Lin Yi was stunned. This buff is just too exaggerated. And it's permanent. A total steal. He held back his excitement and was about to continue checking other rewards, but was interrupted by the calls of the northern sacred deer. Lin Yi looked down. Unlike the little black dragon and Shaltir who could speak, it was just a small little ball, anxiously circling around him. Do you want to come with me? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but still understood. The little deer nodded vigorously. Ding! Northern divine deer voluntarily becomes the player Death's pet. Do you accept? A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Came across a potential overflowing divine pet for free. How could he refuse such a good deal? Accepted. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the pet, Northern Divine Deer. Ding! Please name your pet. Name. Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds, unable to think of anything, so he simply copied the homework directly. Just call it Axia. The northern sacred deer blinked its sapphire-like eyes and happily circled around him. Ding! Naming successful. Ding! Your pet, Northern Divine Deer, Axia, has reached second place on the pet ranking, rewarding pet attributes plus 45%. The panel expanded. Northern Divine Deer, Axia, demigod level boss / 7th tier mythical. Master Death, level 1. Status, juvenile. Health, 23 million. Attack, 21,588. Defense, 8,388. Skills, Blizzard, Ice Freeze, Frozen Wasteland. These are the data after the bonuses. 7th tier mythic, the potential is not bad. Lin Yi was very satisfied. Although not as good as Little Black Dragon and Shitoya, it is already top tier level. Axia leans towards large area crowd control, with skills that come with freezing and slowing effects. This perfectly compensates for the lack of control in the other two. The burst damage is also not low. Lin Yi turned off the panel and checked the mission rewards again. Crown of the Ice and Snow Goddess, exclusive myth. Level 1. All attributes plus 100%. Effect 1. The Northern Divine Deer transforms into human form after reaching level 80, and wearing it allows coronation as the Ice and Snow Queen. Effect 2. When the Ice and Snow Queen reaches Mythic Tier 3, she will awaken ancient memories and restore her identity as the Ice and Snow Goddess. Requirement: Northern Realm Sacred Deer. Doubling all attributes is just the foundation. What's truly terrifying is that this piece of equipment means Axia can evolve all the way into a god. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze completely changed. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Level 80 crowned as the Ice and Snow Goddess. Upon entering Mythical Tier 3, one can awaken memories and fully return to the form of the goddess. It seems the Northern Divine Deer is the reincarnation of the Ice and Snow Goddess, no doubt about it. Since special equipment can now be brought into reality, he rides the Frostbone Dragon to travel and level up. When not encountering a boss, he flips through the history of the origin continent. The book says that in ancient times, this place was not called the Permafrost Icefield, but the Winterfell North. The Ice and Snow Goddess is the ruler there. At the 9th level of mythology, she stands at the pinnacle of the continent. By this calculation, when she is crowned at level 80, the northern stag will advance to Ice and Snow Queen, possessing at least the potential of the 8th level of mythology and able to control the entire permafrost ice field. When she steps into the 3rd tier of mythology and awakens again, she will definitely restore the upper limit of the 9th tier. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. What kind of experience is it to keep a goddess who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent as a pet? Awesome. He continued to check the rewards. Bonding Gem, Special Item. Effect. When worn, the bond between the player and their pet/mount deepens, increasing all attributes of both by 50%. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This is simply outrageous. He and his pets and mounts all get a 50% boost. Little Black Dragon, Shaltir, and Axia all benefit. With the added leaderboard rewards, apart from Axia missing out on the 5% bonus, the overall strength nearly matches that of the Undead Scourge. It can still stack. Lin Yi glanced at the stats panel, his smile growing deeper. His all-attribute bonus directly soared to plus 150%. The last reward is a skill book. Absolute Zero, Pseudo-Forbidden Spell. Profession, Mage. Chant for 8 seconds to release the power of extreme cold, freezing enemies within 6,666 yards for 2 seconds, dealing 5,888% attack damage. Consumes 50% MP, level -2. Cooldown 24 hours. It's actually a pseudo-forbidden spell. Range, damage, control, all maxed out. But the cost is steep. Long cooldown is one thing, but it also consumes half of the mana in one go, and you lose 2 levels. This hurts more than dying once. In the later stages, leveling up requires a lot of time to recover. Kellen Yi smiled quickly, because he had already prepared the mythical profession for Lin Xiaoyu, the forbidden spellcaster. This perfectly avoided the side effects of forbidden spells. He opened the friend list. Lin Xiaoyu went online at school. Just as I was about to send over the hidden profession and 2 skill books, a private message popped up first. Yiyu, Mr. Lin, congratulations on topping the leaderboard. Yiyu, I found something great, definitely useful for you. Remember to treat me to a big meal? Hehe. Lin Yi opened the friends list and saw a gift. His eyes instantly lit up. Good little sister. This time, I really gave your brother a big gift. Meat Grinder Blueprint. Requirement: LV6 Alchemist, LV6 Technologist. Effect: learn to make a meat grinder. The meat grinder can collect and dig up corpses. Its internal gears crush the bodies, which can then be used as thrown weapons. For ordinary players, this thing is pretty useless. No need for magic power, just directly stuffing the body can attack, but the damage is not high. But for the undead overlord Lin Yi, this is a core resource. An artifact for mass-producing troops. The corpses killed by ordinary undead cannot be converted. They must be handled personally by Lin Yi or the Skeleton Lord, Skeleton King, or Skeleton Monarch. However, the number of high-level skeletons is limited, so it's impossible to equip every squad. With the meat grinder, it's a different story. After the undead city is built, the Legion will go out to clear monsters, and the bodies will be uniformly transported back to the city. Lin Yi then uses the god-level summoning technique again, directly doubling the army's size. He had thought of this idea a long time ago, but the item mall simply doesn't sell items that are too low level. Yet he was leveling up so fast that he couldn't get low-level items. Leveling up too fast has its downsides too. He smiled as he replied to the message. No feast, but these 3 as a reward. Ice Age, Absolute Zero Skill Book, Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll. Send them all over. After a moment. Night Rain. Night Rain. Brother, I love you. Lin Yi chuckled. She usually called him Mr. Lin, but now even the form of address had changed. The two chatted a few more sentences. Death, I still have things to do. Rest early. Let me know if you need anything. Night Rain. Okay. Turn off private chat. Lin Yi began to tally his gains. Skeleton Legion plus 350,000. Ghoul plus 100,000. Skeleton Giant plus 30,000. Gargoyle plus 20,000. Countless silver to Epic Boss. 1 Azura level Skeleton King. 1 first tier Mythical Skeleton Monarch. And the reward from the Ice and Snow Goddess. In addition, There is also a northern divine deer with potential rushing straight to mythical tier 9. That was once the ice and snow goddess, and a divine weapon that can grow to the 9th tier. Frostmourne. Onyxia move. Lin Yi restored the little black dragon to its true form. Its giant wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. He, along with Shatia and a few others, leapt onto the dragon's back. The black dragon flapped its wings straight into the endless glacier. The wind and snow are torn apart. They speed away. At the same time, the real world. Imperial City. The night was deep and dark. The starlight was sparse. An elderly man with white hair lay on a wooden rocking chair. Calm expression. Jian Changkong, dressed sharply in a military uniform, walked quickly over. Old Han, the building order has been secured. The rankings for each country have also been compiled. He handed over a thick stack of documents. These were the rankings of the major powerful countries on the 6 major leaderboards of origin. To be precise, there are only 5 now. The guild rankings have not yet opened. Very good. The elder took the documents. A gentle smile. Let me see, what rank are you in Huaxia? Did you make it into the top 3? Jian Changkong's expression stiffened. Not to mention the top 3. None of the top 5 made it. Old Han, I only ranked 6th. He gave a bitter smile. I've let you down. But the old man just smiled. What's there to be nervous about? With your strength, you can only be 6th, which shows how talented the people of Huaxiao are. That's a good thing. Jian Changkong was momentarily stunned. Then he nodded emphatically. I was narrow-minded. He began reporting on the global situation. This time, Huaxia is fully leading. I am ranked 10th in the world. And among the world's top 10, 6 are from Huaxia. Death, Night Rain, Golden Dawn, The Other Shore, Morning Light, and then him. 6 seats on the leaderboard. The old man's expression changed slightly. Ranking list. First place, Death, level 111, Undead Overlord. Second place, Night Rain, level 26, Mage. Third place, Golden Dawn, level 26, Judgment Angel. Fourth place, Adam, level 25, Fantasy Mage. Fifth place, Bien, level 25, Godslayer. Sixth place, Gelante, level 25, Royal Knight. 10th place, Jian Changkong, level 24, Swift Sword Master. Except Death, others bite their levels tightly. At most 2 levels difference. Can die, level 111. Fault Crushing. Seeing this number, even the elder fell silent. Shocked. It's suffocating. Afterwards, they continued to look through other rankings. Without exception, within the top 10, Huaxiao occupies at least 6 seats. Complete suppression. Total crushing. The strength of Huaxiao leaves other countries gasping for breath. Especially that ID Death. He dominated the charts alone, ranking first on all kinds of lists. Even the world equipment rankings, the top 10 were all taken by him. The old man was extremely excited. Having you here is the fortune of China. The hand holding the documents was trembling. After tonight, Death will shake the entire world. Leaders of all countries will see this name. Since it can't be hidden, maybe it's time to reveal the truth about the game in advance. The existence of Death is enough to steady people's hearts. As long as more people enter the game, China will have a bit more vitality. The white-haired elder pondered for a moment. Did you add a death friend? Add it. Jian Changkong replied immediately. After the peak competition ends, and I can leave the novice town, arrange for me to meet him. Remember, your attitude must be sincere. He also wanted to meet the other person immediately. But the level is too low, and with so many real-life matters, I can only go online for a few hours each day. Can only wait. Also, bid on that hidden profession of the mage legend, and give it to the female mage who ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Jian Changkong just left, then hurriedly returned. Old Han, no need to bid. The deceased pet advanced to a mythic level. Another demigod-level pet has appeared. Yi Yu's profession has also been revealed. Forbidden Spellcaster. The name alone is extraordinary. The old man looked at the leaderboard, silent for a long time. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. God bless China. Player current location, origin continent, permafrost ice field, endless glacier. 1 a.m. The endless glacier was brightly lit. More than 30 dwarf artisans were ecstatic, directing tireless skeletons in a frenzy of construction. Descendant, you have arrived. Keep working. Lin Yi nodded and raised his hand. In an instant, the undead gates on the ice field all opened. Hundreds of thousands of undead captured in the Vano Snow Mountain all descended. The dark, dense undead army surged into the construction site, drastically increasing the building speed. He once again tore up 3 construction acceleration scrolls without hesitation. The prompt sounded 3 times in a row. 30-fold acceleration begins. The dwarf craftsman pats his chest in assurance. Within 5 days, the undead city will be completed. Lin Yi leaves, satisfied. He bought 10 space crystals from the exclusive store and immediately set up a small teleportation array, directly leading to Northwind City. He then entered the Goblin King's palace beneath the glacier. Open the arena. Origin Arena. Multiverse Arena. Origin players are too weak. He couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly chose the Multiverse Arena, which opens after level 100. Character, Death. Level, 111. World, Origin World. Rank, None. Record, 0. Let me see how strong other worlds are. He clicked to match. Instant success. Lin Ye's figure disappeared in the palace. In the depths of the endless starry sky, several indescribable, terrifying existences opened their eyes simultaneously. Ancient, eternal, and powerful beyond description. Only 3,000 small worlds deployed, and there's already movement. They revealed meaningful smiles. The Celestial Arena was not a simple fighting stage. This is the real battlefield. Small towns, wastelands, mountains, fortresses, ice fields. At least 3,000 yards, at most over 10,000 yards. The real hunt is about to begin. Remote jobs allow you to fly kites. You can also dodge the mage's wide area skills. There are buildings on the map that can block damage, provide shelter, and be used to set traps. The gameplay instantly became much more competitive. This time, Lin Yi drew the map of the Red Ridge Desert. An endless desert with only scattered small sand dunes. So desolate that it makes people uneasy. The ground still hides quicksand, and once stepped on, you will be restrained for several seconds. When the skill lands, dust flies everywhere, completely blocking the vision. His opponent is a humanoid creature with a frog-like head, green skin, and 3 fingers. Obviously not a human player. Origin Death versus Tianheng 3-finger shadow frog most handsome. Battle prompt appears. This guy is way too ugly. Level 111 noob? Just perfect for me to take you down. The frogman keeps laughing uncontrollably. The desert has a wide open view, with no obstructions. In his eyes, this is a sacred place for crushing beginners. Lin Yi couldn't understand the other person's language, but the system automatically translated it. After listening, he sneered coldly. You're even qualified to call me ugly? The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, start. The frogman is a mage, casting fireball with just a raise of his hand. He planned to slowly torment this newcomer. The next second, Frostmourne appeared in Lin Ye's hand. He was too lazy to even open the status. Shadow Spike. A shadow flashed. Lin Yi disappeared instantly. The diver had just thrown out the fireball. A black light swept past in front of his eyes. Uft. The long sword pierced straight through his body. 8521042. Horrific damage exploded. Dash 1.575 E. The diver widened his eyes. Level 111. How is that possible? The health bar instantly dropped to 0. 2 words appeared before Lin Yi. Victory. The first battle was easily won. In a flash, he was back in the Goblin King's palace. Ding. Player Origin Death wins. Rank points plus 30, score plus 31. Lin Yi opened the battle record. Tianheng 3-fingered shadow frog the handsomest. Level 188. Record 1,581 wins, 1,578 losses, 88 draws. Rank 1088 points. The Tianheng before the ID indicates the opponent's world affiliation. Lin Ye's eyes darkened. He did win, and it was a 1-move knockout. The victory was very clean. But the problem was, the arena matches players based on rank. He, a newcomer who just entered, was matched against an opponent with 1088 points. This shows that this 3-fingered frogman is the very bottom existence in the arena. And such a bottom tier. All are level 188. Then in the myriad worlds of the multiverse, how powerful would the true strong ones be? Lin Yi fell silent. He was invincible in the origin world. But the timelines of other worlds were not necessarily the same. Some might have entered the game 10 years before him, 20 years, even hundreds or thousands of years. In those worlds, there might already be mythic powerhouses of hundreds of levels, even supreme god-tier beings. If they descend upon the origin, descend upon Blue Star, can he stop them? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a tightening in his heart. Regarding the matter of game items being able to manifest in reality, he suddenly had a rather bad suspicion. Ding! Congratulations to player Origin Death for achieving victory. Rank points plus 30. Score plus 32. The notification sounds kept ringing continuously. 10 consecutive wins. 20 consecutive wins. 30 consecutive wins. Lin Yi swept through all the way. The higher the rank, the stronger the opponents. 200 to 300 levels become common. The races are even more diverse. Three-eyed people, big-headed tribes, stellar life forms, smurfs. But the result is the same. No need to activate the stance. One hit takes them down. There are also highly skilled players with strong awareness who can dodge skills. It was all in vain against Lin Yi's terrifying attributes and speed. The higher the rank, the more points awarded for victory. The more exaggerated the winning streak rewards. Roll Death. Level 111. World, Origin World. Rank 2,503 points. Record 99 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Reward free attribute points plus 999, 6,666 points. Claimable current points 8331, 99 consecutive wins. Rank level reached 2503. Successfully stepped into the second phase of the arena. Lin Yi directly claimed the reward. Ding! Gained plus 999 free attribute points, plus 6,666 arena points. 999 attribute points. For others, it's a huge surge. For him, but it's merely icing on the cake. This amount of attribute points is roughly equivalent to the total gained by an average first-level player reaching level 50. Not bad. Lin Yi casually allocated all points to Spirit. Anyway, with perfect attribute adjustments, adding to any attribute is equivalent to increasing all attributes together. Rewards collected. Arena points have also reached 15,000. He glanced at the points mall and immediately lost interest, then directly closed the multiverse arena. The purpose of the arena is nothing more than to hone skills, but he completely overwhelms in every attribute. Combat doesn't require any skill at all. As for the points mall, it's indeed good for other players, but he has a system. What the points mall has, the VIP mall has it all. What the points mall doesn't have, the VIP mall also has. Instead of grinding the arena, it's better to hunt bosses for gear drops and earn money. Isn't the VIP mall better than the points mall? He came to the arena, just wanted to get a grasp of the strength of the myriad tribes. Goblin King's Palace, Reception Hall. This place has already been transformed into a necromancy laboratory by the great lich Kel'Thuzad. The room is filled with equipment, all forged by the dwarves of Ironforge. Lin Yi had just stepped inside. Great Lord of the Undead, you have arrived. Kel'Thuzad knelt down on the spot, speaking with fervor like a mad fanatic. After a day of study, he increasingly felt that becoming undead was the right choice. With the blessing of the god-level summoning spell, he directly advanced to a demigod-level boss. But that's not the main point. What truly captivates him is the power of the undead itself. That kind of power is addictive to him. Get up. Have you come up with anything new? Lin Yi asked casually. Yes. Master, please follow me. Kel'Thuzad quickly stood up, his tone respectful and excited. Lin Yi was stunned. He was originally just asking casually. I didn't expect there to actually be results. It's only been one day. The efficiency is a bit ridiculous. Soon, the two walked into the adjacent secret chamber. 10 pedestals made of stone and bones were placed in front. On top of the pedestals, it is an obsidian statue. Cat head, cat body, but with a human torso. Overall, it looks like a centaur. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Tavel tribe? That was a new race created by Titan modifying the rock giants. Flesh and blood, with a lifespan nearly immortal. Legend has it they were servants of the Titans and guardians of the ruins. And now, but Kel'Thuzad transformed them into obsidian statues without flesh and blood. From guardian into an undead creation. Interesting. Kel'Thuzad's expression was manic, his eyes filled with fervor. This is an obsidian statue modeled after the Tovial race. I studied the structure of obsidian gargoyles, added even harder obsidian, and infused them with necrotic power. His voice grew increasingly excited, as if showcasing a masterpiece capable of overturning the world. They can restore health and mana to undead within 1,000 yards. Can also mobilize the power of the undead and transform into a destroyer. The Obsidian Destroyer wields powerful magic, capable of unleashing destructive spells as well as draining the enemy's mana. As Kel'Thuzad finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Great. Wonderful. Kel'Thuzad, I really didn't misjudge you. He laughed heartily in praise. Fortunately, I didn't let him go kill monsters back then, but focused on studying necromantic powers. The obsidian statue can restore health and mana. It's simply a battlefield perpetual motion machine. This way, the Undead Scourge's biggest deficiency in recovery ability is filled. Not to mention mana siphoning. A mage without mana is just useless. Obsidian Statue Epic Boss. Level 80/300. Health 3 billion. Attack 188,888. Defense 138,888. Skills: Essence of Devastation, Touch of the Soul, Destroyer Form. Talent: Corpse of the Undead. These statues were created by Kel'Thuzad using the power of death. They belong to Lin Ye's command. They can receive a double bonus from the Undead Scourge. The only drawback: it is a creation of technology. It does not have the talent of immortality. Once you're dead, you're truly dead. Lin Ye also could not use the god-level summoning technique to resurrect. And before transformation, the statue has no attack skills, only 2 recovery skills. Output is almost 0, can only perform basic attacks. Activate the destroyer form. Lin Yi gave a faint order. The statue's eyes flashed with a dark glow, instantly turning blood red. Boom. Terror and deathly stillness surged skyward. The statue broke free from its base. Its size swelled tenfold, its aura furious. The next moment, a pair of obsidian wings sprouted from its back. It took flight. Obsidian Destroyer, Legendary Boss. Level 80/300. Health 9 billion. Attack 708,888. Defense 408,888. Skills: Magic Drain, Mind Corrosion, Obsidian Impact, Destructive Charge, Statue Form. Talent: Corpse of the Undead. In an instant, Epic Helicopter Legend. Attributes rivaling the Bone Dragon. Healing skills vanished, replaced by a complete set of destructive skills. Cool. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. How many can you make each day? With my current death power, 10 a day. Kel'Thuzad answered respectfully. Lin Ye nodded. 10. That's enough. Those are 10 legendary bosses. Afterwards, Lin Yi opened the VIP exclusive shop, smashed down 488 million gold coins, bought the NPC exclusive item, Necromancer's Notebook. Necromancer's Notebook, NPC exclusive. Spirit plus 100%. Description: contains a large amount of necromancy magic, granting the bearer the ability to control souls. This notebook includes various necromancy spells. NPCs can comprehend it on their own. Apart from that, it also records the methods for training necromancers and creating undead spirits. Lin Yi gave it to Kel'Thuzad as a reward. Kel'Thuzad craves power and knowledge. Lin Yi, on the other hand, needs his research findings and manufacturing capabilities. Each takes what they need. Handing him the Necromancer's Notebook is the most cost-effective choice. You did well. This notebook is your reward. Lin Ye's tone was calm, yet carried an inherent pressure. Thank the Lord for the blessing. Kel'Thuzad took the notebook with both hands. His gaunt face trembled with excitement. Fell to his knees, bowed deeply. His movements were decisive and quick. His faith in Lin Yi became even more fervent, almost to the point of blindness. Through the teleportation array, Lin Yi returned from the endless glacier to Northwind City. The city was already packed with players. The Bauhinia flower shop was bustling with voices. It was full of players coming and going. Lin Yi quietly returned to residence number 007 and headed straight to the alchemy room. He began crafting the meat grinder. Ding! Congratulations, player has learned the meat grinder recipe. The meat grinder is only level 6. The level is even lower than the ice crystal cannon. Materials are common. The real trouble lies in the process. You must first forge 10 fourth-level gears, then assemble them into a complete meat grinder. But this is his core equipment for spawning undead troops. It must be mass-produced. Ding. Successfully forged gear. X1. Proficiency plus 20. Ding. Triggered quantity critical hit. Obtained. Common gear. X10. Ding. Quality critical hit triggered. Received. Precision gears. X10. 1 hour later. Lin Yi forged 500 precision gears in one go. These gears can be used to craft a LV7 precision meat grinder. Next, officially assembling. Precision gears, refined ironstone, refined steelstone, ancient shamu, and black ironstone were added one after another. The hexagram alchemy array lit up. The components rapidly assembled in the light. 3 minutes later, completed. A meat grinder car with an ancient heavywood frame took shape. Dual wheel structure. The front of the vehicle is inlaid with black iron and refined iron. 5 fong-like steel blades are arranged in an interlaced pattern. Once the gears start turning, the steel blades would violently bite together. Wherever it passed, only shredded flesh remained. Ding. Successfully crafted, precision meat grinder. X1, proficiency plus 20. Ding. Quantity critical hit triggered. Received, precision meat grinder. X10. You triggered a quality critical hit, quality plus 1. Obtained, heavy meat grinder car. X10. The prompt had just been given. The meat grinder, originally only 30 meters long, instantly expanded tenfold, transforming directly into a colossal 300 meters. The ancient submerged wood body also completely transformed into jet black, hard black iron. The structure previously pieced together with alchemy looked like it could fall apart at any moment. Now it looks like a steel monster, its momentum overwhelming. Using it to siege a city wouldn't be a problem. Heavy meat grinder, 8th tier. Durability, 9, 990, 000/9, 990, 000. Attack, 88,888. Defense, 68,888. Can carry corpses, 0 out of 500. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Meat Hook Storm, Corpse Excavation, Disease Cloud, Corpse Throw. Except for the low health. Its offense and defense have already approached that of a wild epic boss. What's more crucial is its loading capacity. A regular meat grinder truck can only carry 100 corpses, but now it's directly increased to 500. 10 can be produced in one refining session. That is, 5,000 units. Lin Yi prepared 50 sets of materials. 3 hours later, he finished refining them all in one go. 500 heavy-duty meat grinders lay in his backpack, with a total carrying capacity of 250,000 corpses. Enough. Then, he used the endless core of lava, produced from the geocentric lava secret realm, to refine 2 more Hellfire Golems. Ding. Refinement successful. Hellfire Golem. X1. Proficiency plus 5,000. Ding. Quantity critical hit triggered. Quantity X10. Ding. Quality critical strike triggered. Quality plus 1. Obtained Obsidian Hellfire Puppet X10. In the end, a total of 20 Obsidian Hellfire Puppets dropped. Obsidian Hellfire Puppet, Legendary Boss. Owner, Death. Level 100. Health, 550 million. Attack, 398,888. Defense, 218,888. Skills, Obsidian Flame Body, Savage Charge, Earth Tremor, Scorching Land, Obsidian Sky Smashing Fist. What a pity. It is not undead. It does not receive the Undead Plagues bonus. But since it was just casually crafted, it still counts as a profit. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 o'clock. Didn't close his eyes for a whole day. Lin Yi was somewhat tired. He packed his backpack and was about to log off when his gaze fell on the manifested crystal. I had been hesitating before, not knowing what to manifest. Equipment and items ultimately have limited effects. Now, he has made a decision. To use the opportunity on Shaltir. Although the little black dragon can be ridden, but once seen by others, it's simply impossible to explain. Too much trouble. Shateria is different. The blonde little Loli's appearance looked harmless. At most, her pale complexion and delicate face would attract onlookers. She was actually much safer. Moreover, Zaisha is a mythical level boss with overwhelming combat power. Who would have thought that such a soft and cute little loli harbors nuclear level power within her? I click on the manifestation crystal. Target selection, pet, Shaltir. Ding. Origin manifestation crystal successfully used. Vampire true ancestor. Shaltir has synchronized with reality. A prompt tone sounded. I logged out of the game and returned to my rented room. Pet summon. With a thought, a light glowed in the palm of my hand. A scarlet six-pointed star array appeared on the ground, and the air shook violently. The next second, a small figure stepped out from the formation. The moment Shaltir appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the entire room. It didn't feel like much in the game, but in reality, facing a mythic-level boss head-on, even wearing a space pendant, I could hardly catch my breath. Father, where is this?" She rubbed her eyes, tilted her head, and looked around, her face full of confusion. "This is my world. Father's world." She was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up. I, however, was a bit overwhelmed and quickly said, "First, hide your breath." She obediently complied. After the pressure eased, she began running around wildly in the rental house, looking east and touching west like an overly energetic kitten, still the kind that can't be killed. I took her to the living room. "Play by yourself for a while. I'll go take a nap." The TV was turned on for her, and I went back to my room and fell asleep immediately. I hadn't slept for more than a day, and I really couldn't hold on anymore. I slept from 5 o'clock to 10:30. I pushed the door open and came out. The living room was in complete disarray. Looking further ahead, there was a fist-sized hole in the middle of the TV, still smoking. My face went dark immediately. Sensing my gaze, Shatia shrank her neck. "Father, just now, a huge monster tried to burst out from inside. I punched it, and this is what happened." She opened her golden eyes wide, looking innocent. I sighed. That expression, who would dare to scold? "Forget it, I'm not blaming you. That's called a TV. Everything inside is fake. They won't come out." I rubbed her head and explained patiently. Lin Yi looked at the living room, ransacked and messy, and suddenly felt that this place was unworthy of him. Spent tens of billions in the game, but in reality, living in an ordinary community, it just doesn't add up. 2 guild founding orders are being frantically snatched up in the auction house. Money is about to come in again. He doesn't want to wrong himself anymore. Buy a villa. Lin Yi directly withdrew 2 billion from the virtual account. With Shitoya around, he was not afraid of exposing his identity. The bank quickly called to confirm. The voice on the other end was sweet to the point of being cloying, claiming to be Zhao Anren, a private client manager at Huaxia Bank. Investment and financial management, yachts and airplanes, 24-hour service. Lin Yi wasn't interested in small talk and said only one sentence. "Find me the most expensive villa." He was too lazy to handle these procedures himself, so having someone else take care of it was more convenient. Not long after, the other party announced Ziyuan number 99, the top building, 1.08 billion. Lin Yi made an immediate decision on the spot. This one, arrange a house viewing. A few minutes later, Zhao Anren was already at the entrance of the community. She obviously did not expect a client with a fortune of 2 billion to live in such a place. Lin Yi went downstairs, and a BMW was parked in front of him. He thought it was Zhao Anren's car. As the car window rolled down, his expression darkened. Su Bin, college classmate. Back then, because of stolen spotlight, the two fought several times. I heard they've been doing well these past few years, but it just happened to be at this time. Isn't this the school heartthrob from back then? How did he end up living in such a rundown neighborhood? Su Bin wore a mocking smile. Idiots. Lin Yi was too lazy to waste words with him, his gaze sweeping around the community entrance. All were old cars. Only a red Porsche 911 was parked there, standing out exceptionally. The next second, the sports car started and drove straight toward him, stopping steadily in front of him. The car door opened. A pair of glowing white long legs stepped down first, straight and slender, dazzling enough to captivate anyone. Su Bin was about to get angry, but the words got stuck in his throat. The woman got out of the car. Wavy long hair, delicate features, gold-rimmed glasses pressing down a cold and glamorous aura. The black professional suit fits her figure, with sharp curves, and her high heels strike the ground crisply and powerfully. An outright goddess. She walked straight up to Lin Yi and opened the front passenger door. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Her voice was soft and her attitude respectful. Subin stiffened all over. What kind of joke is this? The goddess who called 911 was actually so polite to Lin Yi? Isn't he just an ordinary person living in an old neighborhood? His worldview instantly shattered. Let's go. Lin Yi smiled faintly and got into the car directly. A light fragrance drifted inside the car. The next second, boom. The engine roared as the sports car sped away. Subin stood in place, his face pale. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. The car stopped at the entrance of the sales office. After getting out, the salesperson immediately approached. The two arrived at the Purple Garden, Building 99, the King House. The entire villa covers an area of 5,000 square meters, with a huge interior space, 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The cinema, gym, KTV, tea room, and Starry Sky swimming pool are all available. Outdoors, there are also swimming pools, courts, lakes, golf courses, and even a private zoo. The location is on an independent island at the foot of Shishan. Buying a villa means buying an entire island. It's quiet enough and flashy enough. Lin Yi nodded. It's settled. Even if he summons the little black dragon or the northern divine deer later, nothing will go wrong. 1.08 billion? Put it on the card. He spoke in a calm tone. Okay, huh? Sir, how much did you say? The saleswoman was stunned. Her mind went completely blank. Lin Yi handed over the card. Swipe the card. No problem. She instantly lit up with joy and immediately went to complete the paperwork. Zhao Anren stood aside, completely dumbfounded. Without blinking, he immediately took down the top player. This aura is just too fierce. Mr. Lin, so handsome. Her face flushed slightly. Soon, the manager arrived, and the contract was finalized on the spot. After Zhao Anren haggled, the villa was discounted to 93%, with the price rounded down and finally sold for 1 billion. Saved 80 million at once. Lin Yi was even more satisfied with this private manager. Beautiful and sweet-voiced, really enjoyable to talk with. Villa number 99 is maintained daily, stocked with all kind of necessities, all brand name. After swiping the card, he moved in directly. Leaning on the soft sofa, his whole body relaxed. He asked Zhao Anren to arrange for people to throw away everything unwanted in the rental and to move the useful things over. Mr. Lin plays Origin 2? Zhao Anren was a bit surprised. So young yet incredibly wealthy, and he even has time to play games. And he wore a helmet, without any airs. Handsome, rich, and down-to-earth. Her face turned even redder. You're playing too? Let's hang out when you're free. Lin Yi replied with a smile. After chatting for a few sentences, it was almost midnight. The guild order of the World Auction House was about to end. Zhao Anren tactfully left, but her words reminded Lin Yi. It's time to change the game pod. The headset is convenient, but the experience is poor. The game pod has nutrient solution, so no need to eat. Entering the game is like deep sleep. No matter how long, you don't get tired or hungry. He opened the official website. The most expensive 880,000 Supreme model, ordered immediately. It will be delivered tomorrow. Seems like I forgot something. Lin Yi glanced around the rental room, feeling like something was missing. He couldn't recall. Forget it, it's not important. He put on his helmet and logged in. The character appeared in the alchemy room. He immediately opened the World Auction House. The first building alliance order for 0.3 billion. The second piece, 2.4 billion. Truly a world-class auction house. At this moment, the prices of the 2 building faction orders have already approached the first and second pieces that Lin Yi previously auctioned at his residence. Moreover, only 3 minutes left. Prices are still skyrocketing. 4.33 billion. 4.38 billion. 4.41 billion. Numbers wildly fluctuated. However, the last minute, the price surged to 5 billion, then suddenly stopped. 3, 2, 1. Auction ended. At the last second, 5.1 billion, 5.2 billion, 5.7 billion, 6.3 billion. In less than a second, the price jumped several times. It was so fast that even Lin Yi couldn't clearly see it. Another building guild token also surged to 3.3 billion. However, obviously not that crazy. Lighthouse server, level 2 city guild application office. Got it on camera. A bunch of losers dare to compete with me. The Hand of God is the #1 guild. Adam held the Golden Building Guild token, his face glowing with excitement. Beacon number 1. Hand of God number 1. Beacon number 1. Hand of God number 1. Everyone shouted in unison. Application. Adam immediately submitted it, the Hand of God. He looked at the NPC with a face full of pride. However, the world announcement suddenly sounded. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Sword Changkong for creating the world's first guild daxia. Rewards. Guild level +5. Member stats +200 in all 4 attributes. Experience +50%. Guild leaders' attributes doubled. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia player dominating the world for creating the world's second guild dominating. Rewards. Guild level +3. Member stats +150 in all 4 attributes. Experience +40%. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia player, Morning Light, for creating the world's 3rd guild Starry Sky. Rewards. Guild level +2. Member stats +120. Experience +35%. Boom, boom, boom. Announcements followed one after another, instantly spread across the global servers. Whether in dungeons, the wilderness, or the city, all players heard it clearly. A total of 9 announcements rang almost simultaneously, with less than a second between each, as if it was prearranged. The fact was indeed so. The laughter of the Hand of God came to an abrupt stop. Everyone was stunned. The air instantly solidified. Deadly silence. The vice president and the elite members all lowered their heads simultaneously. No one dared to speak. Even their breathing became lighter. Fuck. 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 Adam's eyes were bloodshot, his face ashen, cursing 3 times in a row, shouting angrily. Huaxiao, I want you to suffer worse than death. His expression was extremely ugly. He slammed the guild establishment order onto the ground. All 3 newly established guilds were from Huaxia. At this moment, he finally understood that he had been badly scammed by the Chinese players. It's impossible to be such a coincidence. He had just bid on the guild establishment order, and the other party immediately set up 3 associations. He spent a sky-high price of 6.3 billion to buy the token, yet couldn't even get into the world's top 3. Thinking of the orders from the top levels of the lighthouse, he felt a chill in his heart. This time, it's really over. Suddenly, the game screen became blurry. PFT. In reality, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so furious that he vomited blood and lost consciousness. The second guild building order was put up for auction at the World Auction House. The announcement flooded the screen 253 times. The leaders of various countries changed their expressions drastically, and their hands, which were about to raise their bids, stopped abruptly. In the end, the one who took over was the president of the Amaterasu Guild from the Korean server. Hikawa Gangzaka stared intently at the last 3 seconds of the countdown. He prayed that someone would bid higher, but no one made a move. The price is fixed at 3.5 billion. Northwind City, Guild Application Office. Sword Changkong, Overlord of the World, and Dawn exchanged glances and laughed together. Each time a guild levels up, it requires hundreds of millions of gold coins. Now directly save a huge amount of money, plus additional rewards. 200 points in 4 attributes, equal to 800 total attributes, comparable to an ordinary player grinding to level 40. Double experience, world announcement. The president's reward is still doubled. More importantly, it conveniently screwed over the foreign guild. In one word, awesome. The 9 world announcement blew up the entire server. The world channel was completely boiling. Luckily, it wasn't recorded. This is just a trap. Who's unfortunate enough to take over? Adam, the Hand of God on the Lighthouse server, was so angry he vomited blood and logged off. The second one is Higawa Gang from the Bangzi Fu Amaterasu Guild, going crazy. This name is just ridiculous. The Hand of God and Huaxia are completely at odds now. The Amaterasu Guild is also making tough threats. It's not just the Chinese players. Even many foreign players are reveling in schadenfreude, enjoying the spectacle and hoping for more trouble. After all, guilds from different countries are inherently antagonistic. They're not the ones getting screwed over. Who would feel sorry? And the real winner is Lin Yi, the mastermind behind the scenes. He lazily leans on the golden throne, a slight smile on his lips. The elf sisters are giving him a shoulder massage. Shatya, the little black dragon, and the northern sacred deer were causing a ruckus not far away. The atmosphere was so lighthearted it was unbelievable. Linya's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. Refreshing. It really felt great. 1.63 billion. One piece worth 3.5 billion. Another nearly 10 billion received. With 5 construction orders, he directly earned nearly 20 billion. Pure profit. He opened the exclusive store. Auction house fee waiver scroll priced at 38,880,000. Limited purchase for VIP 4. After use, it can waive the auction house fees in the world or across the entire server 3 times. The price is not low, but compared to the auction house's 5% commission, it's nothing at all. 9.8 billion transaction price. The handling fee is 490 million. It hurts my heart. Ding. Successfully purchased auction house fee exemption scroll X1. Ding. Scroll used successfully. 3 uses remaining. Lin Yi directly opened the World Auction House to collect the proceeds. Ding. The guild building order you consigned was purchased by Lighthouse Server. Atom. Fee waived. 6.3 billion credited. Ding. The Jianbang order you consigned was snapped up by Bangzifu. Ichikawa Gangban. No handling fee. 3.5 billion credited. Saved 450 million all at once. So comfortable it's amazing. Now that I have money, of course I keep spending. But this time, he only bought 2 items. Advanced Secondary Profession Level Up Scroll. After use, the specified Secondary Profession Level +1, limited to Master Level and below. He spent 1 billion gold coins to get 2 Secondary Profession Level Up Scrolls and 1 Treasure Synthesis Scroll. RIP. 2 scrolls were crushed on the spot. Ding. Ancient Alchemy has been upgraded to Master Level. Ding. Ancient Alchemy has been upgraded to Legendary Level. Alchemy directly reached the Legacy Level. Lin Yi brought out the golden bones of the King of Baiman, the pale bones of the Ice God Dragon. Rumble. Rumble. The underground alchemy room was filled with piles of bones. His eyes gleamed. Next, it was time to upgrade the throne. Not just the skeleton throne, but a higher rank, belonging to the City of the Undead. And only his throne. Ancient Alchemy. World-class skill activated. A white hexagram unfolds beneath the feet. He waved his hands, controlling structural reorganization. Space began to distort. The gigantic skeleton was compressed and fused, embedded into the golden throne. The gold was devoured by white bones. The splendor turned ferocious. Majesty reveals ferocity. Ding. Successfully forged skull, throne X1. Legendary Ancient Alchemy Proficiency plus 500,000. Ding. Ding. Quantity critical hit triggered. Quantity times 10. Obtained skeleton, throne times 10. Ding. Quality critical hit triggered. Quality +1. Obtained skeleton, throne times 10. This skeleton throne was originally just a mid-level strategic treasure. Because the skeleton's quality improved, it directly ascended to 3rd-tier mythic level. But it's not over yet. Treasure Synthesis Scroll. Effect. 3 pieces of the same type of treasure can be combined into a higher grade, ignoring level restrictions. Price. 500 million gold coins per ticket. Lin Yi directly bought 4 tickets. Tear it apart. White light exploded, and a 3-pointed star formation appeared. 10 skeletal thrones flew into the formation, transforming into 3 separate triangles. The star formation rotated, and the thrones began to merge. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained golden skeleton throne. 4th stage myth. Lin Yi did not stop. Continue synthesizing and create 2 more golden thrones. Tear open the scroll again. A radiant light shoots to the sky, and the star formation reappears. This time, 3 golden thrones fly into the center of the formation simultaneously, spinning wildly, forcibly merging. A dazzling white light exploded. The temperature in the underground alchemy chamber dropped sharply, and snowflakes fell from the air. The moment the snow touched the ground, it instantly froze. The 3 golden thrones disappeared. In its place stood an icy crystal throne. The throne was covered entirely in frost, inscribed with dense runes. Behind it, bones intertwined to form a menacing skull. The chill was bone-piercing, and the aura of death almost took physical form. It was as if eternal frost had descended. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained Skeleton Storm, Frozen Throne. 5th tier, Mythic Strategic Treasure. Effect 1. All attributes plus 200%. Effect 2. Troop Recovery Surges, March Speed plus 200%. Effect 3. City Defense and Durability plus 1000%. Effect 4. Undead Growth plus 300%. Player Experience plus 300%. Skill: Frozen City. The city walls form an ice crystal shield, with strength 10 times that of the city, lasting for 2 hours. Throne Knights. Summon 4 Apocalypse Knights that grow alongside the player. Strong. Ridiculously powerful. A level 300 billion tier, 5th rank mythic treasure. A truly invincible trump card. Lin Yi stared at the frozen throne, his eyes trembling. The power of the frozen throne was not only in its effects, but also in its skills. Throne Knight Summon. Lin Yi sat upright on the throne and waved his big hand. In an instant, gates of the undead tore open on the ground. Why? The harsh neighing sounded like the wails of a soul, echoing in the underground alchemy chamber. The next second, knights riding skeletal warhorses stepped out the door. Their aura was cold and chilling, full of oppressive force. All of them were mythical-level death knights. Moreover, they were all elite. The Plague Knight of the Bone Warhorse, Sariek. The Crimson Warhorse's Knight of War, Mograine. The Famine Knight of the Pitch Black Warhorse, Bromix. The Death Knight of the Eerie Green Warhorse, Kurtaz. The 4 Apocalypse Knights are first-level myths, yet they possess the growth potential of 8th-level myths. Their levels are the same as Lin Yi's. Level 111. They do not level up by killing monsters. They only become stronger as Lin Yi improves. Each possessed mastery over one of the 4 great divine aspects: plague, war, famine, and death. All of them have 8th-level divine status. Truly top-tier combat power. But what surprised Lin Yi was, among the 4, there was even a female knight, Bromix. In her lifetime, she was a nature elf skilled in shadow magic. After death, they transformed into undead. Yet they still retained the elves' exquisite and beautiful appearances. In the cold, there was an added trace of dangerous allure. It was still early. Origin Player PvP Championship, starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Yi rode the 100-meter-long little black dragon and took off from Beifeng City. The black dragon transformed into a streak of black light, tearing across the sky. Target: southern part of the Origin continent. Tanaris Desert. Aedum. He has 2 purposes for this trip. First, the Towel tribe is right there in that desert. The material for the obsidian statues comes from them. Lin Yi is going to hunt the epic-level Talion, building a statue for Kel'Thuzad, leveling up at the same time. Second, the Tol'vir are the guardians of the Titan ruins. Within the ruins lies technology beyond that of the goblins. And also, 9-tier artifact, Origin Furnace. The reason why no one dares to touch it is because Autumn is extremely mysterious. There are only sporadic records. The exact location is unknown to anyone. Years ago, Kel'Thuzad traveled across the continent and once accidentally entered it. The bodies of the Towel people were also brought back at that time. This time, Lin Yi plans to first investigate the situation, preparing for a complete Gungyid in the future. Tanaris Desert. Endless sea of sand, continuous dunes. The scorching sun overhead, the golden light dazzling. The air was scorching, as if it could ignite every breath. Looking out from the entrance of the desert, ahead, there was utter silence. This place was frighteningly desolate, even colder and more desolate than the ice field. It's as if no living thing dares to approach. No giant beasts can be seen, nor any tall plants. Only endless yellow sand stretches out. But the real danger is all hidden in the shadows. You have no idea that beneath your feet, in that unremarkable little sand dune, are buried dozens, even hundreds, of desert scorpions or desert horn vipers. As long as any creature passes by, the next second, they will break out of the sand and pounce fiercely. There is no time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, they are torn apart and swallowed. As expected, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sand dunes exploded, countless poisonous needles and venom shooting straight at the little black dragon. The little black dragon's dark, golden vertical pupils were full of disdain. It opened its mouth. Dark dragon breath. Boom. a scorching dragon breath sweeping out over 7,000 yards. Like an apocalyptic fire tide, it instantly engulfs the entire sand dune. Dash 8888888. Dash 8888888. Dash 8888888. The lurking desert scorpion evaporated on the spot. Even the monsters in the distant sand dunes were affected and instantly killed. The notification flooded the screen rapidly. Ding. You have killed a desert scorpion of a higher level. Ding. You have killed a desert giant lizard elite of a higher level. Ding. Your pet, northern divine deer, Axia, has reached level 2. Ding. Reached level 3. Ding. Reached level 31. The experience gained was quite substantial. All the monsters were above level 140. Auto-loot activated, sweeping up all the spoils. Lin Yi performed a god-level summoning technique. A group of level 140 and 145 ghouls crawled out of the sand, following behind him. Keep moving forward. The little black dragon breathed dragon fire all the way, pushing through the sandy sea. Axia's level steadily climbed. Before long, a huge oasis appeared ahead. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. An oasis in the desert. It means monsters are gathering in clusters. They fight each other for water sources. Corpses pile up, yet they are not buried by the yellow sand. For the undead overlord, this is a ready source of troops. Those who have managed to survive until now. They must be among the strongest. Flying over the oasis. The rulers below are a group of large desert crocodiles. Desert giant crocodile, elite. Level, 140. Health, 3,800,000. Attack, 18,888. Defense, 10,888. Skills, Frenzy Sand Leap, Giant Crocodile Bite, Giant Crocodile Tail Sweep, Frenzy Sand Assault. The Overlord of the Oasis, the most ferocious predator. Incredible bite force. Anyone who dares to enter is shredded to pieces by them. All level 140 elite monsters. So many that they are indistinguishable. Towering giant trees block out the sky and sun, making it impossible to tell how many there are in the forest night. What's more troublesome is, around the giant crocodile, there is also a group of crocodile people in semi-beast form. Their sizes range from 30 meters to 150 meters. Desert crocodile people, Silver Boss. Desert predator, Dark Gold Boss. Desert butcher, Epic Boss. All are bosses. At least 3 to 400. This is not a strange tide. This is an experience, see. Lin Ye's eyes lit up instantly. But the oasis is too large. Relying solely on the 6 of them to clean up is too slow. He raised his hand and waved it. The gate of the undead. A portal surging with deathly energy roared open at the entrance of the oasis. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse stepped out first. Immediately after, countless death knights and gargoyles surged forth. Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, Skeleton Lord, Skeleton Sword Saint. Berserk Aura activated. Vampiric Aura activated. Evil Aura activated. Death Aura activated. The 4 great auras instantly covered the battlefield. Kill. Lin Ye spoke in a calm tone. Kurtaz pulled hard on the reins. The warhorse's soul fire surged violently, a neigh tearing through the air. The charge began. A mythic-level charge came thundering. Trees broke off in clumps, the ground trembling. Legendary level and demigod level bosses followed closely, sweeping forward. Finally, countless undead knights and gargoyles. Crushed. Crush. Massacre. Vast desert giant crocodiles fall in large numbers. Bonehooves crush skulls. Sharp claws tear through scales. Whales drown the entire oasis. Even the epic boss couldn't stop it. 1 second. Ripping apart. The weapons of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse fell, instantly dismembering. Complete annihilation. Not even enough time to struggle. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded. The entire oasis was trembling. On the other side, the little black dragon breathed dragon breath to clear the monsters. Lin Yi heard the roar and smiled. Still able to roar fiercely under the siege of the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. Definitely not an ordinary boss. He patted the dragon's back. The little black dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading straight for the source of the sound. In the center of the battlefield, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were besieging a monster. The tyrant's fury. The tyrant arrives. Yellow sand billows. A humanoid sand crocodile slowly rises, holding a huge crescent-shaped blade. Eyes blood red. A raging aura surged into the sky. It began to transform. Its body wildly expanded. Whirlwinds stirred up yellow sand, and the world turned dark. Desert Tyrant Leighton, legendary boss. Level 140. Health 98 million. Attack 688,888. Defense 388,888. Skills: Tyrant's Arrival, Sandstorm Burial, Tyrant's Frenzy Strike, Tyrant's Fury, Crescent Dune. Description: the giant crocodile king of the scorching desert, brutal and bloodthirsty, the ruler amidst the raging sands. Just legendary level. Lin Yu was a bit disappointed. He had originally hoped to encounter a demigod-level being. As expected, while demigod bosses are rare and hard to find, the only Frost Demon King he had seen so far was drawn out because of the birth of the Northern Divine Deer. Lost interest. He's too lazy to even make a move. The second form of the Desert Tyrant, 800 meters tall, with an overwhelming presence. 4 Apocalypse Knights stood before it, as tiny as dust. But when the real fight began, it was a one-sided crushing. Amidst the swirling sandstorms, Tianchi Knights with level 8 divine status unleashed a frenzied assault. Not long after, the Desert Tyrant was brutally killed on the spot. Ding. Killed Desert Tyrant Leighton, legendary boss. Gained 18 billion experience. Ding. Level increased to 116. Ding. Pet. True Ancestor Vampire Shataya, level increased. Ding. Pet. Northern Divine Deer Axia, level increased. Ding. Mount Black Dragon God Onyxia, level up. The notification flooded the screen rapidly. Lin Yu was about to activate the automatic pickup. In the oasis, a person suddenly appeared. Not a monster. Is an NPC. A man as thin as a bamboo pole, with a pointed face and gaunt cheeks, could be blown apart by the wind. Carrying a huge backpack 4 or 5 meters tall. Next to it, a thin horse pulls a cart full of palm-sized boxes. The box is engraved with strange runes. Box Merchant Kadurga, mythical NPC. Level 400. Profession. Attribute. Skill. Description: a mysterious merchant with secretive movements who can suddenly appear in any corner of the continent. Lin Yu's heart trembled. Level 400 mythical NPC. Stronger than the Lord of Northwind City and the Valkyrie of the Empire. This old man is not simple. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a strange old man selling secret manuals and movies. Young man, I see your bones are extraordinary, a rare talent among 10,000. The box merchant grinned, a mouthful of yellow teeth, with a few missing. As soon as the words fell, a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy? Lin Yu blurted out. Wrong, you are 1 in 10,000 lucky. I have Pandora's box of the goddess of fate here, which can change destiny. Only 9.99 million gold coins, fair to all ages. The box merchant smiled kindly. Lin Yu squinted. Pandora is the 9th level goddess of calamity, symbolizing misfortune. The so-called magic box is actually a box of calamities. There is indeed a chance to get something good, but the probability is terrifyingly low. Most of the time, it's a disaster. At best, various negative effects cling to you. At worst, you die instantly or even get permanently cursed. Getting an empty box is considered lucky. If an ordinary piece of equipment were to drop, it would be like smoke rising from the ancestral grave. Interesting, but 9.99 million is way too expensive. Lin Yu smiled wryly. No bargaining. This amount is nothing to you. The merchant glanced at the corpse of the Desert Tyrant, his meaning very clear. Lin Yu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His charm was ineffective on this man. Even the Dwarf King was affected, yet this man showed no reaction at all. It indicates that he does not belong to the friendly or neutral faction, most likely in hostile force, and extremely powerful, at least 4th level mythic. Trying to snatch it forcibly is a death wish. I love opening boxes the most. Lin Yu calmly muttered to himself. Out of 10,000 magic boxes, only 10 have good stuff. The odds are ridiculous, but he insisted on testing his destiny. Start with 10. He straightforwardly paid 99.99 million gold coins. His intuition told him 10 was just right. Okay, no problem. The box merchant was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to not even try one, but buy them all outright. Feel free to choose. Lin Yi nodded and casually took 10 boxes. They seemed completely random. But as soon as he finished choosing, the box merchant's face turned pale instantly. Pandora's boxes, 99.9% bring misfortune, only 0.1% bring luck. And the 10 items taken by Lin Yi were all lucky items. The most valuable things in his warehouse were all swept away. The box merchant's heart was bleeding. But due to rule restrictions, he could not take action against the player. How about switching? Choose a closer one, the chances are higher. If it doesn't open well, I'll give you another one. Lin Yi sneered. No switch. From the other's panic. He had already confirmed the answer. Really not switching? If you open a trash one, there won't be another chance. Don't replace them. These 10 look good. If they break, I'll admit it. The box merchant's face looked worse than crying. Pleasing to the eye? The boxes are clearly identical. Prompt appears. Do you want to open Pandora's box X10? Yes. 10 boxes floated simultaneously, flashing with light. The next second, red light soared into the sky. Divine artifact level radiance. And it was an accessory. Lin Yi stared at the necklace, his heart racing wildly. Mythical accessory obtained. The other 9 items are all top quality as well. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is destiny. All items have been collected into the backpack. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Calamity Curse. Congratulations on obtaining Shadow Realm Teleportation Scroll. Congratulations on obtaining Calamity Goddess Statue. Congratulations on obtaining Origin Divine Crystal. Ding. Pandora's box opened. Item obtained. The War God's Heart's Desire. The catastrophe box was supposed to bring misfortune, but Lin Yi forcibly turned it into a lucky treasure chest. The War God's Heart's Desire. Tier 1 Mythical Necklace. All attributes plus 35%, output plus 60%, movement speed plus 100%, critical damage plus 100%. Skill Warlust. When activated, all allied units' attributes increase dramatically. The more units there are, the higher the boost. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a 2-hour cooldown. This is truly a divine weapon born for great battles. The larger the battlefield, the more terrifying the amplification. The undead also take effect. Combined with the undead overlord's ability to spawn troops rapidly, it was almost unbeatable. Although he lacked the required level, Lin Yi had the overlord contract, allowing him to forcibly equip items beyond his level. Plus the spatial pendant, switch equipment at any time. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. The next item, Shadow Realm Teleportation Scroll, level 200, can be used 3 times. After use, teleport to the Shadow Realm, the land of the dead. That is the destination of all souls, regardless of good or evil. It is filled with undead and monsters. Lin Yi smiled. As the master of the undead, that place was like home to him. Perhaps new troop types can be discovered. In emergencies, it can also serve as an escape trump card. The last item, Goddess of Calamity Statue High Level Strategic Treasure. During the siege, all enemy forces are cursed, with reduced attack speed, greatly slowed movement speed, and continuous health loss every second. All friendly forces inside the city are immune to all disaster effects. After activating the skill, all enemy troops within a large area suffer an additional 20% reduction in all attributes and are randomly afflicted with misfortune. This is the true weapon for city battles. Add another 500 points to the goddess's intimacy. At least she won't turn hostile the moment they meet. Lin Yi looked at the statue. The goddess of calamity, Pandora, was unexpectedly sexy. He continued looking down. All the items that came out of the magic box were ones he could use, including a divine crystal. Ding. Used Origin Divine Crystal X1. Ding. Remaining uses 0. The moment the crystal was used up, Lin Yi's 3 additional accessory slots were all unlocked. The remaining 6 items are mostly skill books and hidden professions. 2 books of Halo skills, 2 books of Curse skills. What a pity. The Faith aura and Curse aura were far inferior compared to the auras he already had. Weak effect, small range, short duration. They could not be stacked yet. It's marginally useful to him. But for ordinary priests and knights, it is a divine skill. Much better than the ones they come with. Take them to sell, a guaranteed profit. Finally, There are two hidden classes. Disaster Knight Job Change Scroll, Myth. Misfortune Warlock Job Change Scroll, Legend. A myth, a legend. All are rare professions with inherent curse abilities. Keep it for now. As expected of Pandora's box of the goddess of fate, every time you open it, there are good things inside. Lin Yi, the box merchant, laughed. The merchant forced out an awkward smile. Of course, the fate goddess's items are good. Do you want to open a few more? No, good things can't be kept to myself. I have to leave some opportunity for others. Lin Yi said solemnly. His expression was as sincere as a saint's. After speaking, he directly turned around, giving the other party no chance to continue pitching. Started clearing the battlefield. At this moment, the monsters in the oasis had already been wiped out by the undead legion. On the ground, only the corpses of the desert giant crocodile and the crocodile man boss remained. Lin Yi raised his hand. The automatic ring pickup and divine level summoning technique were activated simultaneously. A moment later, four skeleton kings stood up in the oasis. Three of them had advanced from epic bosses, directly stepping into legendary level. The other one, it is the demigod level skeleton king transformed from the desert tyrant. About 50,000 elite desert crocodiles were transformed into 100,000 ghouls. The Croc-Man boss transformed into an equal-level skeleton boss. At the same time, complete corpses such as desert monitor lizards, desert giants, and desert dragonflies were also entirely transformed. Ultimately obtained 50,000 skeleton soldiers, 30,000 ghouls, 10,000 skeleton giants, 5,000 gargoyles, plus a large amount of gold and dark gold level boss. Lin Yi began to consider the placement issues. This is the southern desert, too far from the endless glaciers in the north. Having them march on foot to build the city is unrealistic. Thought about it. He released 100 heavy meat grinders from his backpack. Let the undead legion continue farming monsters in the desert to expand their forces. Wait until he returns to the endless glacier, then open the necromancer's gate to unify and recall them. Spread out, continue clearing the area. Lin Yi gave the order. Over 100,000 undead split into 20 groups and dispersed. Each team carried 5 meat grinders, hunting frantically in the desert. Goodbye, grandiose box merchant. Thank you for your treasure. Lin Yi smiled with an especially mischievous look. After speaking, she mounted the little black dragon and headed straight for the Titan ruins, Uldum. In the oasis, the box merchant stared at his back, his face turning green. He suffered a terrible loss. No return on his investment. He swore that when the heavenly law no longer limited him in 2 months, he would definitely tear Lin Yi to pieces and annihilate all these lost souls. The real world. At the entrance of the rented house, Lin Xiaoyu took 3 days off, planning to compete with her brother for second place in the peak competition and win the equipment that could be brought back to reality. With a turn of the key, the door opened. A strange girl was standing inside. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Lin Xiaoyu frowned. This is my aunt's house. Why can't I be here? The other person retorted. Lin Xiaoyu stepped back, looked at the door plate, then at the key. That's right. But all the things in the house had changed. Her doll was gone. Her brother was gone too. Do you know Lin Yi? Oh, you're the handsome guy's younger sister? He moved out, and now I live here. Moved out. Didn't tell her. Lin Xiaoyu felt a sinking feeling, apologized, and stepped back. Checked WeChat. No messages. Sent several messages in a row. No reply. Called 10 times. No answer from any. He is in the game. She doesn't even care about her own biological sister. She told her to come back this morning, but now she's gone. Lin Xiaoyu felt a sting in her nose, so angry she wanted to curse. But then she thought again. She wanted to curse, but realized that cursing would be like cursing herself. Still can't get through? Why not come in and wait? The landlord's niece asked, poking her head in. Lin Xiaoyu held back her anger and could only nod. Can I borrow a power outlet? I need to go online. Sure, have some water first. The other person straightforwardly handed over a cup. Lin Xiaoyu thanked them, plugged in the power, and put on the helmet. The game started. She immediately opened a private chat with a friend.